Chapter 1. The beginning is a great melon. Emerald light flooded the surroundings, an overwhelming brilliance of green. Avada, a cloaked wizard, raised his wand high, his visage grotesque beneath the hood, a scar running from his forehead down to the entirety of his face. The corners of his mouth curled upward, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Reflected in his crimson pupils was a diminutive fairy. Upon closer inspection, it appeared she was cradling something in her arms. "Come forth." As the final syllable fell, a blinding, ominous green beam shot forth. A translucent veil swayed gently in midair. What is happening? Had I traversed realms again? Saul touched his head, recalling moments prior when he had been struck by a rogue truck while on his way to work. Who would have imagined awakening to a shaft of green light? Was that voice Avada Kedavra? So, have I perished once more? Then, where's this place? This is Godric's Valley, yet it is not quite Godric's Valley. A gentle female voice resonated behind Saul. Who are you? Saul turned abruptly, encountering a girl with a ponytail, her pallid complexion reminiscent of European descent. We have named this place the Enigmatic Mirage. She spoke, her voice floating lightly in the air. Only then did Saul notice that the trees, which should have been a vibrant green, were rendered a lustrous white. In fact, everything here seemed to be cloaked in white. How did you arrive here? Her eyes held an infinite solitude, as if she had lingered here for an eternity. Saul hesitated momentarily. It appears to be a spell. Oh, the girl leapt lightly, leaning against a tree trunk, her feet dangling as she swayed gently. I am Saul. What is your name? Saul gazed up at her. Me? The girl tilted her head. I do not remember. Yet people call me Ariana. People? Saul keenly noted the phrasing she employed. Are there others here? Yes, she replied. Many people, but most have departed. Where did they go? Saul inquired softly. I do not know. The girl shook her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. It seems time came, and then they simply left. Saul was poised to ask further questions when a series of gentle calls echoed through the pearlescent space. It is time for you to go. Ariana softly descended from the branch, approaching Saul. I must leave? Saul asked, perplexed. Where to? Ariana remained silent, a slight smile gracing her lips. She raised her hand and gently nudged Saul's shoulder. Wait, Ariana. Saul awoke, his slender arms reaching forward. A cacophony of unintelligible, joyous murmurs filled his ears. A pair of large hands lifted him tenderly. It was a gentle-faced woman with golden hair. How did I become a baby? Sewer exclaimed in astonishment, his limbs flailing in a delightful frenzy. The woman burst into hearty laughter, and, amidst the commotion, Sewer caught sight of a man with chestnut hair and handsome features, whose gentle azure gaze was fixed tenderly on the woman. Time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly, silently passing a decade. Sewer transformed from a frail, diminutive infant into a robust and handsome youth. His complexion radiant, he embraced his new identity, Sewer Ellison, a name that now belonged to him. His adoptive mother, Suli, frequently recounted the day she discovered Sewer, declaring him a precious gift from the heavens, their family's lucky angel. It was said that after finding Sewer, she successfully conceived a child within 5 years, much to the ecstatic delight of Mr. Ellison and Suli. Incidentally, the name Sewer was derived from a label she found nestled within the folds of his swaddling. Gogo, a golden-haired little girl, stumbled toward the boy, who was engrossed in his drawings at the table. Giggle. Sewer caught the little bundle that collided into him, lifting her high, eliciting a melodious laugh reminiscent of silver bells. Mommy says, Angel, tell Gogo it's time to eat, the little girl whispered earnestly into Sewer's ear. All right, Sewer replied with a smile. Gogo will take Angel to dinner. He hoisted Angel onto his shoulder, her laughter ringing out joyfully. From the kitchen, Suli heard the sounds of merriment from the living room, a smile of happiness blossoming on her lips. Eat more, dear, Suli said, filling Sewer's plate generously with food. I learned a new recipe from Mrs. Granger next door today. Give it a try. That's enough, Mom. Sewer sighed, glancing at the towering mound of food on his plate. You really should eat more. Look at you. So thin, Suli chattered on, adding a piece of broccoli to Angel's plate with her fork. I'm not thin, Mom, Sewer replied, setting down his spoon and flexing his arms in a show of strength. I'm quite strong. Giggle. Gogo looks like a big monkey, Angel exclaimed, recalling the recent trip to the zoo where she had seen monkeys, her laughter bubbling forth. Puffed. Sully paused, then burst into laughter. Sewer's expression darkened momentarily. Dinner concluded amidst Angel's playful antics. Knock, knock. A sound came from the door, and Angel's eyes lit up. She scrambled down from her high chair and dashed toward the entrance, her newfound fascination with door opening evident. Sister Granger, the little girl chimed sweetly. Hello, Angel. A voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps announced the arrival of two girls, one tall and one small. It was the daughter of the Grangers, their neighbors. Coincidentally, this girl bore a striking resemblance to the heroine from a movie Sewer had watched long ago, sharing the same name. Fluffy hair, large expressive eyes, a delicate face, and a radiant smile revealing a pair of gleaming white teeth. Sewer couldn't help but wonder if this place was indeed a part of the magical world from Harry Potter. Whether it was the dazzling green light at the beginning or that girl named Ariana in the world of pure white, how could it be possible? He dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind and greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, Hermione. Excuse me, madam. I am here to deliver medication to Angel. Just as Hermione was about to respond to Sewer, she caught sight of the beaming Mrs. Ellison and quickly lowered her head in greeting. However, the thick stack of books cradled in her arms hinted that the young girl's intentions extended beyond this. The Granger couple is renowned far and wide as dentists, running a dental clinic in London. Due to the overindulgence of her brother and father, Angel had inadvertently developed a cavity. The so-called medication was a small candy, which Sewer had tasted and found to be rich in flavor, with a hint of orange. Thank you, Mrs. Ellison said with a radiant smile as she accepted a transparent vial. You are here to see Sewer, correct? No, not at all. Hermione's face flushed as she shook her head, then nodded quickly. I am here to work on an assignment with Sewer. Our teacher has assigned us a project, and Sewer and I happen to be in the same group. The young girl rambled on with a flurry of words. Yet, Mrs. Ellison merely nodded, her smile laden with significance. Chapter 2. Departure to the zoo. Having completed the stage play script assigned by their teacher, Sewer stretched languorously while gazing at the substantial stack of English-written drafts before him. One ought not to question the rationale behind such an outrageous assignment, yet it was a significant event for their class. This year's elementary school graduation ceremony required them all to perform a juvenile rendition of Romeo and Juliet. If given a chance to return to the original world, the infamous English level for examination would likely be passed with eyes closed. Angel had refrained from causing any disturbances throughout the afternoon, as Mrs. Ellison had managed to subdue her single-handedly. Under the pretext of ensuring that a gentleman and lady's rendezvous remained undisturbed, Mrs. Ellison proclaimed this loudly while standing at the entrance of the living room. So loud, in fact, that Hermione had spent the entire afternoon with a flushed visage. Should they ever wed, this charming little girl before him would indeed make a delightful partner. Sewer smiled at the fluffy Hermione, foreseeing that she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty. Alas, those prominent buck teeth were a pity. Hermione's small ears perked up, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh no, how did I let that slip? Sewer gazed at Hermione across from him in terror. Her reddened face likely indicated anything but shyness. Sewer Ellison. Hermione's throat constricted as she forced his name through her clenched teeth. You're dead meat. Even the Granger couple dared not discuss Hermione's teeth in her presence. That was an untouchable subject. At the doorway, Angel witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The gentle and beautiful Granger sister was gripping her doll's neck, shaking it back and forth as frighteningly as a demon from a television cartoon. Wow, doll, Angel wailed, tears streaming down her face. Hermione's actions froze, leaving her at a loss as she stared at Sewer, nearly suffocating beneath her grasp. To her surprise, Hermione let out a wail louder than Angel's. Now it was Angel's turn to be stunned. Sewer, caught between amusement and exasperation, began to comfort the two girls. After some time of chaos, he finally managed to pacify their tears by promising a trip to the zoo the following weekend. Ha ha ha, was that not hilarious? Mrs. Ellison exclaimed at dinner, playfully slapping Mr. Ellison while clutching her stomach in laughter. She had been present throughout the entire ordeal and couldn't help but recount it with mirth upon Mr. Ellison's return home. Sewer wore an expression of utter embarrassment, while Angel watched her mother laugh. mirroring her joy like a little fool. Mr. Ellison gazed fondly at the three most important individuals in his life, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The next morning, Hermione stood by the roadside with her backpack, seemingly unperturbed, awaiting Sewer's arrival. Angel sweetly waved to her doll and sister. "Goodbye, doll, Granger sister. I'll be waiting for you at home." With that, she blew them both a kiss. Sewer, in a cheerful mood, returned the gesture with a kiss of his own. The elementary school was not far from their residence. A brief stroll would suffice to reach it. Due to Hermione's overly serious nature, she was not particularly well-liked at school. Her acquaintance with Sewer began due to a minor incident in their first year. Possessing the soul of an adult, Sewer could not bear to see a young girl being teased by a group. From that moment on, Hermione became Sewer's devoted follower. It was rather advantageous to have such an academically gifted companion. Whenever Sewer felt disinclined to complete his assignments, he would amicably consult Hermione for guidance. As for their mundane life in the Muggle world, it suffices to say that Sewer often spent his time dozing off, with teachers overlooking his behavior primarily because he consistently excelled in examinations. Occasionally, he would even manage to pin Hermione down. Each day, she would earnestly lecture him. Yet Sewer seemed to absorb her words only superficially, causing Hermione to remain undeterred. Soon, Sunday arrived, a day characterized by splendid sunshine. Mr. Ellison rose early, diligently polishing his car on the lawn. Meanwhile, Sully was busily preparing breakfast for Angel and Sewer, along with lunchboxes for their impending outing. The Ellison couple harbored reservations about allowing two older children to take a younger one to the zoo, despite Sewer's notable maturity compared to his peers. "Thank you for taking care of them today, Mr. Ellison," Mr. Granger greeted as he held his daughter's hand on the lawn. "My wife and I would have liked to join you, but we simply cannot break away. The dental clinic has been exceedingly busy lately." "Not to worry. It will be just as enjoyable with us," Mr. Ellison replied with a hearty laugh. "Good morning, Hermione." "Good morning, Mr. Ellison," Hermione shyly responded. Sewer, still groggy from sleep, was awakened by the commotion downstairs. Glancing at the time, he intended to steal another 5 minutes of slumber, but suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. "Boo!" Angel shouted directly into Sewer's ear. Startled awake, Sewer scowled, and, gripping Angel by the collar, unceremoniously tossed her out of the room. However, Angel was unfazed. She gleefully leapt back, hanging onto the doorknob, relentlessly continuing her playful harassment of her brother. "It's time to get up. We're going to the zoo today." With no choice but to comply, Sewer quickly changed and washed up before heading downstairs, where he found Hermione Granger at the dining table. "Morning," he greeted lazily, receiving a sharp glare from Hermione in return. "Good morning, Hermione," Angel exclaimed energetically, before turning to urge Sewer, "Hurry up and eat. We need to leave soon. The sun is already up." "All right, I know, you little taskmaster," Sewer retorted. "What is a taskmaster?" Angel innocently tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps it was the Sunday atmosphere, but the roads were exceptionally congested today. The journey to the zoo, which usually took half an hour, extended to an hour and a half as they traveled in Mr. Ellison's car. Seizing the opportunity, Sewer dozed off again until he was jolted awake by Hermione pinching his nose. "Wow, there are so many people today." As Mr. Ellison alighted from the vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback by the throng of heads surrounding him. "Hermione, Sewer, stay close to us," Sully urged, tightening her grip on Angel's hand as she turned to address Hermione and the sleepy-eyed Sewer behind her. "All right, Mrs. Ellison," Hermione replied obediently. "Let's set off," Angel exclaimed with enthusiasm. Despite the crowd, thanks to the orderly management by the zoo staff, the Ellison family was able to see every animal without missing a single one. And they soon discovered the reason for the zoo's bustling popularity that day. "Look, a giant bear," Angel exclaimed, bouncing joyfully in front of the glass. "It's a giant panda," Sewer corrected her, gazing with profound admiration at the black and white creature on the other side of the glass. It was astonishing to witness such a unique being from the East in this part of the world. "Does it not eat meat? Aren't bears carnivorous? Why is it munching on bamboo?" Hermione inquired softly. "The giant panda is a creature unique to the East. It is known as the bamboo-eating beast, despite having cat in its name. It is indeed a true bear, and, naturally, it does consume meat," Sewer enthusiastically explained to Hermione. "However, this particular creature is also renowned for its laziness. It is said that it originally fed on meat, but due to the challenges of hunting, it gradually transitioned to a bamboo diet." "Oh, I see," Hermione nodded. Casting a glance at Sewer, and quietly remarking, "Just like you, quite lazy." "What?" Sewer questioned, unable to catch Hermione's last words. I know, Angel interjected. Jumping up and down, Sister Granger says that Sewer is as lazy as this big cat. Angel's exuberant and endearing declaration drew a ripple of laughter from those around them. 3 lines of exasperation appeared on Sewer's forehead. Under Sewer's inquisitive gaze, Hermione lowered her head, a hint of crimson creeping into her ears. Chapter 3. A frightening encounter with a python. Feeling the weight of Sewer's gaze upon her, Hermione shifted uncomfortably. She looked up and scanned the crowd. "Where are Mr. and Mrs. Ellison?" she asked. Sewer shot her a glare before turning to search the crowd. "Over there," he pointed. "Not far off, Mr. Ellison and Sully were engaged in conversation with a family." Judging by Mr. Ellison's modest smile, it was evident that the individual conversing with him sought to curry favor. However, that man was rather imposing, resembling a large pig in clothing as he spoke. The day was exceptionally warm, prompting the burly man to frequently wipe his brow. Beside him, a slightly pudgy boy, presumably his son, tugged at the robust figure with an impatient expression. They exchanged only a few words before Mr. Ellison, with a smile, said a few parting remarks, and the stout man, chuckling, shook Mr. Ellison's hand before maneuvering through the crowd and disappearing from sight. "Apologies, have you finished your viewing?" Mr. Ellison inquired. "Yes, we have," Angel exclaimed, tugging at Mr. Ellison's shirt hem with both hands and feet. "I'm hungry, Daddy." "Very well then, Mr. Ellison replied with a smile, bending down to scoop Angel into his arms. He turned to search for a nearby restaurant. "There's one over there. Let us head there for a meal." Sewer had no objections, and naturally, Hermione had no say in the matter either. Mrs. Ellison maintained a constant, cheerful demeanor, embodying the role of a devoted wife and mother. After the meal, the inquisitive Angel's keen eyes spotted an ice cream stall, and she eagerly insisted that Sul buy her a treat. With no other choice, Sul rose to fetch a dual scoop of strawberry and cantaloupe ice cream for Angel, while he opted for 2 inexpensive lemon popsicles, one of which he offered to Hermione. "Thank you," Hermione replied with a hint of reserve, softly expressing her gratitude. "Where shall we go next?" Angel eagerly pointed ahead, and Sul followed her gesture to a reptile house. Hermione noticed it too, her face contorting in distaste. She was reluctant to go, but Sul playfully tugged at her, wearing a mischievous grin. He was aware that Hermione, like many other girls, harbored a certain aversion to the sticky, slimy creatures they would encounter. However, she had playfully provoked him earlier, perhaps due to the restaurant's coolness or the mealtime lull. The zoo was not overly crowded, prompting the Ellisons to choose to wait in the restaurant rather than join the throng. It was a rare opportunity for them to enjoy each other's company in solitude. Sul and Hermione each held one of Angel's hands, with the little girl deliberately dangling her feet to swing herself, erupting in peals of laughter. The reptile house was cool, but not damp, illuminated solely by concealed light tubes within the glass. On a hot day, it was the most comfortable place, attracting a fair number of visitors. Sul cautiously guided both girls along the path indicated by the signs. Just before reaching the main exhibit, a wave of screams rippled through the air. It seemed a snake had emerged. Chaos ensued as countless individuals retreated towards the exit in a frenzy. Panic is contagious. Even those who were oblivious to the cause found themselves swept up in the commotion. Without hesitation, Sul pulled the 2 girls close, veering left to navigate through the crowd. He recalled a corner near the golden ringed snake exhibit that would shield them from being trampled. Hermione, eyes wide with fear, clung tightly to Sul, while she held onto Angel firmly. The trio maneuvered through the throng, seeking an escape, and by the time Sul managed to guide them to safety in the corner, he realized one of his shoes had vanished, and his exposed arm bore bruises. Fortunately, they were safe. Sul panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Are you all right?" Hermione, relieved, looked up at him. "I'm fine. Let us just stay here and wait for the attendants," Sul replied softly, and the 2 little girls nodded in agreement. "Brother, wipe your sweat," Angel said thoughtfully, using her little hands to pat his clothing. The sudden upheaval prompted a swift response from the zoo management, and the crowd began to exit the venue in an orderly fashion. "Brother, look at the big snake," Angel exclaimed, suddenly pointing to a clear area not far from the crowd. As Sewer gazed around, a large python slithered across the floor, its tongue flicking in and out. The staff of the reptile exhibit wore expressions of panic as they brandished a forked trident, trailing behind it. Soon, Several uniformed individuals entered through the entrance, directing visitors to leave the venue. Only after Seward guided two young ladies out did he finally exhale in relief. In a fleeting glance, he had spotted a frail boy with a bowl haircut beside the massive serpent, uncertain if he had managed to escape safely. What has transpired inside? The Ellisons inquired anxiously as they approached. Upon seeing their daughter Angelia in tears, the couple felt a wave of relief wash over them. As her spirited cries indicated, she had not been harmed. Sully cradled Angelia in her arms, offering comforting words, while Mr. Ellison turned his attention to Seward. Seward winced as Mr. Ellison's large hand accidentally pressed against his bruised arm, bringing forth a sharp pang of pain. "You are injured," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening with concern. "What happened?" Mr. Ellison asked, his voice laced with anger. "It's nothing, Dad. I just bumped into something inside," Seward replied with a grin. "Mr. Ellison shot him an admonishing glare before turning to Hermione, whose voice trembled as she recounted the entire incident in excruciating detail, impressing Seward with her remarkable memory, as she even specified their location at each exhibit. When Mr. Ellison heard that Seward had sheltered the two girls in a corner, he gently patted Seward's shoulder. "Well done, young man," he commended. Given the chaos, the Ellison family clearly lacked the inclination to continue their outing. Despite Seward's repeated assurances of his well-being, the Ellisons decided to drive to a nearby clinic for precaution. Children's skin is tender, with rich capillaries, so bruising is common under pressure. "It looks alarming, but it's nothing serious," the doctor reassured them, prompting a sigh of relief from the Ellison couple. On their return journey, Mr. Ellison's mood lightened as he frequently praised Seward's actions, using terms like brave lad and responsible young man. Mrs. Ellison and Angelia showered Seward with affectionate kisses. "Seward is our family's angel," Mrs. Ellison reiterated with fondness. Noticing Hermione still appeared somewhat distressed and shaken, Seward chuckled softly and patted the little girl's fluffy head. "See, I got hurt protecting you." Upon witnessing the alarming bruises, Hermione's eyes welled with tears once more. "This hand may not be able to exert much strength for a while, so I believe a little reward would be reasonable," Seward stated matter-of-factly. "And what do you desire?" he inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he gazed meaningfully at Hermione's delicate features. Hermione, catching the playful glint in Seward's eyes, hesitated and glanced at Mrs. Ellison before lowering her gaze. "I want you to help me with my homework for the next few days." Hermione paused, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "You must be dreaming," she retorted, gritting her teeth as she enunciated each word with determination. Turning her head in anger, after a moment, she seemed somewhat aggrieved. With a sharp clap, she spun around and struck Seward. A cry of dismay echoed from within the car, accompanied by Hermione's even louder exclamations of "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Chapter 4. Birthdays and the arrival of the owl. Despite Hermione's insistence that she would not assist Seward with his homework, she ultimately completed all of his assignments for the past few days. After all, it was not the first time. Seward relished his leisure, cheerfully savoring the last days before the onset of summer vacation. The elementary school graduation ceremony commenced. As Seward performed in his long-sleeved lace dress, he noticed an elderly gentleman with a lengthy beard and a small cap seated in the left family section, accompanied by a lady with square glasses and an elaborate hairstyle. Perhaps they were parents of other students. Seward's gaze merely skimmed over them. Far more deserving of his attention was little Angel, who today donned a full princess outfit, looking every bit an angelic figure. During the curtain call, Seward discreetly blew a kiss to Angel, which delighted the young girl immensely. On the way home, Angel nestled in Seward's embrace, giggling incessantly. Today, Angel had come with the Granger couple, as the Ellisons seemed to have other commitments and could not join. "Are Mom and Dad not home today?" Seward quietly inquired of Angel. Yet, she was unaware, having been sent to the Granger's clinic that afternoon. It was peculiar. Mother should not be out at this hour. Seward gazed at the darkened house, filled with curiosity. He skillfully retrieved the key from beneath the flower pot at the door. The moment he opened the door, the lights illuminated the room. With a bang, confetti rained down from above, leaving Seward in astonishment. Mr. Ellison emerged from behind, placing a hat on Seward's head. "Congratulations on your graduation, my son, and happy birthday." Today was indeed his birthday, the day he had arrived at the Ellison household a decade earlier. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Sully carefully cradled a cake adorned with a candle, singing as she emerged from the kitchen. "Happy birthday, Guagua." Angel joyfully wrapped her arms around Seward's leg. It was overwhelming. Tears threatened to spill as Sewer lowered his head to shield his emotions from view, blinking rapidly as he squatted down to embrace Angel. "You little rascal. You knew all along, didn't you?" He gently nudged her nose with his own, eliciting peals of laughter from the girl. "Happy birthday." Hermione clapped from behind, her smile radiant. Sully presented the cake before Sewer, softly saying, "Happy birthday, our family's lucky star, my son. Make a wish, and then blow out the candle." Sewer glanced around at the Ellison couple, the Granger couple, and Hermione. He nodded vigorously, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Mom." Tears finally streamed down his cheeks as he blew out the candle with all his might. Sewer had long understood that he was merely the adopted son of the Ellison couple, yet he had long considered this kind pair as his true parents. And they treated him as their own. Even with the arrival of Angel, the sentiment remains unchanged. Throughout this lifetime, they, along with Angel, are the individuals worthy of his unwavering guardianship. I fervently wish for the well-being, health, and happiness of those I hold dear. As the summer vacation commences, Sewer will attend the same school as Hermione after the break. Initially, Hermione had a preference for a girls' academy, yet she ultimately altered her decision, opting to accompany Sewer to Eton College. Mr. Ellison possesses the means to enroll both children there. However, everything changed one fateful morning. On that day, Angel burst into Sewer's room, where he was still languishing in slumber, clutching a letter in her hand. She adeptly climbed onto the bed, bouncing with exuberance, and delivered a resounding thump along with a cheerful go-go. Just as Sewer was about to carry Angel out, he noticed the envelope in her grasp. A tremor coursed through him, dispelling all remnants of sleep. "Did you see who delivered the letter, Angel?" Sewer inquired, taking the thick envelope from her tiny hands, his voice tinged with a quiver. "No, Go-Go," Angel replied, shaking her head innocently. There was no mistaking it. This letter was identical to one he had encountered in a past life. It bore the unmistakable mark of Hogwarts. One side of the envelope was inscribed in emerald green ink, "Mr. Sewerborn's, bedroom on the second floor, for 45, Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester." A revelation struck Sewer. Was his true name indeed Sewerborn's? The realization left him momentarily dazed. Go-Go, Go-Go, this wax seal is so delightful. It features several animals," Angel exclaimed, reclining on the bed, her perspective allowing her to glimpse the seal on the envelope. Regaining his composure, Sewer turned the envelope over. Indeed, a wax seal adorned it, displaying a familiar crest, a shield encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Sewer became entranced by this emblem. Impatiently, Angel scrambled up, snatched the envelope, and tore it open, causing a cascade of parchment to spill forth. "Wow," she exclaimed in awe. Sewer, bemused, gathered the fallen parchment and eventually located the main letter. It contained the expected content, but with an added note stating that a professor would visit that evening. Indeed, such coincidences could not be mere happenstance. Coincidence upon coincidence culminated in inevitability. It appeared that this world mirrored that of the Harry Potter saga, a film he had once watched with his former girlfriend. The brilliant green light that had enveloped him upon crossing into this realm must surely have been the infamous Avada Kedavra. "Sewer, are you awake?" Sully knocked on the door, calling from outside. "Your little girlfriend Hermione is here to see you." Her tone was laced with mischief. "Mother!" Sewer shouted in exasperation. He tossed aside the covers, lifted Angel from the bed, and after a brief wash, descended the stairs clad in his pajamas. In the living room, Hermione sat on the sofa, her expression fraught with concern. "What is the matter, Hermione?" Sewer asked, taking a bite of a slice of bread, his words somewhat garbled. Sewer hesitated, his face clouded with worry, and finally said, "This isn't like you, Hermione." Sewer had a glimmer of understanding regarding the young girl's impending revelation. "Was it the matter of not being able to accompany me to Eden?" Hermione suddenly lifted her gaze. "How did you know? Since you are already aware?" She lowered her head again, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. "I do not wish to attend that school, but a representative from there came yesterday and informed me that if I do not go, I might. Thus, we are destined to attend different schools, which I truly do not desire. However, I inquired, and it appears we shall have holidays, during which I can visit you." She mumbled a plethora of words while staring down, her voice laden with guilt and reluctance. Had she looked up at that moment, she would have seen Sewer suppressing laughter. His face flushed. "Is it Hogwarts, Sister Granger?" Angel rushed to Hermione's side, leaning her upper body against her legs, her innocent face tilted upward, voice bright and clear. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she raised her head, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Angel, utterly perplexed. How do you know, Angel? Because Bobo received an acceptance letter this morning. Angel chimed. What kind of place is Hogwarts? Hermione, momentarily stunned, shifted her gaze from Angel's face to Soar's, who could finally release his laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. Such a sight of Hermione was rare. Her complexion shifted from crimson to pale and back again, as if caught in a whirlwind of emotions. The tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes finally spilled over, igniting a tempest in the Ellison household, akin to a lion pursuing its prey. Sir Ellison, you must pay for this. The girl's shrill scream and Angel's delighted laughter resonated throughout Lily Street that morning. Chapter 5. Angel's unicorn. Mr. Ellison furrowed his brow deeply, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a staccato sound. Before him lay an open letter. Shortly after receiving a call from his wife, Sully, he visited Mr. Granger's clinic to ascertain the situation, yet he remained skeptical. After all, magic exists solely within the realms of stories. How could an ordinary person dismantle and reconstruct their worldview, built over decades, without witnessing it firsthand? Sir, the individual you mentioned. Will they be arriving tonight? He inquired. I do not know. Sor replied obediently, cradling Angel as he sat opposite Mr. Ellison, shaking his head. This is the first time in our lives we are encountering such a thing. Mr. Ellison's frown deepened. His original intention was to dismiss such fantastical notions. He had already envisioned Sor's future, attending Eton, pursuing further studies abroad, and eventually returning to inherit his enterprise, ensuring Angel's well-being a century hence. However, the inexplicable acceptance letter from a magical school had disrupted all his plans and thoughts. Yet, Mr. Granger's experiences were undeniably real. A knock echoed through the air. Angel seemed to spring to life, leaping from Sor's embrace. Is it the people from Hogwarts? Mr. Ellison and Sor turned their gaze toward the door. Sister Granger. The joyful voice of Angel echoed through the room. It was Hermione. How did she arrive? When Hermione Granger entered, holding Angel's small hand, she was taken aback by the serious atmosphere of the living room. What brings you here? Sor raised an eyebrow. Good evening, Mr. Ellison. Hermione greeted him politely before addressing Sor's question. I wanted to learn more about Hogwarts, so I came. Hee. Little Hermione, just as Mr. Ellison had left a sentence unfinished the night before, there came another knock at the door. Once again, it was the ever-eager Angel. Grandpa, who are you looking for? Angel's adorable voice chimed from the doorway. Sor felt a pang of anxiety. They were here. The guest seemed in no hurry to enter, engaging in cheerful conversation with Angel at the door, while Sor sat in the living room, his heart racing. Professor Dumbledore, a slightly serious female voice gently reminded. 2 guests have arrived? Dumbledore, and who else? Sor quietly sat in his seat, beginning to drift off. Hermione answered his unspoken question, standing tall and composed. Good evening. Professor McGonagall, an elderly man, sprightly and white-bearded, entered the room with a warm smile, guiding Angel alongside him, followed by a witch clad in a deep green robe and a tall hat. Seemingly surprised by Hermione's presence, she smiled in return. Good evening, Miss Granger. Daddy, Grandpa. The old gentleman is here looking for you, Angel exclaimed, releasing their hands and bouncing into Sor's embrace. Dumbledore cast a gentle glance at Sor before turning to Mr. Ellison. Good evening, Mr. Ellison, he spoke softly. Good evening, Ellison replied, rising. Dumbledore's conversational skills were evidently exceptional, and soon Mr. Ellison was laughing and chatting with him. Daddy, have some candy. Angel suddenly stuffed a white, round object into Sor's mouth. Lemon-flavored. Is it good? The old gentleman gave it to me, Angel giggled, sharing a piece with Hermione as well. Sor then noticed that Angel had acquired a small bag from somewhere, from which she had retrieved the candy. Mrs. Ellison emerged from the kitchen, carrying cookies and serving red tea to everyone present, except for Angel, who could only drink milk. Although the little one did not favor milk, she had her own trick. She secretly tossed a piece of the earlier white candy into her cup. As long as it was sweet, she could accept the milk. She happily took a sip. The conversation quickly shifted to Sor's school, and in a short time, this erudite elder had earned Mr. Ellison's respect. However, he carefully pondered before asking, Mr. Dumbledore, what exactly is Hogwarts as mentioned in the letter? Dumbledore took a piece of cookie, chewed thoughtfully with a squint of enjoyment, and replied, Hogwarts is a school that has been passed down for 1,000 years, responsible for teaching young wizards the art of magic. Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall, who had, unbeknownst to him, begun chatting with Hermione, and he smiled faintly. It appears that the task of revealing magic to muggles must be undertaken by oneself. It is indeed a long-awaited sensation. Observing everything from the sidelines, Saul felt a stir in his heart upon seeing the distinctly knotted wand in Dumbledore's hand. This was none other than the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. The Ellisons were left speechless, their eyes wide as they watched the cup in their hands sprout 2 legs and frolic over to the teapot, which then gracefully levitated and poured some red tea. "Wow, the teacup has come to life," exclaimed Angel. Dumbledore smiled slightly, pointing his wand at a wooden chair beside Angel, transforming it into a little silver horse with a golden horn. It was a unicorn. Angel's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrambled onto its back, utterly unafraid. The unicorn galloped around the living room in circles, with Angel's joyful laughter echoing through the air. After this spectacle, Dumbledore took a gentle sip from his teacup. "Mr. Ellison stammered, his mouth agape despite his prior preparation, as his worldview was shaken. Mrs. Ellison was even more astonished, though she felt a pang of envy for her daughter riding a living unicorn. What European girl has not dreamed of riding a unicorn? In truth, this is merely one form of magic, Dumbledore softly remarked. "Child," he said, turning to Saul, "as you can see, would you like to come to Hogwarts?" "Of course, sir," Saul replied softly. "Then this item should be entrusted to you." Dumbledore touched a ring, and a key materialized in his palm. "This is a relic of your parents." "My parents?" Saul glanced at the Ellisons. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. "Regrettably, when we found them, it was already too late. We searched for you for quite some time, but it seems you have been quite happy." "Yes, sir," Saul replied, looking at the laughing children and the Ellisons, who were gazing intently at him, tightening his grip on the key. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly, watching Angel's joyful demeanor. After a moment of silence, he let out a barely noticeable sigh, waved his wand, and dispelled the enchantments on the teapot and teacup. He winked at Saul, reminding him that the unicorn would accompany her for the night, cautioning him not to let it escape, lest it cause him trouble. "Minerva, we must be on our way," he said. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, examining Saul for some time before gently patting his shoulder. "Remember your surname. It is noble and glorious. You bear a striking resemblance to your parents. Should you need anything at school, do not hesitate to seek me out. Hogwarts welcomes you." Chapter 6. Welcome to Diagon Alley. After Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall departed, the Ellisons remained in a daze for quite some time. However, they no longer opposed Saul's attendance at Hogwarts. That day, Angel played exuberantly for hours. Mrs. Ellison, returning to her childhood, fulfilled her dream of riding the unicorn. Albeit her stature was somewhat larger compared to the unicorn Dumbledore had conjured for Angel's amusement. After Dumbledore's magic lasted throughout the night, it returned to its original state the following morning. Angel, naturally, wept copiously, clutching the transformed chair tightly, refusing to let anyone move it, including her beloved brother, Saul. In addition to this, she incessantly pestered Saul with inquiries about when that white-bearded old man would visit again. Go, I want to ride a unicorn," she would exclaim. "Oh dear, my head hurts," Saul said, raising his hand to cover his forehead, a pained expression crossing his face. The naive Angel believed him, and in a flurry of panic, she called for their mother. When Mrs. Ellison arrived, she was startled to see Saul wink at her. Understanding the situation, she pretended to ask Saul a few questions before kneeling down to face Angel, donning a sorrowful expression that appeared quite insincere. However, the innocent and trusting Angel was unable to discern the facade. "Your brother has fallen ill," Mrs. Ellison said gravely. "What should we do?" "We must take him to the doctor right away," Angel exclaimed in distress. "However, this illness is quite easy to treat," Mrs. Ellison continued, changing her tone. "As long as you refrain from mentioning the unicorn, your brother shall recover." At 5 years old, Angel was perceptive enough to grasp what had transpired. "Humph. Both brother and mother are wicked, ganging up on me," she huffed, turning away in indignation. In the days that followed, she indeed refrained from bringing up the subject of unicorns. Yet, she also did not utter a single word to Saul, even when he held her favorite snacks. She remained silent, eating but refusing to engage. Upon learning the full story, Mr. Ellison chuckled softly, wisely choosing not to interject. Matters between children should be resolved by the children themselves, as adult involvement could complicate their affairs. That morning, Mr. Ellison decided not to go to work, freeing up a day to accompany Sul to Diagon Alley. He was filled with curiosity about the magical world, as were the Grangers. Just before their departure, Sul quietly approached Angel. "Oh dear, I'm off to the magical world to buy things," Sul announced loudly, feigning ignorance about whether a certain little one might wish to join him. Angel, fiddling with her toys, glanced up and shot Sul an annoyed look before turning her back. "There will be unicorns for sale," he continued. Hearing the mention of unicorns, Angel's ears perked up, yet she remained silent. "If you don't say you want to come, Gogo want to know whether to take you along," Sul sighed dramatically, pretending to take a few steps away. True to form, Angel turned in a hurry but found Sul standing there, grinning at her. "Humph, naughty Gogo," she exclaimed, angrily approaching him and giving him a few playful taps. "Oh dear, are you trying to harm Gogo?" Sul squatted down, feigning injury as if it truly pained him. Unable to contain herself, Angel finally burst into laughter. Relieved, Sul embraced her and offered some words of comfort, then took her hand as they made their way to the door where the Ellisons had started the car, waiting alongside the Granger family. "One must not provoke this little girl again." Hee. Hermione observed the entire scene from the doorway, including Sewer's ostentatious performance. "You deserve it," she remarked. Over the past few days, she had been enjoying herself immensely with Angel, while Sewer, with a pitiful expression, longed to join them. Yet Angel denied him the opportunity, delighting Hermione for several days. Sewer shot a sidelong glance at Hermione, remaining silent. "Just wait, you'll see." The vehicles smoothly entered the city, cruising along the bustling thoroughfares until it finally came to a halt on a particular street. "Are you certain this is the right place?" Mr. Ellison inquired, glancing around, unable to spot any establishment named the Leaky Cauldron. He found it hard to believe that a portal to the magical world could exist in such a vibrant area. "It is here, Father," Sewer replied, glancing at the address on the letter, which indicated they needed to proceed a little further. With the letter in hand, they would be able to locate it. The group passed by a bookstore, a record shop, a burger joint, and a cinema, eventually stopping beside a larger bookstore, with another record shop on its opposite side. "Here it is," Sewer declared, having spotted a dilapidated, narrow pub, with only its door and sign visible, inscribed with the words Leaky Cauldron. "Where?" "Mr. and Mrs." Ellison looked around, still unable to find it, nor did Mr. and Mrs. Granger have any luck. "I see it," Angel exclaimed, one hand gripping Hermione's and the other pointing between the bookstore and the record shop. Yet the four adults could only see a dark red wall. "I forgot." Sewer giggled, reaching up to grasp Mr. Ellison's arm. Hermione mimicked the action. Now, everyone could see it. Mr. Ellison gazed at the shabby, grimy faade of the pub, hesitating to speak. "Well, it's certainly unappealing." Sewer raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Angel, undeterred by the filth, tugged Hermione inside. Goggles said there are unicorns for sale in there. The group quickly rushed in, seemingly unnoticed by the passers-by, who hurried away as if oblivious to their presence. No one could have anticipated the vastness of the interior, albeit somewhat dirty and dim. Sewer curiously surveyed the surroundings. A dozen tables, worn and stained with age, were scattered across the wooden floor, while an elderly woman, appearing quite decrepit, puffed on a long pipe. Several individuals clad in pointed hats and cloaks huddled together, whispering. "New students, I presume? Here to acquire supplies for school?" Suddenly, an elderly man, nearly bald and resembling a shriveled walnut, appeared before Sewer, smiling broadly. A tattered cloth, indiscernible in its original color, rested on his shoulder, and he held a tray in his hands. "Indeed, sir," Sewer replied politely with a nod. "Oh, what a polite child. I am the proprietor here. You may call me Tom, as everyone does," he cackled, emitting an unappealing laugh. Mr. Ellison frowned. He did not find the man's demeanor reassuring. "Come along, young wizards, follow me. First-time visitors to Diagon Alley require my guidance. Are you certain this is reliable? This individual appears rather peculiar." Hermione pursed her lips and gently patted Sewer. "It's all right," Sewer replied. "This is likely customary." Old Tom led the seven through the bar and into a small courtyard surrounded by walls at the back of the establishment. The seven of them filled the modest space, while a half-covered trash bin stood silently against the wall before them. "Remember, young wizards, next time you must come on your own," he instructed. "Did you see the trash bin? Count 3 bricks up and then 2 bricks in." Old Tom gestured for the group and continued. "Here, we do not use Muggle currency." "What is a Muggle?" Hermione inquired. Old Tom glanced at the 4 adults who were scanning the surroundings. Muggle is a term for those who cannot perform magic. Oh, of course, there is no discriminatory intent. It is an expression that has been passed down for ages. Hermione nodded silently in understanding. Step back, gentlemen and ladies, he urged. And the group shuffled backwards. We only use one type of wizard currency here. Old Tom produced a stick and began tapping a brick on the wall. Walk straight through to the end, and you will see a white building. That is Gringotts, the bank you muggles refer to. You must exchange for wizard currency there before shopping. The brick he tapped began to tremble and shifted, revealing a small opening that widened until a broad archway appeared before them, wide enough for all 7 to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. Old Tom twirled his wand and tucked it away, smiling as he said, "Enjoy your shopping, wizards. Diagon Alley welcomes you." Chapter 7. Gringotts. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Oh, may your magical endeavors thrive. Old Tom chuckled, giving Sewer a friendly pat on the shoulder. I heard this from an Eastern visitor. I think it's rather nice. Farewell. As the archway began to narrow, it solidified back into a sturdy wall once the 7 had fully exited. Hermione hurriedly retrieved the new student shopping list from her bag and began to recite it. We need to purchase 3 sets of black robes, a hat, a pair of dragon-hide gloves, and a winter cloak. But first, we must exchange money. Sewer gently placed a hand on Hermione to halt her. She had memorized the list prior to their arrival, and retrieving it now was merely to reinforce her memory. The 4 adults gazed in awe at everything on the street as Sewer led them further inside. Look, I want to eat that, Angelique exclaimed as she wriggled free from Hermione's grasp and dashed to tug at Sewer's sleeve. She was referring to the ice cream shop next to the Owl Emporium, where a young wizard emerged with a cone topped with 4 delightful scoops. All right, Angelique, wait until we get the money, and I'll buy it for you, all right? Sewer replied gently. The little girl obediently nodded, yet her hand still clutched the hem of Sewer's garment, following him closely as they ventured further inside. At the end of the passage, as Tom had described, stood a building entirely adorned in white. Beside the gleaming brass door stood a figure clad in a scarlet uniform trimmed with gold. Mrs. Ellison dared not gaze too long, for its appearance was quite peculiar. It was not tall, about a head shorter than Sewer, with a pitch-black visage, its eyes glinting with a cunning light, and sharp whiskers that extended down to its knees. As the 7 passed, it bowed in greeting. Mr. Granger intended to return the gesture, but was restrained by Mrs. Granger, who noticed that others had not reciprocated the bow. In unfamiliar surroundings, the wisest choice is often to follow the crowd. Upon entering the brass door, they encountered a silver door, also guarded by 2 fairies in crimson uniforms. Is this pure silver? Mr. Ellison murmured, reaching out to touch it as they drew near, smacking his lips in wonder. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he had yet to indulge in such extravagance as a pure silver door. Indeed, sir, this door is entirely crafted from silver, one fairy suddenly interjected, casting a sidelong glance at the inscription upon the door. I was merely curious, Sewer remarked. Every muggle who visits Gringotts is the same, the fairy replied, cautioning that greed often leads to dire consequences. Clearly, you lack an understanding of etiquette, Sewer retorted coldly, irked by the fairy's tone. Hermione tugged at his sleeve from behind. My apologies, sir. It has just arrived. Another fairy stepped forward, clarifying that no offense was intended, and that Gringotts welcomed all visitors, whether wizard or muggle. The fairy bowed in apology as it spoke. Humph, Sewer scoffed, continuing deeper into the establishment, while the fairy remained bowed until they entered the grand hall. Just a wizard of muggle descent, the fairy muttered, unable to contain its disdain. Silence. Have you forgotten why you were assigned to guard the entrance? Another fairy reprimanded, warning that should the first not amend its ways, it would soon find itself tasked with feeding the dragons below. And are you truly certain he is of muggle descent? The essence of pure blood cannot be easily deceived. The fairy fell silent, shivering at the thought of the fate that awaited it should it be relegated to feeding the dragons. Where only 1 in 10 survived the ordeal. The temperament of the creatures below was notoriously poor. Having passed through the rather unpleasant silver door, Sewer and his companions entered the marble office hall of Gringotts, where a grand chandelier crafted from crystal hung from the lofty arched ceiling, casting a gentle glow that complemented the golden columns surrounding them. The Grangers and the Ellisons gasped in unison at the sight. A multitude of fairies were seated behind a wooden counter, some weighing coins on brass scales, others peering through long monocles to inspect gems, while still others scribbled diligently in notebooks with feather quills. The wizards adorned in tall hats paced around the hall, making the modern attire of Sewer and his companions appear rather peculiar. Soon, a fairy approached them, a nameplate hanging from its chest inscribed with the name Dolly. The fairy bowed in greeting and inquired, "May I assist you?" "We are new students from Hogwarts, here to exchange some currency," Sewer replied. "Do you possess your acceptance letters?" Dolly asked. Sewer glanced at Hermione, who nodded and patted her satchel, indicating she had them. "Please follow me," Dolly gestured, leading the group to a counter. "Muggle currency for wizarding coins," Dolly announced to someone inside before bowing and departing. "Acceptance letters?" A different fairy, donned in gold-rimmed spectacles, lazily leaned forward to ask. Hermione retrieved 2 acceptance letters from her bag and presented them. "2 young wizards?" The fairy peered at the letters, confirming their validity before stating, "You may exchange for 100 galleons. The exchange rate is £5 for 1 galleon." Mr. Granger and Mr. Ellison each produced an envelope for Sewer to hand over. While the fairy counted the coins, Sewer noticed a wizard next to him take a key, followed by a fairy guiding him through a small door at the side of the counter. Suddenly, he recalled the key Dumbledore had given him. Holding it aloft, he inquired, "May I ask about this key?" The fairy glanced at him with a hint of impatience, but then his demeanor shifted. "Ah, indeed, esteemed customer. That is a key to Gringotts' vault. Do you wish to enter and retrieve something?" "Not necessary," Sewer pondered, shaking his head, with 4 adults and a little girl tugging at his sleeve eager to purchase ice cream. It seemed inappropriate to delve into the vault to explore what his biological parents had left behind. The fairy's attitude transformed upon seeing the key. He respectfully placed 200 galleons into a bag and presented it on a tray. "Should you wish to retrieve any items, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you." Sewer accepted the bag and casually handed it to Hermione. "Let us go shopping." Hermione carefully tucked the fabric bag into her satchel, aware that it held a fortune worth £1,000. "I want ice cream." Angel tugged at Sewer's sleeve, recalling the tempting treat piled high with scoops. "Very well. Let us first get our little angel some ice cream," Sewer responded with a warm smile. Chapter 8. The 1 moments later. Each of the 4 ladies held a cone as they stood on the bustling street of Diagon Alley. "Shall we purchase books first?" Hermione's eyes gleamed as she spotted a nearby bookstore. Sewer knew this girl could easily lose herself in books, and if they headed to the bookstore first, they might end up carrying heavy bags filled with volumes. Thus, he shook his head. "No, the most important task now is to acquire a wand." "All right." Hermione nodded with a hint of disappointment, but soon her excitement returned. "Professor McGonagall had informed me that possessing a fine wand would significantly enhance my ability to wield magic. Speaking of procuring a wand, she recommended Ollivander's. Mrs. Granger and I expressed our intention to visit that establishment. Mrs. Ellison, however, appeared to have different thoughts, prompting Saul to follow her gaze. "Ah, it seemed to lead to a clothing shop. That was no concern. Shall I join you and Hermione there later, Mother?" Saul inquired thoughtfully. "Very well," Mrs. Ellison replied, and thus the group divided into pairs and a larger party of 5 at the fork in the road. The 2 of them meandered along the cobbled path for quite some time until they encountered a small, dilapidated store. The golden sign at the entrance had worn away, inscribed with the words Ollivander, quality wand since 382 BC. "This is the place," Saul declared, halting in his tracks, while Hermione regarded the quaint little shop with a look of skepticism. "Are you certain?" "Ah, it is the workshop of a millennial-old wand master. It is only natural for the shop to appear a bit worn. Anything left for 1,000 years would show signs of decay." As he spoke, Saul pushed the door open, with Hermione following closely behind. A tinkling bell chimed from the depths of the shop, seemingly alerting the proprietor to the arrival of customers. Saul and Hermione stood by a bench near the entrance, surveying the shop's interior, where countless boxes were meticulously stacked to the ceiling. A solitary folding chair stood forlornly beside a towering mountain of boxes. Those afflicted with a fear of clutter might well feel faint in such a space. The atmosphere was solemn and mysterious, leaving Saul and Hermione too awestruck to utter a sound. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice broke the silence, startling both of them. Turning towards the source of the sound, they beheld an elderly gentleman who had appeared before them, dressed simply yet impeccably. His eyes, a pale silver, gleamed like 2 radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. This must be Ollivander, akin to a gear minter from a fantasy game. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander." They chorused in unison, their demeanor somewhat reserved. Ollivander gazed intently at Saul, as if recalling something from the past. "Ah, I remember now," he said, "Mr. Bournes. I recall your father, 13 1/3 inches, made of you, with a unicorn tail feather. And Mrs. Bourne's, her wand of cherry wood, a delight to wield. That was a fine wand indeed. Now, it's your turn, young Bournes. Hermione regarded Sol with a hint of surprise. Actually, I am Sol Ellison, sir, he replied softly. While he might assume a different surname in the magical realm, it was the Ellison couple who had nurtured him from infancy. Given the choice, he would prefer not to let a magical surname overshadow that of Ellison. No, I cannot be mistaken. You bear a striking resemblance to your father and mother. Have they arrived? Ollivander stepped closer to Sol, scrutinizing him to affirm his judgment, then rose slightly on his toes to peer outside. They did not come. They have passed away, Sol replied quietly. Oh, Ollivander seemed momentarily saddened. Mr. and Mrs. Bournes were good people. I am sorry, my child. I did not know. It is quite all right, Mr. Ollivander. I am more eager to acquire my own wand now, Sol stated. Of course, Ollivander responded. Ollivander nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the anticipation that young wizards harbor for their first wand. Well then, Mr. Boellison, which hand do you prefer? Ollivander extended his hand to summon a measuring tape from a nearby table. The right hand, sir. Very well, extend it. The measuring tape began to move, measuring dimensions in accordance with Ollivander's gestures. It is commonly believed that a wizard's power commands the wand. After measuring Sol's arm length and circumference, it proceeded to measure from shoulder to floor and from knee to armpit. My ancestors determined long ago that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, faithfully reflecting the qualities of its master. Ollivander began to walk backward as the measuring tape danced around Sol. For ages, we have utilized dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and unicorn tail hairs, all possessing remarkable properties. Sounds emanated from the area where Ollivander had vanished, and soon he returned, cradling several boxes. Dragon heartstring. 12 1/4 inches, pine, give it a try. He drew the wand from the box, presenting it to Sol with the handle facing outward. Sol accepted it. Yet before he could even wave it to gauge its feel, a burst of red light erupted from the wand's tip, striking a nearby stack of boxes, causing several to tumble to the ground with a series of thuds. Ollivander, unfazed, swiftly reclaimed the wand from Sol's grasp. This ill-tempered fellow clearly does not favor you, Mr. Boellison. Let us try this one, willow, phoenix feather. As soon as Sol grasped the new wand, its tip began to emit a soft glow. Oh, this seems promising, Mr. Ollivander remarked, and for a moment, Sol believed he had found his wand. However, Ollivander shook his head, stating, but it is not the best. The boxes piled higher as wands were exchanged one after another, yet Ollivander exhibited no impatience. Rather, he grew increasingly exhilarated. A discerning client. No matter, let me ponder. Ah, I believe I have just the one. Ollivander gently clapped his hands, mumbling to himself as he ventured deeper into the shop, where a cacophony of sounds erupted, a series of thuds, bangs, and clatters. There was even a faint ouch, suggesting Ollivander had been struck by a box. Hermione, perched on a bench against the wall, had begun to nod off. Ah, this is it. Ollivander emerged, dusting off his shoulder, yet a smile graced his face. Give it a try. He presented a remarkably beautiful wand, adorned with lively patterns that evoked the very essence of life at first glance. An extraordinary combination. It is an early creation of my father's. Ollivander caressed the wand delicately, tracing the patterns repeatedly. Sycamore, nightshade tail feather, a remarkably opposing combination, yet harmonious in nature. I cannot conceive of a more suitable wand. Sol grasped the wand in his hand, and suddenly a feeling surged within him. This was it. The wand trembled gently in his grip, wisps of light emanating from its tip, quickly filling the air with luminescent particles that rejuvenated the very atmosphere of the quaint little shop. It was truly marvelous. Ollivander gently applauded, though a look of inscrutability crossed his face. Life is the most exquisite phenomenon in the world, and death is equally a profound enigma, he remarked. It has chosen you, and I hope you will not disappoint it. Now, it is time for this young witch. Ah, Hermione looked up in confusion. Is it over? Wipe the drool off your chin, Hermione, Sol said with a smile as he tightened his grip on the wand. Chapter 9. The Return, Revised, Vinewood, Dragon Heartstring. A commendable combination. Ollivander nodded with a smile. It typically chose wizards of lofty aspirations and far-sighted vision. The cost is 14 galleons for these two wands, he noted. This was merely the expense for the young wizard's first wands. Their true value far exceeded this amount, with the remainder covered by Hogwarts School. Hermione's acquisition of her wand did not take long, as Ollivander swiftly utilized his expertise to select the most suitable wand for her. "Oh no," to quote Ollivander. This wand exhibited a fervent desire for a master. TSK, with a dragon heartstring core. Ah, a fiery little witch indeed. Sol teased Hermione as he stepped out of the shop, clutching the wand box. Hermione rolled her eyes, stepping forcefully on Sol's foot. "Ouch!" Sol exclaimed in pain. The fiery little witch strode along the street for a while, then hesitated momentarily. "You," she seemed hesitant, "your parents." "Yes, they have passed away," Sol replied, though curiosity lingered about the kind of people they were. Hermione fell silent for a moment, cautiously looking up at Sol. "I'm sorry." Sol beamed at her. "It's all right. Look, Angel and Mom and Dad are waiting for us at the door. Come on, you all are so slow." Angel pouted, her ice cream long finished. Sorry, Sol said, bending down to nuzzle Angel's little face. Madame Malkin was a short, plump, and amiable witch, garbed in a purple wizard's robe, who warmly welcomed Sol and his companions inside. "Are you here for Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" she inquired with a smile. "Oh, and here's a little angel. We have many styles. After purchasing the uniforms, you can browse further." Clearly, this was the favored place for most Hogwarts students to acquire their uniforms, and Madame Malkin expertly measured Sol and Hermione. Sol was measured first, followed by Hermione. After measuring Hermione, Madame Malkin whispered something in her ear, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush. She jumped down from the high stool and exchanged a few words with Mrs. Granger, who nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, the three of them entered a small room in the back of the clothing store. While waiting, Sol was not idle. He strolled through Madame Malkin's robe shop, holding Angel by the hand. As Madame Malkin had described, the shop was indeed vast, adorned with an array of splendid garments. "Brother!" the unicorn Angel exclaimed in delight, pointing excitedly at a cloak displayed on a mannequin. It was embellished with golden lace and depicted a unicorn shape outlined in silver thread. However, it was evidently designed for an adult. Sol glanced at the petite size of Angel and mused that the cloak could serve as a blanket for her until she turned 15. He wondered if customizations were possible at Madame Malkin's. The little girl was remarkably sensible. She did not clamor for the garment, but instead asked Sol to hold her as she touched the unicorn on the cloak. At that moment, Hermione emerged blushing alongside Mrs. Granger, carrying a tightly wrapped small package. Once the robes were completed, they would be delivered by owl. All that was required was to leave a home address and a deposit of 1 galleon, with the remaining payment due upon delivery. Madame Malkin smiled and waved farewell to everyone. Next door was a bookstore named Leaky Cauldron, visible through the window, where numerous young witches and wizards were perusing items. Hermione began to recite a list: standard spellbook, beginners, and history of magic. The bookstore was rather small, and with the group's large ambitions, they were compelled to split up at the entrance. The Granger couple and the Ellison couple, who was holding Angel, waited outside. Seizing an opportunity, Sol stealthily slipped back inside. Madame Malkin was somewhat surprised by his return, but Sol pointed to the embroidered unicorn cloak in the window and exchanged a few words with her. Madame Malkin's face blossomed with a radiant smile. The cloak cost 10 galleons, a substantial sum, and the price for customization was similarly high, but with a smaller fabric. The profit would be greater. They agreed that the custom unicorn cloak would be delivered alongside the school robes, and Sol quietly made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. Mrs. Ellison noticed this scene, glancing at the unicorn cloak in Madame Malkin's window and then at Angel, who was curiously looking around in her arms. A sense of contentment graced her lips. Hermione had already purchased all the textbooks needed for school, including Sol's. She then began to sift through the books in the store, eager to take the entire shop home. "Why do you want to buy this book?" Sol asked, pointing to a hefty tome titled Magical Law and Important Considerations for Members of the Ministry of Magic, the golden letters on the cover gleaming prominently. Moreover, this book costs 5 galleons. Sol sighed in exasperation. Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet she insisted, "If we don't buy this book, what if we inadvertently break the law? We'll be at Hogwarts for 7 years, and there are school rules in place. Where do you plan to commit a crime?" Sol countered. After a bit of back and forth, Hermione reluctantly returned the law book to its rightful place. However, she still purchased several additional books, such as Significant Events in Modern Magical History, The Allure of Potions, The Origins of Magic, and Walking with Trolls, among others. Ultimately, I was the one burdened with carrying them. Sol, exasperated, dragged a hefty bag filled with neatly wrapped books towards the exit of the bookstore. The clerk at Lichen Bookstore beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum and kindly suggested that there was an owl post office nearby where we could entrust these books for delivery. Saul accepted this recommendation and exited the store, where Mr. Granger and Mr. Ellison stepped forward to lift the substantial load of books to the owl post office. 30 nuts. Quite expensive, Hermione reluctantly paid, lamenting that the sum could have purchased an ice cream. If only you hadn't insisted on buying so many books. Saul shot her a glance. Please, let us be reasonable. We are utterly ignorant of the magical world, and the best way to familiarize ourselves is through literature, Hermione retorted. Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? The four adults sauntered behind, observing the spirited banter between the young ones. Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Ellison exchanged knowing glances, sharing a maternal smile. After purchasing a cauldron, telescope, dragonhide gloves, and a brass scale, Hermione rifled through her wallet. Realizing that after accounting for the cost of her school robes, little remained. Have I truly bought too many books? Hermione pondered. We also need an owl, Saul proposed, so we can stay in touch with our families. But do we have enough money? Hermione inquired anxiously, lowering her gaze. For she had just spent several gold galleons on books, including the one titled Walking with Trolls, which cost 1 galleon and 6 silver sickles. Saul peeked into his wallet and, perhaps leaning too close, was momentarily enveloped by a delicate fragrance. He awkwardly touched his nose and coughed. It should be sufficient, he assured her. However, they evidently underestimated the cost of an owl. The most expensive snowy owl surprisingly cost over 100 galleons. Thus they settled for the cheapest option, a gray owl, as it would merely serve the purpose of correspondence with their families. While at the pet store, Hermione was taken with a ginger cat, which Saul found rather unattractive, as its eyes, nose, and mouth were aligned on the same plane. Nevertheless, Hermione adored it, petting it repeatedly with great affection. The pet store clerk persistently recommended this cat to Saul and his companions, emphasizing that it was an exceptional opportunity. As the cat had been in their store for several months without any interest, Hermione wished to purchase it, yet was daunted by the price of over 10 galleons. Saul's mind sparked with an idea, and before leaving the pet store, he requested an address, contemplating that if the cat remained available by Christmas, it would make a splendid gift for Hermione. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to pilfer some pocket money from the wealthy children within the castle. A few individuals subsequently purchased an abundance of snacks, expending their remaining change in its entirety. This left Angel feeling utterly bewildered, as she completely forgot her brother's mention of the possibility of acquiring a unicorn here. As dusk approached, they embarked on their journey homeward. Chapter 10. Visitors from the Ministry of Magic. The owl's movements were remarkably swift. Upon their return home, Saul and his companions discovered a substantial pile of books stacked at the Granger's doorstep. It appeared to be rather excessive, prompting Hermione to sheepishly stick out her tongue. In the days that followed, Hermione naturally immersed herself in the realm of magical tomes. Each day she would carry her wand to the Ellison residence, diligently practicing the spells mentioned in the beginner's guide to standard incantations, such as the Restoration Charm, Levitation Charm, and Unlocking Charm, among others. As is widely known, practicing magic necessitates the presence of objects upon which to apply such enchantments. For instance, the Unlocking Charm requires a lock to work upon. Thus the locks at the Granger home became her subjects of experimentation. Young wizards often struggle to control the magical energy within them, leading to spells that might be inadvertently cast with slightly exaggerated or diminished potency. Hermione gazed innocently at the smoking hole in her front door, where Mrs. Granger stood on the other side. Miss Granger, I must remind you that this is the 4th lock we have had to replace, she stated. I'm sorry, Mom, Hermione replied, lowering her head in genuine contrition. Saul stood on the lawn, happily tossing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Oh no, it's the rotten egg flavor. You must teach me. I followed the book's instructions precisely, yet I keep failing, Hermione said, her expression one of frustration as she approached Saul. It's not fair. Why is it so easy for you? How could he explain to Hermione that he had indeed learned the basics of several spells with minimal practice? He himself was uncertain of the reason. Perhaps you could inquire with your wand? Saul hesitantly suggested. Hermione's eyes widened. You're just brushing me off. No. You must demonstrate it for me again. I want to see. What are you two doing? Angel, having just woken from her nap, bounced downstairs. Are you practicing magic again? When will you turn a unicorn for me to play with? I'll do it once I master it. Right now, I need to demonstrate some magic for the silly Granger. Angel, could you help me by locking the door inside? Sure. Angel skipped back into the house, obediently locking the door. You're the silly one, humph, big pighead. Hermione glared fiercely at Saul, her temper flaring as she approached the door. Aren't you coming over? Saul shrugged, yet he retrieved his wand and walked toward Hermione. That night, Hermione was having dinner at the Ellison home when mischievous Angel accidentally shattered a porcelain plate. Hermione promptly drew her wand, volunteering to help. Though aspirations were lofty, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. Under the expectant gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, she managed to make the already broken plate even more fragmented. Saul burst into laughter, drawing the predatory gaze of Angel, akin to that of a young lioness. Saul? Mrs. Ellison shot him an irritated glare. All right. Saul took back his wand from Angel's hands. With a flourish, the shattered porcelain plates were drawn together as if by invisible threads, restored to their former glory. Angel clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, Great job, Saul. What is so impressive about that? Hermione muttered, rolling her eyes. Saul cast a triumphant glance at Hermione before returning the wand to Angel. Outside, two cloaked figures emerged hastily from the shadows of the night. One of them glanced around furtively, mumbling something under his breath, before retrieving a silver object resembling a box from within his cloak. He opened the box, which had a small clasp on top, raised it high, and pressed the clasp. A crisp clicking sound echoed as the nearest street lamp extinguished, followed swiftly by the quiet dimming of others, until the area around number 445 was shrouded in darkness. He then tucked the box back into his cloak. Is this the place, Nymphadora? A deep voice asked, tilting his head towards the other figure. Don't call me Nymphadora, she complained, pulling down her hood to reveal her pale complexion and fiery red hair. If the folks back at the department said this was it, then it must be correct. The magical aura here is extraordinarily weak. It can be disregarded, she stated. Inside, Saul mischievously waved a chicken leg, teasingly moving it just out of Angel's reach, while the Ellisons watched the amusing spectacle, laughter filling the dining room. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Angel squirmed anxiously, eager to answer it, but since her usual chair was locked in the room, she could only sit in a baby chair. Mrs. Ellison lifted her down, and Angel dashed to the foyer to open the door. Wow, what a lovely little girl. A female voice called from outside. What is your name? I'm Angel. Are you witches? Angel cheerfully engaged the newcomers in conversation. Soon, she ushered in two individuals clad in wizarding robes, a stern-looking black wizard and a witch with fiery red hair. The witch surveyed the room and turned to the wizard, complaining, I told you, there is nothing to worry about regarding wizards attacking muggles. Hello, I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, the wizard said, scanning the room before exhaling in relief and removing his cloak. We are from the Ministry of Magic's Aura Office. Wizards? What brings you here? Mr. Ellison inquired, puzzled. It appears we were overly cautious, he replied. The department received reports of frequent magical fluctuations occurring in this community, and we were concerned it might involve wizards attacking muggles, which is a violation of magical law. Are you new students from Hogwarts? Kingsley turned his gaze towards the two young individuals at the table. His eyes lingered on Saul's face for a moment. Yes, Hermione responded cautiously. We've been practicing magic recently. May I ask? Oh, it's nothing to worry about. The witch spoke, expressing concern over the recent surge of wizard attacks on muggles, causing a certain tension within the department. By the way, my name is Nymphadora Tonks, though I prefer to be called Tonks. Just a gentle reminder, it is advisable for newcomers not to use magic without permission. Oh, Hermione nodded. Is the magical world truly that perilous? Mrs. Ellison inquired with evident worry, suddenly hesitant about allowing Saul to pursue magical studies, despite its undeniable marvels. Hogwarts is quite safe. Madam, Kingsley interjected. Dumbledore is among the most powerful wizards in the contemporary magical realm. Under his protection, there should be no cause for concern. Mrs. Ellison appeared not entirely convinced by his reassurances. Sister, Angel quietly approached the witch. Can you turn into a unicorn? A unicorn? Tonks tilted her head in confusion. Magical creatures cannot be conjured through transfiguration, my dear. But, Angel anxiously protested. The old man with the white beard turned something into one for me. The old man with the white beard? That would be Professor Dumbledore. He has visited here, Saul remarked. He likely transformed a horse to resemble a unicorn. Recently, Saul and Hermione had examined several textbooks mandated by the school, including an introductory guide to transfiguration that commenced with Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. one of which stated that items or beings possessing magical properties cannot be produced through transfiguration. That seems straightforward, Tonks said, snapping her fingers and producing her wand. Tonks. The male wizard frowned disapprovingly. Do not forget, the department forbids us from using magic in front of muggles. Yet, Tonks waved her hand dismissively. Relax. We're merely demonstrating a bit of magic in front of Hogwarts newcomers. With that, she glanced around, seemingly in search of an appropriate object for transfiguration. If you don't mind, how about this? Sol suggested, patting the chair beneath him. Oh, thank you, dear, Tonks replied with an enchanting smile, causing Hermione to scrunch her nose in disapproval. The chair twisted and morphed under Tonks's wand, transforming into a silver horse, albeit missing a horn. I nearly forgot, she exclaimed, waving her wand once more. A single horn sprouted from the horse's forehead. There we go. She tucked her wand back into her robes and clapped her hands. Angel was already cheering, eager to climb aboard, but no matter how she twisted, the horse remained unmoving. It's not moving, Angel said, feeling rather dejected. Oh, my dear. I apologize, Tonks replied. Professor Dumbledore's transfiguration skills far surpass my own. I have yet to reach his level. The Bones family is quite renowned for their transfiguration skills in the magical community, Kingsley remarked, casting a glance at Sol, having heard the name Bones from another wizard. Sol wondered if it truly held significance in the magical world. He searched his memory, but found no recollection of anything regarding the Bones family, except for a vague memory of a girl named Susan Bones from his Hogwarts year in the films. He pondered whether this Bones was related to the one in question. Are you from the Bones family? However, Tonks cast a puzzled glance at Sol. My current name is Sol Ellison, Sol replied, shaking his head. Kingsley fell silent for a moment before stating, Bournes is a name both noble and glorious, yet the Bournes family is not indispensable. Is it, Mr. Wizard? Sol softly remarked that although the Bournes family held a prestigious reputation in the wizarding world, or possessed wealth to rival nations, he, having been nurtured under the care of the Ellisons, hoped that at least here, he still had an Ellison. The author acknowledges that some readers may find this arrangement somewhat awkward, but it pertains to the subsequent plot. The protagonist eventually does not reject the surname Bournes. Give him some time. If this aspect is truly unappealing, feel free to skip this chapter as it does not affect the overall reading. Let us refrain from quarrels. The humble author expresses gratitude. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a stalemate. So, Mr. Ellison exclaimed loudly, which was quite rare and seemed to indicate his irritation. Kingsley sighed, his expression appearing somewhat disinterested. Come on, Tonks, he said. The two wizards quickly departed from the Ellison residence, and the street lights flickered to life one by one after their exit. Later, Hermione also left, casting a worried glance at Sol before departing. Come with me, Mr. Ellison stated firmly, then ascended the stairs. Sol hesitated for a moment but eventually followed, bolstered by Mrs. Ellison's silent reassurance. In the study on the second floor, Sol and Mr. Ellison sat across from each other in silence. Sol, Mr. Ellison began, I know you must have a place that belongs to you. Sol trembled slightly, murmuring, Father. Yet Mr. Ellison continued, when Sully found you, your swaddling cloth bore your name, Sol Bournes. Yes, we knew your surname from the very beginning. That swaddling cloth has been cherished by your mother all these years. I have inquired over the years if there exists a family named Bournes, but I have never received any news. Mr. Ellison sighed. Though you are not our biological son, Sully has always regarded you as her own, and so have I. In truth, your full name should be Sol Bournes Ellison. My desire to help you find your biological family stems from the belief that, regardless of whether you wish to accept this surname, your life was ultimately given to you by them. The gift of life cannot be erased. Even if they have passed away, the blood of Bournes flows through your veins. I do not know what the Bournes family signifies in the magical realm or how illustrious they are, but I hope you understand the importance of gratitude and acceptance. Certain matters and responsibilities cannot be overlooked. You are a clever child. You should comprehend my meaning. Mr. Ellison gazed at Sol, his eyes filled with expectation. After a moment of silence, Sol nodded. I understand, Father. Mr. Ellison smiled with relief. Very well, go downstairs and play with Angel. Sir nodded slightly. Rising to open the door to the study, Mrs. Ellison stood outside, her gaze filled with concern. Taken aback, Sir embraced her tightly. Thank you, Mother. Mrs. Ellison smiled, gently wrapping her arms around Sor and caressing his head. No need to thank me, dear. Chapter 11. The journey about to begin that evening. The conversation between men seemed to have never occurred, and everything returned to its usual state. Yet, Sor occasionally found himself lost in thought while gazing at the key Dumbledore had bestowed upon him, realizing it was time to reassess its significance. The custom-made uniforms from Madame Malkin's arrived 2 weeks prior to the start of school. Sor had secretly hidden a box in his room, but a week before classes commenced, the ever-curious Angel discovered it. The little girl showered Sor with kisses, running about in her cloak adorned with a silver-stitched unicorn, bombarding the Grangers, the Ellisons, and the neighbors with her inquiries. "Am I pretty, Sor?" That morning, she once again dashed onto Sor's bed, still clad in her cloak. "You look splendid, Angel." "The most beautiful little witch," Sor praised eagerly. "Really?" She giggled, her laughter ringing joyfully. "And you, Sor, are the most handsome wizard." After a playful bout with Angel, Sor rose, fed the owl named Little Gray, as Angel had dubbed it, and filled its water before heading downstairs. Hermione arrived promptly at 9 o'clock, knocking at the door. As the school start date drew near, Hermione seemed increasingly anxious, perhaps even a tad frantic. Sor pondered whether that description was apartment. Hermione meticulously documented the days leading up to school in a chart, down to the last second. Ever since the ministry had sent representatives, she had carefully placed her wand in a box, wrapped in silk, and turned her focus to her books, embarking on her scholarly endeavors with fervor. She was determined to excel in every subject at Hogwarts. She had even memorized fantastic beasts and where to find them by Newt Scamander. Sor, too, found himself swept into this academic whirlwind, though it felt less like a choice and more like conscription into a relentless study regime. He reluctantly absorbed a considerable amount of information from the texts, such as the precise formulation of a potent potion known as the Draught of Living Death, and the historical accounts of the magical world's past and present. A single word could encapsulate Sor's recent experience. His mind felt overwhelmed, crammed with knowledge that did not originally belong to him. Of course, memorization was one thing. Practical application was quite another. Ultimately, the day before school arrived, Angel woke up in a foul mood, clad in her cherished unicorn cloak, and remained unresponsive to anyone who attempted to converse with her. The little one had witnessed Sor packing his belongings the day prior, which had cast a shadow over her spirits since that evening. At 9 o'clock that morning, as Mr. Granger started the car and Mr. Ellison loaded Sor's luggage, Angel could no longer contain her emotions. Her lips quivered, and she burst into tears. Struggling free from Mrs. Ellison's embrace, she sprinted directly towards Sor. As he beheld the little girl weeping, her face awash with tears resembling delicate blossoms, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, his brother was merely going to school and would return soon. Sor noticed the front of his shirt dampened by her tears, and he gently patted Angel's small back, offering soft reassurances. "When I return, I shall transform into a unicorn for you," Sor promised. Hermione turned her back, stealthily wiping away her own tears, unwilling to part with her little sister, who resembled a spirited fairy. Mrs. Ellison also dabbed at the corners of her eyes and stepped forward, joining Sor in tenderly comforting the little one. Nevertheless, time pressed on, and it was time to depart. Farewells paved the way for better reunions. Throughout the journey, Sor gazed vacantly out of the car window, enveloped in silence. The vehicle gradually entered the city, drawing farther away from home, with King's Cross Station looming ahead. Mr. Granger accompanied them to the station, guiding them to platforms 9 and 10. Hermione, glancing at her train ticket while searching for the platform for Hogwarts, traversed back and forth several times, yet the elusive sign for platform 9 3/4 remained unseen. Observing Hermione's bewildered expression, Sor's spirits lifted slightly. He grasped the hand of the little girl who was about to inquire of a guard. "Do you happen to know where platform 9 3/4 is?" Sor asked. "I believe someone will guide us on how to enter," he added, raising an eyebrow toward the direction they came from. Following Sor's gaze, Hermione could hardly believe her eyes when she spotted an individual clad in long-sleeved cotton attire inappropriate for summer, paired with knee-length shorts and polished shoes, accompanied by a child. "I would wager he is undoubtedly a wizard," Sor remarked, shrugging and leaning closer to whisper in Hermione's ear. Startled, Hermione shot Sor a flushed glare, her gaze filled with anticipation directed at the approaching pair. They passed by Sor and Hermione, pushing their cart straight toward the pillar nestled between platforms 9 and 10. Oddly dressed individuals in public always draw attention, and the guard at the station stared in astonishment as an adult and child vanished into the wall. He rubbed his eyes and trembled as he reached out toward the barrier. My God, he muttered. Did that rogue Robert sell me fake liquor? Sir. A stylish young lady suddenly approached, and Sewer and Hermione distinctly observed her brandishing a stick before the guard, whose face had turned a shade of crimson and bore a prominent beer belly. The guard, now dazed, returned to his post. Once the young lady completed her task, she exhaled in relief, patting her immaculate chest, and upon raising her eyes, she spotted Sewer and Hermione watching the scene unfold. It's you two, she cheerfully approached, greeting them. May I ask who you are? Sewer replied, certain he had never encountered this girl before, while Hermione wore a similarly puzzled expression. Oh, I forgot. The girl winked at them, her features momentarily becoming indistinct. Now do you recognize who I am? You are the one who visited Sewer's home that day, Tonks? Hermione exclaimed, recognizing her first. Bingo. Tonks smiled mischievously, tossing a candy into her mouth and blowing a bubble with the gum, which tasted rather delightful. Care for a piece? She inquired. Sol shook his head in refusal and asked, but aren't you an Auror? Well, she replied nonchalantly, I accidentally made a mistake during a mission, and they sent me here for a bit of reflection. It's quite all right. She shrugged, seemingly unfazed, adding, it's rather pleasant here. What was that spell you just used? Hermione, more intrigued by the magic that could alter appearance than by Tonks's presence, inquired. It's my innate ability, Tonks answered, running her fingers through her hair, which gradually transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. An animagus? Sol interjected. Oh, you actually know about animagi, Tonks exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at him. Indeed. I am a born metamorphmagus, though advanced transfiguration can achieve similar results. Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration, if you manage to get into her advanced class. Advanced class? Hermione asked, puzzled. Yes, each professor has their own advanced class, admitting only the most gifted young wizards. I'm a member of Professor McGonagall's advanced class, Tonks declared proudly, lifting her chin. Glancing at the time, she continued, you're heading to catch the Hogwarts Express, right? Just pass through this pillar. With that, Tonks waved them goodbye with flair. Watching the stylish figure of Tonks depart, Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration. She is so cool. Chapter 12, An Encounter at the Platform. Wow. Hermione exclaimed as she stepped out right behind Sol. The entire platform bore the marks of time, starkly contrasting with the modern train station outside. Renaissance patterns were etched into the stones, while wooden signs, tethered by delicate iron chains, swayed gently in the breeze above. The vibrant 9 3/4 was inscribed in an exquisite script. An old-fashioned steam train, Sol, Hermione exclaimed, excitedly tapping Sol's arm. The Muggle world has upgraded to subways, and the railways have modernized, yet here lingers a nostalgic ambience from the last century. Sol scrutinized the platform closely. It was not particularly large, yet crowded with people dressed in various styles, some in typical attire and others in curious combinations of winter coats and shorts, chattering animatedly. Occasionally, cats darted through the throng, while owls hooted noisily from their cages. The red steam engine puffed out white smoke, its body neatly emblazoned with Hogwarts Express. This is the place where dreams embark. Sol murmured to himself. What did you say? Hermione leaned closer to inquire, glancing at the clock on the wall, perhaps the only modern feature present. We must hurry to board the train. I've checked the tickets, and we're in the 10th carriage. The wheels of the trolley clattered over the cobblestones as the two quickly found their designated carriage, where young wizards had already settled in, poking their heads out of the windows to bid farewell to their families. The dilemma now presented itself as Sewer gazed at Hermione's suitcase. Though there were only 3 in total, 2 of them were filled to the brim with books purchased from the Leaky Cauldron. Do you require assistance? A warm voice inquired from beside him. It belonged to a tall, handsome young man. That would be splendid. We were just contemplating how to get these 2 pieces of luggage onto the train, Sewer replied, glancing at the considerable height difference between the platform and the train, as well as the wide gap between the carriage door and the platform. He nodded thoughtfully. The young man seemed taken aback by the weight of the suitcases, grasping the handle and attempting to lift one, only to find it stubbornly resistant. Hermione, feeling a touch of embarrassment, averted her gaze to the sky. Quite heavy, I presume? Sewer remarked. They are all Hermione's books. Ah, no matter, the young man chuckled, releasing his grip to retrieve a wand. Let us not forget, we are wizards. Wingardium Leviosa, he intoned, pointing the wand at the suitcase. How could I forget? We are indeed in the wizarding realm, and we can utilize magic, Hermione lamented, her frustration palpable. Regardless, the luggage was successfully transported, and adhering to the principle of seeing one through to the end, the young man kindly placed the bags inside the carriage. "Thank you immensely for your assistance," Sewer expressed. "You may call me Sewer." "No need for thanks. You must be the new students, am I correct?" "I am Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff. I eagerly anticipate your sorting ceremony and hope you will join Hufflepuff," Cedric responded. "I must take my leave now. My friends are waiting for me in the carriage." "Is this truly Cedric? He is far more handsome than in the films," Sewer mused, waving at him with a smile as he watched Cedric's retreating figure. "Did you hear that?" Hermione nudged Sewer, her expression betraying her concern. He mentioned the sorting. Observing Hermione's worried demeanor, Sewer couldn't help but smirk. "No need to fret. It is bound to be an exceedingly simple test. Perhaps successfully casting an unlocking charm?" Hermione disregarded his jest, succumbing to a wave of pre-examination anxiety. She flung open her suitcase and began to unload a plethora of books onto the sole table in the carriage, filling it to the brim. "I must review my books. Perhaps they will contain some insight on how to pass the sorting test," she mumbled as she opened a history of Hogwarts, confident that it would yield some relevant information. Sewer settled into the seat next to Hermione, who was too engrossed to notice. With furrowed brows, she rapidly flipped through the pages, fully immersed in her studies. Sewer chuckled softly and casually picked up Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which detailed a considerable portion of the author's adventurous exploits, finding it quite delightful as a novel. Just as they were lost in their literary pursuits, the carriage door swung open with a loud creak. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" inquired a round-faced, plump boy standing at the entrance, looking quite perplexed and pressing his lips together tightly. "I've walked through many carriages, but they were all occupied." "Certainly," Sewer replied, gesturing with his chin toward the empty seat across from him. "Thank you ever so much," the boy said, placing his suitcase in the corner before taking a seat. "My name is Neville Longbottom." Sir raised an eyebrow, recalling the legendary sword master of Gryffindor. "Ah, no need for formalities. I am Sul Ellison." He closed the book with a smile, adding, "This is Hermione Granger." "Hello, Sul," Hermione greeted, while Neville, visibly anxious, stammered, "Hi, I'm Neville." Sul noticed a bead of sweat forming on Neville's brow. He offered a reassuring smile, but Hermione, engrossed in her reading, seemed oblivious, casting an air of awkwardness over the compartment. Sul nudged Hermione playfully with his elbow, attempting to break her concentration. Over the years, he had learned that this was the only surefire way to draw her attention away from her books. Hermione's waist is particularly sensitive, he thought to himself. "What are you doing?" she snapped, finally looking up at Sul, and, of course, noticing Neville across from her. "Oh, my apologies," she said, realizing her oversight. "Hello. I am Hermione Granger." Neville chuckled awkwardly and reintroduced himself. The atmosphere in the carriage lightened considerably. However, after a brief respite, Hermione unleashed a barrage of questions. "Are you also a first year at Hogwarts? I never knew this world had magic. I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter." Neville nodded. "Though this was merely the beginning. Do you know what the sorting ceremony entails? I read there are 4 houses at Hogwarts, but I have no idea how the sorting works. My grandmother never told me." Neville answered honestly. "But she did say she hopes I get sorted into Gryffindor since my father is an alumnus." Hermione nodded. "Your grandmother? Is she a witch as well?" "Yes," Neville replied, a hint of trepidation flickering across his face. "My grandmother is a witch. My entire family is magical." "How wonderful. Neither Sul nor I have magical parents." "Oh, our families are neighbors, and if your entire family is magical, you must know a great deal of spells, right?" Hermione continued with unrelenting curiosity. Her questions came in rapid succession. At first, Neville managed to respond, but as the inquiries persisted, he began to stutter, the perspiration on his forehead becoming increasingly evident. "After all, we are all first years. There's no need to put each other under such pressure," Sul interjected compassionately, halting Hermione's relentless interrogation. "We'll learn everything once we get to school. Isn't it nice to retain some air of mystery?" "That makes sense," Hermione conceded, snapping her book shut, momentarily ceasing her inquisitive assault, which seemed poised to unravel Neville's entire lineage. Gratefully, Neville cast a relieved glance at Sul. Just then, the train emitted a cacophonous clatter, accompanied by a rush of steam. As the train swayed gently, the scenery outside began to shift. People on the platform waved, chasing the moving train until it reached the end of the station. A prolonged whistle echoed above the tracks. The train bound for Hogwarts set off. Chapter 13. The chill of midsummer. The view outside the window transformed repeatedly. Neville yawned and glanced at his two fellow students engrossed in their books. Suddenly remembering something, and began to rummage through his belongings. Neville's complexion grew increasingly frantic and pale. "What is wrong, Neville?" Seward inquired, noticing his distress. As Hermione lifted her head, Neville exclaimed, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "My Trevor, he gone." "Who is Trevor?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Trevor is my toad, a gift from my grandmother." Neville, in a state of urgency, rose hastily, declaring, "I must go find him." However, before Hermione could finish her sentence, Neville hurriedly exited the compartment. "Isn't your toad right above your head?" Seward and Hermione exchanged glances, hoping Neville would soon realize that his toad was, in fact, right there with him. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed without Neville's return, Hermione sprang to her feet. "I think we ought to go and check," she suggested. Seward nodded in agreement and stood up to follow her. The two traversed several compartments without catching sight of Neville until they passed one compartment, where they heard a ruckus from within. A voice shouted from inside, "Say that again?" Hermione glanced at Seward, seemingly inquiring whether they should investigate, as Neville might be inside. Seward nodded, having already surmised the likely scenario unfolding within. The scene inside revealed itself to the two. A golden-haired boy stood confronting a scruffy-looking boy, flanked by two burly companions who appeared rather dim-witted. And there was also a red-haired boy with freckles, his face flushed with apparent anger, the freckles on his face seeming to dance. The Neville they sought was nowhere to be found. "No," he shouted irritably at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired boy. Hermione remained, her curiosity piqued by the wand in the freckled boy's hand. Seward noticed as well, that wand looked quite old, with a silvery hair protruding from its edge. Could that be a core? The golden-haired boy sneered. "Do you want to fight, Weasley? You, who grew up in a family that can scarcely afford to eat meat." Goodness, what a pretentious brat, Seward thought, feeling the urge to retaliate. A bespectacled boy pursed his lips and retorted, "Unless you all leave this instant." The scruffy boy sported a thick mop of hair, his cheeks gaunt, and a lightning-shaped scar flickered beneath his fringe. "Is this the protagonist?" Seward raised an eyebrow. So, the golden-haired one must be Malfoy then. As Seward's thoughts whirled, the situation escalated. Malfoy sneered again, "But we have no intention of leaving. We've devoured all our food, yet it seems you lot still have plenty?" One of the burly boys behind him reached for the snacks on the table, only to let out a deafening scream, raising his hand high and shaking it vigorously. A mouse had bitten his finger. The creature was finally flung away, crashing against the window, and then sliding down, appearing to have fainted. As Ron screamed while attempting to catch a mouse, Malfoy and his two companions prepared to depart from the compartment. "Get lost, mudblood," he spat at Hermione with palpable fury. Hermione, somewhat perplexed by the term mudblood, stepped aside, but Seward understood its meaning. "Stop right there," he said, his face darkening ominously. "What?" Malfoy halted his advance. Looking up at Seward, "Did I say something wrong?" A look of disdain crossed his face as he scrutinized Seward, reeking of mudblood. "You must be a first year, too? With her? Then you are a mudblood as well. Apologize." Seward drew his wand from behind him. "What? You want to fight?" Malfoy sneered upon seeing Seward's wand. "Boys, look. Here's another one just like Weasley," he mocked, eliciting laughter from his two brutish friends. "Apologize, I won't repeat myself." Seward positioned Hermione behind him. She was somewhat frightened, having never seen him so enraged in all their time together. "If your family has not properly taught you what manners are, I would be more than willing to educate you on their behalf." Malfoy responded with a derisive laugh and turned to speak to his friends, but he noticed a look of terror in their eyes. Instantly, he spun around, only to be met by a flash of icy blue light and a powerful incantation, Freeze Charm. Malfoy protested, "Who casts spells without a greeting? Youngsters these days lack martial decorum. While a cool summer breeze is delightful, the chill of magic is an entirely different affair." Frost quickly formed on Malfoy's exposed hair, rendering him rigid as he toppled backward. His two friends shrieked as they reached out to catch him, only to recoil in shock. Too cold. Malfoy lay despairingly on the floor, fortunately cushioned by the thick carpet of the Hogwarts Express, sparing him from further injury. Ron, who had been observing the commotion at the door, erupted into laughter, breaking the quiet of the compartment. Seward angled his wand away, his expression darkening further. Malfoy's friends screamed and fled, but one paused and returned to drag Malfoy away. The frozen Malfoy shed tears of humiliation. "Well done," Ron shouted from the compartment. while Sewer retracted his wand, shooting him a fierce glare, recalling how Ron had just yelled at Hermione. He had never shouted at Hermione himself. And here was this mere boy? Humph. Ron immediately fell silent. Sewer, Hermione, what are you doing here? Neville's voice rang out. Nothing. Have you found your toad, Neville? Sewer replied, devoid of any trace of anger. No, I've asked many people, but no one has seen Trevor, Neville said, his head drooping in disappointment. I might have lost him. Hermione cast Neville a quizzical glance. Perhaps you'll find him when you return to the compartment, Sewer suggested. I hope so, Neville replied. Neville's tone was tinged with sorrow. Surely, my grandmother would send me a howling letter. Let us return, Neville. Things are not as dire as you perceive, Hermione consoled him. With a face full of anguish, Neville nodded, his mind conjuring countless grim fates for Leaf. The more he dwelled on it, the more despondent he became. And as they entered the carriage, he could not help but lay his head on the table, softly weeping. Hermione could not bear to see him in tears. She was about to remind him that the toad remained perched above him, never having left. As Neville's burdened head lowered, the toad leapt onto the table. Leaf. With tear-filled eyes, Neville beheld the complete, living Leaf on the table, and his countenance brightened as he joyfully lifted Leaf with both hands. I am certain that the other passengers witnessed the toad upon Neville's head, yet none chose to inform him. Hermione whispered to Sewer. Sewer nodded, lamenting the decline of societal morals and the fading of human decency. Chapter 14. Arrival. The sky darkened, draping the mountains and woodlands beneath a shroud of deep purple twilight. In a mere 5 minutes, they would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We shall transport it to the school for you. A voice resonated throughout the train corridor. Gentlemen, I must change. Kindly step outside, Hermione declared, closing her book and rising to clap her hands. Sewer and Neville obediently approached the door, with Sewer thoughtfully pulling it shut and ensuring there were no gaps. As it happened, diagonally across from them, separated by 2 compartments, were the Malfoys, who also appeared to have been ejected from their carriage. The 2 groups exchanged glances. I just went to their compartment to inquire if they had seen Leaf, Neville softly murmured to Sewer. They expelled me. Oh, Sewer squinted. Upon seeing Sewer, Malfoy recoiled slightly. But as Hogwarts drew near, he regained his confidence, puffing out his chest and fixing a steely gaze upon Sewer. In their homeland, the exchange might have gone something like this. Malfoy, what are you staring at? Sewer, what of it? Mr. Malfoy, it seems you are still a tad insubordinate, Sewer initiated. A smile playing on his lips, Malfoy blinked in surprise. Did this person know him? Knowing him made matters easier. For who was unaware that his father was a governor of Hogwarts? Yet, it would be a coward's move to challenge him now. Perhaps they could duel once they reached Hogwarts. Malfoy sneered. However, I suspect you have never encountered a wizarding duel before, have you? The other individuals, also expelled from their compartments, perked up, sensing the tension in the air. I believe it is unnecessary, Mr. Malfoy, Sewer replied coolly as he leisurely drew his wand. I have no time to indulge you in childish games once we arrive at school. Come, draw your wand, Mr. Malfoy. Oh, it appears a confrontation is imminent. The onlookers bore expressions of eager anticipation. Malfoy stiffened slightly. Yet, with Sewer pressing forward, was it not a sign of cowardice to refrain from drawing his wand? The illustrious heir of the Malfoy family, whose father often proclaimed that the family's honor rested upon my shoulders, drew forth his wand. After all, being a pureblood destined to leave an indelible mark upon Slytherin's history at Hogwarts was a matter of fate. Let us see, he declared. I admire your courage, Mr. Malfoy, Sul remarked, flicking his wrist to conjure a flourish from his wand. In a hushed tone, he uttered an incantation, and a burst of red light erupted from the tip of his wand. However, he deliberately altered the direction slightly, nearing Hogwarts. It would be unwise to create a ruckus that might disrupt the sorting. Oh, gasped the onlookers. Malfoy felt the surge of magic whizzing past his ear, striking the carriage wall, and his expression grew increasingly rigid. He contemplated retaliating with a spell, but his practice at home had only involved frivolous hexes, lacking the potency to pose a significant threat. What are you doing? A tall, lean youth adorned with a striking red emblem approached, his voice raised. We are almost at Hogwarts. Do not cause any trouble. His serious demeanor was underscored by his vibrant red hair. Nothing much, Sul replied, stowing his wand away. I was merely engaging in a little game with Mr. Malfoy. Wasn't I, Mr. Malfoy? Humph. Malfoy, with a stiff countenance, grunted and forcefully returned his wand to its sheath. Best it remain that way. The tall youth regarded them with suspicion. You should hurry back to your compartment and change. The train is already slowing down. With a creak, the compartment door behind Sol swung open, revealing Hermione in a well-fitted robe, her tousled hair askew. Why is it so noisy? What happened? Nothing, Sol chuckled. Neville, we should change as well. Meanwhile, Malfoy turned away, and unnoticed by anyone, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. With a clatter, the sound of Malfoy opening the door was followed by a shriek and a series of crashing noises, culminating in Malfoy's cry of pain, echoing through the carriage. Boys changed much faster than girls. Sol and Neville merely shed their outer garments and donned their robes, as they stuffed their discarded clothes into their luggage. The train gradually came to a halt. Through the window, they could faintly discern a dark platform illuminated by a flickering, yellow light. Students jostled each other as they rushed to disembark. As Sol and his companions stepped off the train, they realized that the light emanated from a tall man with a bushy beard. First years, gather here, he called boisterously. Harry, how are you? There was but one person of such robust stature at Hogwarts, the half-giant gamekeeper, Hagrid. It would certainly be worthwhile to make his acquaintance, as Hagrid was undoubtedly among the wealthiest individuals at Hogwarts. Sol noticed that a portion of the crowd diverted away from them after disembarking, heading in another direction where the faint sounds of neighing could be heard. First-year students, come along, watch your step. Hagrid's deep voice resonated. The lantern began to sway gently as it moved forward. The crowd followed Hagrid, sliding and gliding down a steep and narrow path. Hermione and Neville clutched the hem of Sewer's garment tightly on either side, fearful of inadvertently stepping off the path and into the surrounding darkness. Once you turn this corner, you will behold Hogwarts, Hagrid called out from ahead. Watch your step, there is a dip here. Then, those who had turned the corner first gasped in unison. Oh. The narrow path suddenly opened up to reveal a dark lake, across which loomed a majestic castle atop a towering cliff, its spires obscured by shadows, while its windows twinkled with enchanting yellow light. So beautiful, Hermione murmured, the starlight reflecting in her eyes. Indeed, it was breathtaking, no matter how many years passed. This scene would forever be etched in memory. For to a boat. No more. Hagrid pointed to a rudimentary dock made of several planks of wood, bustling with dozens of black boats. Sewer, Hermione, and Neville naturally boarded one of the boats, accompanied by an unfamiliar, slightly plump girl with brown hair. Is your toad still with you? Sewer inquired kindly, glancing at Neville's head after they boarded. Right here, Neville replied with a smile, patting his pocket, though his expression quickly shifted to confusion. Wait, where's my Trevor? Hermione tapped Neville's arm and pointed to the top of his head. It seemed that Neville's toad had a particular fondness for perching there. Hagrid sat alone in a boat, leading the way as the vessels glided across the tranquil surface of the Black Lake. Hermione curiously surveyed her surroundings, her inquisitive nature surfacing once more. How is it moving if no one is rowing? Don't ask, it's magic, Miss Know-It-All. Sewer playfully patted Hermione's head. Can't you see everyone is quiet? Hermione pouted and swatted Sewer's hand away, casting him a discreet glare. All eyes were fixed on the towering castle as the boats sliced through the shimmering waters of the lake, drawing closer to the cliff where the castle stood as if floating above them. Duck! Hagrid called out from the front. The boats, carrying the now ducking young witches and wizards, passed beneath a curtain of ivy draping over the cliff face and came to a halt at what resembled an underground dock. After ensuring everyone was accounted for, Hagrid led them up a tunnel carved into the rock, ultimately arriving at a damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. At last, they stood before a massive oak door, through which a faint light seeped. Hogwarts Castle, we have arrived. Chapter 15. The Sorting Ceremony. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, dressed in a dark green wizarding robe with her hair impeccably styled, smoothly took over from Hagrid and led the young witches and wizards into a modest yet lofty room. The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must conduct the sorting ceremony. This is a crucial event, for during your time at school, your respective houses will become your home. You will attend classes, reside, and spend the next 7 years together with your fellow students. Professor McGonagall surveyed the room, her students sitting quietly like a flock of chicks. Sewer silently gave her a thumbs up, impressed by McGonagall's commanding presence. She continued, Hogwarts is home to 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, each boasting a proud history and nurturing many distinguished wizards. During your time here, exemplary performance will earn points for your house, which is crucial in the end-of-year competition for the House Cup, a prestigious honor. However, McGonagall's expression grew stern. Should you violate any school rules, remember, it will result in point deductions for your house. The students, including Sewer, nodded vigorously, with some nearly pounding their chests in assurance of their adherence to the rules. Satisfied with their reactions, McGonagall continued before the sorting ceremony. I urge you all to check your attire. I shall return in a few minutes. Before leaving, Sewer noticed a fleeting glance from McGonagall directed towards the position of the protagonist. Hermione, in a corner, tugged at Sewer, requesting his assistance with her attire. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the young wizards, and Sewer, facing the wall due to Hermione's grip, could not see what was occurring. Neville approached as well, and after Hermione adjusted Sewer's clothing, she helped him fix the strap of Neville's cloak, which had been incorrectly tied under his left ear. Now, from a single line, Professor McGonagall called sharply, "The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Follow me." The young wizards wore tense expressions. Sewer could hear Hermione's breathing intensifying ahead of him, while Neville grew increasingly nervous, moving in sync with his limbs. "Don't be anxious, Neville," Sewer whispered in the boy's ear, fearing Neville might inadvertently trip himself, which would certainly create quite a spectacle. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was far grander than depicted in the films, adorned with banners representing a snake, a lion with a mane, a badger, and an eagle poised for flight, each corresponding to the four houses. Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall and causing the golden plates and goblets on the tables to gleam brilliantly. Professor McGonagall instructed the young wizards to line up before the dais, facing hundreds of upperclassmen, with a stool positioned between them. At this moment, Hermione seemed to relax, whispering to Sewer, "There's a passage in the school's history that mentions the ceiling is enchanted, making it appear like the sky outside." At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached the stool, grasping a dusty hat and a roll of parchment. All eyes were fixed upon the hat, and the hall fell silent. The hat then began to stir, splitting open with a wide seam, and began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge a hat by its looks. If you find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly eat myself. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within your heart. Alternatively, you might find your place in Hufflepuff, where the inhabitants are known for their integrity and bravery. If you possess a sharp intellect, perhaps you would be suited for the wisdom of Ravenclaw. Or, you may join Slytherin, where you can forge sincere friendships. Come now, don me without fear. Do not panic. In my grasp, you are assuredly safe, for I am a thinking sorting hat." As the melody concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the hat, like a gentleman, straightened itself and bowed towards the four long tables. To be frank, the song was not particularly melodious, and Sol fished around in his ears. It appeared that donning the hat was all that was required. Hermione sighed in relief and whispered, "I just heard someone say we would have to battle a troll." Sol chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent while gesturing for Hermione to look ahead. Professor McGonagall had already taken up the parchment, announcing, "Now, when I call your name, step forward, wear the hat, and take a seat to await your house assignment." Hannah Abbott, a girl with 2 ponytails and a rosy complexion, stumbled out from the crowd, donned the hat, and sat upon the stool, its brim obscuring her eyes. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed. Applause erupted from the table on the right as Hannah, blushing, made her way over. "Susan Bones." Sol felt a stir in his heart, recognizing that this was the very Bones he had heard of. "Hufflepuff," the hat declared, and Susan quickly took a seat beside Hannah. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed, before calling out, "Sol Bones," reflecting on his conversation with Mr. Ellison that evening. Sol sighed softly and stepped out of the line, meeting Professor McGonagall's warm smile. "Don the hat. I personally hope you will join Gryffindor," she whispered just before he placed the hat upon his head. Sol nodded slightly and donned the hat. "Oh, another Bones." The hat's voice resonated in Sol's mind. "In truth, I have another surname. Dear hat, I would prefer you to call me Sol Ellison," he replied, "for I have been raised in the Ellison household since infancy." "Oh, my apologies," the hat responded politely. "It is quite all right, dear hat. Your song was delightful," Sol complimented, though insincerely. "Huh, I believe the same. I have prepared for this for an entire year." The hat chuckled, shaking its brim with delight. "Ahem," Professor McGonagall gently coughed to remind them. "All right, little wizard. Let me see." The hat resumed its task. Outstanding talent. You seem unlike any Bones I have known. Perhaps you are better suited for Ravenclaw. Yet you possess extraordinary courage and keen intellect. making you equally fit for Gryffindor and Slytherin. It is a challenging decision, indeed. Do you have any thoughts? I am open to all, dear Hat, but I would prefer to lounge on a comfortable sofa in the common room with a good book, ideally accompanied by some delectable treats, Sol replied. Oh, that is quite Hufflepuff, the Hat noted. The Hat proclaimed that Hufflepuff's common room was the finest among the 4 houses, conveniently located adjacent to the kitchen. Thus, the decision was made. Hufflepuff, the Hat announced with exuberance. The long table on the left erupted in applause as Sewer removed the hat, smiling as he embraced the prospect of spending the next 7 years in this house. Susan, seated beside the golden-haired Hannah, regarded Sewer with curiosity. Sit here, Sewer, Cedric Diggory, whom he had met briefly, beckoned him over. Sewer settled beside Cedric. A pearlescent ghost emerged from the center of their long table, smiling in greeting. Welcome to Hufflepuff, it said. That is the Fat Friar, Cedric whispered to Sewer, our house ghost. Sewer examined the smiling specter with intrigue. It was his first encounter with a ghost in both this life and the next. Thank you, Sir Friar, he said, and the Fat Friar doffed his hat in response. The sorting ceremony continued, and the next little wizard named Terry Boot was assigned to Ravenclaw. The first Gryffindor was Lavender Brown. Justin Finch-Fletchley was sorted into Hufflepuff, and Sewer joined the applause of those around him. The sorting hat sometimes made swift decisions, while at other times it appeared to ponder, perhaps engaged in a leisurely chat with the young witches and wizards. After all, its inclination to procrastinate knew no boundaries. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and Sewer discerned that the young girl seemed somewhat unhappy. Several others followed, and then Professor McGonagall called out, Harry Potter. Instantly, a buzz of conversation erupted from the 4 long tables. Sewer overheard several young wizards nearby speculating whether this was the Harry Potter they knew. The sorting hat took little time to determine Harry's fate. Gryffindor. At once, the Gryffindor table burst into applause and cheers, as 2 red-haired boys clanged their silver spoons against their golden plates, shouting, We have Potter! We have Potter! Ron Weasley was naturally sorted into Gryffindor, followed by one into Ravenclaw and another into Slytherin. Finally, it came to an end, and Sewer exhaled deeply, casting his gaze down at the empty plate before him. Having only consumed some biscuits from Ellison and a few treats extorted from Angel on the train, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Welcome, welcome, to another new academic year, said Professor Dumbledore, rising from the resplendent central chair with a smile. It seems everyone is a bit peckish, so before the feast officially begins, I have a few words to share. That is, fools, crybabies, scum, twist. Chapter 16. Re-entering the bewildering illusion, as the saying goes. A full stomach leads to thoughts of, well, you know. The train ride, especially a long one, can be quite taxing, and after eating and drinking to satisfaction, Sewer longed to collapse onto a warm bed and enjoy a good sleep. Yet, the opening feast included a customary program. It seemed that Dumbledore mentioned something about the 4th floor being off-limits, as well as not casting spells in the corridors, among other regulations. Then came the singing of the school anthem, until it faded into oblivion. Following this, a scattered applause ensued, and Sewer finally heard the words, Everyone, return to your dormitories. Thank heavens, Sewer instantly regained his senses. Freshmen, follow me, declared a boy with a yellow emblem pinned to his chest, rising to speak loudly. The first-year students of Hufflepuff followed their head boy, navigating through the bustling crowd and exiting the hall. Amidst the chaos, Sewer quietly approached the Gryffindor formation and tapped Hermione on the shoulder. What brings you here? She inquired. Just wanted to say good night, Sewer replied with a cheerful grin. See you tomorrow. Hermione's small face broke into a smile, as the disappointment of Sewer being sorted into Hufflepuff quickly dissipated. Good night, she whispered, noticing Sewer approaching. Neville stared in confusion. Huh. Hello, Neville. Congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Sewer managed to pat Neville on the shoulder before hurriedly pursuing the Hufflepuff line. Neville remained perplexed. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin lines were headed in the same direction, both leading to the castle's lower levels. The 2 groups separated at a corner. Welcome to Hufflepuff. I am Gabriel Truman, the head boy of this year, Gabriel announced. He was a robust-looking boy with a bright smile, leading the young wizards past a painting of a bowl of fruit to a cluttered corner on the right side of the corridor, where a pile of wooden barrels lay haphazardly. Little wizards, remember this, Gabriel proclaimed, brandishing his wand and rhythmically tapping the second-largest barrel in the second row. Everyone's gaze shifted to the barrels, of which 2 appeared nearly identical. These 2 barrels are similar in size, But pay attention. Upon closer inspection, there are distinctions, Gabriel noted, pointing his wand at one of the barrels. This is the second largest. It bears a badger on its third-to-last slat. The crowd nodded eagerly, leaning in to memorize this subtle difference. After waiting a moment with his wand at the ready, Gabriel continued, "All right, remember this rhythm." He tapped the bottom cover of the barrel several times, and a remarkable event unfolded. The cover spun open, revealing a large entrance. Thus is the method of entry. And I must remind you, Gabriel said proudly, only Hufflepuff's entrance is protected by a repelling charm against intruders. If you inadvertently misremember the opening method, a barrel of sour vinegar will be poured over you. Trust me, you would not wish to experience such a sensation. A flicker of trepidation crossed Gabriel's face. Now, one by one, enter through the opening, he instructed. As Sewer crawled through the entrance, he discovered an unexpected realm inside, a narrow passage wide enough to stand upright. The ground beneath his feet was as soft as soil, and despite several observations, Sewer could not locate any light sources akin to candles. "It's phosphorescent moss," remarked a small girl following closely behind him. "It absorbs light and glows in the dark." Sir glanced back at her. It was Hannah, and if memory serves, the wife of Neville's younger brother. "Thank you. You're welcome," Hannah replied with a smile. "Susan informed me that their entire family belongs to Hufflepuff. By the way, I remember you. You are also a Bones." Susan peeked out from behind Hannah, curiously observing Sewer. "I am Sewer," he said with a smile, continuing down the corridor. Upon exiting the passage, he found himself in the Hufflepuff common room. The Scottish Highlands exhibited a significant temperature variance between day and night, despite it being late August. A chill was already present in the air. However, the Hufflepuff common room exuded an inviting warmth. It was a circular space with a low ceiling, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Although the height was modest, it did not evoke a sense of confinement. Plush sofas were strewn across a vibrant patchwork carpet, and bright light reflected off the copper embellishments embedded in the walls and beside the fireplace, illuminating Helga Hufflepuff's portrait. "The last one to arrive is Gabriel," he remarked. "Some young wizards may not be aware that Lady Helga Hufflepuff is one of the founders of Hogwarts. But why is there nothing on the canvas?" a young wizard inquired. "Perhaps she is visiting another portrait," Gabriel shrugged. "In truth, I have seldom seen Lady Hufflepuff here." "All right, young wizards," he continued, "girls to the right, boys to the left. The dormitories have been assigned, and your luggage has already been delivered. Do not be late for your first class tomorrow. If anyone finds themselves lost, they may ask the portraits. They are residents of Hogwarts for centuries. Remember to be humble and polite." Otherwise, Gabriel's unfinished words conveyed a clear warning. "Oh, and if you are fortunate, you may encounter the Hufflepuff ghost when you need assistance. He is the jovial friar. Kindly approach him, and he will be more than willing to help you." Finally, he sincerely congratulated them. "Welcome to Hogwarts, and welcome to being part of the friendliest, warmest, and strongest house of the four." Gabriel's words were met with a round of enthusiastic applause from the young wizards, many of whom sparkled with excitement and anticipation for the future. The entrance to the Hufflepuff dormitory resembled a circular door akin to a barrel lid. Sir quickly located his dormitory, which contained four four-poster beds, each adorned with the iconic yellow and black drapes securely tied to the copper posts. The copper lamps, devoid of flames, radiated warmth with a soft, golden glow. With a long yawn, Sir introduced himself to his future roommates. Without even changing into his pajamas, he collapsed onto the soft, sunlit bed, inhaling the comforting scent. He gazed at the lively badger depicted on the yellow and black drapes before closing his eyes. In his dreams, Sir found himself in a luminous white valley, where white wooden cottages appeared to shimmer in the depths of the landscape. Even after 11 years, he recognized it as the place he had first arrived at during his journey. "Long time no see," a delicate voice floated down from above. Sir looked up to see a girl perched on a tree branch overhead, her feet swinging gently back and forth. "It is the girl named Ariana. Have you died again?" Ariana inquired curiously. Sol, too, harbored doubts about whether he had met his demise once more. "I am uncertain. I arrived here upon reaching Hogwarts. So I should still be alive, right?" Upon hearing the name Hogwarts, Ariana's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Hogwarts? Is that the school located in the Scottish Highlands?" She gracefully leapt from the tree and approached Sol, tilting her head in curiosity. "You know?" Sol asked. The girl nodded gently. "Indeed, my brother is a student at Hogwarts. It has always been my dream to attend that school." A glimmer of longing flickered in Ariana's eyes, which was soon followed by a wistful sigh. What a pity. Sol consoled her. Which house have you been sorted into? Ariana quickly regained her composure and pressed further. Hufflepuff. How wonderful. My brother is a Gryffindor, Ariana replied enviously. The two engaged in a lively exchange, though it was mostly Ariana who spoke, as Sol, newly arrived at Hogwarts, found it challenging to answer her questions. Ariana invited Sol to visit her home, a tall 3-story house with a patch of grass, though the once green grass here appeared luminescent white. Sol was uncertain how long he had been there, but he had never seen another soul. Another call echoed, and Sol remarked, "It seems I am still alive." He looked at Ariana, who had suddenly become melancholic. "Next time I come here, I will surely share more about Hogwarts with you." Chapter 17. The privileges of Hufflepuff and herbology class. Very well. I shall await your return. Ariana's gentle voice lingered in his ears when another voice interrupted. Wake up, Sol. We are going to be late. Sol groggily opened his eyes, the first sight being the vividly depicted badger on the curtain, followed by his roommate, Justin Finch-Fletchley's curly locks. Justin was frantically donning his wizarding robe. I am getting up now, Sol replied, lifting the soft blanket and climbing out of bed. At this moment, magic proved to be exceptionally useful. Clean and refreshed. Quick, do the same for me, Justin implored, along with his 2 other roommates who had just managed to rise from their beds. I want some too. As the 4 exited through the round door, they soon realized that they were not the only ones running late. The entire Hufflepuff common room was bustling with numerous students. Sol, within the crowd, Diggory waved him over. Come, your roommates are here, and breakfast awaits. In the Hufflepuff common room, a long table had been added, laden with an array of sandwiches, bread, milk, pumpkin juice, and other delights. Did I not mention? Diggory handed Sol a bacon and egg sandwich. The Hogwarts kitchen is just down the same corridor as us. Thank you, Sol accepted. So we can have our breakfast here? If you wish to brave the cold winds of winter and shake off the drowsiness. Diggory poured himself a cup of pumpkin juice. Clearly, no one desires that, Sol chuckled. The class schedule is posted on the notice board. And the first lesson for Hufflepuff is always the herbology class taught by the headmaster, with the greenhouse situated just behind the castle. Diggory chuckled heartily. Well, I shall be off to class then. See you later. Goodbye, came the reply. Sewer, with his head bowed, nibbled on his sandwich, suddenly feeling as if he had forgotten something. It couldn't be anything of great importance, could it? In the Hogwarts dining hall, Hermione, with an indifferent expression, was using her fork to fill her stomach, oblivious to the fact that the 2 young wizards on either side of her kept a distance of 2 empty seats, both wearing expressions of sheer terror. Nervously, Neville edged closer. Huh. Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Your fried egg, Neville gulped, pointing at the plate in front of her. What about my fried egg? Hermione glanced down and saw nothing amiss. If anything, the egg had merely been transformed into a series of tiny fragments. No. Neville shook his head. If we don't head to class now, we will be late. Clang. Hermione dropped her spoon onto the plate, exclaiming, Oh, I nearly forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Neville. No need to mention it. Neville trembled slightly. It was not until Sewer exited the castle and approached the first greenhouse that he remembered what he had forgotten. He had neglected his agreement with Hermione. Oh no. Sewer grimaced. What's the matter, Sewer? Are you feeling unwell? Justin inquired with concern. I'm fine, Justin. Thank you, Sewer replied, shaking his head. The professor is waiting for us. We must hurry. As for Hermione, he could explain to her at lunchtime. If he approached it properly, she should be able to understand, right? The herbology professor was Sprout, a plump lady with gray hair and a notably kind smile. However, no one would doubt that a witch capable of being the head of Hufflepuff would be entirely harmless. It is well known that badgers are adept at concealing themselves. Modesty and humility do not equate to being harmless. As Professor Sprout began the lesson, she sternly declared that it was absolutely forbidden to move or examine the plants within the greenhouse without permission. Although most of the plants in the first greenhouse were harmless, improper handling could result in an unwelcoming encounter with Madame Pomfrey. The first lesson primarily introduced the students to the bizarre array of plants and fungi within the greenhouse, which opened their eyes to the wonders of the magical world. For instance, the roots of mandrakes emit a deadly scream when disturbed, resulting at least in a state of unconsciousness. However, once matured, they can be used to brew potions that counteract effects such as petrification and minor curses. Attention! Professor Sprout demonstrated the first operation with the students. Fireleaf is an exceptionally flammable plant. Like this, she gently rubbed 2 round purple leaves together in her hands. Amidst the astonished gasps of the young wizards, smoke immediately rose from the point of friction, and a spark quickly ignited into a massive flame engulfing Professor Sprout's hands. Yet the professor remained composed, shaking her hands lightly, and the flames vanished without a trace. Can anyone tell me why the flames burned on my hands without causing me the slightest harm? Professor Sprout inquired with a smile. Is it a magic that isolates flames? Sol heard the little wizard whisper behind him. But Professor Sprout hasn't drawn her wand, a female voice retorted softly. After a brief pause, Professor Sprout remained silent. It is the sap, she murmured. A mere drop of the sap from the stem of the fire leaf can extinguish the flames it generates. This sap is typically used to create fire-resistant gloves. The group fell into silence as they took out parchment to jot down notes. So, does anyone know the purpose of the ashes left after burning the fire leaf? I know, Professor. A Ravenclaw raised her hand uncertainly. It can be made into a salve for treating burns. I once accidentally burned myself, and my mother used it to heal me. Precisely, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout exclaimed with delight. It is hard to imagine that the sap from the stem of the fire leaf is not its most valuable attribute. Rather, the ashes produced from its combustion are the true essence. Subsequently, Professor Sprout distributed small vials of liquid for the young wizards to apply on their hands, teaching them how to repot the fire leaf and pluck its leaves. Everyone was cautious not to let their fire leaf ignite, yet the inexperienced young wizards inevitably encountered minor mishaps. Occasionally, smoke would rise, accompanied by flickers of flame. Ah, splendid, Professor Sprout said, walking over to Sol. Correct thought, correct execution, apply a bit of sap between the two leaves. I remember your name, Solborns, am I right, child? Yes, Professor. 5 points to Hufflepuff. She joyfully added to her house's score. The other young wizards immediately emulated Sol's technique, significantly reducing the instances of ignition through friction. Hannah and Susan's group also successfully garnered points for having lost the least amount of fire leaf while completing the repotting task. The time in herbology class quietly passed amidst tension and excitement. Chapter 18. Transfiguration class. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. As Sol entered the great hall, he immediately spotted Hermione's brown, fluffy back. He quickly rubbed his face, feigning an expression of exhaustion. As he passed by the Gryffindor table, Sol quietly settled next to Hermione and snatched a ham sandwich from her plate. Hermione jumped in surprise, raising her fork defensively at the person pilfering her food. Good afternoon, Hermione. Sol feigned weakness, speaking softly. Hermione ignored him, though her body relaxed as she turned back to her lunch. What's wrong, Sol? Neville inquired. Approaching at an opportune moment, Sol pretended to be nonchalant, raising his voice slightly to announce that he had overslept, missed breakfast, and had points deducted by the headmaster, followed by a minor mishap in herbology class that resulted in a small injury. I apologize, Professor Sprout, he said, casting a glance at Hermione to gauge her reaction. Unfortunately, Hermione showed little response, while Neville was startled. Is Professor Sprout really that strict? This afternoon, we have a lesson on herbalism. Although slightly disappointed, Sewer still addressed Neville's inquiry. Do not fret, Neville. Professor Sprout is a wonderful and kind-hearted instructor, as long as you refrain from meddling with the other plants in her greenhouse. I must head to lunch now. I need to catch up on some rest afterward, for we have Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class later. See you at dinner, Neville. Farewell, Hermione, Sewer said, rising slowly from his seat. Hermione remained focused on her lunch, and had Sewer not had particularly keen ears, he might have missed her soft grunt. All right. In a buoyant mood, Sewer turned away, casting aside the pretense of fatigue, and happily returned to the Hufflepuff table. Who was that Gryffindor girl? One of Sewer's roommates inquired. Their curiosity piqued. What is your relationship with her? I know. It must be a romantic involvement. My brother sent letters to his girlfriend via owl throughout the summer. Another Hufflepuff wizard remarked. Is your brother also at Hogwarts? Another young wizard approached. Soon, the small wizards had abandoned Sewer and were engaged in enthusiastic chatter. Sewer chose not to respond, instead forking a succulent piece of beef into his mouth. Delightful. In the afternoon, within the Transfiguration classroom, the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw young wizards sat quietly in their seats, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. I wonder why Professor McGonagall has not yet arrived, Justin whispered, looking down. Sewer glanced at the desk where a tabby cat sat still like a statue. Professor McGonagall has always been here, Sewer murmured. A question mark appeared above Justin's head, his expression one of confusion, but soon it transformed into an exclamation mark. Not just Justin, but several other young wizards were taken aback as well. The tabby cat on the desk suddenly sprang to life, taking a few steps forward before leaping into the air and transforming mid-flight into a witch clad in a dark green satin robe. Professor McGonagall, the tabby cat. She seemed quite pleased with her own transformation, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she turned to face the class. Her demeanor serious. Transfiguration is an exceedingly dangerous and complex form of magic. I expect you to remember every point I make during my class. Should anyone misbehave, I will escort them out of the classroom and they shall not be permitted to return. Professor McGonagall's commanding presence rendered the room utterly silent. Under the watchful eyes of the young wizards, she waved her wand and effortlessly transformed a desk into a large pink pig, then morphed a textbook into a vividly animated bird. One of the birds flew onto Sewer's desk, and just as he reached out to touch it, it soared away. This display of skillful transformation ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the young wizards. Professor, I wish to learn that. Sewer could sense this eagerness reflected in the eyes of his peers. I believe some of you who have previewed the textbook might be familiar with Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration. Does anyone know them? A Ravenclaw girl raised her hand, and Professor McGonagall called on her. Miss Dupin. Lisa Dupin was among the last few students sorted during the ceremony yesterday, and the hat had immediately proclaimed her as a Ravenclaw upon touching her. With a flushed face, she stood up confidently and spoke with assurance. The transfiguration rules have 5 major exceptions. First, we cannot conjure delicious dishes out of thin air. Second, we cannot permanently transform an inanimate object into a living one, though we can temporarily animate them. Third, transfiguration cannot create items with magical properties. That falls under the realm of alchemy. Fourth, we cannot use transfiguration to divide one object into multiple others, such as turning a table into 2 deer. Fifth, transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. Very well, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Why don't you jot down what Miss Dupin has just stated? The young wizards immediately brandished their quills. Next, close your books and take out your wands. We shall begin practicing spells. The young wizards promptly retrieved their wands, obediently following the steps as outlined by Professor McGonagall. It is crucial to wave your wand decisively and resolutely during transfiguration, avoiding unnecessary extra movements. After observing the young wizard's actions, Professor McGonagall suddenly remarked, Mr. Finnegan has demonstrated a graceful wand movement, elegant indeed, but regrettably, transfiguration is not a dual performance. It does not require you to dance for the audience. A soft laughter rippled through the classroom as Justin Finnegan blushed and lowered his wand. This was merely a small interlude, and Professor McGonagall continued to sternly correct the young wizards. When articulating the spell, be clear and forceful, and remember, there should be a brief pause between the words and between, but it need not be lengthy. A low murmur of spell recitations filled the classroom. This is quite reminiscent of a magical recruitment scene, Sully thought to himself, yet his body diligently followed Professor McGonagall's instructions. Magic is not merely theoretical. It is a practical discipline. As the theory lesson concluded, Professor McGonagall distributed matchsticks, ensuring each student received one. What you are required to do is transform the matchstick before you into a needle, Professor McGonagall stated, emphasizing that while waving your wand, you must possess a clear and detailed mental image of the object being transformed. Professor, I wish to learn the transfiguration spell you used to turn the book into a bird. A little badger raised her hand and said. Mr. Moan, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. This is a necessary step for beginners, as I mentioned earlier, if you were paying attention. Transfiguration is a profound and perilous subject. I hope you can lay a solid foundation with diligence. Now let us begin. Chapter 19, The Badgers Excel. The textbook for introductory transfiguration is hardly straightforward. Compared to the brightly illuminated spellbooks detailing incantations and methods, it is rather esoteric. In essence, this book distills into 4 words: believe in yourself. Transfiguration is, in truth, the art of distorting reality. Until the end of class, Sewer barely managed to transform the matchstick into silver. However, he remarkably emerged as the top student among both academies, while the others only succeeded in achieving minor alterations to their matchsticks. Professor McGonagall bestowed a rare smile upon Sewer and awarded Hufflepuff an additional 15 points. After class, as they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner, Justin, with a furrowed brow, pressed on, How did you manage that, Sewer? In the recent transfiguration lesson, This Hufflepuff badger had successfully unlocked the achievement of failing 7 matchsticks in a row. Sewer wished to share his method, yet he was at a loss. The art of transfiguration was governed by a fundamental incantation, and only through aiding young wizards in understanding and successfully casting spells could one achieve mastery. Advanced wizards hardly needed to utter spells. Believe in yourself was all Sewer could offer in response. Believe in myself? A question mark seemed to hover above Justin's head. Although dissatisfied with the lack of concrete tips from Sewer, he soon brushed it off. Professor McGonagall had assigned them the task of mastering this basic transfiguration within a month. According to her, no student had yet achieved the transformation of wood into a needle within that time frame. Conversely, the chatter at the Hufflepuff table proved far more captivating. Gabriel, the head boy, was animatedly discussing with a group of first-year wizards gathered around him. Some have asked me if Hufflepuff is the least intelligent house, simply because we accept all students. However, I must address this rumor. It is utterly false. You should all note that our emblem is a badger. What is a badger? It is an often underestimated creature, remaining calm until provoked. Yet, when riled, it dares to challenge beings much larger than itself. Furthermore, the accomplished wizards among us are no less formidable than those from other houses. Does anyone know of Gorgon Stump? Gabriel inquired with a smile. A former minister of magic, answered a first-year wizard from a wizarding family. Indeed, he was one of the most popular ministers of magic, and he hailed from Hufflepuff. Some students from Muggle backgrounds expressed their admiration. Additionally, there are others like Minister Edamisia and Donald MacPhail, who also come from Hufflepuff. On your first-year reading list, there is a book from a course that will not be elective until the 3rd year, Care of Magical Creatures. The author, Newt Scamander, is also a Hufflepuff. But wasn't he expelled from Hogwarts? A young wizard queried, puzzled. That is indeed correct, Gabriel replied. But it does not negate the fact that the Sorting Hat placed him in Hufflepuff. I heard that Mr. Newt Scamander assisted Professor Dumbledore during the Wizarding Wars. Another student interjected. Precisely, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. If anyone has collected Professor Dumbledore's chocolate frog cards, you would know that he once defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald. At that time, Mr. Newt Scamander was Dumbledore's assistant. Why did the headmaster choose a Hufflepuff? It is precisely because we are exceptionally capable and eminently trustworthy. Numerous distinguished wizards hail from our Hufflepuff house, including him.Convinced, one of the founders of Hogsmeade. Just look at the multitude of remarkable, brave, and powerful witches and wizards who originate from Hufflepuff. What reason do we have not to take pride in our ability to join this house? Gabriel concluded. The young wizards erupted in thunderous applause, drawing glances from the other 3 long tables. Observing the flushed faces and sparkling eyes of the Hufflepuff students, they could not help but wonder if these little badgers had consumed some sort of stimulant. Sol also clapped quietly, reflecting on how the head boy's absence from Hogwarts recruitment efforts was indeed a significant loss for the admissions realm, especially given the global competition Hogwarts faced. After the excitement, the young wizards eagerly engaged in conversation, while Sol found himself lost in thought at the dining table, pondering whether Angel in London had received his letter. Suddenly, Justin stealthily nudged Sol's elbow, raising his eyebrows in a conspiratorial manner. Turning his head, Sol was met with a pair of large eyes framed by tousled hair, cascading over her shoulders. It was Hermione. Sol waved at her, but the young girl shot him a glare before returning to her meal. Clearly, she was still upset about Sol's previous absence. However, it was not a significant issue. With a little coaxing, everything would be fine. Knowing Hermione's temperament, Sol shrugged. He would simply apologize when the owl delivered the letters from home the following morning. That evening, Sol sank into the soft couch of the Hufflepuff common room, letting out a contented sigh as he experienced for the first time why some small creatures enjoy burrowing. The Hufflepuff common room, situated on the lower level, offered a view of the swaying grass on the castle lawn. When the sun rose over the horizon, the badgers could always bask in the sunlight first. One could scarcely find a more delightful place than the Hufflepuff common room. Justin lounged in a similar position on the couch, blissfully squinting his eyes. Justin, shall we venture to the kitchen? Morn inquired, holding a book about Quidditch matches. Leaning forward with curiosity. The kitchen? Sol's interest was piqued. But would that not be considered a nocturnal escapade at this hour? Justin appeared somewhat apprehensive. Morn gestured with his chin towards a nearby table where several plates of snacks, absent from the evening's feast, were displayed. Clearly, these were the culinary creations of Hogwarts' kitchen. Do you know how to reach the kitchen? Justin pondered the delectable pudding each student had been served that evening, licking his lips in temptation. "Sol, are you in?" Sol raised his eyebrows, and his intentions were unmistakable. The three young wizards stealthily peeked out from behind a barrel. The corridor was eerily quiet, save for the soft crackling of burning firewood on the walls. "Safe." Justin gave a thumbs up, his upbringing in a Muggle family making him feel particularly suave in this gesture. The kitchen of Hogwarts is indeed situated in close proximity to the Hufflepuff common room. Sol and his companions merely passed 4 portraits and scenic paintings before encountering a depiction of a fruit bowl. Subsequently, Morn raised his hand and scratched the pear in the fruit bowl. The vibrant yellow pear twisted and turned, seemingly evading Morn's fingers before leaping to the side, revealing a hidden entrance. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from behind them. Surely, they could not be so unfortunate as to be caught on their first nocturnal adventure? Chapter 20. Nocturnal Adventures in the Mischief of the Weasley Brothers. Fred and George, the mischievous brothers, stealthily emerged from the Gryffindor common room, perched atop the castle tower. They navigated the corridors, avoiding the keen eyes of the castle's caretaker, and after a series of twists and turns, they found themselves beside a statue on the first floor. At the corner leading to the kitchen in the basement, they fortuitously encountered Sol and his companions, who were also engaging in clandestine activities. "Look, Fred," George whispered. "Oh, our fellow night wanderers," Fred remarked, observing the first-year wizards. "Indeed, I have a splendid idea." George raised an eyebrow. "I have a cunning plan as well," Fred chuckled mischievously, and the two silently exchanged a high five. As Sol prepared to venture into the kitchen, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, accompanied by an authoritative voice. "I trust you are aware that wandering the halls at night is against school rules?" "Sorry, Professor." Justin swiftly turned, bowing his head in apology, with Sol and Morn following suit. They had yet to discern the identity of their pursuer. The footsteps drew nearer, and a corner of a black robe materialized in Sol's line of sight, revealing a hint of red as it swayed with the movement. "Wait a moment. This can't be." Sol looked up to see a pair of identical twins, their red hair and a smattering of freckles adorning their noses, wearing mischievous grins. "Good evening." One of the red-haired boys said, "I am Fred, and this is George." Justin and Morn looked up, sighing in relief, nearly convinced they would be caught and lose points. "I am Sol," he introduced himself, "and these are my roommates, Justin and Morn." "Greetings." "Actually, I am Fred, and he is George," the other twin chimed in. "Fred speaks the truth," George added with a grin. "Are you here for the kitchen too?" "Yes, we've heard there is plenty of food to be had," Justin replied, while Morn inquired about how to access the kitchen. "Indeed, as long as you are polite to the house elves," Fred explained, placing his hand on the portal and pushing it open with determination. "They will be more than willing to provide you with delightful treats. Come inside. We spotted Filch on our way down." George slipped through the partially opened door, beckoning the trio to follow. Morn and Justin followed suit, with Sol being the last to enter. Just before the door closed, Sol could have sworn he heard the faint sound of a cat meowing. So curiously surveyed the kitchen, which was remarkably spacious, far exceeding the dimensions one would expect of a mere room. A long table was positioned at the heart of the dwelling, its centerpiece adorned by an imposing portrait against the wall behind the main seat. Numerous house elves busied themselves on one side of the table, surrounded by an array of pots, spoons, and jars. Fred had already engaged in conversation with one of the elves, whose tattered yet tidy attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the goblins from Gringotts. With elongated arms and pointed ears. "Who is Filch?" Morn inquired of George, her curiosity piqued. "The caretaker of Hogwarts. He stood at the entrance of the Great Hall during the welcome feast, and he has a cat," George replied through clenched teeth. "We've been caught by that wretched feline on several occasions. We had intended for that damned cat to experience the consequences of dung bombs, but we never found the opportunity. Fortunate for you that you didn't. Otherwise, old Mrs. Norris would have surely bestowed upon you a detention lasting 7 years." Sir thought to himself as Fred approached with a broad smile. "There's only pudding left. I trust you don't mind?" Fred said. The trio shook their heads in response. Soon, the group leaned against the long table, engaging in conversation, primarily led by Fred and George, who had begun exploring the castle during their first year. They shared tales of a particular portrait that hosted nighttime concerts, with melodies so haunting that even the ghosts dared not approach. They also revealed the existence of a secret passage leading directly to the Great Hall, allowing them to sleep until just before classes and then slip through to partake in breakfast. Moreover, they recounted the upcoming history of magic class with Professor Binns, who had grown so old that he no longer recognized his students. He was indifferent to whether anyone paid attention during his lectures, making it an ideal spot for a nap. The castle, standing for millennia within the river of time, was as enigmatic as a veiled beauty, and in 3 years, Fred and George had barely managed to lift a corner of her veil. George and I are determined to explore every nook and cranny of Hogwarts over these 7 years, Fred declared. Good sirs, a house elf suddenly appeared. Your meals are ready. Thank you, Fred replied graciously, and the others followed suit, offering smiles to the elf. It is our honor to serve wizards, the elf exclaimed, taken aback, bowing deeply with tears welling in its eyes, nearly touching the floor with its head. The trio bid farewell to Fred and George at the kitchen door and successfully returned to their dormitory. After sharing the delight of the creamy pudding, Sir gazed at the badger on the canopy, closing his eyes. That night, he did not enter the luminous realm. The first day at Hogwarts came to an end, and he thought to himself that it wasn't so bad. As dawn broke imperceptibly, gentle sunlight awakened the entirety of Hogwarts. The sounds of sweeping outside rousing Sor from his slumber. The dormitory lacked windows, yet sunlight and a soft breeze mysteriously filled the room. Sor languidly stretched his arms, turned over, and rose to wash and dress himself. As Sor ascended the staircase from the underground level, a gust of cold wind sent a shiver down his spine. Peering through the castle corridor's window, he beheld the cobblestone path outside, blanketed with leaves that shimmered like gold in the sunlight. A tall figure wielding a colossal broom was vigorously sweeping the ground, while Sor sweetened his porridge with sugar. A flurry of owls, around 100, fluttered in through the ventilation hole above the great hall's entrance. Among them, he instantly recognized his own owl. Angel had not only given this owl a diminutive name, Little Gray, but had also tied a conspicuous pink bow around its leg, a beloved hair ribbon of hers. Thud! A package landed on Sor's lap. Thank you for your hard work, Little Gray. He fed some breadcrumbs to his owl before unwrapping the parcel. The first items to catch his eye were 2 sweaters, one black and the other white. Sandwiched between them were 2 envelopes. Ellison had penned a lengthy missive detailing the happenings at home since Sor had departed. Angel, apart from sleeping and eating, spent the majority of her time in Sor's bedroom, deeply missing her brother. Additionally, there were admonitions about the cold weather and reminders to keep warm to avoid catching a cold. The letter concluded with a crookedly written brother, unmistakably her handiwork. After reading, Sor tucked the letter close, a smile gracing his lips. The black woolen sweater was incredibly soft, imbued with the scent of sunlight. As for the white one, it was undoubtedly Hermione's. Speaking of Hermione, she appeared at that very moment. Do I have a letter? A fluffy head leaned in. Yes. And a white sweater too, which I believe Mrs. Granger sent for you. Sor nodded, handing over the letter and sweater. Instead of departing, Hermione settled beside Sor and began to read the letter. He provided her with a blank plate, upon which lay a golden brown slice of toast and a perfectly runny fried egg. I didn't intentionally forget about you waiting for me in the great hall, Sor remarked, observing Hermione fold the letter and start to measure the sweater against herself. Am I that petty? Hermione replied nonchalantly. Sor exhaled with relief, showering her with compliments, which soon had Hermione beaming with delight. What classes do you have this morning? She inquired. One history of magic class. Sor glanced at the timetable nestled within the pages of his book. After a brief conversation, Hermione finished her breakfast. I must return to the dormitory to put my clothes away. Shall we meet at the library this weekend? She suggested. Absolutely, Sor nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. Matters of Class. Professor Binns' history of magic was indeed sufficiently soporific. Sor suspected that the very timbre of Professor Binns' voice possessed a magical quality capable of lulling one to sleep in an instant. At least during the first history of magic lesson, apart from a handful of Ravenclaw students, the rest of the class had succumbed to slumber. The utterance of class dismissed by Professor Binns acted as the countercharm to this sleep-inducing spell, awakening everyone as he concluded his lecture. During the afternoon's charm class, the first-year young wizards were tasked with mastering a fundamental spell, the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick vividly illustrated the consequences of mispronouncing the incantation by intentionally misarticulating a word. In doing so, a frenzied wild bull materialized in the classroom, its front hooves crashing down with a heavy bellow, charging towards Professor Flitwick with eyes aglow. Amidst the gasps of the young wizards, Flitwick nonchalantly waved his wand, and the bull vanished into thin air. Unless you can survive beneath the hooves of a bull, it would be prudent to exercise caution while reciting spells, he remarked. This striking example left an indelible mark on the young wizards, who would forever remember the unfortunate historical figure, Baruffio, who inadvertently sent himself to meet Merlin with a simple levitation charm. The class continued with half an hour devoted to practicing the incantation and the accompanying wand movements. In the latter half, Professor Flitwick distributed a white feather to each student, encouraging them to attempt to levitate it using the charm. Remember the subtle wrist movements I just mentioned. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is equally vital, he called out as he descended from the podium. Oh, very well, he continued, taking small steps towards Sir, who had a feather gently hovering above his desk. Mr. Bourne, did you prepare before the term began? Yes, Professor, Sir replied quietly. Did you have an adult wizard guiding you during your practice? Flitwick inquired with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. No, Professor, Sir answered. Flitwick paused, a flicker of doubt passing through his bright eyes, only to vanish in an instant. In truth, I do not recommend young wizards practice magic alone without adult supervision. It can be perilously dangerous. However, it is evident, Mr. Bourne, that your performance has exceeded my expectations, he said, a smile breaking across his face. Hufflepuff, 15 points, he announced loudly. All eyes in the classroom turned towards him, and Justin's gaze glimmered with envy. He too desired to earn points. After class, Sir became the envy of his fellow Hufflepuff wizards, who looked at him with eager eyes, tirelessly inquiring about the techniques for successfully casting spells. Sir, of course, shared all he could, though he was merely coerced by Hermione into practicing a few spells in advance and had skimmed through a textbook. He certainly could not claim superiority, for such arrogance would surely lead to being ensnared in a sack while using the restroom. Wednesday night heralded an astronomy class, where they were to observe planetary trajectories using telescopes atop Hogwarts' tallest tower, learning the names of various stars and their significances. If you are considering divination in your third year, it would be wise to note everything I say, Professor Aurora Sinistra advised. Thursday's defense against the dark arts class devolved into a farce. I feel I could fry myself in the kitchen. That would surely be delightful, Justin quipped humorously, only to find that no one, aside from a few wizards of Muggle descent, appreciated his jest. Do you not know that garlic is a kitchen seasoning? Justin exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. The group finally realized the humor of the situation, erupting into laughter, yet an undercurrent of awkwardness lingered in the air. It was no wonder he had made such a remark. The pungent odor of garlic in Professor Quirrell's classroom was overwhelming. Professor Quirrell claimed it was intended to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania, fearing the creature might return to pursue him. As for the curious scarf worn by the young wizards, Professor Quirrell explained that it was a gift from an African prince, given in gratitude for his assistance in escaping the clutches of a resurrected zombie. However, most regarded these tales as mere stories, and their credibility was certainly a matter of personal interpretation. At the very least, Sir was not convinced. He was well aware of what lay beneath Professor Quirrell's scarf. Professor Dumbledore had strategically set the stage for the unfolding events, opting to observe rather than intervene, only occasionally restraining Hermione from becoming involved. As for the implications of Hermione's absence from the trio of Harry and Ron, that was of little concern to him. Dumbledore would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the situation from the shadows. After completing the third herbology class of the week, Friday had arrived. The afternoon following the herbology lesson marked the beginning of the infamous potions class, which the young wizards had heard about, often described as a nightmare. I cannot expect you to truly appreciate the enchanting aroma wafting from a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame. Nor can you comprehend the extraordinary magic of a liquid coursing through one's veins, evoking a sense of exhilaration and entrancement. Professor Snape forcefully swung open the door to the dungeon, his aura radiating a palpable tension that left the young wizards breathless. He was yet another master of controlling a classroom, rivaling even Professor McGonagall. Striding confidently to the podium, his pure black wizarding cloak rustled ominously, and he faced the students with a stern expression, his dark gaze sweeping across the room. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, he proclaimed, but there is one condition. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter. Now, discard those outdated potion textbooks you hold, for in my class, you are to heed my commands. Sir was uncertain whether Professor Snape had mastered his potion-making skills, but there was no doubt that his acerbic wit was fully developed. He particularly relished the act of lurking behind the young wizards, observing their every move with a menacing glare. Mr. Butters, I believe I have made myself exceedingly clear. Snape bent down, pinching a handful of dried nettles set aside for grinding, ensuring they achieved a texture akin to flour. If you are unfamiliar with what flour is, I suggest you visit the Hogwarts kitchen and seek guidance from the house elves. Almost everyone had faced criticism at some point. Although the preparation steps and materials for the scabious potion that Professor Snape guided them through differed significantly from those outlined in the textbook, Sir, poised to add the porcupine quills to the cauldron, felt a chilling presence behind him, accompanied by a barely perceptible breath. Justin's face had turned pale, trembling slightly. Sol hesitated for a moment, then decisively placed the porcupine quills into the cauldron. A plume of pink smoke erupted from the vessel, and Sol intently observed the shifting hues of the potion within, watching as it swiftly transformed into a pale blue. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he caught sight of a hand reaching directly for the bubbling cauldron. Good heavens, the merciless iron hand! Snape, with an impassive expression, held the scalding cauldron, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff before glancing at Sol, revealing an inscrutable expression. Before the addition of the horned slug, the cauldron's temperature had not met the standard requirements, diminishing the potion's efficacy considerably. It was barely usable. Snape let out a soft huff, setting the cauldron down upon the table, leaving behind a remark, 1 point for Hufflepuff. Chapter 22. A few days before flying class, news of Sol earning points for Hufflepuff in Snape's potions class swiftly spread throughout the entire academy, albeit a mere solitary point. "You are a hero," cheered the Weasley brothers from Gryffindor, grinning as they each draped an arm around Sol's shoulders. No student, save for those from Slytherin, had ever received extra points from Snape. "You are the first." The duo's banter garnered the approval of Hufflepuff students in their second year and above. "Perhaps this year we might have a chance at the House Cup," Diggory mused, glancing at the hourglass, which symbolized Hufflepuff now perched high in second place, with Slytherin leading. Though the Hufflepuffs displayed indifference regarding their prospects of winning the House Cup, it did not signify a lack of desire for such an honor to be bestowed upon them. "Excuse me, how long has it been since Hufflepuff last won the House Cup?" Hannah inquired curiously. "Historically, the last time Hufflepuff claimed the House Cup was in 1913. Diggory replied, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "That is indeed quite a long time ago. However, this year seems unlikely to present an opportunity to win the House Cup unless..." Sol's gaze shifted towards the figure at the head table, adorned with a scarf, and he shuddered at the thought of what lay behind that head, shaking his head to dispel the dreadful notion. "What a jest! With my slight stature, confronting Voldemort would be akin to searching for, well, you know, an uneventful night, though one could hardly call it entirely peaceful. Unfortunate Justin encountered an elderly professor while seeking a midnight snack in the kitchen. Professor Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures, was known as a kind-hearted soul. Morn tossed a jammy biscuit into his mouth. The limping and disheveled old man was the only one who could be associated with their third-year elective professor. Within just a few days, Morn had managed to glean insights into all the teachers of Hogwarts and had also uncovered a plethora of juicy tidbits. He had risen to the status of Hufflepuff's new informant. "Have you all heard? Next week, we shall commence flying lessons," Morn whispered, glancing around cautiously. "If we perform well, there's a chance we might be exceptionally included in the Hufflepuff Quidditch team." "Quidditch? What is that?" Justin asked, his curiosity piqued. "You mean to say you don't know what Quidditch is?" Morn exclaimed loudly, then recollected. "Oh, I forgot you come from a Muggle family." Thus, Morn began to enthusiastically educate Justin about Quidditch. "From a young age, I discovered my exceptional talent for flying. Are you familiar with gliders? The first time I mounted a broom, I encountered a glider pilot face to face, and he was utterly terrified." Sol, sitting nearby, absorbed the information, learning that Quidditch consists of 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 seeker, and 1 keeper. On a vast field, the 2 teams, totaling 14 players, strive to score by sending the quaffle through the opponent's goalposts. The beaters are responsible for protecting their teammates from the rogue bludgers, while the seeker, who does not partake in the offense, has but one task: to locate the swiftly flying golden snitch. Once the snitch is captured by either team's seeker, the Quidditch match concludes. Justin, stirred by Morn's enthusiasm, began to envision the scenery he would behold while perched on a broom. Sol quietly perused a book. Despite Snape's disdain for the text magical drafts and potions by Arsenic, the potion handling techniques within are crucial for novice wizards, and reading more is decidedly better than remaining utterly ignorant. At the very least, Sol could ascertain how their potions professor had altered the recipes. He harbored a modest ambition he wished to achieve. On Saturday, Sol and Hermione pinned replies to their families in the library and subsequently visited the Ollery to send them off with Little Gray. The following day was spent in the library, and Sol yearned to explore the castle with Hermione, hoping for a small adventure. He was aware of a wondrous room on the 8th floor that grants wishes. Unfortunately, Hermione was far too studious. "You truly should have been sorted into Ravenclaw," Sol remarked. Exasperated, without lifting her gaze, Hermione continued to sift through how to accurately cast spells. "I would have liked to be in Ravenclaw, but the Sorting Hat deemed me more suited for Gryffindor. What can I do?" Sol suggested, "Why don't we step outside? The weather is splendid." He attempted to persuade Hermione to set aside her book, but she remained unmoved. Left with no choice, Sol casually picked up a book on potion making to peruse. On Sunday evening, news spread throughout the castle that flying lessons would commence on Thursday, with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joining together. Simultaneously, the new round of player selections for Quidditch was about to begin. This led to discussions of Quidditch erupting wherever young wizards congregated from Monday to Wednesday. Just days prior, Justin, who had been only vaguely acquainted with Quidditch, began to recount his own Quidditch adventure at the Hufflepuff long table. Indeed, he had borrowed Morn's idea and slightly modified it to claim it as his own. Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, swaggered into Sol just as he was about to enter the Great Hall for dinner. "Well, if it isn't Solborn's," Malfoy sneered. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered on the train, Sol narrowed his eyes, observing Malfoy's pompous demeanor. "What do you want?" Sol inquired, his tone flat. As Malfoy locked eyes with Sewer, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. Initially, he intended to mock Sewer, insinuating that he had never experienced flight or even touched a broomstick. However, a sudden recollection of the icy sensation from the sweltering summer train journey flashed through his mind. Malfoy faltered, "And no, it's nothing. I merely wanted to greet you." "Oh, pleased to meet you." "Farewell, Mr. Malfoy," Sewer replied, and Malfoy, along with his 2 lackeys, stood motionless, staring blankly at Sewer's retreating figure. His complexion shifting conspicuously between shades of red and pale. Harry, look." Ron pointed at the obnoxious Malfoy, still oblivious to the fact that he was blocking the doorway. Malfoy seems rather discomfort. "I concur," Harry replied, nodding in agreement, his messy hair resembling a mop. "That Hufflepuff, if I recall correctly, is named Sewer. If he were in Gryffindor, Malfoy would undoubtedly refrain from troubling us," Ron added, suddenly recalling Sewer's intimidating glare on the train. He shook his head, deciding against it. "That boy doesn't appear easy to provoke. It seems Neville knows him. Perhaps we could invite him and Neville to Hagrid's hut for tea," Harry pondered, reflecting on how exceedingly irritating Malfoy was. The two soon shifted their conversation to the upcoming flying lesson the next day. Chapter 23. The Flying Lesson on Thursday morning. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with animated chatter. The Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were particularly raucous, with Malfoy vocally lamenting that first-year students were unworthy of participating in the Quidditch trials. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly secure the golden snitch for Slytherin, eliminating the other 3 houses and hoisting the coveted Quidditch Cup. Conversely, the Hufflepuff table was considerably quieter, primarily because their flying lesson was scheduled for the afternoon. Yet, Justin seemed to have reached some clandestine agreement with Morn, who fervently proclaimed that Justin's tale was entirely authentic, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Today, Hermione reappeared at the Hufflepuff table, accompanied by a small entourage of Neville. Sewer, smiling, listened intently as Hermione recounted various flying techniques she had gleaned from her books, itching to scratch his ears but refraining. Neville, however, absorbed her words with utmost seriousness, eager to apply this newfound knowledge shortly. "My grandmother never allowed me to handle flying broomsticks. I'm certain I will embarrass myself," Neville lamented, his face a picture of dismay. The arrival of owls swooping in through the hall's small openings disrupted the lively atmosphere. "Ah, it's my grandmother's owl," Neville exclaimed, spotting an elderly owl circling above the Gryffindor table. He hurriedly returned to his own table, the owl clutching a small bag in its talons, evidently carrying a gift from his grandmother. Sewer watched as Neville retrieved a gleaming, pearly orb from the bag, which then transformed into a vibrant red hue. "That is a memory ball. I encountered it in the book Modern Alchemical Products. Its red color signifies that the holder has forgotten something," Hermione explained. "I believe I have an inkling of what Neville may have forgotten." Sewer gazed at the comically bewildered Toad perched upon Neville's recently vacated stool and spoke. As Malfoy passed by the long Gryffindor table, he seized the opportunity to snatch the memory ball from Neville's hands while the latter was distracted. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, and this familiar scene evoked a wave of memories for Sewer. He thought to himself that he must caution Neville to be careful while riding the broom. With a serious expression, he advised Hermione. Hermione tilted her head, puzzled. At noon, after the herbology class, Sewer noticed Neville was absent from the Great Hall, and neither Hermione nor the protagonist Harry was present. In their usual spots sat only a solitary figure, Ron, who was devouring his meal. "Where has Neville gone?" Sewer inquired as he gently patted Ron on the shoulder. Startled, Ron turned, chewing absent-mindedly on a piece of meat. "What did you say?" he asked. "I'm asking why Neville and Hermione aren't here," Sewer reiterated. Oh, Ron quickly swallowed his food. "Neville broke his arm. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey took him to the infirmary, and they haven't returned yet." Ron succinctly recounted the events of the morning. Sewer frowned in concern, and Ron pointed toward the entrance. "Look, they're back." Hermione and Harry were entering together through the Great Hall doors. "Are you all right?" Sewer asked, his voice laced with concern for Hermione. "Don't even mention it. It was absolutely dreadful," she replied, her complexion revealing the fright she had experienced earlier. Harry wore a furrowed brow, and Ron moved closer with a look of worry. "Neville's arm is broken. Madame Pomfrey said he must stay in the hospital for an afternoon and a night before he can return," Hermione explained. "But why did you want me to remind Neville to be careful this morning?" Sewer let out a nervous laugh, evading the question, feeling somewhat at a loss. He couldn't very well admit that he had foreseen Neville breaking his arm during flying class, could he? Foreseeing? In the world of Harry Potter, prophecies indeed existed. If he recalled correctly, there was a profession called a seer, and the first Dark Lord Grindelwald was one such individual. This could serve as a convenient excuse. For although Harry and Ron were not intimately acquainted, Hermione would still be concerned, due to the series of events that transpired in the morning. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw flying lessons did not commence until 4 in the afternoon, with Madame Hooch observing them with a hawk-like intensity throughout the class. Riding the broom was not a challenge for Sewer. However, the brooms used for teaching at Hogwarts were rather uncomfortable, lacking any semblance of comfort. The bravado Justin had boasted about in recent days was mercilessly punctured by reality, as evidenced by his nervous and trembling demeanor while riding the broom, revealing that he was far from the flying prodigy he claimed to be. When the flying lesson concluded, the surface of the Black Lake was adorned with a tapestry of crimson twilight, as the sun struggled to release its final rays of light. The young witches and wizards hurriedly raced back to the castle. Dinner was already underway, with delectable dishes of beef, meat sauce, and fried eggs available in limited quantities. Only during feasts would the portions be generous, as they were not typically so abundant. As night fell, one could only munch on the dry bread accompanied by pumpkin juice. Though one could spread a bit of jam on the bread, who would prefer a vegetarian option when meat beckoned? In this vast world, nothing could surpass the allure of a hearty meal. Upon returning to the hall, Sewer piled his plate high with 2 steaks, 2 potatoes, a generous helping of meat sauce, and sausages. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, swaggering toward the Gryffindor table to assert their presence. TSK. Making friends should be a simple endeavor. Why was this boy so oblivious? Over the past few days, Sewer had witnessed Malfoy's relentless attempts to provoke Harry. His tactics were reminiscent of a schoolboy, tugging at a girl's braid, or poking her with a pencil to gain her attention. Was this how one expressed affection, by incessantly teasing? Sewer couldn't help but shiver slightly. It was no wonder so many were drawn to hate. With a sense of nostalgia, Sewer savored the succulent beef, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Despite being labeled a culinary desert, the skills exhibited in the kitchen were nothing short of extraordinary. Today's dessert consisted of jam biscuits and some fruit, accompanied, of course, by the ever-present sweet pumpkin juice. The Hogwarts kitchen truly dedicated itself to ensuring the young wizards received proper nutrition, and in just half a month, Sewer had begun to gain a bit of weight. As he happily munched on a pristine apple, Hermione sat beside him, her expression fraught with worry. "What's wrong?" Sewer inquired, noticing her troubled demeanor. "Harry and Ron are planning a night excursion. Malfoy just approached them with a challenge for a duel at midnight in the trophy room on the 4th floor. I accidentally overheard them," Hermione explained. "I urged them not to go, but they wouldn't listen." "What's the big deal?" I've snuck into the kitchen for late-night snacks several times, Sewer replied nonchalantly. Hermione's eyes widened. The school rules were quite clear. Wandering the halls at night was a violation, punishable by a deduction of 50 points. Then all they need to do is avoid getting caught, Sewer countered, raising a finger. There's a universal truth regarding rule-breaking. As long as one remains undetected, it doesn't count as a violation. Besides, the Hufflepuff common room and the kitchen are in the same corridor. The likelihood of being discovered is negligible. They're planning to duel at midnight on the 4th floor. Have you forgotten what Professor Dumbledore said at the beginning of term? The corridor on the right of the 4th floor is off-limits. Hermione's face was a portrait of distress. This transgression would not only breach the rule against night wandering, but would also jeopardize Gryffindor's chances for the House Cup this year. Slytherin had already claimed victory for several consecutive terms. As she glanced toward the Gryffindor hourglass at the front of the hall, her resolve solidified. I must find a way to stop them, she declared, abruptly rising and vanishing from the hall in haste. Knowing Hermione's temperament from their time in the Muggle school, Sewer could easily surmise her intentions. Whenever she sensed a breach of discipline, she was always the first to inform the teachers, which also explained why she had never made many friends. Surely she wouldn't approach Professor McGonagall, would she? Oh, dear Hermione, please don't take that route. Sir merely recalled a vague segment of the plot wherein Professor McGonagall seemed to have not appeared at all. Malfoy's challenge was merely a petty tactic aimed at ensnaring Harry, thereby subjecting him to severe punishment. Likewise, Hermione would also be implicated, and that simply would not do. 12 o'clock? It appears I must venture outside tonight, Sir lamented, knowing he would surely doze off in class the following day, especially in Snape's potions lesson. Chapter 24. The Peculiar Professor in the Dead of Night. Just 10 minutes shy of midnight, a wooden barrel in the corner of the castle's lower corridor stirred, and a small wizard clad in a nightgown stealthily emerged. He sighed softly, glanced around cautiously, and scurried up the staircase. Meanwhile, a quarrel erupted at the portrait of Gryffindor Tower, resulting in 2 small wizards storming out of the common room, trailed distantly by another pair. Ugh, I should have worn more layers, Sir muttered, rubbing his hands together as he concealed himself in the shadow of a shield-bearing statue at the entrance of the display room, peering through a gap towards the corridor. Here they come. The entire 4th floor corridor was bathed in the luminous glow of moonlight streaming through the high windows, illuminating the faces of the approaching figures with remarkable clarity. It was evident that Harry and Ron were brimming with excitement and trepidation. The 2 tiptoed past the statue where Sir was hidden, making their way directly into the trophy room, followed shortly by the appearance of Hermione and Neville. The 4 of them remained blissfully unaware of Sir's presence at the door. In the vast, vacant trophy room, even the faintest whisper could be heard distinctly from outside. Upon overhearing their hushed bickering, Sir realized it was time for him to make his entrance. Malfoy won't be coming. Sir's sudden voice startled everyone in the trophy room, causing them to jump. Harry swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at the newly appeared Sir, evidently mistaking him for Malfoy. Sir, what are you doing here? Hermione gasped, a hand pressed against her chest, clearly shaken. I came to find you, didn't I? Sir shot a glare at the 4, concocting a hasty excuse. After dinner, I witnessed Malfoy secretly slipping a note into Filch's office. So we were deceived? Harry lowered his wand, looking bewildered. I knew it all along, Hermione interjected. I had foreseen that Malfoy harbored ill intentions, but you all refused to heed my warnings. I nearly informed Professor McGonagall. Moreover, Sir added, Filch is certainly lurking nearby. No sooner had Sir spoken than Filch's voice echoed from the adjacent room. Professor, I heard something. There's movement inside. Professor. The 4 gazed at Sir in sheer horror. What are you staring at? Hurry and hide. The 5 of them scattered in a frenzy. Sir glanced around and seized Hermione's hand, leading her swiftly to the largest trophy display. He climbed onto the pedestal, peering over the edge of a substantial trophy, which was hollow and spacious enough to conceal a person. Quick, get inside, Sir urged in a hushed tone. And what about you? Hermione shook her head. I have my ways. As Sewer spoke, he nudged Hermione, urging her to quickly crawl inside and conceal herself, remaining silent. Crouching within the trophy, Hermione stiffened her body and held her breath, listening intently as Sewer's footsteps faded into the distance. Soon after, more footsteps and voices echoed in the empty display room. My potion is at a crucial stage, and you called me here with a note of dubious authenticity, came Professor Snape's voice. Hermione's eyes widened in tension, not daring to blink. "Professor, I am certain I heard something just now," the elderly voice of Filch interjected. "But the truth is, there is no one here." Snape replied coldly, "I do not have time to search the fourth floor with you." With that, Snape turned and departed, and Hermione recognized the distinctive sound of his footsteps. Only Snape's gait would cause the swish of his wizarding robes to disturb the air as he walked. "Good kitty, there must be someone here, let us find them," Filch insisted, addressing his cat, who began to sniff about. The sound of Filch's footsteps lingered in the display room for a while before eventually fading away. After a moment, Sewer's voice returned. "Come out, Hermione, it's safe now," he said. As Hermione emerged, Ron, Harry, and Neville had already gathered around Sewer, their previous hiding places unknown. "You two nearly got us caught." Hermione glared fiercely at Harry and Ron, clutching her clothing in frustration. Ron opened his mouth as if to protest, but Harry tugged at him, causing both to lower their heads in shame. "All right, let us return to the common room." Filch could return at any moment, Sewer interjected, providing an escape for the two. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, and thus the five of them stealthily made their way toward the door. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only the moonlight gently cascading through the windows onto the floor. They parted ways at the staircase, Sewer descending while the other four ascended. "Thank goodness you came to warn us," Harry remarked, "or we would have been caught for sure." Neville looked at Sewer with gratitude. "No need for thanks," Sewer waved his hand dismissively. "See you tomorrow, Hermione, Neville, Harry." "What? Am I not worthy of a name?" Ron interjected. Though it was late at night, the wall sconces on the first floor continued to crackle with light, casting a dim glow compared to the brightness of dusk. As Sewer prepared to navigate the final flight of stairs, he heard a commotion from the level below. "Blast it. I hope I don't run into a professor heading to the Great Hall for a late-night snack," he thought. He had heard many tales from the Hufflepuff upperclassmen about their encounters with professors in the kitchens, which was one reason for Hufflepuff's persistently low scores. Sewer retracted his foot and quickly assessed his surroundings, finding no place to conceal himself. As the footsteps drew nearer, he could see the shadow of a wizarding robe around the corner of the staircase. With no other option, Sewer slipped into the shadows of the stairwell, hoping the professor would not cast his gaze into this corner. He held his breath, attempting to conceal himself completely within the shadows. By the dim flicker of the firelight, Sewer discerned the figure approaching, a limping old professor. One of his arms shimmered with a wooden sheen, and at its end was a hook-like appendage, from which dangled a tin bucket. As he ambled forward with his uneven gait, the bucket swayed precariously. Was it Professor Caterburn? Suddenly, a chunk of bloody meat was flung out, landing perilously close to Sewer. A pang of anxiety gripped him as Professor Caterburn halted, glanced at the fallen meat, and set down the tin bucket. At that moment, if he merely lifted his gaze while bending down, he would surely discover Sewer's presence. Fortunately, the professor deftly hooked the piece of meat with his claw-like hand, tossed it into the bucket, and turned to leave. It was only when the stooped figure of Professor Caterburn wobbled out of sight at the castle entrance that Sewer emerged from the shadows, his expression peculiar. Should he consider himself fortunate, or was there something rather odd about Professor Caterburn's demeanor? His actions were strange, his expression unsettlingly serene. Sewer found it difficult to articulate the sensation. Yet, he swiftly dismissed his doubts. Hogwarts was rife with eccentric individuals, and inexplicable behaviors were not uncommon. He rubbed his arms, for the chill of the English moors at night was biting, and he longed for the warmth of the soft, inviting bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory. Just as he was about to crawl through the large opening of the wooden barrel, he distinctly heard a series of clattering noises above him, as though something had fallen. What was that commotion? Perhaps it was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist. During his time in the castle, he had encountered this notorious trickster more than once, and many upperclassmen had tales of being his victims. Shaking his head, Sewer skillfully climbed into the barrel and scurried down the path towards his dormitory. For the most pressing matter at hand was sleep. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences in the first potion class after dawn. No young wizard dared to doze off in Snape's class. Chapter 25. The Incident of the Gryffindor Hourglass Reset. What transpired. Upon entering the Great Hall for dinner, Sewer noticed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping each little lion at the Gryffindor table, shrouded in gloom and fog. He overheard Draco from the Slytherin table mocking, suggesting that Potter ought to return to his Muggle home. A glance towards the front of the hall revealed the 4 hourglasses of varying colors. The one belonging to Gryffindor held only a few stubborn grains of dust. Just yesterday, they had amassed 100 or 200 points. How could they have vanished overnight? Had they returned to a state of liberation? After a moment, piecing together the loud proclamations of a certain Slytherin and Hufflepuff's inquiries regarding Morn, Sewer began to grasp the unfolding events. The illustrious savior brazenly breached school regulations, engaging in a game of Dolomite's dominoes in the corridor at the stroke of midnight. Clad in armor, and even trespassed into the forbidden zone on the 4th floor. The mischievous Peeves, in collaboration with the administrator Filch, successfully apprehended the band of delinquents led by the savior and delivered them to the common room of Gryffindor's head. Professor McGonagall, incensed, exhibited a ruthless demeanor, prioritizing justice over familial ties, and mercilessly deducted points from Gryffindor. Rumor has it that Professor Severus Snape intends to expel the two as a deterrent. However, he decided to grant them a chance, deeming them still children. Professor Dumbledore intervened to halt the proceedings. At this juncture, Gryffindor's prospects in the annual House Cup competition seemed dire, verging on a death sentence, unless an unexpected benefactor intervened to reverse their fortunes. As a member of Hufflepuff, Sewer should have felt elated at Gryffindor's premature exit from the competition. At least Hufflepuff would not finish last this year, potentially securing a commendable 3rd place. Yet, Sewer concealed his feelings, harboring concern for Hermione. This young girl has always possessed an obsessive dedication to her grades, bordering on the fanatical. Although the entire debacle stemmed from Malfoy's provocation and Harry and Ron's impulsivity, Neville and Hermione were, in fact, the most innocent parties involved. Knowing Hermione as he did, Sewer anticipated that she would be overwhelmed with guilt. Strangely, however, he had not caught sight of her throughout Friday or the entire weekend. During potions class that day, Snape appeared unusually amiable, even when Justin, his partner, accidentally toppled a glass vial containing moonstone powder. Snape refrained from unleashing his wrath. The young wizards, both astonished and apprehensive, completed their task of concocting a calming potion, ideal for those under significant stress such as writers and office workers. Sewer whimsically dubbed it the posthumous Saint Potion. However, one must exercise caution. The ingredients must be measured with utmost precision, for an excess could transform the potion into a sleep-inducing remedy, akin to consuming an entire bottle of sleeping pills, inducing an irreversible slumber. Potions are indeed endlessly fascinating, with any formula capable of generating immense value should it reach the Muggle world. He made a note to include this potion in his plan, marked as pending. In comparison to this basic potion, he found himself more intrigued by the elixir of life, with its pure sleep-inducing properties appealing to a broader audience. Sewer's adoptive father, Ellison, often struggled with insomnia due to work-related stress. For 2 consecutive days, while perusing basic potion refinement in the library, Sewer failed to encounter the young lady who might be in need of consolation. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Hermione, prompting him to wonder if the 4 of them had already boarded the train home. Finally, on Monday morning, Sewer spotted Hermione. "Good morning, Hermione," he greeted, patting her furry back as she sat at the Gryffindor long table, her back to the entrance. "Good morning," she replied. Surprisingly, she appeared to be in good spirits. This was peculiar. Could it be that Hermione had been replaced by an imposter? Curious, Sewer took his seat at the Gryffindor long table, drawing glances from the young lions. With subtle hints from Sewer and the supplementary explanations from Neville, he could not help but sigh. The protagonist's misfortune was indeed remarkable, and one could not help but admire the narrative's driving force. After parting ways with Sewer, Harry and his trio encountered Peeves the Poltergeist, who was in the midst of defacing a classroom on the 4th floor. Naturally, the chaos unleashed by capturing the mischievous spirit was quite the spectacle. Initially, a simple negotiation with Peeves could have allowed for a swift escape, but Ron, in a stroke of unfortunate timing, decided to give the poltergeist a playful slap. Peeves, being the only ghost at Hogwarts capable of interacting with the physical realm, Peeves' retaliatory antics swiftly attracted the attention of the patrolling caretaker, Filch. In a bid to evade capture, the 4 were compelled to dash into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. "How terrifying!" Neville exclaimed, his face pale with trepidation. "There's a dog there, larger than a giant, with 3 heads." The dreadful roar of the 3-headed beast sent the 4 fleeing in a panic, leading them into a corridor filled with suits of armor. Poor Neville stumbled over a fallen piece of armor, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds that Sewer heard from the dormitory entrance. They had no choice but to flee once more. Hermione, at some point, had become separated from Harry and the others. and wisely chose to escort Neville back to their dormitory amidst the pursuing chaos. Consequently, Harry and Ron found themselves unceremoniously escorted to Filch's office, while Hermione and Neville narrowly escaped their fate. I noticed that three-headed dog guarding something. It stood atop a trapdoor secured by a chain, Hermione remarked. What do you think it could be? Seward suspected he knew the answer, but refrained from revealing it without proper justification. It must either be exceedingly dangerous or incredibly valuable. He surmised. That aligns with my thoughts, though I'm not particularly curious about it. However, I successfully cast the unlocking charm, Hermione said, her face lighting up with delight. Congratulations, Seward replied, albeit insincerely, as he caught a glimpse of the downcast savior Harry and his loyal companion Ron entering through the main door. It appeared that the two had faced quite the punishment. According to Neville's description, that corridor housed no fewer than 100 suits of armor, and assembling and polishing them without magical assistance was a monumental task. Seward shook his head in disbelief, exchanged greetings with Hermione, and then returned to the Hufflepuff long table. It was evident that Hermione was not particularly interested in what the three-headed dog was guarding. For the past week, she had been engrossed in researching transfiguration spells with Seward. This was indeed a topic reserved for fourth-year students in their transfiguration class. One could only commend the academic prowess of these scholars. However, the magical capacity within first-year students was insufficient to wield such advanced spells. Here, it is pertinent to define the transfiguration charm, which is a branch of transformation magic and an upgraded operation performed on the original object. This charm can transform a person into an animal or convert an object into another entirely unrelated item. Seward felt as though he had discovered a method to transform a chair into a creature reminiscent of a unicorn. He recalled his promise to his sister, Angel, which fueled his keen interest in this spell. Professor McGonagall admired their eagerness to learn and affirmed Seward's idea, meticulously addressing their inquiries regarding transfiguration spells. Transforming a chair into a horse is a relatively simple task. However, conjuring a horn upon the horse's head and animating it involves a more profound mastery of transfiguration. For this, I recommend that you consult the 1981 issue of Contemporary Transfiguration, in which Professor Dumbledore published a paper elucidating the deeper theoretical aspects of this magic. Professor McGonagall provided them with a list of resources to borrow from the library, inviting them to seek her office for any further inquiries. Well, at least for a first-year student like Seward, this was beyond his capabilities, yet attempting to transform a chair into a horse was certainly feasible. Professor McGonagall advised him to choose an object of similar size to the intended transformation target, as this would significantly reduce the required magical energy and the complexity of the transfiguration. This week, Gryffindor's classes were primarily scheduled with Hufflepuff, except for potions. Hermione spent her days with Seward, accompanied by Neville and Hannah, while Seward and Hermione delved into transfiguration studies. Neville and Hannah were engrossed in a book titled How to Cultivate Herbs More Effectively. Neville seemed to have garnered Professor Sprout's favor, often spending time with Hannah tending to the herbs in the greenhouse. Thus, the week passed in a haze of dedicated study, and Hogwarts Castle welcomed Halloween in serene tranquility. Chapter 26. Filch's Dilemma. The wise proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion for validating magic. Magic is not permitted in the corridors. Filch's aged visage bore a stern expression. A disheveled cat perched at his feet. But, Mr. Filch, we are in the classroom, a girl said softly. We have not violated any school rules. That is still unacceptable. Filch retorted. In an empty classroom on the second floor of the castle, training dummies lay haphazardly strewn about. Filch stood with his hands on his hips, a dark cloud of discontent shadowing his features as he regarded the two young wizards before him. Mr. Filch, we possess assigned approval from Professor McGonagall. One boy slowly retracted his wand and retrieved a square piece of parchment from his pocket. Filch took the note, skepticism etched across his face. But the unmistakable flourish of Professor McGonagall's signature was irrefutable. As the lifelong caretaker of Hogwarts, who had seen countless students pass through, he was intimately familiar with the signatures of various professors, save for the ever-changing defense against the dark arts instructor. Filch scrutinized the note repeatedly, using his somewhat grimy fingers to probe the signature area. 2 years prior, a similar incident had occurred, which Filch regarded as a lifelong disgrace and a stain on his career. The Gryffindor house, those damned Weasley twins, were caught during their nocturnal escapades in their first year. However, the twins produced a note bearing the professor's signature, claiming that their late-night wanderings were in service of assisting the professor with magical research. Initially, it seemed improbable that first-year wizards would concoct a lie. Yet, it became evident that he had been rather naive, as the twins' explanations were riddled with inconsistencies. He even took the liberty of consulting the professor at the time, but the bewildered expression on the professor's face spoke volumes. The two little wizards cornered by Filch in the classroom were none other than Sewer and Hermione. The note, of course, was genuine. "I shall seek confirmation from Professor McGonagall regarding this matter." Filch attempted to scratch off the writing, but was unsuccessful. He coldly uttered a few formalities before departing the classroom with his cat. After a while, Sewer and Hermione also exited the classroom. "If only there were a secluded place to practice magic," Hermione remarked as she parted ways with Sewer at the staircase. This statement stirred something within Sewer, awakening dormant memories. It seemed that within the Hogwarts castle existed such a location, a mysterious room that transformed according to the desires of young wizards, ever responsive to their needs. Perhaps it resided on the 8th floor? He contemplated exploring it when he had no classes the next day. The following day, after herbology class, Sewer meandered his way to the 8th floor of the castle. He only recalled that this room was located near a portrait of a giant wielding a club. But the method of entry remained to be discovered. The corridor on the 8th floor was vast, and after traversing halfway, Sewer had yet to find the painting that signified the entrance to the room of requirement. Time slipped away, and as dusk approached, he was compelled to conclude his search and head to the Great Hall for dinner. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but stale bread, which was unacceptable. The quest for the room of requirement was not urgent. He could always continue searching the remaining half of the corridor the next day. Lost in thought, Sewer failed to notice a figure descending the staircase towards him. "Oh, are you all right?" "No worries, Professor Quirrell," Sewer replied, brushing off the dust from his robes and quickly rising to his feet. Quirinus Quirrell. Oh no, he had assumed the guise of Tom, or more accurately, he should be referred to as Voldemort Quirinus Quirrell. The professor inquired kindly about Sewer's presence in this part of the castle, his eyes flickering with curiosity and confusion. As typically young wizards did not venture to the higher levels of the castle. "I had no classes this afternoon, so I thought I would explore the castle," Sewer said, keeping his gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with Quirrell. If memory served him correctly, Voldemort was one of the few wizards skilled in the art of the Dementor's kiss, and the best defense against such dark magic was to avoid direct eye contact. "Oh," Quirrell observed the Hufflepuff-clad Sewer, his look of confusion slightly diminishing. "Indeed, Hogwarts Castle is a truly marvelous place. I too engaged in similar ventures when I was younger." Quirrell stammered a few more words of conversation, inquiring about Sewer's studies before allowing him to depart. The conversation between the two individuals vividly illustrates the harmonious relationship between teacher and student. However, Chilo remained oblivious to the fact that Sewer glanced back at him after descending a few flights of stairs. Was Voldemort heading towards the room of requirement? What could he possibly be doing there? With a sense of unease, Sewer returned to the Great Hall. If that were the case, the endeavor to locate the room of requirement would necessitate greater caution. Encountering Chilo once or twice might be manageable, but repeated encounters could certainly arouse Voldemort's suspicion, which must be avoided. Since Voldemort was capable of possessing an adult wizard, it would be even easier for him to target a young wizard. For the sake of his life and future happiness, prudence was paramount. After quickly resolving to return the next day, Sewer delightedly grasped his silver dinner knife. As tonight's repast featured charcoal-grilled steak, if he ate a bit faster, perhaps he could indulge in a second portion. As night fell, the insufferable chess enthusiasts Morn and Justin commenced yet another fervent duel of wizard's chess, while Sewer engrossed himself in a copy of Introduction to Transfiguration. Among the insufferable players, there was a distinct hierarchy. Morn, hailing from a wizarding family, evidently possessed superior skills compared to Justin. Yet, as with all things, surprises were inevitable. "You lost," Justin exclaimed. Leaping from his seat, an expression of triumph plastered across his face. Sewer turned his head to observe the chessboard, where several pieces lay toppled. A black knight brandished its sword, having just ousted the white king from his throne, while the prematurely eliminated white pieces cursed at Morn. Dejected, Morn conceded defeat, and according to their agreement, the loser of the evening would be tasked with retrieving supper from the Hogwarts kitchen. "Please bring me a portion as well, thank you," Sewer called cheerily to Morn's despondent back. Morn did not turn around, but waved a hand dismissively. "What are you reading?" "Justin," still basking in the afterglow of victory, leaned closer to Sewer. Introduction to Transfiguration? Each word on the page was familiar to Justin, yet when combined, they transformed into a language entirely alien to him. This is the material for the fourth-year Transfiguration class, Sewer kindly clarified, explaining the concept of transformation spells. However, through Justin's round, bewildered eyes, it was clear that he had not comprehended a word. The Sorting Hat must have made a mistake. You belong in Ravenclaw, not Hufflepuff, Justin remarked, regarding Sewer with an expression of incredulity. Moments later, Morn returned to the Hufflepuff common room, arms laden with an abundance of food. Following a hearty feast, Sewer rubbed his stomach, blissfully reclining on a bed as soft as clouds, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 27. Dumbledore's Guidance. So this is where it is. Sewer cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He was the sole occupant of the 8th-floor corridor. What he sought was not merely a painting, but rather a tapestry depicting a giant and a wizard clad in robes. The giant brandished a thick club, striking the wizard. This tapestry hung on the opposite side of a white wall. What should I do? Sewer instinctively stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he strained to recall the plot of a film he had once watched with his ex-girlfriend. Memory, like a delicate parchment, tends to yellow with the passage of time. After several years, that once vivid recollection has faded into mere fragments. Perhaps it is time to prod that giant with a wand? With this thought, I sprang into action. Oh, it seems it was not Sol who retracted the wand, but rather the giant's furious gaze that prompted a thoughtful stroke of its chin. Sol then attempted a few other methods he deemed plausible, such as scratching the giant's itch or poking its eye. Unsurprisingly, these tests ended in failure, and the wizard depicted on the tapestry cast a pleading glance towards Sol. As the enraged giant vented its excess fury upon him. What are you doing here? A gentle voice resonated beside Sol, startling him from his reverie. He quickly looked up to see the newcomer and then lowered his gaze. Professor Dumbledore, he mumbled. Actually, I prefer to be addressed as Professor, Dumbledore replied with a smile, standing beside Sol to observe the tapestry. You seem quite intrigued by this painting. Yes, indeed, Professor, Sol nodded. I stumbled upon it and found it fascinating. Oh, Dumbledore chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Sol. It is indeed quite captivating. His name is Barnabas the Barmy, Dumbledore continued. He engaged in numerous endeavors, but he is most renowned for attempting to teach giants how to ballet dance. Sol obediently nodded, feigning interest in the tale depicted on the tapestry. The outcome was rather unfortunate. He failed and was subsequently beaten with sticks by the giants. The story was simple yet awkward. Sol chuckled lightly, pretending to find the narrative amusing, but Dumbledore's twinkling eyes revealed that he saw through Sol's facade. My office is just down this corridor. Would you care to join me for a moment? Dumbledore suggested, breaking the silence after they had both contemplated the tapestry for a while. Sol was inclined to decline. Yet how could he refuse the invitation from the most esteemed figure in the school? He nodded in acquiescence, not feeling coerced in the slightest. The two walked leisurely, the quiet corridor occasionally filled with Dumbledore's insightful commentary. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the castle, recounting the extensive history behind each painting. For instance, he elaborated on the fire-breathing dragon, which could be traced back to the era of the war between wizards and goblins. From Dumbledore, Sol learned that the nearby village of Hogsmeade once served as a command post during the war against the Dark Lord. The dragon had been subdued by the headmaster of that time while attacking Hogwarts. Here we are, Dumbledore announced as they halted before a peculiar stone beast statue. Password. The statue intoned in a deep voice. Honeydukes, Sol responded, and the correct password was acknowledged. He silently observed as the stone creature rotated away, revealing its round backside. Passing through the statue led them to a spiral staircase, and upon opening the door, they entered the headmaster's office. This is a spacious and luminous circular chamber, where a slender-legged table is adorned with an assortment of peculiar silver artifacts. Several round vessels rotate, emitting tendrils of white smoke into the air. The walls are adorned with portraits of individuals. Some of the elderly figures depicted are gently snoring with their eyes closed, while a particular frame is crowded with people engaged in hushed discussions. As Sewer enters, all eyes turn towards him in unison. In one corner of the room stands a tall and imposing bookshelf, crammed with tomes such as Advanced Transfiguration, Human Metamorphosis, and The Secrets of Alchemy. Among the volumes, a soiled hat occupies one empty space, which Sewer recognizes as the Sorting Hat. Next to the bookshelf is a high perch where a red gold bird, crowned with 3 curled feathers, nods its head rhythmically with closed eyes. Please, take a seat. Dumbledore gestures, conjuring 2 sofas. Would you care for something to drink? I recommend a glass of our kitchen's special candy beverage. Sewers shakes his head and cautiously perches on the edge of the sofa, leaving half of his seat unoccupied. Despite Sewers' refusal, Dumbledore snaps his fingers and summons 2 glasses of the drink. An awkward silence ensues, though not entirely devoid of sound. The portraits on the walls occasionally murmur softly. Dumbledore savors a sip of the candy beverage with a look of contentment and produces a small bag from somewhere. Tossing a dark morsel into his mouth, crunching audibly. Is that a cockroach? Sewers' expression betrays his discomfort. This professor? Sewers shifts uncomfortably, carefully voicing his thoughts. Oh, would you like some cockroach clusters too? Dumbledore inquires, pulling out several chocolate-flavored cockroaches while tossing one into his own mouth. Sewers grimaces at the sight of the crawling candy. Perhaps you should keep those for yourself, Professor. No, thank you. He offers a polite, yet awkward smile. Very well, Dumbledore mutters, reverently returning the cockroach confections to the bag, perplexed that such delectable treats go unappreciated. There's no need to be anxious. Should I address you as Borns or Ellison? Either is fine, Professor. Sewers breathes a sigh of relief as the cockroaches are stowed away. He is not afraid of them, but finds the creatures somewhat repulsive, compounded by a psychological aversion stemming from a past experience. After all, anyone who has faced a half-palm-sized cockroach in a dark moment would feel similarly. Ah, Mr. Borns. Professor McGonagall mentioned she discovered a promising talent. I thought it prudent to discuss this with you, Dumbledore states. This was somewhat anticipated, considering the Borns family's notable aptitude for transfiguration. I understand you have been practicing transformation spells. Might I inquire as to the reason? Typically, these subjects are not introduced until the 4th year. Sewers remains silent for a moment before softly uttering 3 words. Because of you. Because of me? A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Dumbledore's face. Indeed, Professor, Sully affirmed with a nod. You and Professor McGonagall transformed a unicorn for my sister, Angel, before the start of the term. She was heartbroken when the magic vanished the following day. Before leaving home, I promised her I would return with a unicorn. This was also intended to be her Christmas gift. A look of understanding flickered across Dumbledore's features. I believe you should be aware that magical creatures cannot be conjured through transfiguration. I am aware, Professor. It was merely a horse with a horn that you transformed. Sully replied. This pertains to the theory of layered transfiguration. Dumbledore nodded, inquiring. So, Mr. Bones, to what extent have you progressed? In truth, with Professor McGonagall's assistance, Sully had successfully employed the switching spell, allowing him to transform a smaller stool into a horse of similar proportions. However, the challenge lay in how to effect further changes upon the transformed object. Suddenly, Sully recalled that the author of the paper on layered transfiguration was none other than the amiable Professor Dumbledore himself. After listening to Sully's report on his progress, Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Seeing the sparkle in Sully's eyes, he could not help but smile. Your reasoning is indeed sound, yet there remains something lacking. You ought to. Sully nodded eagerly, wishing to inscribe everything Dumbledore articulated with a quill. However, after searching through all his pockets in vain, he resolved to commit to memory the profound theories imparted by Dumbledore. As the saying goes, a single conversation with a wise person is worth a decade of study. The formidable obstacle before Sully crumbled like clay under the assistance of external aid. Everything became crystal clear. Chapter 28. Insights from the Flying Lesson. Thank you for your guidance. Sully emerged from the headmaster's office, laden with knowledge. In addition, he held a book and a scroll of parchment. The parchment was a collection of hasty notes he had requested from Dumbledore during their brief class. The book was one that Dumbledore had extracted from behind the bookshelf for Sully's reading. Return it to me once you have finished. Its author has long since met Merlin, and it is a rare edition. Very well, Headmaster, Sully replied solemnly, cradling the nearly disintegrating book in his arms. Within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore gazed at Sully's cheerful retreating figure and let out a gentle sigh. His talent surpasses even that of his parents. What do you think, Fawkes? Fawkes lifted his head and let out a soft trill, seemingly in agreement. Yet, what I admire most is not his talent, Dumbledore remarked, placing his hand upon the warm feathers of the phoenix, but rather his kind heart. Family. Ah, Ariana. Dumbledore raised a hand to wipe his eyes, the sighs gradually fading into silence. The portraits of several knowledgeable headmasters cast sympathetic glances in his direction. On the 4th floor of the castle, within the library, A startled Hermione sprang up from her seat, her round eyes widening in astonishment. What? What did you say? Madame Pants cast a cold and eerie gaze, gently clearing her throat as a reminder. Are you saying that Professor Dumbledore conducted your transfiguration class? Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately wilted, lowering her voice. Observing the gleaming excitement in Hermione's eyes, Seward carefully laid the books and parchment from his arms onto the table, raising an eyebrow. Not only that, he encouraged me to approach him with any questions regarding transfiguration. How splendid. Why didn't you call for me? Hermione, cautiously opening her book, couldn't help but complain. It was mentioned in a segment of Hogwarts history that before becoming headmaster, Professor Dumbledore was the professor of transfiguration. I was merely taking a stroll on the 8th floor. I had no idea the headmaster's office was up there, Seward shrugged. However, I have developed a new perspective on stacking transfiguration. Professor Dumbledore shared a little trick with me. Do you recall that red-haired aura? That is how she accomplished it. Given ample time, we need not rush to achieve it all at once. Shall we give it a try? After listening, Hermione nodded in understanding and raised her chin towards Seward. Let us go? Seward had no objections, but suggested. Let us wait until after dinner. I need to return this book to the dormitory. Professor Dumbledore emphasized that it's a unique copy and I must handle it with care. Dinner was served at the Hufflepuff long table, where Hermione sat beside Seward. Amidst shoving food into her mouth, she incessantly shared various ideas. With her face flushed and invigorated by the brainstorming session, Hermione quickly polished off her plate. After a sip of pumpkin juice, she began to urge the leisurely Seward. Hurry up. Even a donkey wouldn't dawdle this long. Time is of the essence, and the task is substantial. Quick, quick, quick. Seward, unfazed by the curious or ambiguous expressions of the surrounding badgers, regarded Hermione's voice as a gentle breeze and finished his dinner at his own pace before following the eager Hermione out of the hall. A loud crash echoed through the empty classroom on the 2nd floor as Seward swiftly pulled Hermione aside, preventing her from being struck by the flying wooden debris. How could this fail? Hermione stared vacantly at the vanished horse and the pile of splintered chairs, murmuring, This should work. Let us try again. There's no rush. Seward reassured her. Dumbledore affirmed that my idea is sound. We merely need a touch of patience. Nearby, a greater number of broken wood pieces lay scattered, clearly indicating that Seward had failed numerous times already. Both Seward and Hermione had mastered transforming a chair into a horse. Yet the challenge of conjuring a horn atop the horse's head had escalated the difficulty beyond measure, resulting in a series of failures. Once again, it's you two. Filch stood grimly at the door, interrupting the discussion between Hermione and Seward. Surveying the chaotic scene within the classroom, he suppressed the impulse to imprison the two young wizards in the castle dungeon, begrudgingly accepting their apologies. After all, with a special note from Professor McGonagall, Seward and Hermione had not violated any school rules. Clean up this classroom. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to have Professor McGonagall revoke the privilege of your note. Finally, Filch stormed out of the classroom with his cat in tow. Saul sighed as he gathered the pile of debris to one side, contemplating attempting to open the room of requirement again in the coming days. He could now appear openly on the 8th floor of the castle, armed with the excellent excuse of being a shield for Professor Dumbledore. After a few more days, Hermione and Saul seemed to reach an impasse in their practice. They had successfully conjured a horn atop a horse's head, but it dissipated shortly after its creation, followed by an explosion of the wooden chairs. Several classrooms were left in disarray due to their antics, and Filch's patience appeared to be wearing thin. He had succeeded. Professor McGonagall approached Saul after a transfiguration class, and the note had not been retracted. She gently suggested that he might consider reducing the frequency of their practices, at least to allow Mr. Filch some time to tidy the classroom. Another flying lesson commenced. Remember, grip the broom firmly at the front, and when your feet push off the ground, do so with even force. Madame Hooch's sharp voice echoed across the lawn. A group of young wizards wobbled on their brooms, striving to hover without falling. Flying was a skill that required focus, and Saul had to temporarily cast aside his swirling thoughts. Now, lower your bodies and give the broom a command to fly forward. Madame Hooch paced back and forth. Do you see that tree with the sign ahead? Today, you are to fly there and back without falling from your brooms. That will be deemed a success. Remember Mr. Longbottom's lesson. Do not push off too hard when taking off. Her words elicited a wave of soft laughter, which she promptly reprimanded. The young wizards fumbled as they manipulated their brooms, moving in clusters, retreating, and occasionally interrupted by startled cries from those who inadvertently tumbled off. Balance. I have said it countless times. Let your bodies, brooms, and arms form a stable triangle. Madame Hooch's voice rang out once more. The sharpness of her tone made Sol's head buzz, yet it struck him like a bolt of lightning. Yes, balance. Thud. With a soft sound, Sol, lost in thought, made close contact with the ground, his robe smeared with dirt and grass clippings, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet a smile graced his face. Chapter 29. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. Solborns. Madame Hooch's scream reverberated across the lawn. Get down this instant. In truth, Sol was not flying very high. Perhaps only about 45 feet off the ground, but the frazzled Madame Hooch did not concern herself with such details. She was constantly vigilant of the young wizard's every move, ready to explode at the slightest misstep. Just like now, Sol obediently climbed down from his broom, tucking his chin and lowering his head, enduring Madame Hooch's furious reprimand. He was simply too exhilarated. The dilemma that had troubled him for a week was on the verge of resolution. He had inquired with both Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore, yet both were seasoned enigmas. It's a most peculiar feeling, Mr. Bournes. Truly immerse yourself in it. The two professors expressed differing opinions, yet their sentiments remained aligned. 10 points were deducted from Hufflepuff. Mrs. Hooch trembled, her lips quivering, but upon witnessing Sewer's sincere apology, she swallowed her retort about his future attendance and flying lessons. Sewer bore no grievance regarding the point deduction. After all, the ever-helpful Professor Flitwick would likely reinstate his score, and if not, there was always Professor Sprout. My apologies, Professor. I assure you it won't happen again. Mrs. Hooch nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As she turned to attend to other students, she halted mid-stride, sensing something amiss. After class, Sewer eagerly anticipated sharing his newfound discovery with Hermione. Yet despite waiting through the entire afternoon, her absence was disconcerting. His intrigue turned to mild worry when, after the afternoon charms lesson, he encountered Neville on his way to the Great Hall, only to learn that Hermione had not attended any of her afternoon classes. In the short span of an afternoon, the Great Hall had been transformed, adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations. Thousands of bats flitted above, resembling low-hanging clouds, while candles floated within carved pumpkins, illuminating the dining tables. The air was thick with the essence of Halloween. It dawned on Sewer that the festive occasion had arrived. Still, Hermione was nowhere to be found. Harry and Ron, the original protagonists, stood gaping, bewildered, scanning their surroundings. A sense of foreboding crept into Sewer's mind. Excuse me? Sewer interrupted a girl he recognized as a dormitory mate of Hermione's. She appeared surprised to be halted by an unfamiliar handsome face. Do you know where Hermione is? He inquired politely. Are you referring to Granger? Parvati tilted her head. I saw her in the girls' restroom. His apprehensions were realized. Thank you, Sewer said hurriedly, turning on his heel to dash toward the Great Hall's exit. Wait, Parvati called out, her mouth agape as she watched Sewer's retreating figure. I hadn't finished speaking. I just saw Granger on my way here. Yet her attention was swiftly diverted back to the lively atmosphere of the hall, convinced the charming young wizard would return soon. What danger could lurk within the walls of Hogwarts? Sewer hurriedly navigated against the tide of students in the corridors, his destination clear, the restroom on the lower level. According to the prophecy, Hermione would surely be there. However, he remained oblivious to the curious gaze that followed him through the throng. Hermione, are you in there? Sewer approached the restroom, whispering softly at the entrance, but silence greeted him. She is not here? He murmured, unease creeping in. Perhaps it was best to investigate further. Yet, this was the girls' restroom. Glancing at the sign adorned with a skirt, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, a gaze of shock lingered behind, and soon emerged from the shadows a young witch, none other than Hermione, the very person Sewer had been searching for. Having spotted Sewer's anxious expression amidst the crowd near the Great Hall, she had intended to call out to him, but was suddenly overtaken by curiosity and decided to follow him. Was Sewer in such a hurry merely to arrive here? But this is the girls' restroom. Hermione was utterly astonished. As she hesitated at the entrance, contemplating whether to leave or to enter, Sewer stepped out, colliding with her. Hermione? Sewer inquired, puzzled, and then sighed in relief upon realizing she was there. Hermione bore a conflicted expression, her gaze awkwardly drifting towards the female sign in the upper right corner of the restroom. I came to find you, Sewer stated, suppressing his embarrassment. his mind racing with the question of why Hermione was not in the restroom as one might expect from the films of his previous life. Your roommate informed me you were here. I called for you a few times at the door, but received no response. So, you're looking for me? Hermione queried, perplexed. What for? There's nothing happening now. Seward stepped forward and grasped Hermione's wrist, urging, the banquet is about to commence. We must hurry. Bewildered, Hermione was dragged forward, exclaiming, wait. As Seward hurriedly navigated ahead, they encountered a flustered Quirrell, who seemed to be in a great rush, retreating into the shadows. What's wrong? Hermione asked as she stumbled into Seward's embrace. Shoo, someone's here, Seward whispered, placing a finger to his lips. Hermione peered cautiously but could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a hurried figure. However, that silhouette was unmistakable within the confines of Hogwarts. It was Professor Quirrell, the only one who donned a large turban within the castle. What is he doing here? Hermione looked up at Seward, only to find a serious expression on his face. A faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air. Do you smell something? Seward inquired. Hermione, puzzled, took a deep sniff, only to turn pale. Oh, it seems rather foul. Suddenly, they heard a low murmur and the sound of something massive dragging across the floor. What is that? Hermione's complexion drained of color. A troll, Seward replied solemnly. Look over there. Moonlight illuminated their surroundings, casting a stark shadow of the colossal creature in the corridor. The shadow grew larger, and the footsteps became increasingly heavy, indicating that the troll was approaching them. Seward swiftly covered Hermione's gaping mouth. Shoo, don't speak, don't draw its attention. Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with fear, her small hand resting atop Seward's. The two retreated into the shadows, holding their breath, fixated on the shadow cast by the moonlight. Chapter 30. The Rescue of Harry. The shadows soon enveloped the moonlight entirely. Suddenly, a foot, encrusted with black mud, cracked and calloused, emerged into the line of sight of Seward and Hermione, accompanied by a series of labored breaths and low mutterings, while an acrid stench lingered in the air. Hermione nestled into Seward's embrace, and Seward pressed himself tightly against the wall, the two of them appearing as if they had melded into the very structure itself. Under different circumstances, the tableau would have conveyed a certain intimacy. What a cursed intimacy it was, especially considering the massive club that was thicker than the two of them combined. One blow from it could surely reduce them to mere two-dimensional beings. The two young wizards huddled in the corner, holding their breath as the figure of the giant gradually came into view. A short, stocky lower leg, a body as gray and rough as granite, and a disproportionately small head atop its cumbersome frame. It seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of the two delectable young wizards who could sate its ravenous hunger, clumsily trudging away down the corridor. The gigantic club held aloft in its grasp, scraping across the marble floor with a disconcerting sound. After what felt like an eternity, Seward finally withdrew his hand from near Hermione's mouth. The air still bore the lingering odor reminiscent of a person who had worn the same socks for several days, only to leave them in a neglected restroom for an extended period. The moonlight continued to cast a serene glow along the corridor, tranquil as still water. Hermione doubled over, gasping for breath, unable to suppress her nausea from the persistent foul smell. Why is there a giant here? Hermione struggled to swallow her fear. Seward produced his wand and murmured an incantation, a refreshing breeze sweeping in to dissipate much of the suffocating stench before he spoke again. I do not know, but I believe we should seek out the professor. You are right, Hermione replied, straightening herself, her breaths rapid and her face pale. Just as they were preparing to leave their corner, a piercing scream echoed from afar, drawing closer. Oh no, how can there be someone else? Hermione said, her voice tinged with familiarity. Seward fell silent, suddenly recalling that the savior Harry and his loyal companion might also be present at this moment. It must be Ron Weasley, Seward remarked. What should we do? Hermione hesitated, her face a mask of uncertainty. Having narrowly escaped the giant, she was loath to confront the massive creature again. Yet danger loomed for her fellow classmate. Despite his often vexatious banter, he was still a classmate. Seward glanced at Hermione, sighed, and tightened his grip on his wand. Let us go see if we can be of assistance. He made the decision for them. A direct confrontation with the thick-skinned giant would undoubtedly end poorly. But the creature was notoriously dim-witted, and a slight hindrance to its movements might not pose much of a challenge. With hurried steps, they raced toward the source of the sound, Seward's mind whirring as he strategized how to deal with the giant when they encountered it. The situation was dire. and it was likely that Mr. Filch would be apoplectic in the aftermath. Amidst the swirling dust raised by the shattered bricks, the ground lay pockmarked and uneven. An enraged giant, wielding a wooden club, relentlessly pursued two young wizards, its nostrils stuffed with a wand. Harry and Ron were smeared with streaks of black and white, their wizarding robes stained with brown clumps of earth, a picture of disarray. With a thunderous crash, the crazed giant slammed its club onto the ground. Harry and Ron lunged forward, executing a roll to narrowly evade the blow, but alas, the ground was left with yet another crater. Why couldn't these fools simply scatter? Do you remember the swamp curse we read about? Hermione. Sol had devised a plan. The giant relied on its thick defenses to survive within the forest. To save Harry and Ron, it was impossible for first-year wizards, with their meager magical prowess, to inflict any harm upon the giant. A change in strategy was necessary. They did not need to confront the giant head-on. There were numerous methods to restrain its movements. I remember, Hermione nodded. You intend to use that spell to transform the ground into a swamp? The astute Hermione instantly grasped Sol's intention, though a hint of hesitation lingered. But we've never attempted this magic before. What if it fails? It won't fail. We don't need to use that spell. We merely need to alter the ground enough for it to trip. Sol calmly articulated his thoughts, emphasizing the importance of preparation for success. Hermione swallowed hard, observing as Harry and Ron tumbled once more in a state of chaos. Gripping her wand tightly, she nodded. Then let us give it a try. All right. Sol faced the giant, which was circling the room in pursuit of the young wizards. It was crucial to inform Harry and Ron of their arrival. But raising his voice too much would undoubtedly draw the giant's attention. There was no alternative. Sol took a deep breath and darted forward, prompting Hermione to gasp in shock. The giant hesitated, a flicker of confusion flashing in its beady eyes. How had another appeared? Yet it quickly dismissed the thought. An additional morsel of meat was a welcome prospect. In that fleeting moment of the giant's pause, Sol had conveyed all necessary instructions. Facing the astonished expressions of Ron and Harry, he succinctly outlined his plan. When we make our escape, heed my command. When I shout jump, you must leap forward with all your might. Understood? Harry and Ron had no time to nod in agreement. The giant had already lifted its foot again, a low, excited growl emanating from its grotesque head. Sol led Harry and Ron forward, and as the tremors beneath them intensified, he shouted, "Now, jump!" Ron and Harry lunged forward with all their strength. Without hesitation, Sol pivoted, aiming his wand at the giant's raised club. Wingardium Leviosa. The club responded to Sol's incantation, breaking free from the giant's grasp and floating into the air. As the giant stood momentarily bewildered, Sol maintained the club's levitation and shouted, "Now, Hermione." The disappearance of the wooden club momentarily stunned the ogre, but confronted with the allure of deliciousness, it swiftly altered its approach. Spreading its palm, resembling a large fan, it bent its cumbersome waist and extended its arms. At that moment, Hermione's spell was also ready. Sensing the ground beginning to shift, Sewer leaped towards Ron and Harry, wand raised high. Ouch! Ron fortuitously became Sewer's human cushion. The ogre attempted to lift its foot, but its clumsy and heavy body, along with the ground it relied upon, became its hindrance. The tantalizing morsels lay tantalizingly before it, prompting a reluctant growl from the ogre. Sewer immediately rescinded the levitation charm, and the wooden club fell from midair with a resounding whistle. With a dull thud, the unwilling ogre closed its eyes. Subsequently, a tremendous noise ensued. The ogre, eyes tightly shut, swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sound of panting and crisp footsteps emerged through the dust, approaching Sewer, while Hermione cast a wary glance at the ogre. "Are you all right, Sewer?" Sewer grasped Hermione's hand and rose to his feet. "I'm fine," though Ron might be in some discomfort. He recalled hearing a sharp crack when he had landed on Ron. Ron Weasley lay sprawled on the ground, pale and gasping. "I think I might have broken a rib," he winced. Poor Ron, having dodged the tragedy of being flattened beneath the ogre's club, had not escaped the crushing weight of Sewer's mighty descent. "Madame Pomfrey is quite skilled. This injury will mend by morning." Hermione shot him a glance, letting out a low hum. "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Harry got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and approached the unconscious ogre. Bending down, he retrieved his wand from the creature's nostril, which was smeared with a large glob of gray goo. Frowning in distaste, he wiped it off on the ogre's trousers. "Thank you for saving us." He expressed his gratitude to Sewer, holding the wand with 2 fingers while enduring the foul odor. "It's nothing," Sewer shook his head. "But why are you all here?" Harry glanced at Hermione. "We heard Hermione was here," so Sewer nodded in understanding. "I came looking for Hermione as well." Hermione looked bewildered at both of them. "Why is everyone here looking for me?" Chapter 31. How could first years possibly contend with an ogre? My goodness. Professor McGonagall trembled, glancing at the ogre lying on the ground, oblivious to its fate, then at Sewer, Hermione, and Harry. Oh, and let us not forget Ron, who lay on the ground with a fractured rib and hadn't yet risen. "What on earth are you up to?" Professor McGonagall's voice was icy and filled with fury. "Thank goodness you weren't crushed by the Ogre-S Club." Harry bit his lip, remaining silent, while Snape glided past him, casting a cold glance before bending down to examine the ogre. Sewer and Hermione kept their heads lowered in submission. The small room was eerily quiet and cold, the lingering foul odor irritating their nostrils. It was not dead. Snape glanced at Ron with a derisive sneer, remarking on Mr. Weasley's remarkable fortune in sustaining only a few broken bones. Professor McGonagall took several deep breaths to maintain her composure. "Can someone enlighten me as to why you are not in your dormitory, but rather here? Miss Granger? Mr. Bones? Or perhaps Mr. Potter?" Ron interjected, "Am I not worthy?" It was evident that the 4 young wizards had heard rumors of a troll lurking in the underground classroom, eager to challenge it in a bid to amplify their own notoriety. Snape's chilling gaze fixated solely on Harry, his icy words escaping from his lips with a temperature of 37 degrees. Under that scrutiny, Harry found himself momentarily speechless. "Is that so, Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall's gaze bore into Harry, making him feel as though he were standing on pins and needles. Yet, summoned by an inexplicable courage, he raised his eyes to meet hers. "No, it isn't like that," he asserted, striving to calm the racing of his heart. "Hermione and Sewer came to rescue us. Had it not been for them, Ron and I would certainly have met our demise at the hands of the Trolls Club." Sewer, listening intently, wore a perplexed expression. According to the narrative, it was Hermione who should have spoken those words. Something felt amiss, as though the trajectory of events had veered off course. Moreover, Sewer quickly scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision, wondering why Voldemort and Quirinus Quirrell were absent from this scene. "Is that so, Mr. Bones?" McGonagall inquired, scrutinizing Sewer and Hermione as she deliberated. Sewer promptly regained his composure and nodded. "Sewer came to find me. We encountered the troll in the underground classroom, and we managed to evade it." Hermione steadied herself and continued, "Initially, we were preparing to leave, but Harry and Ron were being pursued by the troll. They had also come down to find me." Hermione swallowed hard, casting a quick glance at Harry and Ron before closing her eyes. "I had heard of a troll below, and I thought I could handle it." The narrative resumed its rightful course. Sewer remained silent. "You are lying," Snape interjected, clearly insinuating that it was Mr. Potter's misguided belief in his ability to confront a troll that led him to sneak down. Severus. McGonagall shot him an irritated look, prompting Snape to fall silent. She then turned her attention back to Harry, stating, "Mr. Potter, I believe it would be prudent for you to leave this place immediately, taking Mr. Weasley to the hospital wing. He does not appear well. Furthermore, if you are uninjured, it would be wise to return to Gryffindor Tower, as the Halloween feast is being held in the respective common rooms. Additionally, 20 points will be deducted from Gryffindor due to your actions." With pallid faces, Harry assisted the equally ashen Ron, casting a furtive glance at Sewer before the two dejectedly limped away, once their footsteps faded into the distance. McGonagall turned to Sewer and Hermione. "Well, your decision to confront a full-grown troll alone was quite reckless," she began, her expression stern. "However, I am pleased to see that you were willing to brave danger for the sake of your friends. Few first-year students would dare to engage with a full-grown troll. A commendable display of transfiguration indeed." Professor McGonagall's lips curled into a subtle smile, though it was hardly noticeable. "You have each earned 20 points for your respective houses. I shall report this to Professor Dumbledore, and you may leave now." Sir and Hermione obediently exited the room, encountering the pale and flustered Professor Quirrell at the corner of the staircase. Yet, Professor Quirrell did not pause, purposefully brushing past them. The two remained silent as they ascended the stairs, only beginning to breathe heavily upon reaching the entrance to the Great Hall. "I must learn the stunning spell," Hermione declared as they stepped outside. Sir nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. They exchanged a smile, promising to meet again the following day before parting ways towards their respective common rooms. After sharing an experience with someone, the relationship inevitably ascends to a new level. This principle applies not only to those already on good terms, but also to those who are not yet familiar with one another. At least when Sir arrived at the Great Hall the next day, she found herself sitting with Harry and Ron, animatedly discussing matters. "Hi, Sir," Harry greeted her, waving enthusiastically. Hermione blushed upon seeing Sir, recalling how she had lingered in Sir's embrace for an unexpectedly long time the previous day. "Good morning," Sir nodded. "How are you, Ron?" Ron patted his sturdy frame, indicating that he had fully recovered. "I'm all right. It's a blessing just to be alive. Madame Pomfrey's potion worked wonders." Though it was rather unpalatable, Ron grumbled, adding, "Just call me Ron." "All right, Ron," Sir smiled. At that moment, Justin from the Hufflepuff table waved at him. "I shall take my leave then. See you this afternoon, Hermione." Sir winked at Hermione, having noticed her glances directed his way. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she chose not to respond. "Where were you during the feast yesterday?" Justin inquired curiously. "We were quite alarmed when Professor Quirrell suddenly burst in, claiming there was a troll in the dungeon, and then he fainted right here." Morn quietly asked, "Did you go deal with the troll?" "We're all quite curious." Hufflepuff's cup gained an extra 20 points, and many of us are unsure why. The Badgers looked at Sir with wide eyes, but Sir had no desire to boast. "Yesterday, I did indeed encounter the troll," Sir reminisced, prompting an uproar among the Badgers, who clamored to know if the troll matched Professor Quirrell's description from Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Ah, yes, indeed. The troll was as foolish and foul-smelling as Professor Quirrell described. As for the points, I merely assisted the professors a tad." Sir gestured modestly with her fingers. "Fight a troll? What nonsense. How could a first-year wizard possibly contend with a troll? That is a full-grown troll." Chapter 32. The switching spell and homework theft life seem to return to its usual rhythm. As November unfolds, the Highlands of Scotland herald the arrival of winter with a jubilant cry. The mountains surrounding the school are shrouded in mist from dawn till dusk. Success! Hermione's cheer reverberates as, due to Mr. Phillips' vehement objections and the increasing difficulty of cleaning the classrooms in winter, Sol and Hermione are compelled to practice magic on the castle's lawn, braving the biting cold. This overt display of magical practice initially draws the attention of several young wizards, who gather to observe, but they are soon repelled by the frigid wind and incomprehensible maneuvers. Practicing magic in such cold weather, with temperatures nearing freezing, feels like a personal affront. After all, isn't the warmth of the fireplace inviting? Isn't hot cocoa delightful? A lively unicorn stands proudly on the lawn, its golden mane gently swaying in the breeze. Hermione believes they have succeeded, enough to satisfy their requirements. However, Sol remains unsatisfied. "No, Hermione. We are too hasty in our joy. I believe Angel would be quite pleased." Hermione, bundled in a hat and scarf, rubs her hands together, exhaling clouds of warm breath. "Do you remember the one Professor Dumbledore transformed?" Sol furrows his brow. "It could carry Angel all around the house. Moreover, this unicorn can only maintain its form for a maximum of 1 hour before reverting. Professor McGonagall has reminded us that we cannot perform magic at home, or else the Ministry of Magic might send an Auror to invite us for tea. I know you are eager to conjure a moving unicorn. With over a month until the Christmas holidays, let us take our time. Perhaps you could seek Professor Dumbledore's assistance." Hermione stamps her feet in place, breathing warmth into her palms. "I think we should return to the castle. We have been outside for over 2 hours. "Very well." Sol glances at Hermione. Noticing she is shivering slightly, continuing to practice seems futile. He thus cancels the transformation spell and casts a levitation charm to have the transformed chair follow behind him. Public property should be returned to its rightful place. "Let us head back," he states. The pair strolls slowly along the path back, encountering Harry at the castle entrance. Broom in hand, looking thoroughly frozen, his cheeks flushed, with grass clippings and a sprinkling of frost in his hair. "Hi, Sol." Harry greets them before hurriedly departing. "What's with him, acting all mysterious?" Hermione tilts her head in confusion. Sol chuckles softly, moving the chair into the room they had previously occupied in their house, easily deducing that Harry must be joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "But aren't first years prohibited from joining Quidditch?" Hermione expresses her disbelief. "Who knows?" Sol replies with a smile. "Where shall we go next?" "To the library, of course." Hermione decisively proclaims, "I still have assignments for potions and charms to complete." "Oh, I forgot." Sol taps his head, then grins at Hermione. "Might Miss Granger allow me to borrow her homework for inspiration? What do you think?" Hermione replies, her eyes twinkling with mirth. returning his smile. I don't believe you merely wish to borrow it. Professor Flitwick subtly reminded me that he had discovered numerous assignments that bore striking similarities, if not identicality, in recent submissions. Those responsible shared a common trait. Sewer blinked innocently. Listen to my defense. No, my explanation. I assure you, I merely drew inspiration. Truly, you must believe me. However, Hermione rolled her eyes and turned away. The temperature dropped day by day, and the ice on the Black Lake had hardened to a consistency akin to tempered steel. The young wizards, aside from attending classes, largely remained in their respective common rooms, huddled around the roaring fireplaces. Traversing the drafty corridors to reach class in such frigid weather was akin to a torturous ordeal. In recent days, much like during the inaugural flying lesson, Hogwarts' trending topic was firmly occupied by the impending Quidditch match. The second trending topic was the newly released warming bottle, which, upon its debut, swiftly captivated the entire Hogwarts community. Setting aside the forthcoming Quidditch match, I must recount the tale of the warming bottle, which originated from a frantic library session to complete assignments. One day, having finished her work, Hermione stumbled upon a rather tattered tome concerning the flame charm amidst a pile of books in the library. The author was unknown, and several pages detailing the spell were conspicuously missing, seemingly destroyed by someone with intent. Yet, the remaining pages contained a particularly intriguing incantation inscribed entirely in runes, which piqued Hermione's interest immensely. Perhaps this is a spell of considerable power, she mused, adding, and don't you find its design fascinating? Sewer, do not touch my assignment. Sewer chuckled sheepishly, retracting his hand from the parchment, showing no embarrassment as he leaned closer to examine the book in Hermione's hands. It featured an illustration of a blue flame dancing within a transparent bottle. First and foremost, we can rule out dark magic or any overwhelmingly powerful spells, Sewer remarked, tilting his chin towards Madame Pants, who was vigilantly guarding the library with a feather duster. However, I propose we translate this. Perhaps it was overlooked? It beats the drudgery of sifting through materials to write a paper. With existing references, why bother with assignments? He continued, this appears to be in runes. I'll complete my assignment first, and once that's done, I can assist you with the translation. How does that sound? I'll fetch a runic dictionary. I believe the library has one. Hermione nodded, rising from her seat. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? Sewer thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Do not touch my assignment, Hermione warned sternly, turning back after just a few steps. What do you take me for? Sewer replied earnestly. I would rather starve here or leap from this spot than touch your work. Only then did Hermione relax her stern demeanor and depart with satisfaction. Quite the contrary. Sewer muttered under his breath, and as Hermione's figure vanished among the shelves, he swiftly reached for the neatly stacked parchment she had left behind and retrieved his wand. Duplicating the parchment, Sewer gazed with satisfaction at the stack of sheepskin paper that had materialized before him. At that moment, the wonders of magic revealed themselves, and he chuckled softly. He transformed the replicated parchment into the appearance of a book using a charm, meticulously restoring Hermione's assignment to its original position, carefully inspecting it from all angles. Mission accomplished. He then casually took out a blank sheet of parchment, feigning the appearance of fervently writing. 2 minutes later, Hermione returned to her seat, clutching a thick tome. She first examined her parchment for any signs of tampering, then cast a dubious glance at Sewer, who was energetically scribbling with a quill, entirely oblivious to the additional book beside him. Quite the honest one, Hermione hummed with satisfaction. How easy to deceive. Sewer noted the subtle changes in her demeanor, his expression unchanged, while internally, a jubilant figure resembling him, wielding a trident and sporting 2 ears, laughed heartily. Chapter 33. The Blue Bellflower Flame. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Sewer and Hermione stealthily crept into an empty classroom. Here, isn't this a bit inconvenient? What if we are discovered? She questioned. No worries, it will be over soon, Sewer assured her. All right, I shall proceed then. In the classroom, Sewer and Hermione stood facing each other on either side of a table, which held a transparent glass vial and a sheet of parchment densely inscribed with text. Hermione, with a serious expression, raised her wand, pointing its tip at the vial's opening. A complex incantation flowed from her crimson lips, and as the final syllable fell, a brilliant blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, coalescing into a vibrant little fireball within the glass vial. Sewer quickly grasped the cork and sealed the vial tightly. Indeed, it resembles a blue bellflower, he remarked, lifting the vial containing the azure flame, gently shaking it before handing it to Hermione. She cradled the vial in her hands, peering closely, her pupils reflecting the dancing flames. Truly beautiful, she mused. Sewer replicated the feat, conjuring another blue bellflower flame that hovered in midair, gently flickering like a fiery sprite, dispelling the chill in the air. Withdrawing his wand, Sewer extended his fingertip toward the blue flame. Just as the book described, it was remarkably gentle, soft as if it were not a flame at all. There was no sensation of being burned. Instead, he felt a consistent warmth. As his finger touched the flame, it swiftly dissolved and dissipated. It does not harm the caster. What purpose could this spell serve? He pondered. Perhaps it is merely for admiration and warmth? Hermione lifted the vial in her hand, stating, "It is quite warm. I could use it to warm my hands during class." Warming? Sewer raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Hermione, would you like to make some money?" "Make money?" Hermione tilted her head in confusion. "How?" Sewer pointed to the vial she held. "I've heard many people complaining about the cold weather lately. I believe they would greatly appreciate something to warm them." This. Hermione involuntarily raised an eyebrow. "But we don't really need money at school," she remarked. "Christmas is approaching," Sewer reminded her, "and we need to prepare gifts." "All right," Hermione replied, somewhat bewildered by the concept of earning money. "What should we do?" "You should borrow the book that contains the spell, and the longer, the better. Ideally, return it when the weather warms up," Sewer suggested. "As for the business aspect, that should be entrusted to those most adept at it." Sewer smiled, as he had a fitting partner in mind, the Weasley twins, who would later become successful entrepreneurs with their joke shop in Diagon Alley. Sewer had already devised a comprehensive plan in a short span of time. Just as he was about to discuss it in detail with Hermione, a dark glare shot toward them from the side. It was Filch. How did he always manage to locate them amidst hundreds of empty rooms? There was no choice but to temporarily halt their planning. The two braved the piercing gaze and exited the classroom. Hermione went to the library to find the book on the bluebell flames and to obtain a library card, while Sewer had his own task. However, after wandering around, he could not find George and Fred. Instead, he spotted Harry soaring through the air at the Quidditch pitch. "What's your business here?" A tall, burly boy named Wood intercepted Sewer as he approached the Quidditch pitch, his expression unfriendly and defensive. Sewer shot a puzzled glance at the boy and nodded. "I'm here to find someone," Sewer replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the boy's intense scrutiny. Just then, Harry, darting through the air, noticed Sewer. "Hey, Sewer," he called, swooping down and executing a perfect stop right in front of him. "Wood, yes, my friend." Yet Wood continued to regard Sewer with the suspicion reserved for a class enemy. Harry quickly added, he won't disclose anything about me being here." "Very well," Wood said, still dubious, but he nodded. "Since your friend is here to see you, I suppose we can wrap things up for today." "All right," Harry replied, looking somewhat pleased as he grabbed his broom and pulled Sewer away from the pitch. "This damned weather is unbearably cold, but Wood insists I come here to train. You know, the match is just around the corner. You join the Quidditch team?" Sewer feigned ignorance. "What position?" Harry hesitated, glancing around nervously before whispering, "Seeker." "You mustn't tell anyone. Wood has a plan to make me Gryffindor's secret weapon." Sewer nodded. And a moment of awkward silence ensued as they walked along the path connecting the pitch and the castle. The truth was, Sewer and Harry were not very familiar with each other. If anything, it was Sewer who was somewhat acquainted with Harry, while Harry hardly knew him at all. "Please don't let this slip, otherwise, Wood will surely kill me," Harry reiterated. "By the way, what did you want to talk to me about?" "I want to say a word," Sewer assured him. Sultan paused for a moment and then remarked, "In truth, encountering you on the pitch was quite unexpected. I was actually in search of George and Fred." His words, though straightforward, belied a certain emotional intelligence. However, given the precarious nature of the current year, engaging too closely with Harry posed a risk of confronting Voldemort directly. Even a weakened Dark Lord, reduced to mere essence, could wield unimaginable hidden tactics to ensnare one in despair. Yet, Harry seemed oblivious to the subtlety in Sultan's tone, appearing somewhat pleased. Perhaps their entire day spent in the common room, inaccessible to other houses without the correct password, had fostered this cheerfulness. "If I happen to see George or Fred in the common room, I can certainly convey that you are searching for them," he offered. "Well, I haven't found them in many places," Sultan replied with a playful smile. "That would be much appreciated, Harry. A simple task." Harry, with an innocent grin, obliged. As they neared the castle, Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Every Gryffindor he encountered greeted him warmly, patting him on the shoulder and offering words of encouragement. I have faith that you will perform splendidly. We'll be there with a mattress to catch you if you happen to fall from your broom. Harry cast a pleading glance towards Sultan, who merely shrugged in response. It appeared that news of his new role as the Gryffindor Seeker had somehow leaked. I'm not the source of this information. I only just learned about it myself. In Chapter 34, Sultan, after retrieving a jar of jam from the kitchen, meandered back to the Hufflepuff common room. Fortune smiled upon him. For a sofa in front of the crackling fireplace was unoccupied. He sank deeply into its soft embrace, letting out a contented sigh. The warmth emanating from the roaring fire soon lulled him into a drowsy slumber, only to be roused by Justin as dusk approached. The chill of the air below stirred him awake, and tightening his cloak, Sultan and his roommate hurried up the stairs towards the great hall. The hall was aglow with thousands of candles that not only illuminated but also provided a comforting warmth, enveloping the space in a cozy ambience. Fred and George arrived fashionably late, just as Sultan finished his meal. Harry waved at him, gesturing towards Fred and George, signaling that he had successfully delivered his message. However, their expressions appeared rather grim. Don't mention it. Wood is furious about the leaked information. We'll be training on the pitch all night, in this frigid weather. He has completely lost it. I heard from Amosi, Wood's roommate, that he has a habit of talking in his sleep. He must have let the news slip in a dream. As Sultan approached the Gryffindor long table, he noticed Fred and George complaining to a spirited young black man, who, upon noticing Sultan's arrival, nudged them to acknowledge him. With curiosity, Fred and George chimed in unison. Hey, I remember you. Harry mentioned a Hufflepuff was looking for us. Is that you? What's the matter? Sir looked at George, or was it Fred? And Fred, or perhaps George, feeling somewhat bewildered about their identities. After a brief attempt to distinguish between them, he relinquished the endeavor. The twins were so alike that even their mother might struggle to tell them apart. Oh, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Now to business. I've heard you are selling some intriguing trinkets? Sir inquired. The brothers exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Affirming, indeed. The George on the left began to elaborate. We offer a plethora of fascinating products, all at reasonable prices and with an array of functionalities. For instance, our dung egg. I assure you, if anyone comes into contact with it, they will carry that odor with them for the entire day. You understand. The Fred on the right smirked. The dung egg is our crowning achievement. For just a single silver sickle, you can acquire an entire box and become a distinguished member of our little shop, receiving timely notifications about new products. However, Sir was not there to hear their product pitch. I find this quite interesting, he said, but I am here to offer you some financial support. Oh, George raised an eyebrow. Are you looking to invest in us? Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement. I knew it. Our little shop has always attracted discerning patrons. How much would you like to invest? I am not here to invest. Sir shook his head. I wish to collaborate with you, but not for your products. I firmly believe my offerings can swiftly help you accumulate funds for the development of new items. What do you say? Are you interested? George and Fred exchanged another glance before turning their attention back to Sir. It seemed quite intriguing. Would it be possible for us to see what you have? They inquired. Of course, Sir nodded, but it might be a bit unsuitable here. Let us meet tonight at the place of our first encounter, where I can present it to you. Agreed. Tonight at 11? Wood will likely be training until curfew. A late-night snack then will help us sleep better, don't you think, George? An excellent idea. Fred, they murmured to each other before looking back at Sir. Certainly, Sir nodded with enthusiasm, as the Hogwarts kitchen was merely a few steps from the Hufflepuff common room. Despite their complaints about Wood's demanding nature, George and Fred hastened their dinner, soon leaving in a flurry. Harry and Ron followed suit after exchanging a few words with Sir. Ron was indeed a true Quidditch aficionado, even if he could only shiver in the stands or throw balls amidst the biting wind on the field. Hermione. She handed Sir a book inscribed in runes. Madam Pants can only lend it to me for a month. That's all right, a month will suffice. Sir returned the book to Hermione. You keep it. All right. Hermione nodded nonchalantly, scooping a piece of pudding into her mouth with satisfaction. Sir, Neville's voice came from the side. Could you do me a favor? Of course, Neville. How may I assist you? Sir turned to face Neville. The young boy appeared somewhat bewildered under Sewer's gaze. His round face flushed with nervousness. His hands rested beneath the table, and from the folds of his wizarding robe, it was evident that Neville's hands were entwined together. I would like to ask you to deliver something for me. Why me? Sewer looked at Neville with confusion, as Neville seemed to grow even more anxious. He took a deep breath before speaking. Hannah is a Hufflepuff, and you are also a Hufflepuff, so. But you and Hannah are acquainted, aren't you? Why not go yourself? Sewer's confusion deepened. Just days prior, he had seen Neville and Hannah together in the library, and Neville had not appeared nearly as anxious then. Neville opened his mouth, his face growing even redder, and steam seemed to rise from his head. All right, what is it? After a moment of hesitation, Neville finally retrieved his hand from beneath the table, revealing a pink note. Sewer's eyebrow arched. Is this a love letter? Hermione's expression shifted dramatically, taking on a curious glint. No. Neville shook his head vehemently. It's for me. A fair hand extended forward. Bewildered, Neville instinctively handed the crumpled note to Hermione. I'll help you deliver it, Hermione cheerfully suggested. I believe I am more suited for the task than Sewer, don't you think? Neville glanced at Sewer. Why are you looking at me? Sewer asked, puzzled. It's that girl with the golden braids, right? Hermione turned to glance toward the Hufflepuff table, spotting Susan, who was seated with her. Neville nodded, dazed, then watched as Hermione stood and, with the letter in hand, skipped off towards the Hufflepuff table. Is it really not a love letter? Sewer teased, nudging Neville with his elbow. It truly is not. Neville shouted in embarrassment. Indeed, it is not. Came Hermione's voice from behind them, as Hannah opened the note and exclaimed, She asked me to thank you. It's a note from Professor Sprout. Hermione eyed Neville curiously. This is quite ordinary. Why didn't you deliver it yourself? I was worried about being misunderstood, Neville replied, and it's pink. Oh, very well, Sewer smirked. I thought I might witness a sweet moment. Chapter 35. Pleasant cooperation in the dead of night. The Hufflepuff Badgers had long since climbed into bed, for there was no place more comfortable than under the covers on a chilly winter night. Yet, one young wizard had to extricate himself from the depths of his thick duvet. Yes, it was our protagonist. What was I thinking? Arranging to meet someone in the kitchen in sub-zero temperatures? Sewer shivered fiercely as he emerged from his dormitory. The fireplace in the Hufflepuff common room had long since extinguished. Suddenly, a blue light flickered to life, illuminating a corner of the common room. As Sewer felt the warmth radiating from the bottle, he gritted his teeth and ventured forth. Thud, ha-ha, thud, ha-ha, echoed footsteps. Is someone there? Is it George and Fred? No, their voices weren't that aged. Curiosity compelled Sol to slightly pry open a gap in the wooden barrel, peering through the fissure. Professor Kettleburn ambled past, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As he unsteadily made his way towards the staircase leading to the lower level, a prosthetic limb hooked around an iron bucket, its weight evident from his crooked posture. Why did he not employ a levitation charm? A flicker of doubt ignited in Sol's mind. He had inquired with his upperclassmen from Hufflepuff who were studying magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn was known to be a kind and knowledgeable elder. His teaching methods, though somewhat antiquated, always managed to broaden students' perspectives with a refreshing approach, earning him great respect at Hogwarts. Yet, what Sol observed now was a rather lecherous-looking wizard, clearly unaccustomed to using magic. It was only when Professor Kettleburn's figure vanished around the corner of the corridor that Sol crawled out from the barrel. With a sense of bewilderment, he stealthily made his way to the Hogwarts kitchen. Sir, what food do you require? We still have some pudding and chicken pie available today. The house elf inquired with utmost respect and humility. Is there pumpkin juice? Sol could hardly manage even a morsel of pudding after the daily wizard chess match, where, as expected, Justin had lost, receiving the punishment of fetching supper from the kitchen, leaving Sol quite satiated. Yes, sir, I shall fetch it immediately, the house elf bowed. Soon, a steaming cup of pumpkin juice was presented before him. Oh, thank you. Sol set aside his bluebell jar, which served as a makeshift warm bottle, and accepted the pumpkin juice. May I ask, did any professors visit just now? Indeed, sir, the house elf replied, casting a curious glance at the blue flames contained within the glass jar. Professor Sinistra, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Kettleburn have all been here. Was Professor McGonagall seeking cat food? Sol could not help but inquire. Cat food? The house elf echoed in confusion. Ahem, I misspoke. Did Professor Kettleburn take anything from the kitchen? I just saw him. Oh, yes, sir, Professor Kettleburn just took some meat, fresh meat, the house elf promptly responded. Meat? Sol nodded. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his inquiries, the kitchen door swung wide open, a gust of cold air sweeping in. Bring us a cup of hot pumpkin juice. I want one too. Two voices chimed in unison, belonging to Fred and George, who entered holding brooms. Their clothes dusted with flecks of white frost, their cheeks flushed from the cold. Wood has truly lost his mind. Indeed, he seems rather unwell. The brothers continued to grumble, and upon spotting Sol, they greeted him. Hello, Hufflepuff wizard. Good evening. Sol acknowledged them. The house elf moved swiftly, and as George and Fred received their pumpkin juice, they took a sip, their expressions synchronously melting into deep sighs of relief. Could you please fetch us some chicken pie as well? We're utterly exhausted. Certainly, sir. The house elf nodded obediently. A moment later, George and Fred contentedly patted their bellies, collapsing in unison onto the chairs prepared by the house elf. Oh, nearly forgot. Fred turned to Sol. Sol presented a bottle ablaze with blue flames to Fred, exclaiming, "This is it. Can this contraption be profitable?" George leaned in, observing the flickering flames within. What is this? Fred inquired, taking the bottle into his hands, yet he was unable to discern its remarkable qualities. It is a magical artifact. Sol explained, boasting prolonged duration, safety, and convenience for illumination. Yet, the most significant feature is its ability to provide warmth. Warmth? George questioned, grasping the bottle, and nodded, indeed feeling its comforting heat. And so what? Fred echoed, also experiencing its warmth. Many spells can achieve that. Sol chuckled as he took the bottle back, uncorking it under the scrutinizing gazes of Fred and George, allowing the flames to spill forth. The blue flames danced in the air, and they could burn for an extended period. Moreover, who would want to brave the biting cold to attend class? Especially you Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, whose common rooms are perched atop the tower. As he spoke, Sol inserted his finger into the flames, which instantly dissipated. Fred and George gasped, their attention drawn to Sol's finger. Sol demonstrated by rotating his finger, revealing that he was entirely unharmed. Remarkable. Fred and George had never encountered such a harmless charm. Even benign spells could be perilous if wielded incorrectly. For instance, a flickering light could easily serve as a flashbang with sufficient magical energy. To allow Fred and George to experience it as well, Sol retrieved his wand and conjured another flame. The result remained consistent, and Fred, mustering his courage, extended his hand into the flames, which promptly dispersed. What spell is this? George inquired. It is called Blue Bellflower. Hermione and I discovered it in a nearly disintegrating book at the library. Sol conjured another flame within the bottle and recapped it. Blue Bellflower? Fred questioned, puzzled. That's the literal translation from Runic, Sol clarified, adding, additionally, I have borrowed that book, rendering it inaccessible to anyone else in the library. Of course, it is possible someone else may have discovered this spell before Hermione and me, but that book had remained untouched for at least a decade. Is it feasible? Fred pondered with uncertainty. What do you intend to do? George asked. Sol slowly articulated his carefully devised plan. He and Hermione would be responsible for crafting the bottles, while George and Fred would handle the supply, promotion, and sales, splitting the profits 60-40, with Hermione and Sol taking the larger share. I have devised several slogans aimed at different demographics. For instance, worried about cold hands and feet? Fear not to chill with this. Or if you love her, gift her the warmth of this treasure. The entire student body comprises 500 to 600 individuals. If just 100 purchase our heartwarming bottles, Sol declared with determination, we could easily earn several hundred galleons. Fred and George exchanged glances, and upon hearing the prospect of hundreds of galleons, they felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. Let us do it, they proclaimed, sealing their agreement with enthusiasm. Chapter 36, Harvest Season Potter. Snape suddenly leaned in, his expression as impassive as ever. Do you lack hands? And bring forth what lies beneath the table. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Harry was compelled to retrieve the warming charm he had just acquired from the Weasley twins. The brothers, dissatisfied with a singular design, had crafted an array of bottles in various sizes for sale, including a flat version that could be affixed to undergarments. The object in Harry's hand was a round bottle, perfectly sized for one-handed grasp. What a tedious item, Snape remarked, casting a glance at the dancing blue flames within the bottle. In my class, no items unrelated to potions are permitted. Immediately, a rustling sound echoed through the potion classroom on the lower level. After a brief survey, Snape scoffed, 5 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape was truly unreasonable. Ron, chattering indignantly on Harry's behalf, exclaimed, why does he single you out? Others have brought that thing as well. Besides, what is so special about it? It's absurdly expensive for merely a spell. I could do it too. Realizing he could not perform the spell, Ron added sourly, if you're cold, just wear an extra wizard robe. Sitting beside Hermione, Seward twitched his ears, aware of Ron's motivations. The reason was simple. After the product's debut, Ron had learned that the warming charm was being sold by his brothers and had eagerly sought a free one, only to be playfully rebuffed by Fred and George. His pride had taken a significant blow, and when Harry offered to buy him one, he declined, insisting that he would only accept it if Fred and George presented it to him with utmost respect. In the magical world, there were numerous means to keep warm, such as Madame Malkin's custom winter garments, which possessed warming properties akin to wearing an electric blanket. I have no need for such inferior items. Malfoy interjected from the long table. My father had this robe custom-made for me by Madame Malkin. Even if the castle were to freeze over, I would remain unbothered. However, the exorbitant custom fee of 100 galleons was clearly beyond the means of most families. Malfoy's comments were merely a display of arrogance. In the afternoon, Seward received a note inviting him to meet before dinner at the third portrait on the left corridor of the second floor. The signatory was Fred Weasley. This revelation made Seward aware that the moment for sharing the spoils had arrived. Oh, pardon me, the moment for dividing the earnings. With an hour remaining until dinner, Seward took Hermione, who had just finished her class, to the left corridor of the castle's second floor. They tiptoed around the sharp corner of the third portrait, and a door silently appeared before them. As Seward and Hermione entered, Fred and George were already inside. The room was a small secret chamber, once filled with glass bottles, now replaced by a substantial pile of silver sickles, a few bronze nuts, and a modest number of gold galleons. The twins' faces beamed with joy. They had never possessed such an abundance of wealth before. You've arrived. George, engrossed in counting the money, looked up at the sound and waved, his smile broadening. We have just finished counting the money. He lamented that sales had plummeted sharply in recent days. Saul had anticipated this decline. After all, there was no shortage of prodigies within the walls of Hogwarts, and the erudite professors could easily discern the workings of this charm. The fact that it had sold for half a month was already a remarkable outcome. The upper-year students of Hufflepuff had mastered the art of crafting their own warming charms. Fred sighed, his voice laden with regret. How many did we sell? Saul inquired curiously, as he had not attended to the accounts during this period. The records were maintained by Fred and George. Allow me to handle that, George said, retrieving a parchment from his wizarding robes, densely scribbled with hasty notes. As of today, we have sold a total of 326 warming charms, yielding for 238 silver sickles and 22 bronze nuts. The cost incurred was 3 silver sickles. How many galleons is that altogether? Saul asked directly, finding the currency conversion in the magical realm rather cumbersome. George and Fred exchanged gleeful glances, unable to conceal their delight. 238 silver sickles amounts to 249 gold galleons. We've struck it rich. Then, according to our agreement, we shall split the cost of the glass bottles. Saul calculated quickly and waved his hand. You shall take 100 galleons. Thank you for your generosity, Fred said with a grin. According to their arrangement, they were entitled to only 99 galleons, so this extra galleon would suffice for quite a few purchases. However, I have one request. Could you assist me in exchanging these sickles for galleons? Saul asked. Of course. Leave it to us. On their way back, Hermione was exuberant, bouncing along joyfully. I already know which books I want to buy, she declared. Professor Flitwick had fully decoded the Incendio spell during class and taught it as supplementary material to the young wizards. After mastering this charm, the students quickly lost interest, though each possessed a warming charm. It was also Saul's first encounter with the realization that this spell could indeed possess some destructive capability. A Gryffindor student named Seamus Finnegan had audaciously transformed this charm into an explosive spell, which, as far as effects go, likely produced a particularly loud sound. If psychological harm could be considered a form of destructiveness, then this charm had indeed been repurposed. Professor Snape had taken it upon himself to modify it, allowing it to adjust temperature based on the magical energy input, making it highly suitable for potions requiring precise heat. Ultimately, after dominating the trending topic for half a month, it was successfully overshadowed by the impending commencement of the first Quidditch match. On the morning of the match, Hermione discreetly confided in Saul about a matter. Harry saw the wound on Professor Snape's leg yesterday in the staff lounge. They say Professor Snape attempted to pass by the three-headed dog in the forbidden corridor, Hermione remarked. But I do not believe the professor intended to steal whatever treasures the creature guards. They also claimed that Professor Snape had released the troll. citing that they had seen him heading towards the fourth-floor forbidden area on Halloween. Professor Snape would never tamper with items that are so rigorously safeguarded by Professor Dumbledore. I do not believe Professor Snape is a villain either. Sewer nodded knowingly, acknowledging that although Professor Snape could be rather harsh and biased, he was, on the whole, a decent person. A decent person? You clearly haven't seen how he treats Harry, Ron retorted, having overheard Sewer's last remark. Rather than argue back, Sewer simply smiled knowingly. Everyone present was enjoying the conversation, except for Harry, who appeared visibly anxious, with dark circles under his eyes indicating a restless night. Today marked his first match since training. With Gryffindor facing Slytherin, many offered him words of comfort. You must maintain your energy, Sewer advised. Eat a few hot dogs. Today as sausages are particularly good. You should eat something. The Seekers are always the primary targets of the opposing team's defense, which means they will undoubtedly be quite fatigued, added Seamus. Thank you, Sewer. Seamus, Harry managed a strained smile. Chapter 37. The Shadow in the Black Robe. On the 8th floor, everyone proceeded to the Quidditch pitch, taking their seats according to their respective house sections. Sewer was no exception, following Justin, who had a pair of binoculars hanging from his neck, in search of the best viewing spot. Suddenly, Sewer clutched his stomach with one hand, a pained expression crossing his face. What's wrong? Justin immediately inquired with concern. I might need to visit the restroom, Sewer replied, feigning agony. I may have overindulged in sausages. I probably won't be able to watch the match. You and Morn should find a spot without waiting for me. With that, Sewer hurriedly turned and maneuvered against the crowd towards the exit, appearing quite anxious. Behind him, Justin's faint voice called out, I'll save your spot. But amidst the cacophony, the words were nearly lost. What was Justin just saying? Upon exiting the pitch and re-entering the castle, Sewer relaxed his grip and couldn't resist digging into his ears. The pained expression on his face had vanished. Never mind. It was inconsequential. This was a splendid opportunity to discover the entrance to the Room of Requirement. He had specifically gone to the pitch to ascertain whether their esteemed defense against the dark arts professor was present. The way Sewer sprang lightly up the staircase indicated that Voldemort's Quirinus Quirrell was indeed lingering at the Quidditch grounds. After skipping down 2 steps that seemed to vanish, he arrived at the 8th floor of the castle. Sewer had previously pinpointed the location of the Room of Requirement, situated in the left corridor of the 8th floor, while Dumbledore's office lay on the opposite side, perfectly distanced from one another, alleviating Sewer's concerns about encountering the headmaster. Although, honestly, even an encounter wouldn't be too troubling, considering that Dumbledore encouraged students to explore the castle, as long as they did not violate school rules, or rather, did not get caught violating them. Sewer briskly made his way towards his intended corridor, but as he approached, his expression suddenly changed. He swiftly darted into the shadows behind a column, cautiously peering out. There was someone. A figure clad in a black robe stood with their back turned to Sewer, positioned before the tapestry depicting the silly Banaba Bat Bogey Hex. The mysterious figure clad in a voluminous black robe appeared to be concealing a multitude of items, raising considerable suspicion. Should I seek out Professor Dumbledore? No, it is improbable that an outsider could so easily infiltrate Hogwarts Castle, while others may be unaware. Sol is acutely conscious that the castle is enveloped by an invisible barrier, which detects the presence of any intruder. This implies that the enigmatic individual must be a part of the castle itself, or perhaps a certain professor. The question arises, which professor could it be? Today marks the first Quidditch match of the academic year, and most professors have gone to spectate. Who, then, would stealthily venture to the 8th floor of the castle? Thoughts raced through Sol's mind, though it felt like several minutes had passed. In reality, only mere seconds had elapsed when the mysterious figure began to move. Sol quickly shrank back. The cloaked figure paced before the tapestry 3 times before coming to a halt, and at that moment, Sol noticed a portal silently materializing on the blank wall opposite the tapestry. Could this be the elusive Room of Requirement he had sought in vain? So, this is the method. 3 laps back and forth. After committing the activation method to memory, Sol prudently withdrew behind a column just as the mysterious figure turned, only to emerge moments later and observe the portal vanish from view. There is a saying, you may search high and low, but the answer comes effortlessly. This encounter proved to be immensely fruitful. As for the figure in black, Sol dismissed them from his mind. This year at Hogwarts promised to be magical, with wonders already manifesting. Even the presence of peculiar individuals would not surprise him. Although curiosity about the identity of the cloaked figure and their purpose in the room of requirement lingered, he reminded himself that curiosity can be perilous, especially for a first-year student. When the sky falls, Dumbledore will be there to support. I wonder if Harry has caught the golden snitch. Perhaps I will return in time to witness the most thrilling moments. Upon entering the Quidditch pitch, Saul could clearly hear the enthusiastic commentary and Professor McGonagall's gentle cough as a reminder. Slytherin's possession was with Flint, who maneuvered the bludger past Spin Net and Bell. He was struck directly by a bludger, and I hope his nose isn't broken. Ahem, Professor McGonagall coughed as a reminder. Ah, Professor, I was merely jesting, Slytherin scores. How unfortunate, Saul thought, recognizing that the commentator must be a Gryffindor. He quickly located his housemates among the Hufflepuff ranks. Justin, with a single hand clutching a telescope, appeared flushed. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin section, yet apart from Saul, no one seemed to notice Harry's predicament. His broomstick was spinning wildly, propelling him skyward like a rocket, far from the pitch. Saul swiftly seized Justin's telescope, raising it to his eyes. The match continued, and at that moment, everyone began to recognize Harry's peril, many pointing towards the sky. Let us watch together. What is happening? Justin hurriedly approached, and Seward disdainfully pushed his large face away, returning the telescope to him. It seemed that the broomstick of the Gryffindor seeker was malfunctioning. Hadn't he, the Slytherin captain, just collided with Potter's broom? The discussions of the young wizards around him filled the air, all captivated by Harry, who was precariously balancing on his broom with one hand. Seward stood up, surveying the surroundings. He spotted Hermione quietly rising and the lips of Professor Quirrell, who was clearly enthralled to Voldemort, moving in silent utterance. And of course, there was that arrogant creature reciting a counter-curse. Oh, poor Professor Quirrell. He was sent sprawling towards the stands by Hermione's collision. A flash of fire flickered before Seward's eyes. Professor Snape sprang up in panic, patting out the flames on his robes. Little did he realize that the modified Bluebell flame charm would be turned against him. Where was Hermione? Seward searched the crowd and finally spotted her brown, fluffy hair beside Neville and Hagrid. When had Neville taken refuge inside Hagrid's jacket? The minor commotion on the teacher's stand did not disrupt the match. Harry had managed to remount his broom. This was troubling. Seward frowned, for it seemed even Hermione might begin to suspect Snape's ill intentions. According to the unfolding narrative, Hermione was about to become embroiled in the challenges set forth by Professor Dumbledore. What means could he employ to thwart her involvement? As Seward's thoughts raced, a gasp arose from the stands of the four houses. Harry shot towards the ground like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. When Harry braked and tumbled awkwardly onto the grass, he outstretched his arm and loudly proclaimed that he had caught the golden snitch. Madame Hooch puffed her cheeks and blew the final whistle. Disregarding the Slytherin captain's protests, she declared unequivocally, "The match is over. Gryffindor has triumphed." Chapter 38. Hagrid's hut. Not far from the castle, within a dilapidated little cabin, three young wizards sat at a wooden table, animatedly conversing and gesturing at a giant who stood over 3 meters tall. Seward was the fourth wizard, observing the interior of the cabin. Despite its shabby exterior, the inside was equally worn, but such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that, in Seward's 2 months of experience at school, Hagrid's hut was of immeasurable worth. In the corner, a pile of silver objects bound together with coarse rope must have been unicorn hair. The carpet beneath his feet bore an uncanny resemblance to the color of that pile in the corner. Unable to resist, Seward leaned down to touch it, suppressing a smirk. Indeed, it was genuine unicorn hair, 100 pure with no extraneous fibers mixed in. Additionally, in a cage along the wall, an array of colorful bird feathers could be seen. From Seward's limited experience, at least some belonged to the rare Occamy and others to the Snidget. Besides these, various oddly shaped horns hung on the wall alongside a substantial quantity of hay, though one might question whether that hay was perhaps some herb unknown to Seward. A rough estimation reveals that if this entire heap were to be sold, Seward's eyes would have transformed into the shape of golden galleons as he gazed upon the pile of materials. What once appeared to be feathers and horns now unmistakably resembled mounds and mounds of galleons. Not to mention, the hair of a unicorn is sold by the strand, while Hagrid here possesses an entire bundle. A whole bundle. I wonder if Hagrid would be willing to part with some? Do not misunderstand. It is not for profit, but rather to craft a scarf for Angel, who resides far away in London. If there is sufficient material, perhaps a hat could also be fashioned. Ah, of course, One cannot forget Hermione, Mrs. Ellison, and my future mother-in-law. They too must be remembered. Sewer was already calculating how much unicorn hair would be needed for all these creations. Just then, Hagrid's booming voice pulled Sewer back from his reverie. No more inquiries. That was classified information. Classified? What sort of classified information? Sewer looked at everyone with bewilderment. Oh, right. It pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. But why does Snape wish to harm Harry? Hermione inquired loudly. Another round of arguments ensued, but Sewer, already knowing the eventual outcome, found little interest in their quarrel. In the end, they would simply realize where they had erred. Harry's final remark concluded the discussion. Oh, so this also involves someone named Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid, enraged, expelled the 3 young wizards from his presence. Why 3? Because Sewer had stealthily slipped into a corner during their debate, fixated on the bundle of galleons. No, unicorn hair. Hagrid, in a fit of fury, slammed the door shut after ejecting Harry and the others, then poured himself a hefty draught from the teapot. What are you still doing here? Hagrid set down the teapot, noticing Sewer in the corner. Sewer, contemplating whether to stealthily procure a bit of unicorn hair, stood up as if caught red-handed, awkwardly smiling at Hagrid's imposing figure. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. Oh, I know you. Harry has mentioned you. From the Bones family? Yes, Sewer nodded obediently. Old Bones was quite the lad. Nearly all the Bones family are Hufflepuffs, yourself included, I presume? I remember him well, Hagrid reminisced. He was a great help to me during my time at Hogwarts. Sewer, unaware of the details regarding his biological parents, continued to nod obediently. Harry bringing you here indicates a strong bond between you. Could you perhaps persuade him to cease his inquiries about what the 3-headed dog is guarding? Hagrid expressed his frustration. I will, Mr. Hagrid. Sewer's compliance seemed to lighten Hagrid's mood somewhat. Would you care for some of my rock cakes? They are quite delectable, last time. Harry and the others took a whole batch with them. Hagrid retrieved a round, ginger-colored biscuit from beside the hearth. No, thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Sewer replied with a stiff smile. Although Hagrid devoured them with ease, he was, after all, a half-giant, who among ordinary folk would consume a biscuit hard enough to crack walnuts. I have a request, Mr. Hagrid. With utmost caution. Sewer lifted his gaze to observe the towering figure indulging in tea and biscuits. Hagrid looked at Sewer with a puzzled expression, his demeanor shifting. Oh, do you wish to inquire about the 3-headed dog? Sewer shook his head vigorously, much like a bobblehead. No, Mr. Hagrid. I have no interest in that. I was wondering if you could spare me some of that. He gestured towards a bundle of silvery hair in the corner. Unicorn hair? Hagrid followed Sewer's finger. Oh, certainly. However, I am rather curious as to what you intend to do with it. Well, with Christmas approaching, Sewer replied. I was hoping to craft some scarves. Just a portion will suffice. For my sister, my foster mother, Hermione, and her mother. Hagrid's expression grew slightly peculiar, as if pondering the matter concerning the girl he had previously debated with. Sewer quickly clarified. Hermione lives next door to me. Mrs. Granger has taken great care of me during my childhood. Oh, I see. So you were raised by your Muggle guardians? Hagrid's eyes suddenly glistened. Yes, Mr. Hagrid, Sewer nodded. It seems your guardians treat you very well, Hagrid remarked, rising to retrieve the bundle of silvery unicorn hair, which he then placed before Sewer. Your circumstances are quite the opposite of Harry's. His aunt and uncle are rather difficult. Hagrid hesitated, realizing he ought not to speak so candidly in front of the young wizard. He swiftly changed the subject. Take as much as you wish. I find plenty of this every time I venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid gestured grandly, exuding a sense of generosity. Truly, you are a wonderful person, Mr. Hagrid. Sewer expressed, to which Hagrid responded with a hearty laugh. Sewer carefully extracted some silvery hair from the bundle. Although Hagrid was generous, Sewer understood the value of the gift. Feel free to take more. This stuff is not precious, Hagrid kindly advised, growing increasingly fond of the young wizard. All right, let me assist you. In an act of sheer generosity, Hagrid scooped a handful of hair for Sewer and even thoughtfully bound a portion together for him. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Sewer said gratefully as he clutched his small bundle of unicorn hair. With this, not only would he have enough for a hat and scarf, but perhaps even some extra for gloves. Yet Hagrid merely waved nonchalantly. If that is insufficient, do not hesitate to come back for more. Just as long as you aren't here to inquire about the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. All right, Sewer exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Goodbye, Mr. Hagrid. Chapter 39. The proud Professor Seward placed a hefty tome titled How to Better Handle Rare Materials upon the long table in the library, then took a seat to sift through the index, hoping to discover methods for processing unicorn hair. The unprocessed unicorn hair was far too rigid and inflexible, rendering it unsuitable for crafting soft scarves or gloves. Seward had consulted Hagrid, but he had merely looked perplexed. Eureka! In the chapter concerning unicorns, on page 279, after a flurry of disheartened page flipping, Seward found himself staring blankly at a passage he had encountered at least 4 or 5 times that day. Goodness! Is this merely a case of copy and paste? The entire paragraph elaborated on the rarity and preciousness of unicorn hair, detailing its various uses. Yet the author failed to mention any methods of handling it. Was he truly expected to consult Professor Snape, as suggested by Professor McGonagall? The thought of Snape's expressionless visage made Seward instinctively rub the back of his neck. Alas, aside from the headmaster, it seemed that only Professor Snape possessed the expertise to alter the properties of magical creature materials. Seward had considered employing a spell, but Professor Flitwick had kindly reminded him that, unless the goal was to utterly destroy the material itself, such as through a severing charm, most spells were only temporary. Moreover, materials derived from magical creatures inherently possessed some degree of magical resistance, even after being separated from their original source. "What are you looking for?" Hermione inquired, peering over to catch a glimpse of the book in Seward's hands. "Nothing much," Seward replied, closing the book. "Just browsing." "Oh, I see," Hermione nodded. "A few days ago, I saw you flipping through household magic. Did you find anything intriguing?" "Nothing at all," Seward said, glancing at Ron and Harry, who were engrossed in massive tomes across the table. He turned back to Hermione and shook his head slightly. "It's all just advice on how to foster a harmonious household atmosphere. I need to head back to the dormitory for a bit. See you this afternoon, Hermione." Seward rose, returned the book to its rightful place, and strode out of the library. "How peculiar," Hermione murmured, pouting slightly. Curiosity piqued. She noted that Seward had been acting strangely of late, seemingly plotting something but unwilling to share. Mysterious indeed. Hermione shook her head and focused her attention back on her copy of A Century in the Wizarding World, determined to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Seward hesitated at the entrance of Professor Snape's potions office on the ground floor. With Christmas fast approaching, he felt an urgent need to address the issue of the unicorn hair. Gritting his teeth, Seward resolved to proceed. A few young wizards clutching homemade warming bottles cast curious glances his way. However, as Seward stepped through the door, their curiosity morphed into astonishment, tinged with a hint of sympathy. It appeared yet another student had found themselves in Snape's dreaded detention. The ambience of Snape's office was chilling, with a shelf at the entrance lined with glass bottles containing mysterious liquids, each housing various animal specimens. A veritable scene straight out of a villain's lair. Seward shivered involuntarily. At a desk covered in parchment and scribbles, the oily-haired Snape lifted his gaze, noticing Seward surveying the office. Feeling the weight of Snape's cold stare, Seward felt his breath catch and managed a nervous smile in return. "Good day, Professor Snape." Snape pursed his lips, his expression as frigid as ever, and offered no reply. "Professor Snape, I have a query I wish to discuss with you," Seward ventured cautiously. Yet, the silence persisted, and Snape's gaze remained fixed upon him. "I would like to inquire about the methods to soften a particular material." Sir and Snape exchanged glances, with Snape seemingly attempting to intimidate Sir with his gaze. Yet Sir remained steadfast. An unspoken confrontation ensued, and a flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes, which Sir keenly noted. Finally, the professor consented to speak. "What material?" "Unicorn hair." Sir hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer truthfully. Although unicorn hair is indeed quite expensive, Snape, as a master potion maker, was also a wealthy individual. Moreover, different materials required different treatment methods. Upon hearing that it was material from a unicorn, Snape furrowed his brow. "For what purpose?" he inquired. A scarf, Professor." "What?" Snape questioned, somewhat incredulous. "I intend to use it to create a scarf, and perhaps some hats as well, Professor," Sir affirmed confidently. Snape let out a light laugh. Yet there was an undercurrent of anger in his amusement. He perceived this Hufflepuff as deliberately attempting to mock him. "Get out," Snape commanded. "Professor, I am serious," Sir retorted, meeting Snape's slightly furious gaze with determination. However, Professor Snape chose silence, evidently unwilling to respond to Sir's inquiry. In that moment, Sir conceded defeat, sighing internally. It appeared he would have to purchase the material in Diagon Alley, wondering if any merchants would indulge in the luxury of weaving scarves from unicorn hair. Apologies for the interruption, Professor. Though disappointed, Sir maintained his politeness. As he turned to leave, a faint whisper reached his ears. Purple-leaved sorrel. Sir paused, astonished that Professor Snape had indeed offered him a hint. A simple name illuminated the understanding he had gained from his recent studies. Thank you, Professor, Sir exclaimed excitedly. Bowing gratefully, his voice raised. As the door closed, a flicker of reminiscence crossed Snape's eyes. How tedious, he muttered disdainfully, picking up his quill to resume his writing on parchment, restoring the tranquility of his office. How petulant, Sir murmured to himself, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the closed door of the office. He remembered that in Professor Sprout's greenhouse number 1, there was a profusion of purple-leaved sorrel, thriving abundantly. The kind-hearted Professor Sprout would surely not mind if he were to take some. Let me think 3 bowls of sorrel juice, 6 bowls of water, soaked for 3 days, then rinsed for another 3 days. This should suffice. Additionally, I will require a completely secure room to store the unicorn hair. Ah, the room of requirement. There is no more suitable place than that. On his way to the greenhouse, Sir meticulously devised his plan. Typically, Professor Sprout could be found tending to her herbs within the greenhouse. As expected, Sir found her there. With 3 bowls of purple-leaved sorrel in hand, he joyfully made his way back to the castle. Although Professor Sprout was curious about Sir's intended use for the sorrel, she kindly bestowed upon the young wizard 3 bowls of the well-tended herb. The slanting rays of the setting sun bathed the castle in a golden hue, a sight of exquisite beauty, much like Sewer's mood. Chapter 40. The Weaving Spell. A gift must be crafted by one's own hands to hold greater significance. Justin, do you know where Sewer has gone? Hermione inquired as she seized Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was about to pass by the Gryffindor long table. Justin shook his head. He seems quite busy lately. I'm not certain of his whereabouts. Well, thank you. Hermione released her grip, her cheeks puffing slightly. With Gryffindor having classes alongside Ravenclaw for the past week, she hadn't spoken to Sewer for several days. What spell did you say you wanted to learn? Professor Flitwick's sharp voice echoed in disbelief within his office. A spell that automatically weaves scarves, Sewer replied softly, standing before the desk. Normally, to handcraft a single scarf would take at least a week, and Sewer intended to weave 4, which meant a month's time. By then, Christmas would have long passed. Not to mention, if there were ample unicorn hair left over, Sewer also wished to create a pair of gloves. I couldn't find any books in the library that document such household spells. The only person I could think of who might teach me is you. The master of spells in the wizarding world, Sewer said, appealing to Professor Flitwick. The professor beamed with delight, his chin raised slightly. I do indeed know of spells that can achieve this. Strictly speaking, these household magics have evolved from the domestic enchantments of house elves. When Sewer emerged from Professor Flitwick's office, dusk was approaching, and dinner in the castle was likely nearing its conclusion. He patted his stomach, filled with knowledge yet not feeling hunger. The great men were right. Knowledge is sustenance. Just after descending the ever-changing staircase, Sewer encountered Hagrid at the castle entrance, who was dragging a massive fir tree. Need any help, Hagrid? Sewer offered. Oh, no need. Thank you, Sewer. I can place it in the small room beside the entrance. The house elves will take care of it until Christmas arrives. Hagrid huffed and puffed as he maneuvered the tree into the adjacent room, seemingly recalling something before turning back to ask, a few days ago. I found some fluffy fur in the Forbidden Forest. I thought, if you need it, you could come with me to collect some. If not, I'll toss it into the fireplace. Fluffy? Sewer's footsteps paused as he recalled the appearance of this magical creature, round and covered in soft, pale fur. He remembered them being sold at the pet shop in Diagon Alley, where he and Hermione had played with them. All right, thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Just call me Hagrid. Like Harry and the others do, Hagrid replied with a smile, scratching his large head. Now let us be off. As Hermione Granger exited the Great Hall, she spotted a small wizard with a wooden basket, gliding in from the castle entrance, and upon closer inspection, she recognized his face. Oh, is that not the enigmatic Master Sol, whom I have not seen nor spoken to for an entire week? Unbeknownst to Sol, who returned laden with treasures, a diminutive figure lurked at the entrance of the hall, casting a resentful gaze in his direction. He entered, basket in hand, and made a swift turn towards the staircase. Hermione, parting her lips to call out, swallowed her words, her large eyes darting about before she stealthily followed him. So mysterious. I shall uncover what you are up to behind my back. Oblivious to the little shadow trailing him, Saul navigated through the throngs of students taking leisurely strolls post-meal. Encountering fellow travelers was hardly unusual. Both the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor common rooms resided atop the castle's twin towers, necessitating a climb up the stairs to reach their dormitories. However, upon ascending to the 8th floor of the castle, one encountered no other young wizards, who would dawdle aimlessly in the corridor leading to the headmaster's office. As Hermione entered the corridor on the 8th floor, she became increasingly cautious, her curiosity intensifying. Saul, well acquainted with the surroundings, approached the tapestry depicting the rather foolish-looking Barabana, circling it thrice while silently wishing for a room suitable for knitting scarves. Just as Hermione peeked around the corner, the entrance to the room of requirement vanished from sight. Where has he gone? She wondered, blinking in confusion. The existence of the room of requirement is shrouded in mystery, its origins stretching back to the era of the Founders, showcasing artifacts from various epochs. A curious fact: Hogwarts Castle is a legacy of Slytherin, having stood on the cliffs of the Scottish Highlands long before Slytherin himself was born, witnessing millennia of history and tumult. In reality, Hogwarts has not endured for such an extensive period. The chamber arranged by the room of requirement for Saul featured a central arrangement of a sofa, a coffee table, and an assortment of yarn and knitting tools of various thicknesses, noteworthy for their ivory craftsmanship. Though not particularly spacious, the room exuded warmth, the amber light creating an atmosphere of brightness rather than gloom. With a flick of his wand, Saul summoned clear water and directed it towards a wooden basin beside the sofa, uttering an incantation. After giving the unicorn hair, which Hagrid had generously provided, a gentle wash, he levitated it into another basin filled with a purplish liquid. As for the soft, fluffy strands, they were already delightfully tender, requiring merely a cleaning and drying. Hagrid's understanding of certain concepts diverged from the norm. For Saul, some of Hagrid's notions could be deemed extravagant. As he hung the freshly washed tufts by the fireplace, his stomach issued a timely growl. "I require sustenance," he called out to the ceiling. Instantly, a steaming chicken pie materialized upon the sole coffee table, accompanied by a thoughtfully prepared cup of warm milk. This is not the first occasion for Seward to resolve his dining dilemmas within the confines of the all-request room. After a hearty feast, the remnants on the coffee table vanished into thin air. "Now, let us experiment with the weaving spell." Seward retrieved his wand and closed his eyes. The crux of this incantation lies in the necessity of maintaining a clear mental image of the desired object at the moment of casting. For instance, should one wish to conjure a scarf, one must envision a scarf vividly in their mind when uttering the spell. The level of magical energy consumed is directly proportional to the complexity of the scarf. The more intricate the design and patterns, the greater the magical expenditure required. Given Seward's current magical reserves at the tender age of 11, he is capable of crafting only a relatively simple scarf, which suffices for his needs. It is noteworthy that the requirements of this spell are remarkably akin to those of Transfiguration, albeit with slightly higher demands. Recognized by Professor McGonagall as a student of potential, Seward effortlessly executed the weaving charm. He observed as the knitting needles and yarn gracefully levitated, instinctively working in tandem. A satisfied smile adorned his face, as he could already envision the cherubic expression of his little angel upon receiving this gift. Indeed, magic serves as a boon for the idle and the clumsy alike. I perused the original work extensively, yet found no reference to such a spell, prompting me to craft my own interpretation, which does not interfere with the narrative flow. This book will incorporate more quotidian elements along with certain plot lines from the original text. The focus lies in extracting the metaphorical daggers that J.K. Rowling has embedded within our hearts and returning them. While indulging in the Harry Potter saga, I encountered an abundance of unresolved sentiments. Peter Pettigrew would face retribution ahead of time, and Sirius Black would be rescued. Do you recall Hermione's cat? It shall serve as an instrument to unveil Pettigrew's treachery, likely manifesting at the commencement of the second academic year. With that said, the recent turmoil has been rampant. I hope everyone takes good care of their health, drinks plenty of water, rests adequately, and remains vigilant. Take care. Chapter 41. Hermione's social death before Professor McGonagall as Christmas approached. The impending long holiday stirred excitement within the halls of Hogwarts Castle. Seward marked his intention to stay on the holiday form presented by head boy Gabriel Truman and handed it to Justin. "By the way, Seward, a little girl from Gryffindor has been inquiring about you," Justin remarked, inscribing a checkmark with his quill. "She has asked us several times where you've been." It seems you've been returning to the dormitory quite late lately. Morn was the next to fill out the form, marking a check. I have indeed been rather busy. Seward chuckled, brushing off his roommate as curiosity. Aren't you going home for the holidays, Morn? At the mention of home, Morn gazed at the two with a look of mild resentment and sorrowfully articulated the reason. My dear parents have taken my brother to Hawaii for the winter. The subsequent monologue was a lengthy expression of a devoted son's heartfelt wishes for his parents, primarily hoping for their safe travels and that they would not attract the attention of the local Ministry of Magic. Grievances surfaced quickly but dissipated just as swiftly. Following his lament, Morn produced a brand new wizard's chess set. My parents sent me my Christmas gift in advance. It's a new chess set. Shall we give it a try? I'll play. Justin immediately volunteered. At times, Seward couldn't help but admire his indomitable spirit of perseverance in the face of repeated failures. The two engaged in a fervent battle, with a cacophony of exclamations erupting from the chessboard. This new wizard's chess has certainly introduced a plethora of novel terms. After providing Justin with several strategic insights to alleviate his precarious situation, Seward stretched languidly and greeted the engrossed Morn and Justin, declaring his intent to visit the library. Go on. Morn waved his hand dismissively, his focus unwavering, eagerly wishing for Seward to depart, as Seward's recent advice had caught him off guard. He was on the brink of delivering a decisive blow to the opponent's king. A true gentleman observes the game in silence. What a scoundrel! The library was merely a pretext. Seward's true destination was undoubtedly the 8th floor of the castle. Noticing something amiss, Seward paced back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, only to find that the portal which should have manifested on the blank wall was conspicuously absent. This indicated that someone was currently utilizing it. Aha, caught you. A delicate, pale hand suddenly grasped Seward's shoulder. Startled, Seward's face turned ashen, imagining he had fallen prey to Voldemort, a myriad of potential deaths flashing through his mind in that instant. No, the voice was somewhat familiar, trembling. Seward turned to face the source. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Hermione. But how did you know I was here? Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he gazed at the lively girl before him. Humph, Hermione puffed her cheeks. How can you even ask? Indeed. Seward realized that he had been somewhat remiss of late, spending his time in the room of requirements, attending classes and sleeping, neglecting certain matters. My apologies, Hermione. Seward replied sincerely, choosing to apologize. I've been rather busy these past few days. Hermione tilted her head, avoiding his gaze, her chin slightly raised, emitting a soft huff. Her haughty demeanor elicited a chuckle from Seward. Growing up alongside Hermione, he understood her personality well. She resembled a cat in some ways. Once her inner emotions were expressed, she would settle down. Feigning disinterest, Seward pretended to examine the tapestry on the wall while subtly observing the young girl's movements. As anticipated, it was Hermione who could no longer contain herself first. Glancing over at him, her lips pursed in a comical pout, Seward couldn't help but stifle a few quiet laughs. Hey, Hermione exclaimed, unable to restrain herself. What are you looking at? Seward feigned ignorance as he looked at Hermione. Is there something special about this tapestry? Have you discovered something? I read in the history of the school that there are many secret rooms in the castle. The last time I saw you, you suddenly vanished from here, but this is already the end of the corridor. Hermione bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. He gotcha. Seward's mischievous side emerged. Glancing around, he beckoned Hermione closer. Although confused, she complied. As Hermione caught a whiff of the faint scent of sunlight emanating from Seward, her sensitive little ears picked up his breath, causing her cheeks to flush. Curious, are we? But that's a secret, Seward whispered in her ear, then swiftly distanced himself from her, taking off at a run. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Seward. The young girl stood frozen in place, her face shifting from crimson to a pallid hue, before ultimately flushing a deep scarlet. A high-pitched shriek reverberated through the quiet 8th floor of the castle. Shortly thereafter, many witnessed a figure darting and leaping down the staircase, followed closely by a furious young girl with frizzy hair, her eyes ablaze with fury. In the now serene corridor of the 8th floor, a blank wall materialized into a portal, through which emerged a figure adorned with a scarf. He gazed at the spot where Seward and Hermione had vanished, a hint of a smile curling his pale lips, remnants of silver flecks lingering at the corners of his mouth. On the 4th floor of the castle, a breathless Hermione lunged forward, clinging to the insufferable Seward like a koala bear. Run, Hermione, run. Why have you stopped? She gasped, but was met only with silence. Upon glancing up, she encountered the peculiar expression of Professor McGonagall and the barely restrained laughter of Sewer. Unable to suppress a shriek, she hastily disentangled herself from Sewer, her flushed earlobes peeking out from her tousled hair as she stood before Professor McGonagall, head bowed in embarrassment. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of incredulity. After all her years of teaching, she had never before witnessed such audacity in a first-year girl, hanging off a boy in her presence. Yet, the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth betrayed her attempt at maintaining a serious demeanor. Ahem, she cleared her throat, raising her hand to stifle a cough. Miss Granger, I trust you are aware of the school rule prohibiting students from frolicking in the corridors. I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. And you, Mr. Sewer, Professor McGonagall directed a glance his way. Apologies, Professor. Given that this is your first offense, I shall refrain from deducting points this time. You may go, she stated with a stern tone. Hurriedly, Sewer and Hermione made their exit, observing the retreating figures of the two young wizards. A smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips. Ah, youth, she mused, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her gaze. Chapter 42, Hermione's Cat with the onset of a new week. The updated class schedule was affixed to the notice board on Sunday afternoon. Most of Hufflepuff's classes were shared with Gryffindor, save for potions and defense against the dark arts. The young girl was genuinely upset, though it would be more accurate to say that her embarrassment overshadowed her anger, as the mortifying incident before Professor McGonagall weighed heavily on her mind. Consequently, even when Sewer approached her, she huffed and chose to sit with Susan and the others instead. What did you do to make your little girlfriend angry? Sewer, once again rebuffed by Hermione, could only take a seat beside his roommate. Justin, having observed the entire exchange, wore a look of gleeful delight. What does it matter to you, you single dog? Sewer shot him a glare, adding, and technically, Hermione isn't even my girlfriend yet. Justin looked perplexed. He did not quite grasp the meaning of single dog, yet it did not deter him from continuing his mockery of Sewer. If you keep this up, I won't help you when you play chess against Moore next time. Sewer delivered a decisive blow. Oh, you can't do that, Justin wailed. Ahem. Professor Flitwick cast a piercing glance from the podium, causing Justin to instinctively retract his neck like an ostrich. During lunch, an owl from Hagrid delivered a note to him. The items you asked me to procure have arrived. You may collect them from me this afternoon, Hagrid. With this, all the Christmas gifts were prepared. Ah, wizard's chess. This one is for Ron. If Sol remembered correctly, it was mentioned in the story that Ron's chess set had been passed down from his grandfather. A grand assortment of honeydew sweets. This shall be taken home for Angel. The golden snitch statue is for Harry, while the latest prank toy from the joke shop is intended for George and Fred. The book on herbology should delight Neville. Under Hagrid's watchful eye, Sol meticulously sorted the gifts. Most importantly, Sol's gaze fell upon a square box wrapped in silk. I fail to comprehend why you insisted I assist you in acquiring this cat. You see, the clerk was exceedingly enthusiastic when they learned I intended to buy it, gifting me with ample cat food and a brand new cat carrier. Hagrid remarked, it is already an adult, should you desire a cat. I know someone who would be delighted to give you a recently born kitten. Oh, that is quite all right, Hagrid. Sol began to unwrap the parcel. As this cat is meant as a gift, the ginger cat, lazily perched in the carrier, lifted its head to gaze at Sol's large face. Hello, little one. Sol opened the carrier and cradled the cat. Do you remember me? The feline's blue eyes fixed on Sol for a moment before it softly mewed and nestled comfortably in his embrace, relishing his gentle caress. Can it comprehend what you were saying? Hagrid marveled at the cat in Sol's arms, yet none of the kittens I have encountered resemble it. Perhaps. Sol continued to stroke the cat tenderly. Now, only the scarf remains unprepared. Oh, right, Hagrid exclaimed, tapping his head before rising to approach the moleskin coat hanging on the wall, rummaging through its pockets. Here is what you asked for. He handed Sol a small cloth pouch. I searched for quite a while before I found it in a shop. How much did it cost? Sol accepted the pouch. It was the bag he had asked Hagrid to assist him in acquiring, modest in size yet spacious enough to hold a multitude of items. No need for payment. Let it be a Christmas gift from me to you. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Thanks to you. For I can hardly fathom how the treasures I gather in the Forbidden Forest could afford me such wealth. It has been ages since I bought new clothes. Nevertheless, I am quite curious. How did you come to know the undetectable extension charm? It is documented in the library. Sol began to stow away the items he intended to take home into the pouch. Were it not for my inability to locate the incantation for the undetectable extension charm, I would have crafted one myself. The library at Hogwarts is indeed comprehensive. Hagrid nodded, stating gravely, the undetectable extension charm is an advanced spell, not meant for first-year wizards. Furthermore, the unauthorized use of the silencing extension charm constitutes a violation of the Ministry of Magic's regulations. If one wishes to avoid a sojourn in Azkaban, it is advisable to refrain from such actions. Sol feigned a serious nod of agreement, yet in his perspective, the Ministry's laws bore a striking resemblance to the rules of Hogwarts. As long as one is not detected, it hardly counts as a transgression. In Hagrid's eyes, Sol was a commendable child, and he felt pleased that Sol could heed his counsel. After politely declining Hagrid's invitation for dinner, Sol departed from the cabin with a bag brimming with gifts, leaving the cat in Hagrid's care for a few days, with plans to retrieve it before his departure from Hogwarts. On the 8th floor, within the room of requirement, Sol pondered the need to devise a means to earn some money. He retrieved the coins Hagrid had returned to him, counting only a few gold galleons and a handful of silver sickles remaining. Although uncertain of the cost of the bag that had been enchanted with the extension charm, he knew it would certainly exceed a mere few galleons. He owed Hagrid a favor, with an abundance of fine wines in his father's cellar. Perhaps offering 2 bottles to Hagrid would be a reasonable gesture. As he resolved this, he made his way towards the drying rack by the fireplace. The once stiff unicorn hair had transformed into a remarkably soft texture after soaking and washing, shimmering with a captivating glow in the firelight. The night deepened outside the castle, yet the room of requirement remained aglow. Exhausted, Sol reclined on the sofa, his wand slipping from his grasp as he gazed contentedly at several scarves resting quietly on the coffee table. The interplay of yellow and silver hues radiated a mysterious aura. Having experienced the first scarf up close, he found it exceedingly fluffy and soft. If the highest score were 100, this enchanted scarf would undoubtedly merit a score of 99, one less to avoid arrogance. A low growl emanated from his stomach, but Sol lacked the strength even to lift a fork. As he closed his eyes, he succumbed to a deep slumber. While he slept, the sofa subtly transformed, stretching and expanding into a plush bed. Unconsciously, Sol rolled over, sinking deeper into his dreams. In the headmaster's office on the opposite corridor of the 8th floor, Albus Dumbledore, clad in his starry robes, retrieved a piece of candy from a small drawer and placed it into his mouth. Dumbledore, a voice from a portrait declared, Professor Quirrell has just been seen in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Dumbledore nodded, squinting slightly. I understand. Thank you, Phileas. What do you intend to do, Tom? Chapter 43. Professor Quirrell is bald. In the ensuing days, Sol did not re-enter the room of requirement. Hermione continued to ignore him, albeit with a noticeably improved demeanor. Her visits to the library increased significantly, as she nearly perused every book concerning the history of the wizarding world. Harry and Ron found themselves ensnared in the same predicament, grappling with hefty tomes daily, lamenting their plight. Each day, Hogwarts Castle's trending topics shifted, never repeating. On that fateful morning, a sensational piece of news swept through the entire academy, soaring to the top of trending topics and overshadowing discussions about Christmas holiday plans. The reason behind their defense against the dark arts professor's constant scarf wearing was unveiled. He was bald. Not only were the students taken aback, but even Professor McGonagall found herself engaged in hushed discussions about the reasons for Quirinus Quirrell's baldness. Sol was equally astonished, for he knew precisely why Quirrell had kept that scarf tightly wrapped around his neck since the beginning of term. The bald, socket-like creature resided at the back of Quirrell's head. Yet now, he was being told that it had mysteriously vanished. This was utterly absurd. No one had ever mentioned that it could detach from its host. An unwarranted wave of panic surged within Sol. The narrative remained unchanged, the characters the same. Yet it seemed some unknown alteration had occurred, gradually eroding his prophetic advantage. How had Quirrell's secret been revealed? This tale traces back to the snowball fight at the castle entrance that morning, which had sparked a perplexing riddle since the start of term. Why did Professor Quirrell never remove his scarf, even in slumber? This conundrum had birthed countless theories, but no one had ever dared to gamble their Hogwarts career by attempting to snatch Quirrell's scarf. Just as no one had ever boldly suggested that Professor Snape wash his greasy hair. Then, the brave Gryffindors made their move. Indeed, it was none other than the mischievous twin brothers, Fred and George Weasley. While engaged in a snowball fight on the castle lawn, they spotted Quirinus Quirrell passing by. Seizing the moment, The brothers subtly enchanted a snowball to chase after the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Whether it was the snowball's formidable power or Quirrell's scarf being loosely tied that day, the outcome was the same. The scarf fell away, revealing a shiny, bald head glistening in the sunlight. All the little wizards present gasped, and the drifting snowflakes seemed to pause in that instant. As their excited chatter erupted, Professor Quirrell hurriedly picked up his scarf and fled, covering his head with one hand. Naturally, George and Fred faced consequences for their antics. Though the specifics of their punishment remained unclear, the triumphant smile on Filch's face suggested they were in for a long Christmas holiday of detention and reprimands. However, it appeared they were not entirely disheartened. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins animatedly recounted their brave exploits, each embellishing the tale in turn. Yet, it was indeed absurd that Quirrell, as the defense against the dark arts professor, had been unable to withstand an enchanted snowball launched by two third-year students. Unless, of course, it had been a deliberate act on his part. Until the day of the holiday, the students' performance in defense against the dark arts and the subsequent public opinion aligned with Sol's expectations. Everyone regarded Professor Quirrell with a newfound gentleness, and no one dared to investigate further what lay beneath the scarf. Among the myriad rumors surrounding Professor Quirrell's baldness, the most convincing pertains to the curse associated with his position as the defense against the dark arts instructor. Young wizards, fearing for Professor Quirrell's life, have expressed their goodwill and sympathy in various ways. Notably, one version of the gossip attempts to explain why Professor Snape consistently sports an oily mane, attributing it to his fear of baldness. However, no one dares to confirm this with Professor Snape, not even his most favored students in Slytherin. Sol, too, has set aside his worries about Voldemort's whereabouts after a day of contemplation. As the saying goes, even if the sky were to fall, Professor Dumbledore would be there to bear the weight. Moreover, the holiday season has commenced. That morning, Hogwarts Castle buzzed with excitement as numerous students prepared to return home for Christmas, packing their belongings and stacking them in the common room. They animatedly discussed their plans for the upcoming break. Sol took a moment to visit Hagrid's hut to retrieve the cat he intended to gift Hermione. Remarkably, during its brief stay at Hagrid's, the cat had seemingly taken ownership of the place, perched atop Fong's head, surveying its domain. My goodness, it has certainly put on weight, Sol noted as he scooped it up and weighed it in his hands. Stay put in there. I'll let you out once I'm home, he instructed before placing the cat, along with its cage, into a small bag. The feline lazily yawned, indicating its understanding. The bag was not tightly closed, for a living creature requires air to breathe. Before long, students preparing to return for the holiday gathered on the castle lawn, yet Sol searched in vain for Hermione. Today, it was Mr. Granger's turn to escort them home, and Sol was hitching a ride. Surely, she hasn't forgotten that today is the day we catch the train? Sol lamented as he gently tapped the long table in the library, rousing the young girl engrossed in her reading. I say, have you forgotten we need to take the train today? The library erupted into chaos as Madame Pants cast a murderous glare in their direction. Hermione, under the weight of that gaze, hurriedly exited the library, not forgetting to remind Harry and Ron a few things before she left. While I'm away, make sure to keep looking, all right? If you discover anything, send me an owl. By the time Sol and Hermione arrived on the lawn, the other students had already begun boarding the carriage. Hurry up, Sol. We're close to departure time, Hagrid called out, waving from the grass. How remarkable it is that a carriage can move without being drawn by horses, Hermione murmured as she bent down to enter the vehicle. Although she could not see the creatures pulling it, Sol had a clear view. Nightmares, Sol recalled from the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, were tall, imposing creatures with dragon-like heads, horse bodies, and massive bat-like wings adorning their backs. This creature, once regarded as an omen of misfortune, can only be seen by those who have witnessed death with their own eyes. What are you staring at? Hermione inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she noticed Sewer gazing intently at the front of the carriage. Sewer? Sewer snapped back to reality, turned to Hermione, and smiled, shaking his head. Oh, nothing. I was just intrigued by how the carriage moves without any visible means of propulsion. But at last, you are willing to converse with me? Not at all, Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushing at Sewer's smile. She lifted her chin and turned her head away, haughtily huffing as she shifted her small frame further away from him. Chapter 44. Unveiled Gifts and Reunions. Despite Hermione's desire to distance herself from Sewer and join her friend Susan in another carriage, She found herself softening at the sight of the man's sorrowful gaze. How pitiful of me. She chastised herself, smacking her thigh in frustration. Meow? Hermione's ears perked up, and she glanced at Sewers sitting across the table, struggling to contain her impulse. Hey, did you hear that cat meowing? Cat meowing? Seward tilted his head. No, I didn't. Just then, as if to corroborate his words, another meow echoed through the carriage. Activating her radar, Hermione stood up with a serious expression, scanning the confined space as the sound provided her with a sense of direction. Her gaze quickly fixed on Sewers' chest area, specifically the pocket of his wizarding robe. I'm watching the cat. All right, Sewers sighed. There is indeed a meowing sound. Hermione remained silent, her focus unwavering. I was planning to keep it a secret for a few days and gift it to you for Christmas, Sewers mumbled, completely unprepared for the discovery. Had I known, I would have added a little something to its food to help it sleep before boarding the train. Under Hermione's watchful gaze, Sewers reluctantly retrieved a small cloth pouch from his chest, opening it to reveal a cage. Inside was a ginger-colored cat. Here, your Christmas gift. He gently placed the cage on the table, nudging it towards Hermione. The surprise was overwhelming, catching Hermione off guard. She felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she eagerly opened the cage, cradling the cat in her arms, showering it with affection. After a considerable time, she lifted her face from the cat, her eyes sparkling with joy. How did you know I was planning to buy one in Diagon Alley for Christmas? I didn't. Sewers replied, his eyes twinkling, but I knew you would adore it. Oh, thank you, Hermione said, her gaze dropping shyly. I truly wasn't trying to tease you that day, Sewers explained. That incident? I've long forgotten it, Hermione said. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she stroked the cat. Am I really that petty? Sewers rolled his eyes inwardly. You're the pettiest of them all right? I intend to name it, Hermione announced. Do you have any suggestions? It already belongs to you. You may name it as you wish, Sewers replied with a smile. Hermione lowered her head in contemplation. Her eyes sparkled as she lifted the cat to her gaze, exclaiming, Hello, Crookshanks. Sir, momentarily taken aback, observed Hermione as she locked eyes with Crookshanks, lost in reverie. Oh, how unexpectedly early this moment arrived, and yet, the name felt destined to belong to this feline. Time flowed quietly, akin to the scenery outside a train window, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of the train. Dad! Hermione joyfully cradled the cat and rushed towards Mr. Granger, waiting outside the train station. Ultimately, at the tender age of 11, her affection for her family only deepened with the passage of time. With Hermione embracing the cat, Sir was left to laboriously drag 2 heavy suitcases. While within the walls, he could utilize the levitation charm to have the suitcases follow behind, but once outside, he had to rely on his own strength to haul 2 suitcases, each weighing at least 20 pounds. Why couldn't the house elf simply assist in transporting the luggage directly home? Hermione's suitcase must be filled with numerous books. She hardly ever missed an opportunity to read. Struggling but determined, Sir finally managed to pull the suitcases to Mr. Granger's car. Thank you, Mr. Granger. Welcome back, sir. Mr. Granger enveloped Sir in a warm embrace before effortlessly taking the suitcases and placing them in the trunk. Sully and Angel have been waiting for you at home. Shall we go? Home, Hermione exclaimed, quickly diving into the back seat with the cat, eagerly urging them on. Sir fastened his seatbelt, glancing at Mr. Granger as he prepared to start the car. How are Angel and my mother? Everything is well at home. Your mother visits my wife for tea and conversation every day, Mr. Granger replied with a smile. As the car departed from King's Cross Station, the journey was filled with laughter and the occasional meow, making it far from lonely. Mr. Granger possessed a keen sense of humor, and amusing events transpired daily at his clinic. As the car entered Lily Street, familiar houses came into view, yet Sir fell silent. The car's brakes squeaked. Young man, we are home. Mr. Granger gently ruffled Sir's hair. Sir gazed blankly at the sight of a little girl standing at the door, holding hands with a larger figure. Angel had grown considerably since his departure. Mechanically, Sir unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. Go. Angel's voice echoed closer, a familiar sound, a familiar rush. As a small projectile launched into his arms. Go. Angel buried her head in Sir's embrace. I missed you so much. Her tender cries melted Sir's heart. Do not cry, dear sister, for your brother has returned. Sir gently pulled Angel from his embrace, wiping away her tears, their foreheads touching. I missed you dearly. My little angel, I have brought you a gift, but if you continue to cry like a little kitten, there may be none left. under Sir's soothing words. Angel soon ceased her tears. He held her hand with one hand while dragging the luggage with the other, making their way to the door. "Mother, I am home." Sir gazed at Mrs. Ellison, whose eyes sparkled with joy and whose laughter lines danced at the corners. "Welcome home, my son," she said warmly, enveloping Sir in her embrace and playfully tousling his slightly curly hair. Mr. Granger, with a beaming smile, observed this tender scene and glanced at his daughter, Hermione, who was on the verge of tears. "Welcome home, Hermione," Mr. Granger said, pulling her into a brief hug, tightening his hold before letting go. Mindful that she was growing up and such displays of affection were becoming less appropriate. Unbeknownst to both families, across the street, a woman stood silently at the window of a house on the second floor, watching this heartfelt reunion. "He has such a wonderful family, brother," she murmured to herself. Chapter 45. A return to Diagon Alley. After Mr. Ellison returned from work, he exhibited no overt emotions regarding Sir's return home. Yet the twinkle in his eyes and the rare opening of a fine bottle of wine spoke volumes. Seizing the moment, Sir expressed his desire to explore the wine cellar. Mr. Ellison, who cherished his wine collection despite lacking a robust tolerance for it, waved his hand in agreement, granting Sir permission. "Oh," Sir exclaimed as he beheld the cellar, brimming with an array of exquisite bottles. Though he possessed little knowledge of wine and was uncertain which variety would please Hagrid, he was aware that selecting the highest proof would be a safe choice, as it was well known that giants were notorious for their drinking habits. "This one will do," he decided, eyeing a flat bottle adorned with the emblem of a centaur. When Sir emerged from the cellar, cradling 2 bottles of wine, he found Mr. Ellison already flushed and his eyes glazed with inebriation. "Father, I've brought these 2 bottles," Sir announced, raising them slightly as a form of notification. Mr. Ellison merely mumbled a few words, waving his hand dismissively as he staggered upstairs, with Mrs. Ellison trailing behind, concerned for her husband's safety on the stairs. Little Angel, with her 2 braids bouncing, rushed over excitedly. "Angel is hungry. Where's my gift? Gift." Her cherubic face radiated anticipation. "Shall I fetch it for you, my little angel?" Sir set down the wine bottles and affectionately tugged at Angel's 2 exuberant braids. When Mrs. Ellison descended the stairs, she was greeted by a comical sight. Angel was sprawled on the sofa, laughing heartily, her pointed ears and fluffy white face contrasting with Sir, who was not faring much better, his ears having transformed into fan-like appendages and his nose elongated, resembling that of an elephant. "You've bought your sister these peculiar items again," Mr. Granger admonished. "To ensure she has good teeth in the future, Angel mustn't consume any more sweets." "Oh, don't be like that, Mother," Sir chuckled mischievously, popping a gummy candy into Mrs. Ellison's mouth, effectively silencing her. Quite sweet," Mrs. Ellison instinctively chewed, then felt an itch on her face. "Ha ha ha, Mother." Angel's laughter grew even more piercing. Sir, too, covered his mouth, bursting into laughter. "Oh, have I turned into a cat?" Mrs. Ellison caught a glimpse of her reflection in the television screen. At this moment, Sir popped another candy into his mouth, this time in the shape of a bird. Mrs. Ellison chuckled, and her laughter resonated through the floorboards, reaching Mr. Ellison's ears, causing a smile to grace his lips. The trio, comprising 1 adult and 2 children, devoured an entire pack of the Honeyduke's new assorted sweets before concluding their evening revelries. Angel, exhausted from laughter, was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed, and she was soundly asleep with her eyes closed, her small hand tightly clutching the hem of Sir's garment. "During the 3 months of your absence," this little girl incessantly lamented the absence of a letter from her brother. A glimmer of affection sparkled in Mrs. Ellison's eyes. Sir gently tucked the damp strands of Angel's hair behind her ear, expressing his own longing for the little angel, as well as for you and Father. Mrs. Ellison's smile deepened. Early the next morning, Hermione and the Grangers set off by car to visit her grandparents in the countryside. While Sir relished several days devoid of books and magic, isn't the best part of vacation waking up naturally? However, Christmas Eve was destined to be an exception, as Hermione had arranged with Sir to visit Diagon Alley before her departure to her grandparents' home. Hermione intended to procure Christmas gifts in one fell swoop. Yet, plans often yield to unforeseen changes. Mr. Granger had to attend to an emergency early that morning, and although Sir could not fathom what dental emergencies might arise, Mr. Ellison had also left home early for work. Consequently, there was no vehicle available to transport the two to Diagon Alley. "Do not fret, I have a solution," Sewer assured her. With a puzzled look from Hermione, he guided her along Lily Street, turning at several intersections before halting at a crossroads. Sewer rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a wand which he raised above his head. Have you forgotten? We cannot cast spells off school grounds, Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward. Not to worry. I am summoning a mode of transportation, Sewer replied, holding Hermione's frizzy hair back with one hand while explaining, his right hand steadfastly raised. Just wait a moment. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous bang echoed, and a vibrant purple triple-decker bus materialized at the end of the street, bouncing into view before the young wizards. Hermione was startled. The sound was far louder than the gunfire from her grandfather's farm. A night bus? Hermione murmured, reading the purple ink inscription on the bus's windshield. This was a bus that had only come into existence in the 1960s. Sewer recalled hearing about its history from Hagrid while at Hagrid's hut. It was said that the magical community had cast a forgetting charm on everyone at the bus station to fully integrate this vehicle into wizard society, compelling them to forget that such a bus existed in their midst. Incidentally, the tracks and body of the express train had been similarly appropriated from the Muggle world. With a creak, the bus's sole door swung open. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand when in need, and we shall come to your aid immediately. A man, with a uniform cap askew upon his head, leaned against the doorway. I am Stan Shunpike, your conductor. He then revealed a grin that he deemed charming. Yet his prominent ears and a smattering of acne did little to support the notion of his attractiveness. Could anyone truly rival the allure of those before the screen? Greetings, Mr. Shunpike, said Sewer, stepping forward. Oh, little wizard, how do you do? Stan Shunpike lowered his gaze to see Sewer and Hermione. Promptly leaping down from the bus, its steps quite elevated. Where are you headed? He inquired. Diagon Alley, sir, Sewer replied. Very well, hop on board, young wizard. And the lovely young witch as well. Stan Shunpike made room for them, adding, we can transport patrons to any destination on land for just 11 sickles. Sewer immediately counted out 5 sickles and a galleon, handing them to the conductor. That's for 2, he stated. Excellent. Please board. We shall depart at once. Stan Shunpike accepted the coins, tossing them lightly, blowing on the galleon, and finally tucking them into a small satchel at his chest. Clearly, this was the wizarding world's method of discerning the authenticity of currency. Suddenly, Stan recalled something and continued. Oh, I almost forgot. For an additional 3 sickles, you can receive a chocolate, pay for, and you get a cup and a toothbrush. But I suspect you won't require those, will you? No need to mind. It's merely a formality. As he spoke, Stan grinned, revealing his uneven yet remarkably white teeth. Hermione instinctively cast a glance in his direction. Indeed, we do not require them. Thank you, Sewer replied politely, taking Hermione's small hand as they stepped onto the bus. The space within the night bus was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with several seats haphazardly arranged throughout. You may sit here, Stan said, finally boarding as the door closed automatically behind him. He gestured toward an empty seat in front of a hooded wizard for Sewer and Hermione. Then, Stan Shunpike turned and shouted, Diagon Alley. After a moment's thought, he added, drive slowly. We have 2 children on board. As soon as Hermione sat down, she curiously looked around. First time on the night bus, is it? A wizard behind them kindly whispered. Then you'd best hold onto the seat's armrest. The first ride can be quite jarring. Before Sewer and Hermione could respond, the entire bus seemed to leap from its stationary position, accompanied by a tremendous bang. A chubby boy witnessed the spectacle, his wooden stick clattering to the ground as he turned and fled. Mum, a purple bus just flew away and vanished. Chapter 46. Let the show begin. Riding the night bus was undeniably a remarkable experience, though the journey itself could hardly be described as delightful. Welcome to Ride Again. Stan Shunpike stood before the open door of the night bus, a smile gracing his face as he waved goodbye. In an instant, the bus bent like a spring and vanished with a resounding thud. What a truly exhilarating departure. Pale-faced, a trembling Seamus Finnegan struggled to help the equally unsteady Hermione sit down on a bench by the roadside. With great effort, he swallowed the breakfast threatening to erupt, gritting his teeth as he declared, I shall never again believe a word Hagrid says. He actually claimed that riding the night bus is more comfortable than taking a Muggle bus. Hermione, her complexion still ashen, recalled the chaotic journey, where the night bus bounced and jostled them, soaring upward one moment and plummeting downward the next, careening straight toward a building. A wave of nausea surged in her throat. The two of them took their time to recover on the bench near the leaky cauldron. Seamus, what shall we do when we return? I certainly do not wish to experience that roller coaster again, Hermione whispered, her pallor lingering but gradually improving. Let us take a taxi. Seamus responded with unwavering resolve. I absolutely refuse to ride the night bus again. Hermione considered this suggestion favorable and nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, they inhaled the fog-laden air of the city, feeling significantly more alert before rising to make their way toward the nearby leaky cauldron. Perhaps it was the eve of Christmas that contributed to the bustling atmosphere within the pub, where patrons were lively and the proprietor scurried about with trays of drinks. Hannah? Hermione suddenly called out, reaching over Seamus to tap a girl with hair cascading down her back. What are you doing here? Good morning, Hermione. Seamus, Hannah replied, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her smooth forehead, clearly having been busy for quite some time. Didn't I mention? The owner of the leaky cauldron is my uncle. There was little time for further conversation as Tom's voice echoed from the bar. Hannah, that drink goes to table 21. Coming, uncle. Hannah shouted back before turning to Seamus and Hermione. Sorry, are you heading to Diagon Alley? A family just went to the back. You can join them now. I've got to run. See you at school. With that, she hurriedly dashed toward the bar. Seamus and Hermione exchanged glances, both shrugging in unison as they passed by the bar where Tom, now dripping with sweat, was busily mixing drinks. He had changed little since their first encounter, save for the towel draped over his shoulder, which had turned a dull gray. The two young wizards hurried into Diagon Alley just before the archway closed, their first glimpse of the festive wizarding street at Christmas revealing celebrations not unlike those of Muggles. Colorful ribbons floated above the street, defying gravity, while shimmering ornaments were affixed to them. Each shop proudly displayed a Christmas tree made of fur, and the air was filled with the melodious jingling of bells and the sweet scent of gingerbread. Would you care for some mulled wine? As Sewer passed by a vibrant candy shop, he observed a gathering of wizards encircling a stall at the entrance. A witch adorned with antlers beamed as she handed a small porcelain cup and a donut to her patrons. The complex fruity aroma tantalized Sewer's taste buds, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Children should not consume alcohol, Hermione declared with righteous fervor, though her throat betrayed her with a barely perceptible gulp. Sewer noticed this and earnestly reassured her, it's perfectly fine. Look, that wizard is even treating his child. The alcohol evaporates during cooking. This is knowledge we learned back in elementary school. Well, perhaps, Hermione finally acquiesced, let us give it a try. After parting with a silver sickle. Amidst the witch's melodic Merry Christmas, Sewer collected 2 servings of warm mulled wine and donuts. It turned out that, despite the wine lacking any overt alcoholic taste, it remained alcohol nonetheless. With a rosy complexion, Hermione alternated between nestling against Sewer's arm and bouncing about in the street, laughing with unrestrained joy. Sewer covered his face in exasperation, glancing at the untouched mulled wine in his hand. Fortunately, Hermione's exuberance was not unique. He had already witnessed several young women frolicking down the street, brandishing mysterious objects, alongside couples passionately kissing in plain view. Was the wizarding world this liberal? After some time, it was evident that Hermione's energy was waning, as the fatigue was reflected in her eyes. Just ahead lay Ollivander's wand shop, one of the predetermined destinations for their group. Due to the nature of magic, Sewer, although capable of transfiguring a horse resembling a unicorn, could not maintain it for long. During his studies at Hogwarts, he had experimented and discovered a direct correlation between the size of the unicorn and the duration it could be sustained. A unicorn of similar size to Angel could only endure approximately 2 days before dissipating due to insufficient magical energy. Why did Sewer not perform transfiguration in front of Angel? This necessitates a mention of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, which stipulates that young wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. A violation would result in a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic after 10 minutes, and a subsequent infraction would compel the ministry to inform Hogwarts, leading to the expulsion of the student and the confiscation of their wand. The decree possesses a significant loophole. In the presence of numerous adult wizards, its enforcement weakens. Yet the presence of wizards is not an absolute safeguard. However, the likelihood of being detected while casting spells within Ollivander's was considerably reduced. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. As Sewer entered, he found Ollivander seated in an armchair, meticulously polishing a wand with silk. Ah, I remember you. The discerning customer, Ollivander remarked with a smile, nodding. Is there an issue with the sycamore and nightshade feather wand? He inquired, puzzled. Not at all. As Sewer gently supported the somewhat dazed Hermione, she settled onto the bench, exclaiming, the wand you sold me is splendid. Is this your companion? Ollivander inquired, blinking his moon-like eyes, observing her slightly unwell demeanor. On our way here. Hermione took a small sip of hot mulled wine. And now she is like this, Sewer replied with a wry smile, gazing earnestly at Ollivander. I would like to make a modest request. Oh, Sewer continued, I wish to perform a transfiguration in your shop. You see, Hogwarts students are not permitted to cast spells outside of school, and, in fact, the best place I can think of is your shop. He earnestly explained his request. I have a sister, and before the term began, I promised to prepare a gift for her. Ollivander scrutinized Sewer with his bright eyes for a moment, and just when Sewer thought the elderly gentleman would refuse, he unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Bournes. I am quite interested to see how this wand performs in your hands. Well, in truth, Mr. Bournes, the use seldom makes mistakes, and casting spells here is not the best option. However, Ollivander suddenly winked mischievously, if anyone inquires. I could say it was I who permitted you to experiment with magic in the shop, and the reason could simply be that the wand encountered a minor issue. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ollivander. Sewer bowed in gratitude, then retrieved the wand. I shall begin now, so as not to impede your enjoyment of the Christmas festivities. No need for such formality, Mr. Bournes. Ollivander smiled and nodded. Please commence your performance. Chapter 47. The Yew and family. Ollivander circled around the unicorn that Sewer had transfigured several times, layering transformations, a technique unique to Dumbledore. Mr. Bournes, please hand me your wand. After taking Sewer's wand, Ollivander meticulously examined it inch by inch, shaking it gently by the handle, producing a faint crackling sound from the tip. Ah, I can sense it. It is resisting me, he remarked. Mr. Bournes, are you aware, truly aware, of the peculiar nature of the yew? Ollivander's bright eyes twinkled. Sewer hesitated before replying. Upon returning home, I perused some literature, sir. The yew is a type of wood, and there are approximately 7 trees that can be classified as yew. You are correct, Mr. Bournes, Ollivander nodded. Generally speaking, wands made from yew possess a spirit of exploration. They yearn for new experiences. The ideal owner is a curious, vibrant adventurer, one of whom you might have heard is the renowned Newt Scamander. Sewer nodded attentively, while Hermione remained in a daze, leaning against the wall of the bench. You mentioned earlier that there are approximately 7 types of trees that can be referred to as yew, but take note, Mr. Bournes. This classification has only emerged in recent years. In Ollivander's eyes sparkled a glimmer, and the wand you hold in your hand is one of my father's early creations. In that era, many extraordinary trees had yet to vanish from human sight. The wood used to craft the wand you possess was exchanged by my father during his youth from the sacred mountains of ancient Egypt. There, it was known by another name, the Tree of Life. In ancient myth, it grew on the precipice of life and death, symbolizing the very essence of creation. Suddenly, Sewer's heart began to race as memories flooded back to him. His arrival in this world, and the first day he stepped into a place called the enigmatic mirage. My father endeavored tirelessly to transform it into a wand. Ollivander sighed, lamenting that, regrettably, it appeared to possess a unique quality that prevented it from merging with most of the popular wand cores of that time. Until my father serendipitously procured a feather from a nocturnal creature and attempted one final experiment. The outcome was astonishing. It succeeded. Life and death are opposing facets, yet they are inextricably intertwined. When I entrusted you with this wand, it was also a personal endeavor of mine, primarily because I had never encountered a customer more discerning than you. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Sewer promptly expressed his gratitude. Ollivander waved his hand dismissively, saying, Mr. Bones, I have always told every wizard who comes to purchase a wand that here, it is the wand that chooses its master. It chose you. Thus I sold it to you. Finding a worthy owner for each wand is the very essence of our Ollivander family's craft. Explore it thoroughly, feel its essence. The ancients did not bestow upon it the name Tree of Life merely for symbolic reasons. I shall, sir, Sewer affirmed with a resolute nod. Well then, it is getting late. Put away your gift, Ollivander said with a smile. Once again, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Ollivander. Sewer placed the unicorn back into the bag Hagrid had given him, along with the wand, and bowed in appreciation once more. As he re-emerged onto the street, leading the dazed Hermione, the lively atmosphere intensified. Aren't you supposed to be buying gifts, Hermione? Hermione? The somewhat befuddled Hermione rummaged through her pocket and produced a note, which she blankly handed to Sewer. A question mark appeared above Sewer's head. All right, he thought, observing the silly smile on Hermione's face. And he couldn't help but rub his forehead. Absolutely. I shall never allow Hermione to touch even a drop of alcohol again. Though this version of Hermione was indeed quite endearing. Perhaps oh no. Sewer shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts, and unfolded the note. It mostly contained items such as candies, chocolates, and some books, along with gifts prepared for the owls, Gray and Crookshanks. One must admit, girls do possess a keen attention to detail. After purchasing the final Christmas gift, a large package of mouse jerky for the two little pets at home, Sewer led Hermione out of the Owl Emporium. As they passed the spot where hot mulled wine was being sold, the witch adorned with reindeer antlers had already vanished. Did you hear? Just now, an Auror took a witch away. My brother's sister-in-law's brother is an Auror. I overheard him mention that a witch had illicitly added a concocted hallucinogen and love potion to her wares, and it has been several days. What a mess. Surely, that warrants a trip to Azkaban. Hush. Have you lost your mind, bringing up Azkaban here? As Sewer and Hermione traversed the counter of the Leaky Cauldron, they caught snippets of conversation from two wizards standing nearby. Are you heading back? Hannah, carrying an empty drink tray, spotted Sewer and Hermione, glancing at their intertwined hands with an ambiguous smile. What's wrong with Hermione? Oh, it's nothing. She couldn't resist a bit of hot mulled wine earlier. And now she's like this. I fear she might wander off, so I'm holding her hand. Hey, Hannah. Hermione cheerfully waved her hand, greeting her loudly. Sewer, taken aback, helplessly gestured with his empty hands. That's just how it is. Hee hee. Hannah found it amusing, bending down with laughter for quite some time. We should be on our way. Merry Christmas, Hannah, Sewer said. All right, Merry Christmas to you too. See you at school, Hannah replied with a beaming nod. On the way back, Sewer opted for a taxi instead of summoning the night bus with his wand. The moment Hermione entered the car, she yawned and promptly rested her head on Sewer's shoulder. Falling asleep. The driver's journey was smooth, and Sewer, gazing out at the rapidly passing buildings, unknowingly drifted off himself. When he awoke, it was to the gentle voice of Mrs. Granger. He was startled to find himself embracing Hermione. Hee hee, Sewer chuckled awkwardly as he released his hold on her, rousing Hermione from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes, still a bit dazed. Then, she nestled back into Sewer's arms, causing Mrs. Granger's gaze to deepen perceptibly. Sewer stiffened, cautiously patting Hermione. We've arrived, Hermione. Your mother is waiting for us outside. A moment later, Sewer carefully placed the items Hermione had purchased in the Granger's living room and hurriedly made his exit. Only upon stepping through the front door did he exhale in relief. Hello, Sewer, an elegant lady draped in a trench coat, her hair neatly styled atop her head, sat in the living room, a smile gracing her lips. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Amelia, Amelia Bones. Your father is my brother, so you may call me Aunt. I apologize for arriving so late, dear, Amelia said, her gaze soft as it rested on Sewer. We had to do this. There are still many malicious individuals about. Amelia moved here after you began school. Just across the street, Mrs. Ellison interjected. From day one, your father and I knew she was a witch just like you. Is that why Dad was so pleased on the day he returned? Sewer pondered silently, his head bowed. I came here merely to see you, Amelia continued. Rest assured, I do not wish to take you away from here. Sully has taken excellent care of you. That is certainly true. Sol was silent for a moment before responding curtly, I will never leave this place. Of course. Amelia was not angered by Sol's demeanor. I have a small request for you. If it is merely a small request, why did you come to find me, Miss Bournes? Sol replied in a flat tone. Sol, you cannot speak like that, Mrs. Ellison asserted, a hint of irritation in her voice as she lightly tapped Sol. Would you like to hear a story? Amelia chuckled softly and began her tale. 10 years ago, in July, a couple residing in the Godric Valley was overjoyed. They had finally welcomed their offspring. The couple made numerous plans centered around the child, intending to retire for the sake of raising him. They had even chosen a lovely name for their baby. At this point, a flicker of sorrow crossed Amelia's eyes. But then, the Dark Lord arrived. At the end of July, he came with all his followers and attacked that valley. What a fierce battle it was. The couple hurriedly entrusted their child to their most trusted family member before drawing their wands and gallantly rushing into the fray. The Dark Lord was determined to annihilate everyone in the valley. The couple bravely perished there, and I believe they had no regrets, for it was their duty. Yet, Their greatest sorrow and concern must have been for their child, who was not yet a month old. Fortunately, that child survived. Their most trusted family member did not betray their hopes and managed to get the child out of the valley. Upon hearing this, Saul realized who the child was. And suddenly, his throat felt parched. He knew all too well that the child had actually perished in that green light, or, perhaps, had already left this world before that moment. What was the child's name? Saul Bournes, or rather, Saul Ellison. Saul closed his eyes and remained silent for a while. All right, what do you wish for me to do? Tomorrow is Christmas, and I would like you to accompany me to that valley, Amelia said softly. Is that all right, dear? Her voice trembled slightly. Very well. Saul nodded in agreement. But I must return here before dinner. Of course, dear, that is only right. Amelia nodded joyfully. Then I shall come here to find you in the morning. At that moment, Saul looked up at the sound of a voice. Angel was standing at the staircase in a thin nightgown, her bare feet on the floor, rubbing her eyes. Where have you been? Hermione is not home either. Saul, not wanting to remain in the living room any longer, stood up and walked towards the stairs, scooping up the barefoot Angel into his arms. Brother went to prepare Christmas gifts for the little Angel. What gifts? Angel asked eagerly. I cannot tell you that. You will know tomorrow. Please tell me. I promise I will pretend not to know, Angel pleaded sweetly. Upon reflection, I shall convey to you that the answer is a whimsical giggling pod. Do not scratch Angel. In the living room, Amelia exchanged a knowing smile with Mrs. Ellison. That night, Saul found himself unable to achieve a restful slumber at the stroke of midnight. He was roused by a cacophony of peculiar sounds. Imagine, if you will, the inky darkness enveloping the night, the streets silent as the grave, and a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes peering in through the window. Startled, Saul leapt backwards, hastily switching on the lamp to discover that the intruders were merely a few owls. A glance at the clock on his desk revealed the time. Past midnight. Christmas had arrived. Was the wizarding world truly so steeped in ritual? Did the old owl, punctual to the second, have to deliver gifts precisely at midnight? Saul silently grumbled to himself as he approached the window to open it. The owl swooped in with a flurry, scattering gifts across the floor. After indulging in the nuts Saul had set out for them, they expressed their gratitude one by one before taking flight. Little Gray was absent as well, presumably dispatched by Hermione to assist in delivering gifts. As for the presents Saul had prepared for his friends remaining at school, he had entrusted them to the kitchen's house elves prior to the holiday, hoping they would find favor with their recipients. Saul began gathering the scattered gifts, neatly arranging them on his desk. A faint rustling noise emanated from the direction of the door, and as he turned to investigate, he was met with the incredulous sight of a jolly Santa Claus, adorned with a red hat and a crooked white beard, sneaking into the room. Dad! Saul exclaimed in exasperation. Mr. Ellison, unperturbed by being discovered, entered with a confident stride, followed closely by a giggling Mrs. Ellison. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ellison beamed, producing a well-wrapped gift from his red pouch. You can only unwrap it once you're awake, he added. Goodness, what splendid equipment. Saul replied gratefully as he accepted the gift and placed it with those delivered by the owls. Merry Christmas, Dad, Mom. Oh, by the way, this is my gift for you. Saul produced 2 boxes wrapped in red paper and handed them to Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, reminding them that they could only open them upon waking. Oh, of course, the Ellisons exclaimed joyfully, each embracing Saul warmly. Thank you, dear son. We have seen the gift you prepared for Angel. She will surely be overjoyed when she awakens. A glimmer of envy flickered in Mrs. Ellison's eyes. It was undoubtedly the most coveted gift among little girls across England. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Mr. Ellison said, patting Saul's shoulder with pride. Good night, son. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mom. Chapter 49. Christmas gifts. An all too familiar sense of pressure enveloped him, along with a hint of milky sweetness. Saul struggled to awaken in the darkness. In his vision, he beheld Angel, her mouth adorned with traces of drool. A glance at the time indicated that the hour hand was precariously positioned between 7 and 8. With a resigned sigh, Saul expertly grasped the nape of Angel's neck, hauling her towards the door. Hee, Pot. Angel loves you dearly. Accustomed to being tugged by the scruff of her neck, Angel looked up at Sewer with a twinkle in her eyes. If you did not disturb my slumber, I would hold great affection for you. Sewer's expression darkened. He set Angel down and turned to retreat to his room, now fully awake after being roused. Sewer emerged from the washroom to find Angel patiently perched on a stool beside the desk, originally intending to descend for a Christmas-themed breakfast before returning to unwrap gifts. Sewer had no choice but to expedite the proceedings. The first package he unwrapped was from the Ellison couple, positioned atop the pile. Mr. Ellison had gifted him a lavish check, inscribed with the sum of £5,000. Very typical of Ellison, Sewer thought, unable to suppress a thumbs up. After casually tossing the check into a drawer, he continued. Mrs. Ellison had presented him with a hand-knitted sweater, resplendent in yellow and black, adorned with a vividly embroidered badger, evidence of meticulous craftsmanship. Sewer surmised that Amelia must have suggested this, for how else would a muggle know that Hufflepuff's emblem is a badger? Angel, too, had a gift, a unicorn. She lifted her red hoodie to show Sewer. Indeed, quite beautiful, he affirmed, giving it a thumbs up as he donned the sweater. Feeling its warmth and thoughtfulness envelop him, Morn and Justin seemed to have coordinated their gifts, each presenting Sewer with a box of candies, with their flavors entirely distinct from one another. Candy, being a rather commonplace gift, was nonetheless appreciated. To Sewer's surprise, Hagrid had also bestowed a gift, wrapped in thick brown paper, with the words "to Sewer Bones" inscribed in an exuberant script. Inside lay a complete unicorn horn, golden and strikingly beautiful. Accompanying it was a note. You seem to have a keen interest in unicorns. This is an unexpected find, a horn for you. Merry Christmas. This gift was indeed of considerable value, if Sewer recalled correctly, while passing by the apothecary in Diagon Alley yesterday. He had seen the price of unicorn horn powder listed at 21 galleons per vial. He was uncertain how much powder could be derived from this entire horn, but it would certainly yield at least one vial. After reverently placing it aside, Sewer encountered his second substantial gift from Professor McGonagall. It was a somewhat worn, slim notebook. My notes from when I studied the transfiguration spell during my student days. I hope they prove useful to you. Minerva McGonagall. Hermione would likely be envious to the point of fainting upon seeing this, he mused. Knowledge is difficult to quantify in monetary terms, and this notebook, encapsulating the wisdom of a renowned master of transfiguration, was undeniably priceless. The most astonishing surprise was a gift from Headmaster Dumbledore, not for him, but for Angel, a small, animated unicorn figurine. Please pass this along to the lovely little Angel, Albus Dumbledore. I will, Professor. How thoughtful of you to remember I have a sister. Angel's eyes sparkled as she accepted the prancing unicorn from Sewer, joyfully planting a series of kisses on his cheek. Now I have 2 unicorns, she exclaimed, utterly delighted. Unbeknownst to her, this gift was bestowed upon him by the venerable old gentleman with the white beard, yet Sewer unabashedly claimed the credit as his own. Ron also presented a gift. Judging by the familiar aroma of these cookies, they were likely the handiwork of the kitchen elf, which Ron had graciously appropriated for himself. Harry's offering consisted of a packet adorned with the Duke of Sweet's emblem, the source of which remained a mystery. The Weasley twins gifted Sewer a box of cookies, affixed with a note. This box of canary cookies is for you, our most successful creation after numerous trials. Consuming one will temporarily transform you into a canary, reverting to human form after a minute. However, take heed not to fly too high during the transformation. George once took a hefty tumble because of this. We have many more delightful ideas, yet we lack the funding for development. We eagerly await your next venture to fortune. Sincerely, George Weasley and Fred Weasley. Extending heartfelt holiday greetings. Additionally, there were some ordinary candies, which Sewer sorted and placed into an empty box to gift to Angel. It is noteworthy that Hermione's present was not among them. Sewer felt a twinge of anticipation. However, the immediate priority was to descend for breakfast, as his stomach had already lodged a complaint with his brain. Just as Sewer set down his fork, a knock resounded at the door of the Ellison household. Angel's enthusiasm for opening doors remained unchanged. She nimbly dismounted from the unicorn, clutching the unicorn figurine Sewer had lent her as she hurriedly approached. Amelia! Angel exclaimed joyfully after a short while. Upon entering the living room, Amelia's gaze was instantly drawn to the gift Sewer had prepared for Angel, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This is a Christmas gift from Gogo to Angel, she proudly introduced. Oh, sweetheart, your brother is wonderful, Amelia responded warmly, then looked at Sewer with appreciation. You have truly inherited my brother's talent for transfiguration. It is rare for a first-year student to achieve complete transformation. Your layering of transfiguration and switching spells is commendable, though it lacks a certain element. It cannot move, Sewer remarked as he wiped his mouth. Indeed, Amelia nodded. It lacks a bit of vitality, she mused. Sewer's eyes lit up. What could be done? I consulted Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, and they spoke of a subtle feeling. Hermione and I studied for quite some time and couldn't animate it. It is indeed a nuanced sensation. I only understood how to achieve it as I approached graduation. Amelia said with a smile. This is not something easily learned in a short time. Well, Sewer pouted. Another riddle, I see. Before we embark, we must make a trip to the Ministry of Magic. I have some matters to attend to, Amelia gently stated. All right, Sewer nodded. Go, where are you headed? Angel, listening intently to their conversation, momentarily abandoned her unicorn, anxiously clutching Sewer's sleeve. Can Angel come along? Sewer glanced at Amelia, who gently shook her head in response. It appears that the destination is not particularly suitable for Angel's presence. In truth, Sewer has already deduced where they are headed, likely to that valley. He crouched down to face Angel. Brother will return this afternoon. I still have a gift that I haven't given you yet. Moreover, the unicorn that brother has sent you will vanish by tomorrow, just like the previous two. Angel tilted her head, pondering the matter, and concluded that riding the unicorn one more time was of greater importance. Thus she obediently nodded. All right. Chapter 50, Flue Powder and the Ministry of Magic. Sewer followed Amelia across the driveway into a house diagonally opposite the Ellison residence. Do you know how to use Flue Powder? Amelia walked directly to the fireplace, grasping a glass vial filled with silver powder, and turned to inquire. Sewer shook his head. He was aware of what Flue Powder was and how it was utilized, yet he had never had any direct experience with it. He hesitated to nod, fearing he might be transported to some desolate location. It's very simple. Amelia effortlessly ignited a roaring fire in the fireplace. Sewer's eyes widened. Was this silent and wandless magic? Amelia cast a discreet glance at Sewer, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sprinkle the powder in, and the flames will turn green due to the Flue Powder. Then, you simply need to stand inside and clearly articulate Ministry of Magic. This fireplace is linked to only one location, so there is no need to worry about mispronouncing the words and ending up somewhere else. Of course, there are still risks, at worst. You might get stuck in the middle. Remember to tuck your elbows in, stay calm, and if you're frightened, just close your eyes. I'll demonstrate first. Observe my actions, and I'll wait for you over there. Don't worry, it's quite easy. Sewer nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Amelia as she sprinkled a handful of silver powder into the fireplace and stepped inside, clearly stating Ministry of Magic. The green flames roared around her, and in an instant, she vanished. Sewer followed suit, mimicking Amelia's actions as he poured some silver powder into his palm and tossed it into the fireplace. The flames exploded into vibrant green upon contact with the Flue Powder. Tentatively, he reached out and, reassured that it posed no harm, stepped inside. Ministry of Magic. As the green flames licked at his entire being, Sewer opened his eyes wide and pronounced the destination loudly. The sensation of using Flue Powder was extraordinary. It felt as if his body were being stretched like a noodle and pulled directly into a corridor, accompanied by a roaring sound, akin to wind or fire. The green flames spiraled wildly around him, and gazing directly at them might induce dizziness. Sewer closed his eyes, forcing himself not to look at the flames, but instead to peer through them at the outside world. He could vaguely see a series of fireplace doors rushing past, and through one of them, he caught a glimpse of a family gathered around a fireplace, unwrapping gifts. Time seemed to pass for several minutes, or perhaps it was merely a few seconds. As Sewer felt himself nudged by the fireplace, he stumbled forward a few steps, only to be steadied by a pair of hands. Looking up, he found himself gazing into the smiling face of Amelia. Are you all right? It can be a bit disorienting the first time using Flue Powder, but you'll get used to it, she reassured him. I'm fine, thank you, Sewer replied, shaking his head and straightening his posture. They stood in a spacious corridor, the floor adorned with polished, glossy dark marble tiles, or perhaps it was wood, or possibly wooden planks that resembled stone. The ceiling was a resplendent peacock blue, studded with twinkling golden objects that formed a cascade of shimmering symbols, dancing across the expanse above. Flanking the corridor were a series of opulent, gilded fireplaces. Sewer had just emerged from one, where green flames occasionally flickered, heralding the arrival of a wizard. In some instances, only a hand and a parcel would appear, to be promptly received by a waiting wizard. Clearly, Flue Powder served a purpose beyond mere transportation. Shall we? Amelia inquired softly. Sewer nodded, following her as they approached the end of the corridor, where a grand hall awaited them, resplendent in gold. Along the way, numerous wizards greeted Amelia, casting curious glances at Sewer. It seemed that his rather fortunate aunt held a considerable status within the Ministry of Magic. Upon exiting the corridor, The first sight that greeted him was a fountain. In the center of the circular basin stood a magnificent golden statue of an elegant wizard, his wand raised high, surrounded by a witch, a fairy, a centaur, and a house elf, all wearing exaggerated expressions of admiration. Before the fountain lay an open space, where many wizards appeared and vanished with a pop. Seward noticed several witches passing by the fountain, casually tossing coins into the water. Did the wizarding world also possess a wishing well? This was Seward's initial thought, quickly followed by the sight of a small, stained sign inscribed with the words, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Understood. It was a charitable fund. Following Amelia, Seward passed through a grand golden door and turned into a small foyer, where several wizards were gathered. "Season's greetings, Mrs. Bones." A scruffy bearded man smiled ingratiatingly at Amelia. Since arriving at the ministry, Amelia had transformed into a different person, her expression now notably serious. Throughout their journey, Seward had not seen her offer even a hint of a smile. This solemn demeanor reminded him of Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts. She merely uttered a soft HM in response. Exuding an air of pride, the nearest elevator chimed, and the man stepped forward, pressing the button. "Allow me. Are we heading to the second floor?" Amelia cast a brief, icy glance at the man and replied coolly, "There's no need for your assistance, Mr. Scorn." "Of course, Mrs. Bones," the man said, pressing the button for the second floor before stepping back out. Sir followed Amelia into the elevator, and as it rumbled into motion, he caught a glimpse of a man casting a look of surprise through the iron bars. "I must do this, for otherwise, some may perceive me as too lenient, compelling me to lessen the transgressions of their kin," Amelia whispered softly to Sir as the elevator ascended. He nodded silently in agreement. The elevator moved swiftly, and with another chime, they arrived at the second floor, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, encompassing the Office of the Prohibition of Magical Abuse, the Auror Command, and the Wisingamot Administration. As the sounds echoed, the gears pulled the iron gate open. Sir followed Amelia through a long corridor lined with doors, and as they passed a window, a beam of bright sunlight streamed in. The windows were enchanted to reflect the weather outside, whatever it may be. Noticing Sir's curiosity, Amelia offered a brief explanation. Sir silently assessed it to be akin to the enchanted ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall. They soon turned a corner, traversed two heavy oak doors, and entered an open area divided into numerous small compartments. One of the compartment doors bore a haphazard sign that read Auror Command. Sir discreetly peered inside and spotted a witch languidly perched on a stool, her feet resting on a table cluttered with crumpled sweet wrappers, swaying back and forth. He recognized her. Continuing onward, they paused before a separate office door. "We have arrived," Amelia announced. "Shall you wait outside or come in to see my office?" Sir glanced at the sign that read Office of the Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and shook his head. "I shall wait here. Please be prompt, as I wish to return early to accompany my sister." Chapter 51. Sir's prank and the Godric's hollow Nymphadora Tonks felt exceedingly unfortunate. Was it not merely a heavier hand during the apprehension of that scoundrel? Must I be condemned to perform clerical duties in the office? That Auror Enforcement Manual has long since vanished from my possession. Who in their right mind would wish to recite that tome thicker than Hogwarts? A history. Today is Christmas. I too yearn for a drink while those old-timers frolic without me. I've decided. After work, I shall pay a visit to Tom for a proper drink before returning. Perhaps I might encounter a dark wizard along the way. She grumbled as she sat on her chair, 3 legs suspended in the air, supported only by one, creaking with her swaying motion. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted from outside the compartment. In a flurry, Nymphadora Tonks hastily withdrew her legs from the table, forgetting that the disruption of her long-maintained balance would yield dire consequences. Crash! Clatter! Ouch! A satisfied smile graced Sir's face as he stifled a chuckle and quickly caught up with Amelia, hearing the commotion from the compartment behind them. Amelia glanced back in confusion but did not halt her stride. The two individuals continued along the path they had taken, arriving at the open space before the fountain. The fireplace there had long been unused. "I will perform apparition, but it may be somewhat uncomfortable for you. Are you ready?" Amelia inquired, halting and turning back to look at him. Sol, in silence, nodded. After all, no discomfort could possibly equate to the agony of a night's roller coaster ride. Or so he believed. It soon became evident how naive Sol was. "Are you all right, child?" Amelia asked with genuine concern as Sol once again bent over, retching. He had just experienced the sensation of his body being compressed into a tube from all sides, his eyeballs being forced back into his skull, and his eardrums pressed deep within his cranium. It was common for most wizards to vomit the first time they operate. It was a normal reaction, and with practice, it would improve. Amelia conjured a cup and summoned some water from the air. "Drink this, it will help you feel better." Trembling, Saul accepted the cup, raising it to his lips and drinking deeply. The icy chill flowed down his throat and spread throughout his body, awakening his senses. "Thank you." A cup of cool water indeed alleviated Saul's discomfort significantly. He straightened up and surveyed his surroundings, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him. He vaguely recognized this place. Amelia had operated them directly to the heart of the small village. A thick layer of white snow blanketed the central statue, obscuring its features. But he could discern that it depicted a wizard and a witch, the latter cradling a child. "That is James Potter, and the other is his wife, Lily Potter." Saul gazed at the witch's statue, with her Polish hair, though her face was indistinct. "Ah, this must be Professor Snape's first love. And the child in her arms? Harry Potter, the one foretold in the prophecy, born at the end of July." Amelia sighed as she and Saul stood side by side, looking at the statue. "Follow me. Our destination is not here." The snow crunched underfoot as Amelia led Saul down the village path, passing a quaint tavern adorned with Christmas decorations, until they arrived at a house enclosed by a stone fence. The yard had clearly been tended to, orderly and devoid of chaos, the pristine white snow covering the lawn completely. "I repaired this place after they left," Amelia remarked, guiding Saul along a narrow path beside the house. In the backyard, a prominent white mound and a half-buried gravestone stood out. According to custom, villagers were meant to be buried in the churchyard after their passing. Amelia extended her finger, tracing a circle in the air, and a gust of wind swept the snow away, revealing the dark earth beneath. After piling a large snowball in the corner of the yard, Amelia gazed at the unveiled gravestone, her eyes reflecting deep sorrow. "But I believe they would have wished to remain here, so that one day, when their child returns, they can see them at first glance." Saul stood there, captivated by everything unfolding before him. "This is the place I wish to bring you, dear child. I long for them to witness that their offspring has grown up well and healthily." For Sewer, whose soul hails from another realm, this location holds no emotional resonance. He has never laid eyes on his biological parents, having been nurtured under the care of the Ellison couple. Yet, an inexplicable sorrow emanating from the depths of his being causes tears to stream down his cheeks. Is it he, that little version of himself, who never had the chance to mature? Sewer remains uncertain, but the sadness feels strikingly authentic. Though the snow does not fall today, the wind howls fiercely through the valley, as the two individuals stand in somber silence before the gravestone for an extended period. "Let us go, I will show you the house," Amelia said, gently ruffling Sewer's hair. Though he no longer resembles the child he once was. The wind rattles the windows outside, yet the interior of the house does not exude a sense of chill. Amelia busily tends to the kitchen with practiced ease. Sewer sits on an old-fashioned fabric sofa, still ensnared in his sorrow. "Here, drink some warm water. I seldom return here, so there is little to offer," Amelia said, handing him a steaming cup of tea. "Whenever I come here, I always think of my brother." Sewer silently cradles the teacup, the white steam swirling before him, only to be absorbed by the air. Who was responsible for their demise? After a long pause, he finally spoke his first words since arriving. "A group of Death Eaters," Amelia replied. "However, they have all been sent to Azkaban. A decade has swiftly passed, surely. Few remain alive in that dreadful place, where survival is no simple feat. Having committed such grave sins, I could not allow them to die easily. The guards there will treat them well." After a prolonged silence, Sewer softly acknowledged her words. "Well, you are still young. Do not dwell on thoughts of vengeance. Your only task is to grow up well," Amelia said, letting out a gentle sigh. "Today is Christmas. Here, a Christmas gift." Amelia handed him a small vial and a brass ring-shaped key, containing a radiant golden liquid, Felix Felicis, a potion that grants one fortuitous outcomes at certain times. "And here is the key. It is time to return it to its rightful owner. Merry Christmas." Chapter 52. Amelia's guidance. Having gained experience from his first use of apparition, Sewer found the second attempt to be less distressing. Amelia directly transported him to Lily Street, the very location where he and Hermione had summoned the night bus. Walking along this path and turning 3 corners would lead them home. Suddenly, The window of the second floor of the Ellison residence swung open, and a small figure leaned out, excitedly waving its sewer from a distance. Moments later, Mrs. Ellison appeared, promptly pulling the exuberant Angel back inside, and Sewer let out a sigh of relief. By the time Sewer and Amelia arrived at the house, Angel was already waiting for them at the door. "You have returned just in time. I have just prepared lunch," Mrs. Ellison said. "Mrs. Bournes, do join us." Amelia had intended to politely decline, but the enthusiastic Mrs. Ellison had already taken her arm. Since Amelia had joined the Ministry of Magic, such gestures had been scarce, or rather, almost non-existent. Mrs. Ellison's culinary skills were commendable, and Amelia found herself quite satisfied. The lively and spirited Angel always devised ways to snatch food from the serving platter, filling the dining table with laughter and cheer. Listening to Angel's endearing voice uplifted Sewer's mood considerably. After the meal, Angel, feeling drowsy, was led upstairs by Mrs. Ellison for a nap, leaving only Sewer and Amelia in the living room. Sewer had been gazing intently at a unicorn beside the sofa, absent-mindedly rubbing the Christmas gift he had reluctantly accepted. During their conversations in the house within Godric's Hollow, Sewer had come to terms with his true surname. It was not merely due to the expensive Felix Felicis that Amelia had gifted him. It is worth mentioning that Susan Bournes, from the same house as him, is also his sister, closely related by blood. They shared an uncle, Edgar Bournes, who had been cruelly murdered by Death Eaters during Voldemort's reign. Sewer's father was Edgar Bournes' younger brother, a year older than Susan's father. Returning to the living room, Amelia noticed Sewer's unwavering gaze on the unicorn and pondered before speaking. "What is the key to the transformation overlay?" Sewer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "It is balance. The magical energy contained within the two different transformed objects must reach a state of equilibrium." "Precisely," Amelia nodded in satisfaction, retrieving her wand and gesturing towards a teacup on the table. "Now, pay attention. This is a standard transformation. Under the influence of magic, the teacup morphed into a beautifully feathered little bird, yet the bird's expression was rather vacant, standing motionless on the table." Sewer nodded, captivated by the sight. "I will provide you with a hint at most. I cannot articulate this sensation in detail, but I will demonstrate." Amelia lightly tapped the transformed bird with her wand. Instantly, the bird came to life, its eyes darting around before it took flight. Amelia extended her palm, and the bird circled the living room before landing in her hand, reverting back to a teacup. Amelia took a sip of tea and turned her gaze to Sewer. To animate a transformed object, one must understand the distinction between a lifeless entity and a living one. Life signifies existence, while lifelessness denotes death. Sewer furrowed his brow, pondering. Is the difference the soul? He cautiously ventured his opinion, suggesting that the distinction between a living being and a non-living one lies in the presence of a soul. Exactly. Amelia's lips curled into a smile, pleasantly surprised by Sewer's insight. Typically, young wizards overlook such a profound aspect as the soul. They only possess a rudimentary understanding that magic can transform an inanimate object into a sentient being, yet they have not delved deeply into the underlying principles. The concept of the soul is profoundly intricate. For millennia, no one has claimed to have completely comprehended its essence. Within the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, one stipulation indicates that we can temporarily animate a lifeless object, but we are unable to sustain its vitality indefinitely. This is due to our magical energy momentarily assuming the role of a soul for the non-living entity, granting it life, only for it to perish once the magic dissipates. Sewell immediately interjected, a spark of clarity igniting within him, yet he soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. How might one elicit life from an object subjected to an overlay transfiguration? Transforming an object into a living being is a straightforward endeavor. It merely requires the infusion of a soul. However, the complexity escalates when two forms of transfiguration are intertwined. No, that cannot be right. Sewell shook his head. Casting a glance at the unicorn, he murmured to himself, "My approach is fundamentally flawed. I merely altered the shape of the chair, which constitutes mere transfiguration, not transformation. If I desire it to move, then my subject of transfiguration must also be a living entity, followed by the additional transformation." Yet, how did Professor Dumbledore manage to transfigure a chair into a moving unicorn? The situation grows increasingly convoluted. The more Sewell pondered, the more befuddled he became. Casting a bewildered look towards Amelia, Amelia chuckled softly. having listened to Sewell's entire monologue. The notion of transfiguring a living object into another living form, followed by further transformation, is indeed a sound line of reasoning, she affirmed. But Dumbledore, Sewell hastily began. Dumbledore's approach is not flawed either, my dear boy. You are simply too hasty, Amelia replied, shaking her head with a smile. Do you understand the difference between you and Dumbledore? Wherein lies the difference? Sewell asked, momentarily taken aback. He is over 100 years old, while you are merely 11. The disparity in magical prowess between the two of you is immense. The magical energy coursing through Dumbledore is beyond your imagination. He possesses such formidable power that it allows him to transcend the limitations that bind others. I see now. I understand completely. I was utterly misled by that old BS example. This is nothing short of extraordinary exertion, yielding miraculous results. No wonder Nymphadora, who visited my home that day, claimed she could not compare to Dumbledore. Indeed, she appears to have just graduated. Sewell exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. However, Amelia's expression grew markedly serious. Sewell-Borns, I must caution you. According to the legal statutes of the Ministry of Magic, unauthorized transfiguration of sentient beings is a criminal offense, one that Aurors rigorously pursue. Promise me, under no circumstances should you attempt to transfigure sentient beings. I would rather not have to visit you in Azkaban. I promise. Sewell replied, startled by Amelia's stern demeanor, nodding earnestly in agreement. Of course, if it concerns an adversary, I imagine the Aurors would be less inclined to object, Amelia added, her serious demeanor softening momentarily as she mischievously winked at Sewell. Hee. Sewell chuckled a few times. All right, the time is nearly up. I must visit the department this afternoon. Amelia straightened herself, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Sewell called out. At Amelia's puzzled gaze, Sewell dashed upstairs to the bedroom. In a short while, he descended, carrying a neatly wrapped box. This is for you. Merry Christmas, he said, hesitating for a moment before adding, and thank you for your gift, Aunt. Amelia paused at the last two words, and then a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Thank you, Sewell. Merry Christmas. As the Christmas holiday rapidly approached its end, it was time to return to school life. Upon waking that morning, I discovered that everyone in the family, except for my father and me, had fallen ill. As the one left behind to fulfill the household duties, I had to clean and cook. These tasks had been prepared the night before. This afternoon, I would strive to complete another chapter. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Chapter 53, Delivering a Gift to the Granger household on the other side of the wall. Hermione had awakened. She had secluded herself for an entire day, and just thinking about her behavior in Diagon Alley made her cheeks flush as she buried herself deeper under the blankets. Soon, however, she emerged from her cocoon, straining her ears to listen to the sounds downstairs. Downstairs, Sewell stood in the living room with two gift boxes, feeling the penetrating gaze of Mr. Granger and the bemused expression of Mrs. Granger, unsure where to place his feet. Regardless of age, encountering one's in-laws always brings a sense of disquiet. Excuse me, Mrs. Granger. Where is Hermione? Oh, little Hermione? She's upstairs. Is there something you need to discuss with her, Sewell? Mrs. Granger intentionally raised her voice. Sewell scratched his head. Isn't today Christmas? I prepared some gifts, including one for you. Oh, what kind of gift? I have one too. Mrs. Granger continued loudly. This one is homemade, Sewell responded. Feeling embarrassed, wishing he could hide in a corner, he quickly handed over both gift boxes. Please, could you give these to Hermione for me? However, Mrs. Granger only took the one intended for her. Oh, thank you, Sewell, she said joyfully, cradling the box. I believe it is more meaningful to deliver Christmas gifts personally. Don't you think? You know where her room is. I trust you don't need me to show you the way. Sewell hesitated, chuckling awkwardly. You're right. Yet, his steps felt as heavy as lead, as if the Grangers' gazes were piercing him. Knock, knock, knock. Sewell gently tapped on the door, rousing the slumbering occupant. After a moment, a muffled voice came from within. Who is it? It's me, Sewell replied with a smile, given Mrs. Granger's loud voice earlier. He was certain Hermione had heard and was likely hesitating to come out due to embarrassment over yesterday's events. I brought you a gift. Would you like to come out and collect it? Once again, a spell of silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a prolonged wait, the sound of soft pattering emerged from within, followed by the creaking of the door as it was pulled open just a crack. A fluffy Hermione peeked through the narrow opening, having tidied her hair before emerging. A ginger cat, meowing, squeezed through the gap and playfully tapped Sewell's leg with its paw. Good afternoon, Crookshanks, Sewer said, bending down to stroke the large orange cat before glancing toward Hermione, still partially hidden behind the door. Didn't you already give me a Christmas gift? Sewer inquired, locking eyes with Hermione, who shifted uncomfortably. I meant Crookshanks. That was my apology gift. At that time, it was indeed intended as a Christmas present. But I didn't expect you to find out. She continued, this, however, is the actual Christmas gift. Weren't you curious about my frequent disappearances? It was because of this. Sewer lifted the box slightly. All right, Hermione conceded. Just leave the gift at the door, and I'll come out to retrieve it myself. Absolutely not. Sewer replied with a cheerful shake of his head. Aunt Granger insisted that gifts must be handed over in person. From the narrow opening, Hermione pressed her lips together, exclaiming, wait. With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully shut. A flurry of tiny footsteps and soft rustling could be heard from inside. When the door opened once more, Hermione revealed more than just a sliver of space, yet she still averted her gaze from Sewer. Here, this is for you, she said, extending a beautifully wrapped box. Merry Christmas. She then averted her eyes and hurriedly attempted to retreat. Wait, Sewer swiftly grasped Hermione's delicate wrist. Aren't you going to keep your gift? Hermione, recalling Mrs. Granger's teasing remarks from the previous day about her reluctance to leave Sewer's embrace, felt her ears flush crimson, like a small lion with ruffled fur. She instinctively wrenched her wrist free from Sewer's grip and snatched her own box back. With a thud, the door was slammed shut. Sewer gazed at the closed door, chuckling softly to himself. Merry Christmas, Hermione. As Sewer departed, Mr. Granger, who had yet to receive his gift, cast an envious glance at his wife, who was busy unwrapping her present and draping the scarf around her neck, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Kid, you're treading on thin ice, you know that? Back at home, Sewer couldn't help but sneeze. Who is speaking of me? He dismissed it, thinking that opening gifts was far more pressing. Oblivious to the potential offense he had caused his father-in-law, Sewer eagerly opened the gift box that Hermione had given him. Inside was a scarf, and nothing else. The scarf was not particularly exquisite. It featured a base of yellow yarn with black borders. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that conveyed thoughtfulness, clearly hand-knit with care. One could only wonder how long Hermione had spent crafting it. The significance of the gift lay not in its appearance, but in the fact that it was woven by Hermione's own hands. Her very own hands. To the badgers, lions, snakes, and eagles watching. Are you envious? Food's ready. Angel exclaimed, bounding up the stairs, and, with a playful leap, wrapped her arms around Sewer's neck. The sudden weight caused Sewer to lean back unsteadily. Alas, my back. It is but youthful soul, and considering that Angel's weight is not particularly burdensome, I decided to carry her downstairs after preparing a trio of items for her. The textile charm is indeed a splendid magic, combined with the ample materials provided by Hage. Sol was able to create some scarves, and still had enough left over to fashion a pair of gloves and a hat. However, there was only one hat, as the remaining materials sufficed for just that singular piece. The dinner was exceptionally lavish, as Mrs. Ellison showcased all her culinary talents, laboring for an entire afternoon. At the center of the table was a grand turkey, surrounded by roasted baby potatoes and garnished with sprigs of rosemary, representing the quintessential dish of the Christmas feast. Accompanying it were salmon paired with cheese and cucumber, elegantly arranged on a tiered platter. The second tier featured a dish known as pig in a blanket, which consists of sausages wrapped in bacon. The third tier held green Brussels sprouts, one of Angel's least favored vegetables. The final layer was adorned with the essential strawberries of the season. Additionally, there were gravy, Christmas sugar cookies, gingerbread houses, and a meatless pie, originally containing meat, but later modified to include a mixture of nuts and dried fruits. Each of the Ellison couple had a glass of wine before them, including the renowned eggnog, which even Sol was granted a small cup of, as Mr. Ellison remarked that Sol had now become quite the young man. Of course, Angel was limited to freshly squeezed fruit juice. To Sol, the one who prepared this splendid feast, Mr. Ellison proclaimed, raising his goblet. May we celebrate Christmas with the Granger family next year, Mrs. Ellison added as she lifted her glass. Angel also adores Sister Granger, chimed in Angel, eager to join the merriment. Indeed, Sol chuckled, I share the same sentiment. Ha! Here I come. Chapter 3, having penned all afternoon. Crafting original plots can be a challenge. Well, if you say my writing lacks substance, I shan't mind. Tomorrow, we return to Hogwarts, concluding our holiday revelries. Furthermore, there shall only be 2 updates tomorrow, and I shall strive to publish them punctually at noon. There is much to attend to, as one of the two little shadows. I must work during the day, return to cook and clean, and also care for my family. Lastly, if I can avoid it, I'd rather not be sheepish. Wishing you all well, take care, and see you tomorrow. Chapter 54, The Sudden High Fever. Angel and Mrs. Ellison were quite enamored with the scarf and gloves Saul had gifted, particularly upon discovering that the scarf was crafted from the very hair of a unicorn. In Mrs. Ellison's words, encountering a unicorn is a dream cherished by women of all ages, and now her beloved son had fulfilled that dream for her, despite her having already found her knight. Although the transformed unicorn vanished the day after Christmas, Angel did not exhibit great sorrow, for she had acquired a new favorite. She wore the trio set made of unicorn hair daily, frolicking in the snow to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights. Unsurprisingly, just days before Saul's Christmas holiday concluded, she fell ill and developed a high fever. This is the first time she has fallen ill since her birth. Perhaps it is God's way of imparting a lesson upon her. In any case, the Ellison couple and Saul have rushed her to several hospitals, seeking the expertise of numerous renowned doctors. Despite consuming a considerable amount of medication, her high fever continues to re-emerge after the effects of the drugs wear off. Why not try a potion? Suggested Hermione, who had come to visit Angel. Saul, already somewhat at a loss, exclaimed, Yes, we still have potions. Which potion could possibly heal Angel? Hermione reminded him. Do you recall the potion Professor Snape taught us before the holidays? Cicada malt, white ash, daffodil, licorice. Exactly. Saul's face flushed with excitement. The invigorating potion must surely cure Angel. There are no tools or materials for potion making here. We must go to Diagon Alley at once. Mrs. Ellison, who had been listening to the youthful exchange, hesitated as she furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with concern. Will that potion truly be effective? We have no better options, Sully. Mr. Ellison reassured his wife, grasping her hand firmly. I'll drive. It's the same address as last time, right? Yes, Dad. The car sped along the outskirts of London, billowing clouds of dust. Saul and Hermione sat in the back seat, quietly debating the precise measurements of each ingredient. However, they found themselves at odds over whether to use the cicada malt whole or ground into powder. Ultimately, they decided to experiment with both versions when the car screeched to a halt in front of the record shop. We've arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. The two young wizards dashed off, first visiting the apothecary where they spent 2 galleons acquiring several supplies for the invigorating potion. They then spent 3 galleons at the cauldron shop purchasing a complete set of potion-making tools, including a cauldron, balance scales, mortar and pestle, and a stirring rod. Fortunately, Hermione always carried her small purse, which still contained a fair amount of galleons. Wait, Saul, Hermione said, abruptly tugging at his sleeve as they passed by Flourish and Blots. I believe we should verify our recipe in the bookstore. That's a splendid idea, Saul agreed, acknowledging Hermione's suggestion. The smile of the bookstore clerk froze in place as the two young wizards rushed into the shop like a gust of wind, hurriedly flipping through a book while murmuring incantations. Just as the clerk approached to assist them with the checkout, the two wizards dashed out of the store with the same urgency. Just like that, they arrived softly and departed swiftly, taking my galleons with them. The two young wizards sprinted away, the wind ruffling old Tom's hair. Bang! The car roared forward, its engine emitting a deep hum. Although Mr. Ellison was anxious, his driving remained steady as he displayed all his skills behind the wheel. As soon as the car came to a halt, Saul eagerly flung open the door and rushed upstairs, laden with the materials and tools acquired from Diagon Alley. Bang! That was the sound of the bedroom door slamming shut, just as Hermione, panting, managed to slip inside Saul's room before it closed. Let us begin. Sir raised the wand from his desk, and with a gentle flick, a handful of blue flames ignited. You will receive a warning from the Ministry of Magic, Hermione remarked with a worried glance at it. This is not the time to discuss that. In a hurry, Sir tossed the cicada molting into the mortar and began to grind it vigorously with the pestle. You help me measure the other ingredients. The book titled Fundamental Potion Brewing resolved the disagreement between Sir and Hermione on their way there. As long as the measurements were sufficiently precise, the completeness of the cicada molting would not affect the preparation of the invigorating potion. Compared to the whole molting, grinding it into powder was far more suitable for small doses. One ingredient after another was tossed into the cauldron, and a purple mist emanated from the boiling potion, releasing an unpleasant odor. It's a failure. The color is wrong, Hermione said, wrinkling her nose at the scent. The correct invigorating potion should be a light green, carrying the fragrance of grass after rain. If we fail, we must start over. Sir's voice rose slightly, causing Hermione to frown. You are too hasty, sir. Do you remember what Professor Snape said? Potion making is a precise discipline that allows no room for error. An excess or lack of any ingredient can lead to failure and potentially severe consequences. You must calm down. We only have this one cauldron. Sir, taken aback by Hermione's reprimand, managed to steady himself somewhat. Yet, thinking of the scorched and unresponsive Angel lying in bed, he couldn't help but feel anxious. In a moment of panic, he added a bit more cicada molting powder, causing the potion's color to change immediately. Without exception, they failed once more. Step aside. Hermione glared at Sir, nudging him aside. Give me the fresh powder. What are you dawdling for? Do you not want Angel to recover? Carefully, Hermione stirred the boiling cauldron clockwise 2.5 times with a glass rod. Then, donning heat-resistant gloves, she grasped the cauldron handle and removed it from the flame. Seizing the measured cicada molting powder, she decisively poured it all in. As the cicada molting dissolved in the potion, the liquid transitioned from brown to a light green, and a pleasant aroma of fresh grass wafted from the cauldron. Success, Sir breathed in deeply. Wonderful. He opened the window, and the December chill swiftly lowered the temperature of the room several degrees, also causing the scalding potion to cool rapidly. After carefully transferring the potion into slender glass vials, Sir promptly sealed them with cork stoppers. Moments later, Mrs. Ellison, with a look of apprehension, administered the invigorating potion to Angel, while Sir, Hermione, and Mr. Ellison stood anxiously at the bedside, awaiting the potion's effects. The potion worked remarkably well, but the side effects startled Mrs. Ellison considerably. Sir and Hermione reassured her repeatedly that the potion was taking effect, converting the excessive heat in Angel's body into steam for expulsion. Angel's steam train ran for a full 3 hours, only halting when the night had completely fallen. Mom, Dad, go, Sister Hermione, what are you doing in my room? As Angel's frail voice echoed within the room, the 4 individuals present simultaneously exhaled the tension and unease that had been lodged in their chests. It was truly remarkable. Mr. Ellison twirled the small vial in his hand, gazing intently at the pale green potion inside, marveling in awe. Thank you, Sol, Mrs. Ellison said. Her eyes reddened from the effort of soothing Angel to sleep, addressing the 2 young wizards. And you too, little Hermione. No need for thanks, Mother. We are family. Are we not? Sol replied, embracing Mrs. Ellison softly. I could not find the formula for the invigorating potion in any book, so I had to whimsically jot down a few names of ingredients. But students outside the screen should not attempt to experiment with them. Chapter 55. Warnings and return to school. The Ministry of Magic's warning letters may arrive tardily, yet they are never absent. Mr. Borns, we have received a report indicating that at 3:24 p.m. today, you employed a fire spell at your residence. Underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. According to the Regulation of Underage Wizardry, 1875, Article 3 states that the first infraction will only result in a warning, while a second violation may lead to expulsion from this institution. Furthermore, please remember that per Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, any magical activity that attracts the attention of non-magical individuals constitutes a serious offense. The letter was signed by one Eugene Hone, dispatched from the Ministry's Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic. Strangely, the date on the letter was December 25, 1991, at 3:26 p.m., although today marked the eve of the end of the holiday. You missed a letter, Sol, Mrs. Ellison exclaimed. Though it was termed a letter, it resembled more of a casual note. Upon unfolding it, Sol discovered a flamboyant script declaring, "Someone informed me that a young wizard violated the regulation of underage wizardry by using magic. I have taken over this matter, erased the record, and you need not worry. Return to school with peace of mind." This warning letter is sent along with this note, so you are aware that the ministry maintains strict control over underage magic usage. Please respond promptly with an owl detailing the circumstances. Amelia Borns. I see. This is what they mean by having connections in high places, isn't it? Sol thought. The letter had been received, and the matter unfolded thus. Sol's desk always bore a fine pen, a gift from Mr. Ellison on his 10th birthday. Thank you for your assistance, Little Gray. The gray owl flapped its wings, nuzzled against Sol, and flew off with his reply. Ever since Hermione adopted Crookshanks, Little Gray had returned to Sol's home, that very night. Cats are creatures of extremes, lazy to the point of lethargy at times, yet bursting with energy at others. Moreover, Crookshanks had grown into quite a sizable cat, and the youthful little gray, just over 6 months old, was no match for the seasoned feline. The following 2 days were bright and pleasant, a perfect backdrop for my reflections. Angel's high fever had subsided, yet she still appeared somewhat lethargic. To be cautious, Sol left several extra invigorating potions at home. Hermione made a brief appearance only in the first 2 days, subsequently retreating into her home until the day of their return to school. On that morning, she wrapped herself in the scarf gifted by Sewer, donned a hat, and covered her face so that only her eyes were visible when she appeared at Sewer's doorstep. Sewer had been eagerly waiting for her, of course, wearing the scarf Hermione had given him around his neck as well. Mrs. Ellison had prepared a hearty lunch early in the morning and handed it over to the two of them, then adjusted Sewer's attire before turning her gaze towards Hermione. "I'm entrusting him to your care. If he misbehaves, write to me, and I shall deal with him," she said. Assist 1. Despite being ensconced in her scarf, Hermione's eyes revealed a hint of distraction. Sewer awkwardly suggested, "We should be on our way, Mom." The sound of a car horn from outside indicated that Mr. Ellison was ready. "I will," Hermione replied softly, then turned and fled in haste, leaving Mrs. Ellison smiling as she watched Hermione's retreating figure, gently embracing Sewer. "Good luck, my son." The journey to the train station and boarding the train need not be elaborated upon. The young wizards had become quite adept at it after gaining experience. Otherwise, I might be reprimanded for excessive wordiness. It seems I have added a few extra words again. As the vintage steam train chugged into motion, it signified the official conclusion of the Christmas holiday. The temperature within the compartment rose, and Hermione finally deemed it acceptable to remove her scarf and hat, revealing a face as rosy as a ripened apple. She busied herself with a book she had prepared that morning, spreading it across the table as she murmured, "Where is Nicholas Flamel?" "Nicholas Flamel? Oh, right." Sewer interjected with a light cough. "If I heard correctly, you were referring to Nicholas Flamel, weren't you?" Hermione looked up in surprise, her tone brightening. "You know him?" Sewer nodded. "Nicholas Flamel, the renowned alchemist of France, the progenitor of European alchemy. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Hermione snapped the book shut with a thud. "I searched for ages. But you didn't ask me," Sewer replied innocently, blinking. "What makes him so special?" Hermione inquired. "Does he have any inventions, or the like?" "Indeed," Sewer replied. "And your parents must also be aware of this individual and his remarkable achievements. Oh, by the way, he is also known as Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione responded swiftly, "The legendary object said to turn base metals into gold." "Precisely," Sewer affirmed with a nod. "So, the three-headed dog guarding the corridor on the 4th floor is protecting the Philosopher's Stone, yet it seems excessive for merely a stone that can turn metal into gold, doesn't it?" Having unraveled a long-standing mystery, Hermione's furrowed brow relaxed momentarily before knitting back together. "Who told you the Philosopher's Stone can only turn metal into gold?" "It has another name in the magical world, the Sorcerer's Stone." Sewer shook his head. "Sorcerer's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone," Hermione murmured, almost in a trance. "Oh, I see. I understand now." She suddenly leapt from her seat and hurried to the corner where their luggage was stored. Bang! A thick, massive old tome thudded onto the table. I had borrowed this book from the library weeks ago, intending to indulge in its pages during the holiday. "Just as I expected, Hermione," Sewer remarked, casting a curious glance at the hefty volume. With a flurry of pages, Hermione began to peruse the text, murmuring to herself, "Found it! Found it!" She halted at a section towards the latter half of the book. "Nicholas Flamel, the sole known creator of the Philosopher's Stone." The Philosopher's Stone, a remarkable substance possessing astonishing magical properties, can transmute any metal into pure gold and concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality. The only known Philosopher's Stone currently belongs to the illustrious alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year. No wonder I couldn't find him. A figure from over 6 centuries ago certainly does not qualify as contemporary. Hermione's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery, as if she had unearthed a profound truth. Immortality. Indeed. Who could resist such temptation? "Who?" Sewer inquired. "Professor Snape. Harry and Ron said they saw him attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone in that corridor on the 4th floor," Hermione whispered conspiratorially. "Is it possible that you are mistaken?" Sewer countered, pondering the implications. Before he could finish, Hermione interrupted. Then why would he try to cast a spell on Harry during the Quidditch match? That's an entirely different matter. Sewer opened his mouth, recognizing Hermione's unwavering conviction, understanding that she had become ensnared in a fallacy. Never mind, in the end. You shall see. I merely need to ensure you do not venture to the 4th floor. The morning brought with it a fever exceeding 39 degrees. And after laboring to write, I resolved to take my medicine and rest. Until tomorrow. Chapter 56. The Hufflepuff Common Room Alarm Clock Incident. Typically, on the first day back to school after the holidays, young wizards find it difficult to summon their spirits, as anyone who has enjoyed a lengthy respite from homework would attest. Moreover, tardiness to the first class of the day often becomes a widespread occurrence, meaning that the order of points for the 4 houses would hinge on which house had fewer latecomers. Sewer endeavored to make a difference. He awoke early, dressed meticulously, and, upon observing his bedraggled roommates, made a decision. He took Justin's alarm clock, set it an hour ahead of class time, and with a flick of his wand, muttered a spell to amplify its volume, not merely a loud sound. He then placed it in the corner of the common room. No tardiness allowed. With that completed, Sewer quietly slipped away, knowing that with little hope for the Hufflepuff House Cup, at the very least, today they would strive to claim first place. As he sneaked into the Great Hall, he found it sparsely populated. The Hufflepuff table was exactly as he anticipated, entirely empty. In contrast, the Gryffindor table had a few scattered occupants, with yawning Ron starkly contrasting with the lively Harry, while the diligent Hermione had, predictably, arrived early as well. 3 individuals were engaged in a hushed conversation. "Good morning," Sir greeted as he settled beside Hermione, who glared at him fiercely, leaving Sir somewhat bewildered. "Oh, good morning, sir." Harry waved cheerfully. "I truly appreciated the gift." "And so did I," Ron chimed in, raising his hand. "How did you know I had long desired a new wizard's chess set?" "No need for thanks," Sir smiled. "What are you discussing?" "Oh, something occurred in Diagon Alley the day before Christmas," Harry replied. "We were just talking about it. You see, Ron has been subscribed to the Daily Prophet." "Let me share," Ron interjected eagerly. A deadly glare shot from the side. But Ron remained oblivious. On Christmas Eve, a witch was selling mulled wine in Diagon Alley and spiked it with a love potion, then was imprisoned in Azkaban. Can you guess why? Before Sir could respond, Ron continued with the answer. Because that witch discovered her muggle husband and her witch friend in Diagon Alley, and she sought revenge on her friend by adding a hefty dose of love potion to the mulled wine. Isn't that amusing? Sir's lips twitched slightly. What is so humorous about that? By the way, did the Daily Prophet mention which shop it was? Let me think. Oh, I remember now. It was the Honeydukes. Indeed. Hermione's erratic behavior that day had a reason. No wonder she had glared at him earlier. So, Hermione said with a sigh, "Don't tell me you two spent Christmas discussing a trivial gossip?" "Of course not," Ron asserted. "Harry and I explored the castle. You won't believe it. Harry discovered something extraordinary." Ron lowered his voice. He found a mirror in a chamber deep within the library. Deep within the library? Hermione gasped. "You ventured into the restricted section. You didn't get caught, did you?" She glanced at the hourglass in the Great Hall. "The points haven't diminished, have they?" "Oh, that is not important," Ron waved dismissively. "Someone gifted Harry an invisibility cloak on Christmas Day. No one could detect us." "An invisibility cloak?" Hermione perked up. "What invisibility cloak? Is it the one from the Tale of the Three Brothers? But isn't that just a legend?" "Oh, could you refrain from interrupting me?" Ron said impatiently. "I don't know if it's the same cloak from the legend." Hermione, fuming, turned away and angrily stabbed at the bread on her plate, as if it were her nemesis. "The mirror is truly magical," Ron grinned. "I saw myself as the student council president, and even the captain of the Quidditch team, holding a gleaming trophy. I suspect that this mirror may predict the future, suggesting I could indeed become the student council president and Quidditch captain." Hermione scoffed disdainfully. Though she had turned away, her ears remained perked up. It's understandable. After all, lions are also felines, and it is only natural for them to be proud and curious. Ron did not hear Hermione's soft ridicule and continued. "However, Harry saw his parents in that mirror. If this mirror reflects future scenes, does that not imply that his parents will not be there in the future?" Harry shook his head. "Later, I went to that room alone, where I encountered Professor Dumbledore." "You met Professor Dumbledore?" Ron interrupted Harry in astonishment. "You weren't penalized?" "I mean, Professor Dumbledore did not punish you, and you never mentioned this to me." "Did I not?" "My apologies. I can tell you now," Harry replied, tilting his head. "The professor informed me that the mirror has a name, the Mirror of Ariste. It reveals our deepest, most fervent desires, meaning that what appears in the mirror is merely a reflection of what one most ardently wishes for. Then, does that mean what we see in the mirror is all a fabrication? It is not a prophecy of the future. Ron's disappointment was palpable. Harry nodded, and Hermione could not suppress her curiosity. Is that mirror still there? Can you take me to see it? Honestly, I am quite eager to discover what I desire most. It is no longer there. Harry shook his head. Professor Dumbledore had it moved, but I am unaware of its new location. You need not look in the mirror to know. It must have transformed into something akin to Professor McGonagall, who enjoys controlling everything, Ron remarked. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. So, has that deluded individual aspiring to be student council president found Nicholas Flamel? Or have you all completely forgotten about it? Ron fell silent. He had indeed forgotten. Throughout the holiday, he and Harry had engaged in numerous activities. Yet they had not spent any time in the library searching for information. Watching Ron shrink back, Sewers stifled a laugh. Well, I did not expect much from you two anyway. Hermione lifted her chin. I have already discovered who Nicholas Flamel is. At that moment, a throng of students, both upper and lower years, entered the Great Hall, all sharing the common trait of looking ominously grim. Sewer, as Justin passed the Gryffindor table, tightened his grip around Sewer's neck, gritting his teeth. Is it you? Is it you? What is it? Sewer tilted his head, feigning ignorance. What happened? Justin scrutinized his bewildered roommate. Is it truly not you? What are you talking about? Sewer replied, perplexed. Somebody took my alarm clock while I was asleep, Justin seethed, and then left it in the common room. Everyone was awakened by the alarm. We spent ages in the common room trying to figure out who the wicked wizard was behind this mischief. You are the only one who rises this early in our dormitory. Justin questioned him with skepticism. Is it really not you? How could it possibly be me? Sewer declared emphatically. It absolutely was not me. Indeed, it was I. But you cannot catch me. Hee hee. Chapter 57. Badger is angry. A segment of history will be recorded in the annals of Hogwarts. According to the recollections of those involved, on that fateful day, the number of Hufflepuffs punished with confinement reached an astonishing 57, while the points hourglass was reset to 0 within mere hours, plunging to an unprecedented low. Surreal as it was, Sul could hardly fathom that his own actions inadvertently dragged down the points of both Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Indeed, Slytherin's score was only marginally higher than that of Hufflepuff, a slight edge owed solely to the capricious awarding of points by their unprincipled headmaster, Snape. The other two houses, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, reveled in the situation, with a few students harboring ill will towards Slytherin even going so far as to deliver a few kicks. After this incident, a unanimous consensus emerged among the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors. Never provoke a sleep-deprived badger. The whole affair began when the fourth-year Hufflepuffs were scheduled to attend potions class alongside Slytherin. One particularly drowsy badger, perhaps due to insufficient rest, inadvertently miscalculated the potion's ingredients, resulting in a verbal chastisement from Professor Snape. It is well known that Snape typically seizes such opportunities to award extra points to his Slytherin students. Over the years, everyone had become accustomed to his behavior. As per routine, after class, the Slytherins would often flaunt their superiority, performing ostentatious displays in front of the Hufflepuffs. However, they failed to notice that today's badgers were rather atypical. Badgers, being carnivorous creatures, generally prefer to remain in their burrows after a hearty meal. But I digress. The correct order is to sleep first, then eat, and finally sleep again. When deprived of sleep, they become unexpectedly aggressive, even when faced with adversaries such as snakes or larger animals. Not to mention, snakes do occasionally appear on certain badger menus. What commenced merely as a customary display for one Slytherin student transformed into an experience of unprecedented humiliation. A serving plate, intended for food, struck him squarely in the face. Observe, as he fell, a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Sul, who witnessed the entire scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, a plate soared from the Slytherin table, hurtling toward a girl seated not far from Sul. Quick as a flash, he nudged the young witch aside, sparing her from a potential facial disaster. The clang of the plate crashing to the ground ignited a fury among the badgers. Gabriel, a rather botanical Slytherin, discarded his silver fork with a resounding clatter, demanding to know who had thrown it. In response to the furious bellow of the Hufflepuff prefect, a berry flew through the air, bursting with purple juice as it succumbed to gravity, cascading from Gabriel's prominent nose onto the floor. It was I who threw it. And what of it? A Slytherin lad stood atop a bench, exuding confidence. Sol recognized him, or rather, anyone who had attended a Slytherin Quidditch match would be familiar with him. Marcus Flint, the team captain notorious for his penchant for committing flagrant fouls during games. Flint gritted his teeth, for the rift between him and Gabriel had long been established. During a past Quidditch match, Marcus had recklessly collided with him while riding his broom. Had it not been for Gabriel's quick reflexes, he would have spent a fortnight recuperating in the hospital wing. Now, Marcus was humiliating him with berries. With eyes ablaze, Gabriel drew his wand, and the Badgers, who shared a camaraderie with him, followed suit, brandishing their wands in solidarity. Their already foul mood had motivated them to seek an outlet for their frustrations. True to his nature, Marcus remained unfazed in the face of numerous wands directed at him, calmly drawing his own as the tension in the air thickened. Remarkably, he even had the audacity to converse with his friends amid the brewing conflict. What? Are the cowards seeking a magical duel with me? He taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. Sol couldn't help but scoff, questioning whether this Marcus Flint was perhaps lacking in intellect. The team captain's friend trembled as he glanced nervously toward Marcus's side, where a veritable tide of food surged toward them. What on earth are you doing? Freeze them all. Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, arrived just in time to prevent Marcus from being overwhelmed by the avalanche of food, furiously waving her wand. McGonagall's prowess was undeniable. A simple spell swiftly and accurately enveloped the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. At noon, her furious roar could nearly shake the Great Hall to its foundations. After comprehending the entire situation, Professor McGonagall issued her final verdict. Hufflepuff loses 150 points. Slytherin loses 150 points. I shall inform Severus of the circumstances, and you, Marcus Flint, shall serve a month of detention. And you too, Gabriel Durland. The punishment was deemed fair, with both sides receiving equal retribution. Under McGonagall's decisive intervention, the situation appeared to have subsided. However, Professor Snape seemed to hold a differing opinion, consistently deducting points from Hufflepuff in nearly every class, ensuring their hourglass remained stubbornly below zero. Sol, too, had been reprimanded by Snape on numerous occasions, losing points from various angles. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff was known as a benevolent figure, yet it was well acknowledged that her wrath could be quite formidable. A number of Slytherin students had found themselves in the infirmary due to mishaps. Though not severely injured, the humiliation was palpable. Rumor had it that several upperclassmen had been doused by a foul-smelling plant, the stench arising from a grotesque mixture of decay and waste, a scent too vile to describe. It is widely accepted that herbology is a perilous discipline, and accidents are not uncommon. Normally, Professor Sprout would not punish students for such incidents. However, witnessing the continual decline of Slytherin's point tally was telling. Gryffindor had ascended to second place, and the rivalry between the two professors was as evident as the simmering tension between the Hufflepuff Badgers and the Slytherin Snakes. George and Fred have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, energetically marketing their prank products among the student bodies of both schools. In the corridors and on the lawns, skirmishes occasionally erupt. The deserted trophy room on the 4th floor has become the most favored dueling venue. Ultimately, only the unfortunate Mr. Filch suffers injuries. Compelled to scurry about daily with a mop in hand, tasked with cleaning up the mess left by the young wizard's magical duels and mischief. The frequent magical disturbances within the castle, coupled with Filch's complaints, eventually caught the attention of Professor Dumbledore. He convened a meeting with the two headmasters, the details of which remain shrouded in mystery. However, in the spirit of unity for the castle, the two headmasters publicly reconciled with a handshake during dinner. My current state of writing feels as if I have been struck by a soul-sucking curse, light and floaty. Once I recover, I shall write more. If feverish, I shall take medicine. If unwell, I shall rest. I will not push myself, for the chills are quite uncomfortable. Naturally, if I can avoid it, I shall. Wishing you well until tomorrow. Chapter 58. What troubles could poor Professor Binns possibly have? Slytherin loses 5 points. In the days that followed, the situation appeared to have calmed, and Professor Snape ceased his malevolent targeting of Hufflepuff. Yet, an unsettling atmosphere lingered in the Hufflepuff common room. That evening, what a wonderful person the headmaster is. Gabriel stood on the couch, addressing everyone, lamenting that for the sake of our house, she had to bow to Snape. Do you know what I witnessed while serving detention in the greenhouse? A pained expression crossed Gabriel's face as she recounted seeing Professor Sprout, alone on a stool, drinking. while tears fell from a plant. Tears? Sir bewilderedly questioned. Surely you jest, Prefect? But, Prefect, even Dumbledore had the headmaster and Snape shake hands publicly. A small badger raised its paw in agreement. Indeed. Thus, we cannot openly oppose Slytherin. Gabriel surveyed the group. But we Hufflepuffs shall repay any grievances. We cannot allow our kind-hearted Professor Sprout to weep for our sake, given that we have no hope of winning the House Cup this year. Let it be known that Slytherin shall not triumph either. Prefect, Slytherin is currently second to last, Hannah interjected. Gabriel paused, then harshly declared, let them become dead last. How shall we proceed? A tall, slender student adjusted his glasses. Yes, Prefect, we are eager to follow your lead. Haha, splendid. Listen closely. Gabriel descended from the couch, and the young wizards instinctively formed a circle around her. Next came the Quidditch match, and we shall strategize accordingly. But what of us? Justin eagerly raised his hand. Gabriel gazed at the wide-eyed first and second-year students, pondering briefly before exclaiming, I have it. Forget about fighting, even if you ambush them. A few of you together wouldn't stand a chance. Our approach to subdue Slytherin this time will be comprehensive. Since Severus Snape is unlikely to grant us any points, we shall seek them from other professors. Remember, our objective is to ensure that Slytherin receives no points whatsoever, aside from those awarded by their head of house. Those participating in the raid must prioritize their safety, conceal their identities, and abandon the mission if necessary. It is imperative that neither Filch nor any other professors catch us. There remains a considerable time until the end of the term. A mischievous smile crept across Gabriel's face. Even if Slytherins manage to flee, we cannot allow Hufflepuff to lose points. Do you all understand? He asked loudly. Huzzah! The little wizards raised their hands above their heads, cheering with excitement. Amid the crowd, Sul sighed as he raised his hand along with the others, already envisioning the repercussions that the Slytherin snakes would face. The United Badgers were a formidable force. Excluding Potions class, whenever a Slytherin student raised their hand to answer a question, a Hufflepuff would invariably be present. They had indeed succeeded, apart from Potions. Slytherin garnered no points from any other classes, and they had yet to attract Slytherin's attention. This was primarily due to the many academic overachievers from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw seizing numerous opportunities to answer questions in class. Voldemort's Quirinus Quirrell donned his scarf once more. Yet no student dared to discuss the unfortunate Professor Quirrell anymore. Upon learning the reason, none could bear to trouble a balding man, especially one who had lost his hair at the tender age of 30. Moreover, in Professor Quirrell's class, gaining points was remarkably easy. Simply reviewing the textbook before class sufficed, as he never strayed from theoretical teachings. Additionally, there was Professor Binns' History of Magic course. Professor Binns was quite advanced in age, to the point where he struggled to remember all his students' names. This was common knowledge, yet a few Badgers discovered a novel approach. In my class, questions are strictly prohibited. Professor Binns was irked by the incessant hands raised, and for the first time, a flicker of anger crossed his otherwise placid face. What is your name? Ishtita Mill. I am from Slytherin, Professor, replied the Badger cheerfully upon being called. Slytherin? Professor Binns looked around the classroom in confusion. He was certain this was not Slytherin's class. Had he made yet another mistake? Never mind. Slytherin loses 5 points, declared Professor Binns. Thank you, Professor, the Badger said gleefully as he sat down, leaving the little lions attending class with Hufflepuff somewhat astonished. Gwas, when did you change your name? During the break. A familiar little lion approached. Want to know? Come closer. I'll tell you secretly, Gwas replied with a sly grin. After all, Gryffindor and Slytherin were not on the best of terms. They could easily find common ground. A great man once said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What on earth is going on? Slytherin loses 5 points. Slytherin loses 5 points. 5 points deducted. This year's Slytherin cohort is the worst I have ever encountered. Professor Binns' furious exclamation reverberated throughout the classroom. For a millennium, he had never been so enraged. An increasing number of faux Slytherins joined the ranks of those losing points, leaving Professor Binns utterly bewildered. Was there truly such a multitude of students in Slytherin? Alas, there was but one history lesson per week, and Professor Binns' hypnotic spells were exceedingly potent, causing many ill-intentioned Slytherin students to endure only half a lesson. The dwindling points in the hourglass naturally drew the attention of Slytherin students, prompting someone to report it to their head of house. Snape stormed to Professor Binns to lodge a complaint, but the professor's memory was rather poor, He had forgotten the names of the students once he had deducted their points. Thus, Snape returned in frustration, resorting to blatant point-accumulating tactics, indiscriminately deducting points from other houses, particularly targeting Harry, who suffered the most and lost the greatest number of points. This behavior incited complaints from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. Nevertheless, Snape persisted in his course of action, and after some time, Slytherin's points astonishingly surged ahead due to his efforts. Consequently, upon the advice of well-meaning individuals, more eagles and lions joined in the endeavor of undermining Professor Binns. The three houses conspired discreetly against Slytherin. As the hourglass recorded points without identifying who deducted them, the massive hourglass in the Great Hall oscillated up and down, and at this juncture, the Badgers wisely withdrew, ceasing their impersonation efforts, for their sole aim was to ensure that Slytherin's score languished at the bottom. Commander Gabriel expressed full approval of the tactical maneuvers employed by the lower-year students. Chapter 59. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. How about you, Ron? The farce of fluctuating scores must eventually conclude, and Professors Flitwick and McGonagall took note of the nearly exaggerated changes. Thus, a certain gentleman stepped forth. The castle had been abuzz lately. He remarked that this was splendid. Young individuals ought to possess some vigor. Yet I hope you channel more of your energy into absorbing knowledge and applying it, rather than troubling an ancient professor who has resided in the castle for a millennium. He is quite old and has dedicated 1,000 years to the study of history, possessing an extraordinarily rich repository of historical knowledge, which should be your focus. The fluctuations in points over the past 2 weeks have been excessively frequent. I hope they return to normalcy. Dumbledore surveyed the room, stating that he had no intention of pursuing who instigated this matter. His gaze lingered momentarily on the Hufflepuff table before swiftly averting, attracting no attention. I also hope that professors can exercise restraint in their conduct and judiciously wield their authority. That will be all. With a grand gesture, he reset the hourglass to its state from 2 weeks prior. At the long table, Seamus noticed Snape's expression had turned remarkably grim. Oh, if Sewer recalls correctly, it was 2 weeks ago that the Hufflepuff Badgers were particularly lively in Professor Binns' class. This implies that Professor Snape's attempts to accumulate points over the past fortnight have been utterly futile. What a regression back to square one. Moreover, the headmaster's maneuver is evidently intended to pacify the Hufflepuff Badgers, successfully relegating Slytherin behind Gryffindor. Otherwise, why wouldn't he restore the points to their pre-Christmas state? Quite an impressive feat, Sewer silently commended. The Slytherin snakes hung their heads in despair. They were first before Christmas, and now they found themselves at the bottom. Such a phenomenon has never occurred in history, a tremendous disgrace. Well then, let us commence our dinner. But has the matter truly concluded? Snape is the referee? Sewer and Ron exchanged puzzled glances as Harry dashed in, clearly in a frenzy. Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating the wizard's chessboard on the table, devising a strategy to counter Ron's series of moves. This may well be the only skill in which Ron can triumph over everyone. Don't participate in the match, Ron insisted. What is the issue with Snape being the referee? Sewer feigned ignorance. It's a significant problem. Ron rambled on about how Snape would target Harry, exaggerating to the extreme, as if Snape were poised to wield a sharp knife, ready to chop Harry to pieces and boil him in a cauldron. Perhaps not quite so dramatic, yet I advise you, Harry, it would be best to absent yourself from this match. The rational Hermione lifted her head and addressed Harry, suggesting he find an appropriate excuse. I have a brilliant idea. If you were to break your leg, truly break it. After all, Madame Pomfrey can heal any injury. Ron proposed, confident in his suggestion. It's quite simple, merely a spell would suffice. Harry looked at Ron in horror, wondering if his friend had truly lost his mind. If you wish to avoid expulsion, Sewer remarked, glancing at Ron, recalling the school rules. It stated that any student found maliciously injuring a fellow student with a wand would face the consequences of having their wand snapped and expulsion. Possibly even a complimentary stay at Azkaban. And I can't do that. Harry shook his head. I am the only seeker for Gryffindor. There are no substitutes. Well then, you can only hope that Professor Snape will not make things difficult for you. Sewer sighed dramatically while patting Harry on the shoulder. This is as absurd as a troll learning to eat with a fork, Ron suddenly interjected. Harry felt a mix of laughter and despair. At that moment, a figure resembling a rabbit bounded into the Great Hall, emitting a series of muffled sounds. It was Neville. Many young wizards in the hall erupted into laughter at the sight. Sewer furrowed his brow and, drawing his wand, approached Neville to cast a counter-charm. Neville's legs suddenly became unsteady, and he trembled as he sat on the floor, pale-faced. What happened? Sewer inquired. Woo-woo-woo, Neville pointed at his mouth. Stupefy. Once again releasing a spell, Sewer stowed away his wand as Hermione approached, helping Neville to his feet. What happened? Hermione inquired. Neville, staggering, settled onto a bench, gasping for breath. It was Malfoy, he eventually replied. I was returning a book to Professor Sprout in the library when Malfoy caught me. He said he had been looking for someone to practice that spell. You must go to Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged. However, Neville mumbled a few words, shaking his head. I don't want to cause more trouble. Even if Malfoy gets punished by Professor McGonagall, he would easily guess it was me. That's the kind of person Malfoy is, always picking on you, Sewer said, patting Neville's shoulder and offering him a piece of chocolate he had pulled from his pocket. Eat some chocolate, Sewer encouraged. Once you finish, I'll take you to seek justice. Thank you, Sewer, Neville replied, accepting the chocolate, yet he shook his head again. I just want to go back and sleep. Perhaps I don't belong in Gryffindor. Malfoy said I'm too cowardly to be a true Gryffindor. He is talking nonsense. Hermione exclaimed angrily. You are stronger than 12 Malfoys. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor for a reason. Maybe, Neville managed a faint smile. Thank you, Hermione. I think I'll head back. Sewer observed Neville's pale and dejected figure with a furrowed brow, remaining silent. I will go to Professor McGonagall soon, Hermione declared with indignation, and ensure that Malfoy is properly punished. It's pointless, Hermione. Complaining will only make matters worse. Sewer couldn't help but ruffle Hermione's fluffy hair. Unless Malfoy leaves this school, though that seems unlikely, and even if we inform Professor McGonagall, he has countless ways to brush it aside. So we just watch Neville being bullied? Hermione's small face scrunched up as she smacked Sewer's hand away. Absolutely not. Sewer shook his head. This depends on Neville's choice. What choice? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Do you want to know? Sewer asked with a playful glint in his eyes, then come closer. Hermione hesitated, stepping back defensively, scrutinizing Sewer for a moment, but ultimately, curiosity triumphed over caution. Sewer leaned toward Hermione's ear, his breath causing her ears to flush. I really want to take a bite out of this. Oh, that would be too torturous. After finally suppressing that demon with a long tail and sharp teeth. Here's the thing, I plan to not tell you. Sewer. Hermione squealed, her cheeks reddening. How many times has this happened? Why can't I ever learn my lesson? The girl grabbed the boy by the collar, shaking him back and forth, revealing her small canine teeth playfully. Nearby, Harry glanced at the snacks on the table, then at Ron. Why do I suddenly feel full? Me too, Ron said, eyeing his beloved chocolate frog, letting out a satisfied burp. Oh, it feels so sour, like the sourness is seeping through my bones, as if I've stuffed my mouth with 20 sour plums. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. Chapter 60. Merlin's stinky underpants on the day of the match. Sewer stood by the changing room door alongside Hermione and Ron, wishing Harry good luck. Clad in his Quidditch robes and gripping his Nimbus 2000, Harry wore a heavy expression. I know what you're worried about, Harry. Trust me. Gryffindor will surely win today. Sewer gently patted Harry on the shoulder as he prepared to enter the players' waiting room, whispering encouragingly. Oh, thank you, Sewer. Harry evidently took this as a form of comfort. I am not merely comforting you, Sewer retorted. A badger never forgets a grudge. Debts must be repaid. And it is not that revenge is delayed, but rather that today may be the day. Whether the Slytherin captain would show up for the match remained uncertain. Sewer squinted, recalling the previous night's conversation among the prefects by the fireplace in the common room. They had not been discreet about their plans. Sewer had faintly caught a few words. Marcus, potion of death, and sack. Oh, it sounded quite thrilling. The spell is Legilimens. Remember, do not forget, Hermione whispered urgently. Sewer. Huh. Sewer looked at Hermione, bewildered. Did you hear what I said? If Professor Snape shows any inclination to harm Harry, use this spell to stop him. People say Gryffindors are very brave, and indeed they are. Even Hermione, who is usually quite rational, seems to have transformed. Hermione, is there not a possibility that your spell might not even hit Snape? Sewer murmured. Moreover, do you think that even if Snape truly wished to harm Harry, he would have the opportunity in front of Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore? Hermione looked up, perplexed, scanning the corridor. Is Dumbledore here too? My goodness. The elegant, silvery beard was unmistakable. And Hermione exhaled in relief. The three found a spot in the stands, coincidentally right beside Neville. It seems something is amiss, Neville remarked. Snape just went to the Slytherin waiting room, and when he came out, he looked rather grim. Of course, because Dumbledore has come to watch the match, Hermione casually replied. Dumbledore? What does that have to do with Dumbledore? Neville questioned, confused. The match commenced. The rather inconspicuous Ron spoke up. The players from both teams lined up with their brooms and exited the waiting room. Strangely, the expressions of the Slytherin Quidditch players appeared odd. Some looked sullen, while others seemed anxious. They ought to be anxious, Sewer thought, peering through a pair of binoculars. Oh, it seems the prefect's plan has succeeded. The esteemed captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus Flint, is conspicuously absent from the field. Shall we place a bet on how long Harry Potter can stay on his broom this time? Malfoy called out from a distance. Oh, care to wager, Longbottom? Be quiet. Malfoy, Ron retorted angrily. Just moments ago, Snape had awarded Gryffindor a penalty because George had sent a bludger crashing towards him. But in Quidditch, anything could happen. This penalty seemed rather unjust. Oh, Weasley, my apologies, I did not see you. Malfoy cackled. Are you going to gamble with me too? Just with your pitiful pocket money. Ron's face flushed crimson. Sewer could not help but dig in his ears, watching Harry soar around the field on his broom. Be quiet, Malfoy. For a brief moment. Malfoy complied, but a few minutes later, he jumped up again as Snape inexplicably awarded Slytherin a penalty shot, which successfully went in. This penalty sparked discontent among the young wizards in the stands, and commentator Lee Jordan had begun to launch personal attacks. Yet, Snape, riding his broom, remained oblivious, deftly evading a bludger and handing another penalty to Slytherin. In the Muggle world, such referees would find themselves in a sack outside the field. Sewer overheard an upperclassman indignantly exclaim, "So biased, a corrupt referee." Meanwhile, Malfoy was on the verge of brawling with Neville and Ron. Oh, they were indeed fighting. With Neville firmly pinned beneath the robust Crabbe and Goyle, while Ron was on top of Malfoy, swinging his fists. It was sheer chaos, prompting Sewer to draw his wand, preparing to intervene with force. Harry, Hermione, whose attention had been solely on the match, suddenly screamed, leaping onto her seat. On the field, Harry was charging towards the ground like a bullet on his broom. Just a few feet from the ground, he halted the broom. A brilliant feint by Harry. Lee Jordan exclaimed, "The Slytherin Seeker has been duped." At that moment, Harry raised his hand, a broad smile adorning his face. Oh no, no. Gryffindor's Seeker, Harry Potter, has successfully caught the golden snitch. This is not a feint. Not a feint. The match is over. Gryffindor has triumphed. The stands erupted in jubilation, undoubtedly. This was a new record, as no Quidditch match had ever concluded so swiftly. Hermione let out a shriek, bouncing on her chair, and in an unexpected burst of excitement, she leapt into Sewer's arms. What is happening? Sewer thought in bewilderment as he lifted the girl in his embrace. Falling from the sky? Although he was puzzled as to why Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, had not appeared for the match, Lee Jordan continued to jubilantly shout, "The match is over. Harry has made history." Oh, I see Marcus. He.S. coming. Wearing. Lee Jordan interrupted with a chuckle. Am I mistaken? Or is Marcus actually a lovely girl? Laughter erupted across the field, and Sewer could not help but cover his face, initially thinking the head boy's grand plan was to make Marcus miss the match by putting him in a sack. Little did he expect that the head boy had actually dressed Marcus in women's clothing. With Marcus holding his broom, looking utterly bewildered, one could only guess he thought he was still clad in his Quidditch robes. Sewer couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Marcus Flint. Goodness. This could lead to expulsion. So, why provoke anyone but the Badger? Alas, as Sewer was lost in thought, a sudden scream pierced the air, and he found his arms empty, momentarily struck by a sense of melancholy. Oh, the overly excited Hermione had finally realized what she had done. Blushing fiercely, she leapt from Sewer's embrace, her strength seemingly borrowed from an unseen source. Everyone has gone down. I must join the celebration. The lingering fragrance remained, yet the source had vanished. In the midst of it all, Marcus eventually regained his senses. The competition had concluded, and he became acutely aware of the absurdity of his attire. Merlin's foul undergarments. Who has dressed me in these tights? Chapter 61. Who crafted the women's attire? And Easter. We silently ensnared Flint in a sack while under the disillusionment charm. Women's clothing? Gabriel shook his head. How could we have done that? We merely administered a bit of the draft of living death to Flint, hoping he would miss the match. Unfortunately, I miscalculated the dosage, causing him to awaken prematurely. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The match is over, and the outcome was favorable. He still missed it. After Sewer and Hermione delivered the unconscious Neville to the infirmary, they parted ways on the second floor. Just as Sewer emerged from the barrel passage, he overheard his prefect Gabriel in the common room, enthusiastically discussing a cup of pumpkin juice. The women's clothing was not crafted by the prefect? Sewer pondered. In any case, Flint would likely be too preoccupied to trouble them for a while. Gabriel proudly blew the steam rising from his cup. I hear Snape has sentenced him to 2 months of detention. By the end of the term, he may find himself dissecting frog entrails in the potions classroom. The vengeful Hufflepuff Badger, having avenged his grievances, relaxed over the ensuing days and returned to a more languid state. Professor Sprout's mood seemed to have improved as well. During Gabriel's detention, the headmaster would treat him to a box of coconut ice cream after his labors. All in all, tranquility had seemingly returned. Reminiscent of the calm at the start of the term, at least for the Hufflepuffs. For Flint, the Slytherin captain, however, the days were far from pleasant. Many, especially those from Gryffindor, took great delight in calling him Miss Flint. Flint was infuriated, and each day as he passed the Great Hall, his furious gaze, bloodshot and piercing, swept over every individual in sight, evidently attributing all his misfortunes to the one responsible for his feminine attire. Alas, even his own housemates were not spared from his ire. Yet, such efforts proved futile. Professor Quirrell's health had recently deteriorated significantly. His complexion had become visibly pallid, and his robes hung loosely on his frame. Sewer occasionally spotted Ron attempting to persuade others not to mock Professor Quirrell's stutter. However, since Quirrell's baldness had been exposed before the crowd, no one dared to jest at his expense. Nonetheless, one might wonder if Quirrell's presence was too insignificant. But then again, such concerns were for the protagonist to ponder. A badger should simply eat, sleep, and bask in joy. A thick stack of parchment was placed before Sol, accompanied by Hermione, who took a seat beside him. "If I am not mistaken, you are crafting a revision plan?" Sol remarked, eyeing the familiar array of colorful scribbles, his brow twitching slightly. "Oh, she has brought that Muggle school approach to Hogwarts. A well-structured plan brings calmness to the mind. You would do well to join me, Sol," Hermione said, her focus unwavering as she organized her materials. "The exams are still quite distant, aren't they?" Sol mused, silently counting the weeks. Over 2 months remain. To be precise, just a little over 10 weeks, Hermione countered. That is but a blink of an eye. For someone like Nicodemus, who had lived for over 6 centuries, it truly was just a mere moment. Sol blinked, replying, "But dear girl, you are merely 11 years old. Look outside, the weather is splendid. Shall we not visit Hagrid for a delightful afternoon tea? I have no desire to consume that biscuit, which could perhaps fell an ox," Hermione retorted, glancing at the weather. Her lips pursed. Yet, the allure of the pleasant day was hard to resist, and she hesitated. "I ought to have commenced my preparations a month ago. We must remember, if we fail our exams, we cannot advance to the second year. Next time, for sure, Sol. This might well be the happiest period of my tenure at Hogwarts. It is truly difficult to fathom that the one who understands me best within the entire school is Quirinus Quirrell. He comprehends my fondness for magical creatures and is aware of my deepest regrets. He is willing to assist me. He is my confidant. Although he often poses peculiar queries about the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, I harbor no concerns about him causing them harm, hence I shared my knowledge with him. In return, my good friend Quirinus has gifted me an abundance of delightful Ashwinder eggs. Today marks Easter, and I have dedicated over 6 months to prepare for this performance. I am Sylvanus Kettleburn, and I shall present the grandest spectacle for Hogwarts Castle. Just watch, Armando Dippet, the former headmaster with whom I have had my differences. That little Ashwinder you have always scorned is indeed a marvelous creature, embodying rebirth from death. The Easter holiday officially begins following tonight's feast. Unlike the Christmas holidays, few students choose to depart from the school. It seems the professors have conspired, assigning an overwhelming amount of homework. Returning home would only mean rushing through assignments, with no resources for reference. It would be far better to remain in the castle, completing our work with good friends, and enjoying Easter games thereafter. As the final class before the break concluded, the young wizards gathered in the Great Hall, each long table divided into several distinct groups. "Quick! Smash him! Hit him!" Cheers and groans echoed throughout the hall. Upon closer inspection, 2 colorful eggs had sprouted legs and were tentatively colliding within a designated circle. Clearly, shattering one meant defeat in the contest. "You've won again, Sol." "Huh. I knew from the very beginning that this was indeed nut chocolate." Sol laughed heartily as he dispelled the transfiguration charm, brimming with pride. "Come on, If you lose, you must accept the penalty and consume this multi-flavored bean. Consider yourself fortunate. Ugh, earwax flavor. This is a quaint little game played during Easter on the English peninsula, where muggles typically possess an egg each and clash them together. The first to shatter loses. However, the Wizarding World's version is decidedly more magical. For first and second year students, the game is simpler, merely involving the transformation of legs to test each other's strength through gentle collisions. For the upperclassmen, the gameplay becomes considerably more intricate, as the more adept students turn chocolate eggs into rabbits and command them to race about the arena, or even arm the rabbits with forks and knives to engage in mock combat. This reminds me of an animated film I once watched about a large rabbit. If anyone recalls, please share an image below. Hey, Sul, don't you find Professor Ketterburn a bit peculiar today? Moore nudged Sul's arm and cast a discreet glance towards the teacher's podium. What's strange about him? Sul replied. He seems a bit foolish. Only knowing how to grin like an idiot, Morn whispered. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Several upperclassmen have remarked on Professor Ketterburn's odd demeanor in class lately. Speaking ill of a professor can lead to significant penalties, Morn, Sul cautioned. Then glanced back at the teacher's area. Perhaps the old professor is simply aging. I know there is a condition called Alzheimer's in the Muggle world. Perhaps something similar exists in the Wizarding realm. Despite saying this, an image of an elderly man with a hooked cane, emitting an eerie laugh, resurfaced in his mind, along with the unsettling thought of the troublemaker Voldemort Quirrell this semester. A foreboding sense crept in. I don't know why, but after emerging from the red-eyed state, my immune system suddenly went haywire yesterday, spiking to 41 degrees Celsius, nearly taking me away. This chapter was written yesterday afternoon when I was feeling well. I just awoke to find it past midnight, struggling to send out the chapter. My dear readers have been waiting for me. I cannot afford to break my promise. The transition from 2019 to 2020 feels like it was just yesterday. Tomorrow marks the arrival of 2023. I hope that with the chime of the clock at midnight, illness and misfortune will bid us farewell. Begone, misfortune. Begone, misfortune. See you tomorrow. Chapter 62, A Night of Peace. Sul, filled with trepidation, finished his Easter-themed dinner, which featured various hams, roasted lamb, and fish and chips. A traditional Easter meal in the English peninsula. He occasionally glanced at the podium, where the peculiar Professor Ketterburn merely chuckled like a silly old man, showing no signs of mischief. The main character, Voldemort Quirrell, sat upright, diligently carving a leg of lamb while engaging in casual conversation with the professor beside him. Aside from his notably pale complexion, everything appeared normal. Harry, Ron, and their friends were merrily engaged in the egg-tapping game, while Hermione was engrossed in her book, and Neville seemed lost in thought. It seems that tonight is truly a night of tranquility. As Sewer savored the final piece of rich fruitcake, he nodded to himself, realizing that a peaceful night's sleep could be had without any disturbances. Nothing could prevent the little badger from sleeping soundly on the plush bed. With the last morsel of dessert vanishing from the banquet, Professor McGonagall rose to declare the end of the feast and the commencement of the holiday. Something felt amiss, however. Before Sewer could grasp why it was Professor McGonagall who announced the feast's conclusion, the young wizards began to exit in an orderly fashion. It was only when he nestled into the wooden barrel that Sewer suddenly realized he had not seen Headmaster Dumbledore's presence in the castle all night. Why hadn't he, the headmaster, attended the feast? Oh, I heard he went to attend to matters of the International Wizarding Federation. A senior witch trailing behind Sewer casually remarked as she caught his murmured question. How strange. Why are there so many eggs in the common room? Upon entering the room, Sewer noticed several gray eggs in the corner that resembled stones, albeit adorned with vibrant colors. Surely, these must be the Easter eggs arranged by the house elves. Justin, care for a game of wizard chess? You should ask Morn, Sewer replied, disinterested in playing with a poor player. It would be utterly devoid of challenge. I think I'll just read and then sleep, feeling rather drowsy. If you lose today, and it means fetching a midnight snack from the kitchen, please bring me a slice of rich fruitcake with extra strawberries. Thank you. All right, you false Hufflepuff. Justin grumbled as he departed to seek Morn for a duel of wits. The outcome remained uncertain as Sewer succumbed to sleep long before Justin and Morn could determine the victor, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Don't ask. It was all Hermione's doing. As night deepened, both the small and the old creatures succumbed to slumber, except for the owls and the diligent caretaker, Filch, along with his cat, who remained awake. Filch, clutching his oil lamp, ambled through the castle, his shadow undulating with each step. The sound of scales scraping against stone echoed precisely in his ears. Who goes there? Filch halted, his bulging eyes, veined with red, peering through narrow slits beneath his eyelids. A sharp glimmer flashing within. Which little wizard is there? Come out. He paced back and forth in the corridor, his steps hurried, an unmistakable thrill coursing through him. Yet, Filch found nothing. Damn it. You're quick, he muttered, slowing his pace only to unexpectedly encounter a figure cloaked in black at the corner. Uh-huh. Got you. Filch's claw-like hand seized the shadowy figure. Let me see who you are. He raised the oil lamp, squinting to inspect the intruder. As the lamp clattered to the ground, a voice of astonishment escaped Filch's lips. Professor Kettleburn? Filch, who had worked in the castle for countless years, keenly sensed that something was amiss with Professor Kettleburn before him. It was as though the professor had been frozen in time. His demeanor and actions arrested at that very moment. Magic? This was quite serious. I must immediately inform Professor McGonagall. Could it be that an outsider has infiltrated? Curse it. Dumbledore is not in the castle today. Despite his panic, Filch maintained a sense of order. He understood that matters involving magic were beyond his capability to handle, and that he must swiftly locate the castle's current authority. However, just as he bent to lift the oil lamp, a spell struck his frail body from the shadows. This cannot stand. Another figure hurried in, commanding, Filch, your task for today is complete. From here onwards, you know nothing. Return to your office. A confused yet joyous look crossed Filch's face. Oh, my task is complete. This evening, the castle is quite tranquil. Indeed, return now. You ought to rest. Filch, in a daze, lifted the oil lamp and staggered down the corridor. Fool. Why not eliminate him? In the darkness, a pair of crimson-slitted eyes suddenly opened. The cloaked master immediately prostrated himself before the serpent that slithered forth from the shadows. Bowing low, I believe now is not the time for drastic measures. Any death before we achieve our goal would be detrimental to our plans. Are you instructing me on my duties? Hissed the gray serpent, its voice laced with fury. No, I would not dare, my master, the cloaked figure replied. But the gray serpent struck, and the cloaked man writhed in agony on the ground, stifling his cries to avoid drawing attention. The hood fell away, revealing a gleaming bald head beneath the dim wall sconces. Is that a boiled egg? A touch of humor. It is Quirinus Quirrell. Fortunately, compared to the excruciating curses of the past, this pain was somewhat bearable. The gray serpent, upon releasing its grip, instantly transformed into a pile of ashes scattered on the floor. On Quirrell's bald crown, a face devoid of a nose, with deep-set eyes and protruding features emerged. Any young wizard who passed this way would undoubtedly endure nightmares for days to come. Quickly, Quirrell, obtain that stone. Once I am resurrected, I shall grant you the power you desire and the long-coveted gift of immortality. Your time is running short. Quirrell remained prostrate on the ground. Pushing his bald head upward with great effort, his body pressed as close to the floor as possible, contorting into an exceedingly awkward position. Yes, my master. Thank the old fool Kettleburn. Without him, we would not have such a splendid opportunity so soon. I do not wish to know the details. I only care about the outcome. Yes, my master. I am not feverish, but the cough is so severe it feels as though my lungs might expel themselves. On the 13th, be cautious, everyone. It is said that the current strain of diarrhea is quite formidable. If conditions allow, stock up on diarrhea medication such as Montu. And for the children, perhaps some mommy love. Chapter 63. Fire. Wake up. Oh, do we have something delicious today? The aroma is simply delightful, Hermione. In a dreamlike state, Seward joyfully grasped a fork, relishing the aromatic scents wafting through the air. Hermione, do you smell something burnt? He inquired. Suddenly, in the darkness, Seward opened his eyes wide, blinking in confusion. He was not mistaken. There was indeed a burnt odor in the air. He was still in the dormitory, not in a spacious and well-lit house, nor was Hermione there beside him. What had transpired? Seward tumbled out of bed and picked up his wand, tapping the wall lamp, which cast a soft glow illuminating the path to the dormitory door. By Merlin's beard, Seward stood agape, staring at the charred walls of the common room and the several gray snakes, their eyes glowing red, slithering about, a wave of heat washing over him. Was this a fire serpent? The knowledge from his books struck him like a blow to the head, linking the unfamiliar creatures before him with the information in his mind. Suddenly, a gray stone in the corner emitted a white light, releasing heat, then crumbled to ash, from which a slender, tiny snake emerged, writhing and leaving a gray mark behind. The carpet beneath the stone was scorched, leaving a blackened hole. Who had let the fire serpent in? Now was not the time for questions. Sewer had to rouse all the badgers in the common room. Otherwise, waking up to a castle reduced to ashes by morning would be disastrous. Clearing his throat, he pointed his wand at his throat, grateful for Hermione's daily reading sessions. The knowledge gained proved invaluable in moments like this. Fire! Fire! Sewer shouted, "Wake up, there's a fire." The first sounds came from the dormitory behind Sewer, where Justin and Moan tumbled out of bed in a state of panic. "Is there a fire? Where's the fire?" Justin exclaimed, holding a half-finished pumpkin juice, instinctively throwing it outside. To his dismay, the flames flared even higher. "By Merlin's stockings, is that a fire serpent?" Moan stood wide-eyed behind the wooden door, staring at the writhing snakes outside. "Which fool let the fire serpent in?" "This is magical fire. Ordinary flames are ineffective against it," Sewer replied, halting Justin's frantic attempt to fetch water. "First, help me wake up the upperclassmen." With Justin and Moan's assistance, the badgers were forced from the warmth of their blankets. "Freeze it," Sewer commanded, the incantation echoing in the air. "Damn it, if I find out who played this prank, I shall hang them and whip them with salt water-soaked lashes." The upperclassman, clad in a morning robe, waved his wand angrily, sending beams of blue light precisely striking the slithering gray snakes. First that cursed alarm clock, and now a fire serpent. Another upperclasswoman, her hair disheveled and face marked, exclaimed in frustration, spotting another snake. "This one do." Finally, a familiar upperclassman, Cedric Diggory, spoke up. "We must find all the serpent eggs, otherwise they will breed endlessly." "I have already dispatched someone to find the headmaster," Gabriel shouted. "First-year wizards, make way. It is unpleasant to be burned by fire while hiding in your dormitory. Those who know the freezing spell should lend a hand, while those who do not should search the dormitory for any traces of ash snake's eggs. They leave noticeable gray trails in their wake. Do not overlook any ashes either. If you find a trace, call us." Professor Sprout arrived promptly, while the badgers were still unaware that chaos reigned outside the common room. From the distant hillside, one could glimpse flashes of white light intermittently appearing in the windows of Hogwarts Castle, akin to a firework display bursting forth within its walls. Following the trail, Professor Sprout gripped her wand's tip with one hand, uttering incantations as she forcefully waved it downward. The tracks left by the ash snakes were cloaked in a golden layer, revealing both the visible and the hidden under the influence of magic. Sol gasped upon seeing the intricate web of golden lines strewn across the common room space, feeling a pang of anxiety from his fear of dense crowds. "Freeze them, children," Professor Sprout commanded. "Eliminate them as swiftly as possible. Now grab your wands. This wretched creature is rampant throughout Hogwarts Castle, and it needs our attention." The previously drowsy badgers instantly awakened at the sound of Sprout's voice. "Yes, headmaster," they chorused in unison. Suddenly, what was igniting? The badgers, typically quite languid, spending their days merely eating and resting, occasionally arriving late, could not be denied their unity. Gabriel, the ringleader, systematically directed everyone to clear the traces within the common room. First-year students who had not mastered the freezing spell found their own responsibilities, donning dragonhide gloves to gather the frozen ash snakes and unhatched snake eggs. The badgers each took on their roles, quickly expanding their search to the castle's basement level. In the corridor, they encountered the Slytherin snakes. Oh, did enmity spark at their meeting? Fear not, as pressing matters took precedence. Infighting was not to be expected, and besides, they were merely children, the eldest being no more than 15 years old. The 6th and 7th years rarely had time for such trivialities, being preoccupied with preparations for the ultimate wizarding examinations. Thus, there was no room for deep-seated hatred. However, Sol overheard them establishing a wager amidst their playful jibes, betting on who could discover and deal with the most ash snakes. The loser would have to parade around the Great Hall in women's attire during mealtime. Oh, had something extraordinary been triggered? It was Marcus Flint's wager. That posed no problem. This was merely an affair between the upperclassmen, of little concern to Sol. He was more worried about Hermione, who was in the Gryffindor common room on the top floor. Yet, shortly after, when the large group advanced to the 3rd floor of the castle, the lions from above and the badgers from below successfully converged. Sol breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted Hermione, clad in pink pajamas, enthusiastically waving her wand. As for the eagles? Oh, fret not. They have already entered the library to extinguish the flames. Several gray embers lie scattered at the entrance. Although the library is fortified with fire protection spells, an overwhelming number of ignition points can render even the most enduring enchantments ineffective. For Ravenclaw, knowledge signifies wealth, and wealth must be fiercely protected. Chapter 64. The half-hearted crisis of the castle. The four heads of houses exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern, before dispersing. Children, pay heed to the corridors of the castle and the deserted classrooms. Vigilance is paramount. Though we shall now separate, we must reconvene here in 2 hours. Professor McGonagall declared before departing. The students of Hogwarts were elated. This may very well be the only occasion in their academic careers when they could legitimately roam the castle at such a late hour. Did you mention a fire ash snake? Oh, a simple freezing charm will suffice, one student remarked. Once the four houses united, they no longer acted independently. Pairs of friendly witches and wizards formed teams, embarking on their exploration. Saul also succumbed to the allure, abandoning his roommate to embrace Hermione. He mused that without Ron, Harry, and Neville, those three proverbial light bulbs, it would be much more delightful. There's a fire ash snake, Saul, Ron exclaimed. A blue beam of light shot forth, encasing the newly spawned fire ash snake along with its eggs in a frigid prison. Neville, the snake eggs are yours. Be cautious when collecting them, Ron instructed. Bewildered by Saul's camaraderie with Hermione. Saul meant no harm, Ron. Do not overthink it, Harry reassured as he patted Ron's shoulder. Truth be told, he had no objections to Saul's allocation of tasks, particularly since Ron had already crushed 3 fire ash snake eggs, which were surprisingly delicate. Such meticulous work suited Neville exceptionally well. While clearing the fire ash snakes, Saul pondered the nature of the disturbance. If this uproar was indeed Voldemort's ploy to create chaos and stealthily ascend to the 4th floor to seize his sorceress stone, why not simply sneak past undetected? Was there truly a need for such convoluted theatrics? And what of the troll and this fire ash snake? Did the division of the soul result in a staggering decline in intelligence? Or was it that Professor Quirrell possessed but this singular scheme? As if summoned by his thoughts, the firefighting brigade encountered a pale-faced Quirinus Quirrell at the entrance of the corridor on the 4th floor. He appeared somewhat unsteady, trembling slightly. Good evening, Miss Granger, he stammered, seemingly startled. And you, Mr. Bode. His stutter seemed to have intensified. What are you doing here at such a late hour? We are searching for traces of the fire ash snake, Professor, Saul replied, knowing well that Quirrell feigned his stutter. He had no intention of waiting for him to finish. Might you also be here to eradicate the fire ash snake? The fire ash snake? Of course, Quirrell hastily nodded, attempting to feign calmness. I have already begun the cleanup here. Then Hermione and I shall proceed to the next level. Professor, Saul concluded. Sir politely bid farewell to Professor Quirrell. Good day, Professor. Goodbye, until we meet again. A courteous smile graced Quirrell's pallid face as he watched Sir and Hermione's figures fade from view. That was a close call, Sir exclaimed, gripping Hermione's hand tightly as they hastened to the next floor. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, it was evident that he had just visited the location concealing the Philosopher's Stone. Yet he had failed to procure what his master desired, consequently facing severe reprimand. Should Quirrell's mind have wandered, leading him to brandish his wand to threaten young wizards for a trade of the stone, the consequences would be dire. There could be no doubt that Voldemort would exact a terrible price. Such a merciless individual would hardly show compassion for other lives. As Sir and Hermione ascended to the 5th floor, Hermione suddenly whispered, Could you please release my hand? Oh, Sir instinctively loosened his grip, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Ah, it's rather soft, he remarked. Hermione's ears immediately flushed from a delicate pink to a vivid red. With determination, she extricated her hand from Sir's grasp and tucked it securely into her robes. You rogue, she muttered under her breath. Sir chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands behind his back. As they ambled aimlessly through the 5th floor of the castle, one lost in reminiscence and the other in bashfulness, they claimed to be extinguishing a fire. Yet, when a fiery serpent slithered past Hermione, she remained unperturbed, prompting Sir to react swiftly with a freezing charm. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and labored breathing echoed from behind them. Harry? Hermione sighed, turning to see 2 figures rushing toward them, her cheeks slightly flushed. Where have you 2 been? Don't even mention it, Hermione. You would never guess what Ron and I just witnessed downstairs. Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape. Hand propped on his thigh, his expression unwell. Snape is on the 4th floor, pressuring poor Professor Quirrell to divulge. No need for details, Harry, Hermione interjected, glancing at Seward. Isn't this something we already suspected? Snape must have discovered how to access it and is aware of Quirrell's little tricks. With Professor Dumbledore absent tonight, it's the perfect opportunity, wouldn't you say? Indeed, Snape may have already succeeded, Ron added. Not necessarily. Otherwise, we wouldn't have witnessed Snape coercing Quirrell just now. Harry countered. Excuse me for interrupting, Sir interjected, shaking his head at the trio's fervent yet misguided analysis of the situation. And Hermione, was that cautious glance of yours aimed at me as a potential informant? Can any of you tell me where Neville has gone? Neville? Harry paused. We didn't see him when we rushed up. Ron, did you? I didn't see him either, Ron replied, equally perplexed. Perhaps he couldn't find us and went to the Great Hall on his own? All right, Sir sighed, rubbing his forehead. I'll search for him. Let us meet in the Great Hall shortly. As the words fell, Seward turned and departed toward the direction he had come from, parting ways with the trio. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione bared her teeth at his retreating figure, stamped her foot, and shot him a glare. Based on his understanding of the little ostrich, Hermione, he surmised that she would likely refrain from speaking to him until the following day, all due to his audacity in holding her hand. In a sense, leaving this place now rendered her somewhat more at ease. However, compared to past occurrences, a mere day's silence from her was indeed a positive shift. It indicated that Hermione was gradually lowering her guard regarding physical contact with him, beginning to acclimatize. Perhaps the next instance would see her silent for just half a day, and then the duration would continue to diminish. Chapter 65. A gentle squeeze of the face. Seward found Neville lurking in the shadows of an inconspicuous corner along the left corridor on the third floor. The poor lad, when Seward discovered him, was being coerced into a game of close proximity with several red-eyed fire snakes. With deftness, he froze the serpents into ice blocks and shattered them. Immobulus, Seward uttered, frowning as he helped Neville to his feet. What are you doing here? Moreover, who cast the freezing charm on you? Neville's response was a pallid, vacant expression, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. Simultaneously, his body trembled from the prolonged chill, despite the advent of spring and a slight warming in the air. The Highlands' midnight cold remained unforgiving. One could only wonder if Neville had succumbed to madness in that dimly lit corridor, pressed against the fire snakes while the relentless chill enveloped him. It was understandable. Any normal individual subjected to such a scenario would likely bear psychological scars. Seward sighed and conjured a blue bellflower, offering it toward Neville in hopes of reviving him. If that failed, he would have to escort him to Madame Pomfrey. After a considerable pause, the warm blue flame finally restored some color to Neville's ashen complexion. He mechanically turned his head, resembling a malfunctioning automaton, and faced Seward. Seward, you're here, he stammered, his lips quivering as he managed a rather unappealing smile. I've been here for quite some time, Seward replied, relieved as he helped Neville to his feet. Come, let me take you to the infirmary. We shall seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Neville did not respond, clearly still ensnared in the haunting shadows of the castle's nightmarish events. Seward escorted him to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey scolded them while administering a revitalizing potion to Neville, grumbling curses against the culprit who had unleashed the fire snakes throughout the castle, disrupting her research. What happened to him? Hermione arrived shortly after Seward and Neville reached the Great Hall, immediately noticing Neville's petrified state, steam emanating from his ears. Oh, this time, he didn't wait a whole day to respond. In that manner, Seward recounted the events following his encounter with Neville in detail. I asked Neville several times, and he remained in this condition. It must be Malfoy, Ron declared, having overheard. I just heard him boasting in Slytherin about how many fire snakes he caught. Speculation is futile. We shall await Neville's awakening for the truth. In any case, Neville is entrusted to you, Harry and Ron. Seward yawned and remarked, I recall he shares a dormitory with you. Harry nodded in affirmation. I shall join my own queue now. See you tomorrow, Hermione. Despite his words, Seward's gaze lingered on Hermione, his fingers twitching with anticipation. Given that Hermione had swiftly dismissed the matter of hand-holding, did this imply that he could press his luck a little further? Perhaps by gently pinching that collagen-rich visage? Action speaks louder than thought. Seizing the moment, Seward dashed back to the Hufflepuff queue amidst Hermione's somewhat dazed expression. Children, Professor McGonagall appeared in the Great Hall, standing tall at the podium with a beaming smile. I am heartened by your performance. The crisis has been averted. A collective sigh of relief escaped the young wizards. Additionally, I must congratulate you all. The exemplary qualities you have demonstrated affirm the efficacy of Hogwarts education. Therefore, I shall award each of your houses an additional 30 points. The young wizards erupted in cheers, and McGonagall's lips curled upwards, casting an amplification charm to ensure her voice rose above their jubilations. Now, it is late. Dawn approaches. You must return to your common rooms and rest. The collected snake eggs should be handed over to your respective house prefects, ensuring they remain frozen. Furthermore, I have instructed the Hogwarts kitchens to prepare some restorative food in your common rooms for you to enjoy before retiring. The Badgers, who had been diligently searching for snakes and eggs, finally relaxed, feeling the weight of fatigue. They yawned and hastily filled their stomachs in the common room before swaying back to their dormitories to sleep. I suppose we shall witness the Slytherin team captain in female attire again tomorrow? Remarked one, noting Marcus's less than pleased expression. What a spectacle, Sewer murmured, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber, while the young wizard slept soundly. The heads of the 4 houses convened in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, accompanied by a rigid figure standing nearby. With a bang, flames ignited in the office, and Dumbledore, adorned with his tall hat, materialized. His gentle gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the stiff figure, studying it intently for a considerable time. Please, recount the events, he requested. It is as follows, McGonagall began, articulating the happenings within the castle with clarity and logic. Severus and I ventured to Sylvanus's hut in the woods, where we encountered Flitwick, who, with a serious tone, waved his wand. It was exceedingly large, necessitating a spell to reduce its size for transport. A fire snake? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, observing the serpent-like creature encased in a block of azure ice. Indeed, Dumbledore. Flitwick responded earnestly. It appears that, given sufficient energy, it can continuously produce snake eggs. If this evening, it were to be diminished and placed within the castle, the consequences would be dire indeed. It appears that Sylvanus has conjured something extraordinary. Dumbledore lightly lifted his wand, causing ice cubes to whirl chaotically in his office. Thus, what is the current state of Sylvanus? It is a form of unknown magic that Professor McGonagall and I have studied. Conventional countercharms seem ineffective against it. He appears to remain in this state, life entirely frozen, not petrified, nor dead. Professor Sprout spoke up, stating that, to my knowledge, no herb possesses the ability to alleviate this condition. Neither Mandrake nor Moonshadow will suffice. Perhaps Street Mungo S. may have a viable solution. Dumbledore, rubbing his temples in frustration, conceded, very well, please expedite Sylvanus' transfer to St. Mungo S. I appreciate your assistance, Phileas and Pomona. It is no trouble, Professor. We shall take Sylvanus to the hospital at once. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged glances, nodded, and with a flourish of their wands, levitated Professor Kettleburn's body into the air. What further discoveries have you made, Severus? Once the 2 professors departed, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Snape. Snape nodded, retrieving a vial from his pocket, containing soil saturated with a silvery liquid that emanated a luminous, moonlit glow. After a moment, Dumbledore redirected his attention to Professors McGonagall and Snape. I understand. You may both take your rest. You have worked hard today. Silently, Snape turned and departed. McGonagall cast a worried glance at Dumbledore before she too put away her wand and left. Dumbledore sat in silence for a prolonged moment, gazing towards the forbidden forest, lost in thought. Chapter 66. Announcements and surveillance. On the first day of the 2-week Easter holiday, the castle was enveloped in a profound tranquility, time seemingly standing still. Everyone lay in deep slumber, save for a few tireless Ravenclaw eagles and bewildered couriers burdened with parcels yet unable to find their intended recipients. It was not until the sun had risen high that the famished young wizards began to trickle into the great hall. The atmosphere within felt peculiar. The dais was unusually crowded, with professors who seldom gathered in such numbers present. Dumbledore was among them. This extraordinary ambience captured the attention of the young wizards, including Saul, who, after satisfying their appetites, fell into a mutual silence. As per tradition, Professor McGonagall gently tapped a golden goblet with a silver spoon. All eyes of the young wizards turned in unison towards Dumbledore, seated regally upon his golden throne. Professor McGonagall has conveyed your commendable efforts to me, Dumbledore began, rising to address them. I am thoroughly pleased. Because of your bravery, the castle has been spared from a tremendous loss. Therefore, I believe you ought to applaud yourselves. The young wizards erupted into enthusiastic applause, which gradually waned from fervent to sparse, allowing Dumbledore to continue. At the same time, I am compelled to announce some sorrowful news. Our esteemed professor of magical creatures protection, Sylvanus Kettleburn, has regrettably had to bid farewell to his teaching duties due to health concerns. A hushed murmur began among the audience, primarily consisting of students in their third year and above who had chosen this course. So, it was indeed Professor Kettleburn who was responsible for yesterday's events? Saul pondered silently, convinced that no such incident had transpired in the original text. However, there was no cause for worry. Dumbledore surveyed the room and noted that Professor Kettleburn had confided in me some time ago about his feeling overwhelmed. He had also recommended a successor. Thus, for the upcoming academic year, Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank will take over the classes, with our castle's caretaker, Rubeus Hagrid, serving as the teaching assistant. A brown-haired witch, draped in a cloak fashioned from the fur of an unknown magical creature, rose to acknowledge the young wizards, while the towering figure of Rubeus Hagrid, familiar to nearly all, shyly stood to smile at the students. The applause that erupted was particularly fervent from the Gryffindor table. It was Harry, then all was well. Shortly after delivering the news, Dumbledore departed, visibly occupied. The young wizards, having spent the day napping, were now brimming with energy, congregating in the great hall to discuss the recent developments. Mr. Morn, ever the busybody, was earnestly debating with a group of older students whether curses in defense against the dark arts could be transmitted from person to person. Saul, disinterested in the discussion, found himself intrigued by Hagrid's troubled demeanor before Dumbledore's departure. The gentle giant's unease was as palpable as Hermione's sudden realization of unfinished homework, compelling her to remain outside to complete her tasks. Did I not have another bottle left for Hagrid as a Christmas gift? It wasn't that Saul was unwilling to bring both bottles to Hagrid. Rather, his owl, Little Grey, was only capable of carrying one after a long flight. The train journey to the Scottish Highlands would take most of the day, and it would be too much to ask of an owl. Perfectly. With Hagrid being appointed as the teaching assistant, the remaining bottle of wine could serve as a congratulatory gift. Additionally, it provided an opportunity to uncover the source of Hagrid's anxiety. At this time, Saul recalled that Hagrid had traded a three-headed dog for a dragon. A dragon. With this thought, Saul informed his roommate and rose from his seat. Are you not curious about Flint dressing as a girl soon? Justin asked, astonished. No. You can go ahead. I'm not particularly interested in stockings covered in leg hair. Once was enough for me, Saul replied. At the long table of Gryffindor, Hermione Granger absent-mindedly prodded the apple on her plate, listening with feigned interest as Ron and Harry animatedly debated the nuances of Quidditch matches, endlessly analyzing every detail. How dreadfully tedious, Hermione thought, rolling her eyes in silent exasperation. Just then, she noticed Sewell hastily departing from the great hall. What mischief are you up to now? You had the audacity to pinch my cheek yesterday. Hermione's eyes darted, and she quietly rose to follow. Where are you going, Hermione? No need to ask, Lavanda. She's probably off to do her homework, Ron interjected before Hermione could respond. Yes, the professors have assigned a plethora of assignments, and with the holidays fleeting, I fear I may not manage to submit them on time. Hermione tossed a pair of sanitary balls to Ron and, offering a brief explanation, hurried away. Sewell had already exited the hall, and if she wished to catch up, she needed to act swiftly. Time was of the essence for the little lioness. Though Hermione moved with remarkable speed, it seemed she had still lost sight of her target. Where could she be? As Hermione peered cautiously around the colossal column in the entrance hall, she spotted Sewell emerging from the staircase, cradling a box. A wave of relief washed over the young girl, prompting her to retreat behind the pillar. Concealed from view, Hermione watched as Sewell, clutching the box, passed by her column and exited through a small door onto the path, seemingly unaware of her presence. The girl raised a hand to gently pat her chest, unconsciously sticking out her little tongue in relief. That was close. I nearly revealed myself. For safety's sake, she lingered for a moment longer before quietly following. Meanwhile, Sewell, with the box in hand, strolled down the path, his back turned to Hermione. Did he truly sense nothing amiss? The little cabin beside the dark forbidden forest, perpetually illuminated by a single lamp, was Hagrid's longtime abode. If the campus during the day was a picturesque scene of springtime splendor with rippling lake waters, the nighttime atmosphere took on an entirely different character. The expansive house could evoke a sense of bewilderment and even fear after dusk, especially along the path past Hagrid's cottage, where a towering willow swayed ominously in the night breeze. The further Hermione ventured from the castle, the dimmer the surroundings became, until all that remained in her vision was a solitary blue flame flickering in the air. A twinge of fear struck her, prompting her to glance nervously around, instinctively drawing closer to the flame. Chapter 67. What is that? Hagrid? Where is he? A flicker of dread shadowed Hermione's eyes. She ultimately decided to abandon her pursuit and confront Sewell directly. However, just as she took a few tentative steps towards the flickering flame, Sewell vanished into thin air. A living person suddenly gone. The encroaching darkness nearly brought the young girl to tears as she spun around, bewildered. Sewell? She called softly, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Where have you gone? Indeed, Sewell remained at the side throughout the entire journey, skillfully concealed by the cloak of night. From the moment he stepped out of the castle, he was keenly observant. Sewell's vision was not impaired. In fact, it was remarkably acute. Any ordinary individual would notice the peculiar sight of a tuft of brown hair sprouting unexpectedly from the pristine white columns. Not to mention the sudden emergence of a series of footsteps along the tranquil path to Hagrid's hut. Following someone requires finesse, dear girl. Observing Hermione, who appeared on the verge of tears, Sewell sighed and reassured her, I am here. You are a witch, Hermione. If only you would wield your wand and cast a Lumos spell, you would not find yourself in such a predicament. The sudden sound emanating from beside her startled Hermione, causing her to leap in fright, and she instinctively prepared to unleash a high-decibel scream. Do not shout, it is truly me. Stepping forward, Sewell gently placed a hand over her mouth. We must not awaken the slumbering Draco. With her mouth covered, Hermione could only emit muffled sounds through the gaps in his hand, her wide, round eyes reflecting her fear. She blinked rapidly, focusing on Sewell's face, which had now come into clear view, and a flicker of irritation crossed her features. Sewell gasped softly, quickly retracting his hand. Are you part dog? In the glow provided by the blue flames, Sewell examined his hand, revealing a distinct bite mark, a clear impression of teeth, wider in the center and narrower at the edges. Are you part dog? Sewell inhaled sharply, shaking his hand. Hermione glared at him indignantly, stamping her foot. Who told you to scare me suddenly? Clearly, you were stealthily following me, yet you blame me for startling you, Sewell murmured, but his words were cut short by a chilling glare directed at him. The little lioness bristled, revealing her tiny fangs. Wisely, he fell silent, rubbing his sore hand against his wizarding robe. The pain would pass soon enough. Sewell tilted his head to glance at the still fuming Hermione. I am heading to Hagrid's hut to congratulate him on becoming a teaching assistant. Will you accompany me? Hermione was tempted to sulk and refuse, yet she feared returning to the castle alone. Unwilling to respond to Sewell's inquiry, she pondered her options. Ultimately, the proud little lioness strode ahead, but upon realizing she could not hear Sewell's footsteps behind her, she halted and turned to meet a pair of amused eyes. Before Hermione could become even more incensed, Sewell quickly quickened his pace to catch up. With a flicker of light, he retrieved his wand and quietly uttered an incantation, channeling a bit more magical energy to illuminate the path ahead more clearly. Sewell, cradling the box, led the way while Hermione followed closely behind. They proceeded along the path until they reached the dim glow of a flickering oil lamp. Suddenly, Hermione, who had been quietly trailing behind, gasped, clinging to Sewell's neck with both hands while expertly wrapping her legs around him. She had heard a huffing noise and, due to the insufficient light, had caught sight of a dark, shadowy figure. As Sewell was about to knock on the door, he was unexpectedly jolted backward by Hermione's body. With quick reflexes, he grasped the door knocker to steady himself. Feeling the trembling form of the young girl pressed against his back, Sewell gently patted her leg, reassuring her that everything was fine. It was just Yaya, a large dog raised by Hagrid. Hermione then realized it was a rather fierce-looking black dog, adorned with a thick and wide leather collar. Despite its daunting appearance, this gentle giant was quite benign. Sewell bent down with difficulty and gave the approaching dog's head a hearty pat as a form of greeting. I was startled the first time I saw it as well. Oh. Hermione's face flushed slightly as she skillfully climbed down from Sewell's back. Having been at Hogwarts for less than a year, she had already clambered over him several times. Suppressing her inner shyness, Hermione too bent down to pet Yaya's large head. Who is it? The commotion at the door startled those inside, and a muffled, tense voice called out, It's me, Sewell. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and then the heavy door creaked open slightly, revealing Hagrid peering through the crack. seemingly confirming whether it was someone he recognized. A wave of warm air wafted through the opening, causing Sewer to step back involuntarily. "Oh, it's so late. What brings you here?" Hagrid mumbled, pulling the door open wider. "Come in." The small cottage was almost stiflingly warm, heated by a blazing fireplace. And Sewer's senses informed him that the temperature inside Hagrid's abode could rival the hottest days of summer. No wonder, even with the door ajar, Yaya had retreated several steps, shaking her head. For a creature like the Acromantula, a mere nap could lead to suffocation. Sewer soon discerned the reason, logically. Such a wooden cabin would not retain heat so effectively. It turned out that Hagrid had drawn thick curtains over all the windows, sealing off every possible gap that could allow air exchange with the outside. Hagrid hoisted a large iron kettle from beside the fireplace to brew tea for both Sewer and Hermione, and clattered 2 homemade rock cakes onto an empty plate. "We've come to congratulate you," Sewer said, placing a box on the table. "Congratulations on becoming the assistant professor of magical creatures. How can I accept this?" Hagrid's eyes brightened, his words polite, yet his hand reached for the box, recognizing the familiar packaging from the last gift Sewer had given him. "I drank that last bottle in one go. To be honest, it was far too small. I hardly had the chance to savor its flavor. This time, I must truly appreciate it," Hagrid exclaimed with admiration, carefully placing the box into a basket overflowing with fur, then suspending it from a beam in the cottage. "I'm glad you like it," Sewer replied with a smile, nodding. "In comparison to the gift you gave me, this is nothing. Truthfully, I don't quite understand why Professor Kettleburn suddenly stepped down." Hagrid shook his head, seemingly with a hint of regret. Dumbledore had not disclosed the reason for appointing him as this teaching assistant. "Regardless, we may now address you as Professor Hagrid," Sol said with a smile, "and indeed, you are the esteemed professor of your beloved subject, care of magical creatures." "It's merely a teaching assistant," Hagrid remarked, his beard quivering in delight. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Hermione suddenly raised her delicate finger, pointing at a black, circular stone in the fireplace. "What is that, Hagrid?" Following Hermione's gesture, they gazed into the heart of the flames, where a large, dark egg lay beside the iron kettle Hagrid had just picked up. Oh, Hagrid stiffened, instinctively glancing towards the door, his large hand stroking his beard. "That is, a dragon egg, isn't it, Hagrid?" Sol observed the conspicuous black egg amidst the bright yellow flames with a grin. This was precisely what he had come for. He had noticed it the moment he entered the small dwelling. With prior knowledge of the answer, Sol quickly revealed the riddle's solution. "Oh," Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered. Yet he struggled to conjure an alternative explanation. Perhaps it was merely a late-night snack he had prepared? "Yes," Hagrid reluctantly admitted. "It is a trophy I won in a card game. I was out drinking last night and played cards with a stranger. Truth be told, I initially did not believe it to be a dragon egg. Perhaps the individual was eager to rid himself of it." Sol approached the heap of flames, drawn by the heat, and scrutinized the large egg more closely. "You won't inform the professors about this, will you?" Hagrid asked, his expression tinged with bitterness. "Raising dragons is illegal, Hagrid." Upon receiving this response, Hermione's face reflected astonishment before she began reciting the legal statutes she had encountered. "I read in a book that during the Wizarding Conference of 179, a law was passed prohibiting the breeding of fire dragons." Hagrid's fear peaked upon learning that the punishment for being discovered privately raising a fire dragon was a one-way ticket to Azkaban for a few days of incarceration. He clutched his hair in despair, looking somewhat despondent. In contrast to Hermione's serious exposition of the disadvantages, Sol's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, it's all right, Hagrid. We won't divulge this to the professors. I certainly do not wish to visit you in Azkaban with a bottle of wine," Sol said, rising to stand beside Hagrid and patting the giantess' arm, which was thicker than his own thigh. "Hermione is merely teasing you." At that moment, a certain small lion's gaze shot towards them. "Really? Truly?" Hagrid's eyes gleamed with hope as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Hermione. Under Hagrid's moist stare, Hermione found herself momentarily breathless, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. "All right, I won tea, tell the professors. But do not forget, Hagrid, you reside in a wooden house. And one must remember that fire dragons can breathe fire." Hagrid appeared to have only heard the first half of her statement, his eyes brimming with joy. "Wonderful. Thank you both," he exclaimed. Alas, this earnest giant, Sewer, shook his head knowingly. "Nonetheless, I am quite eager to witness the hatching of this fire dragon and am curious about the type of dragon it might be. In fact, I am planning a visit to the library tomorrow to investigate the nature of this dragon egg." Hagrid joyfully rambled on, speculating that it could be a Welsh green. As a group of them inhabits the English peninsula, though the coloration gives me pause. I am free tomorrow and would be delighted to assist you in your research. Sewer exclaimed, equally excited. On the journey back to the castle, Hermione remained somewhat apprehensive. Do not fret, Hermione. As long as we remain discreet, there is nothing to worry about. Besides, did Hagrid not mention that he merely wishes to hatch it and then find a way to send it away? Yet Hermione continued to worry about the possibility of being discovered. Consider, Hermione, we may never again witness the spectacle of a fire dragon emerging from its egg. This is undoubtedly a moment worth cherishing. When we grow old, we can recount this tale to our children, and surely we shall earn their envious admiration. To persuade Hermione, Sewer employed various clumsy yet effective arguments. Someone wants to have children with you. Hermione instantly flared up, her earlobes glowing a vivid red. You rogue, she exclaimed, stamping her foot before darting ahead, leaving Sewer to chase after her. Wait for me, Hermione. I meant no harm. Are you no longer afraid of the dark? But the young witch paid him no mind and ascended the stairs, disappearing swiftly amidst the astonished gazes of others. Why is she so easily embarrassed? Sewer shrugged, shaking his head with a sigh as he descended the stairs. The night passed in silence. On a new day, Sewer found Hermione in the library. Upon spotting him, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she huffed, gesturing towards a pile of books on the table. Types of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to hell. A guide to raising fire dragons. Hermione had already gathered the necessary materials and was merely awaiting Sewer's arrival. Thank you, Hermione. You are truly delightful, Sewer beamed, taking a seat amidst her piercing glare, and began to peruse the tomes. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation and began to write fervently. Having already squandered a day of her holiday, she needed to complete several assignments within the remaining 13 days. Although there are regulations against the raising of fire dragons, the literature on them is abundant and varied. Some books meticulously illustrated each type of dragon alongside their eggs. In the magical realm, the illustrations are animated, allowing Sewer to observe the dragon eggs from different perspectives. Oh, I found it, Sewer exclaimed, clapping the book in excitement, prompting Hermione to look up in curiosity. The dragon egg, I have located it. He flipped the book around, pointing to an image of a fearsome dragon, silently roaring, with a black dragon egg beneath it. Norwegian Ridgeback? Indeed. Saul was eagerly clutching the book as he rushed off to find Hagrid. Hey, aren't you going to do your homework? Hermione tugged at his sleeve. It's fine to do it on the last day, he replied before turning on his heel and sprinting away, having no intention of completing the assignment, opting instead to glean some insights from previous experiences in Muggle school. It is worth noting that this was a customary practice among the Hufflepuff Badgers, who preferred to exert their intellect on how to be lazy. In addition to the book he was holding, there was another titled Raising Dragons for Leisure and Profit, which contained extensive knowledge about hatching dragon eggs from scratch. Although the information might be outdated, providing Hagrid with some assistance should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 69, No Salvation. Awaiting death at times, adult female dragons may become incapable of caring for their eggs due to unforeseen circumstances. In such cases, we must consider how to proceed. Hagrid read aloud. The female dragon typically breathes on her eggs, which indicates that to successfully hatch a dragon egg, we must first create an appropriate environment that mimics what a female dragon would provide. Thus, placing it over a fire was indeed the correct approach. Hagrid patted his thigh, his beard bristling, and after a brief pause, one could expect to witness a hatching egg and a newly born dragonling. Female dragons do not nurse. They usually drain the blood from a prey item and then deposit the newborn dragon inside. Therefore, in this instance, we opt for fresh blood, preferably with a splash of brandy. As Hagrid read, he nodded in agreement, occasionally gesturing with his robust fingers as if taking notes. Saul observed him with an expression that was hard to describe. Surely, even during his school days, Hagrid had never been this earnest. One could only wonder how the professors who taught him would react to this scene. Their essay question, Hagrid, Saul interjected. The flames emitted by dragons must be anything but ordinary, right? Hagrid blinked in confusion, lifting his gaze from the book. Saul pointed to the passage Hagrid had just read. Look here, the dragon egg must undergo the breath of the dragon mother. Dragons are creatures of profound magical properties, and the flames they produce are certainly not mere fire, he explained patiently. This implies that the fire is either imbued with some magical characteristics or reaches extremely high temperatures. Ordinary flames only have the best temperature on the periphery. Placing it at the very center, as you have done, may not meet the necessary conditions for hatching. In other words, it might not hatch at all. What should we do then? Hagrid continued to blink in bewilderment. Magical flames should suffice, Sul sighed, continuing to advise. You might want to check Diagon Alley. They may have what you need. You're right. I shall go there at once. Hagrid readily agreed, swiftly rising to don his coat before departing the small wooden hut without a backward glance. Sewer was momentarily taken aback, letting out a deep sigh as he gazed longingly at the myriad of odds and ends that Hagrid had brought back from the Forbidden Forest. After casting one last glance at the dragon egg still roasting in the fire, he carefully closed the door and departed from the small hut. No one possessed a heart as vast as that of Rubeus Hagrid. With nothing pressing to attend to, he resolved to head to the library and diligently complete his assignments, hoping that Hermione had managed to finish at least one subject during this time, thus providing him with a reference. However, it was nearly lunchtime, so he decided to first enjoy a meal in the dining hall, allowing himself a brief respite before returning to his studies. He could let Hermione's quill dance across the parchment for a little while longer. In the library that afternoon, Harry and Ron were engrossed in their writing, though in reality, they were merely scratching with their quills on the parchment. The appearance of Sewer invigorated the two. Yet, Sewer seemed oblivious to their presence. After a few casual words, he whisked Hermione away, drew out his wand, and recited a spell, contentedly placing the parchment conjured by magic aside. Oh, how do you do? Harry. Ron and Harry were taken aback by Sewer's series of actions, nodding in astonishment. Sewer hummed a little tune as he produced a blank sheet of parchment and casually pulled Hermione's history of magic closer to begin transcribing. Although he couldn't quite recall what Professor Binns had assigned, it was likely just to elaborate on the content covered in the last lesson. Close enough. Besides, Professor Binns never really checked students' work, which was quite convenient. Hermione returned, clutching a thick tome, casting a suspicious glance at Sewer, who was diligently copying the text onto the parchment. After tossing the book beside him, she resumed her unfinished assignment. Ron observed the nonchalant Sewer, then glanced at Hermione, opening his mouth to speak, but hesitating. Time seemed to whisk by like a sudden gust of wind, disappearing without warning. The matter of the dragon egg in Hagrid's hut was eventually discovered by Ron and Harry, who had momentarily strayed from their studies to indulge in play. Upon returning to the library, they felt as though they had stumbled upon a momentous secret, eager to share, yet hesitant to voice their thoughts. Sewer, in a kind-hearted manner, sought to alleviate their concerns. It seems you've uncovered something. There's a dragon egg at Hagrid's. Isn't there? He observed the two young wizards, who wore expressions of distress. I've known about it for quite some time. You knew all along, Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide. If not for Ron having a brother who worked at a dragon sanctuary, he wouldn't have recognized it as a dragon egg. Not just me. Hermione is aware too. We saw it the day after Hagrid obtained it. Sewer shrugged. Harry glanced foolishly at Hermione, who appeared to share the sentiment that raising a dragon was rather thrilling. Sewer articulated what Harry and Ron found hard to believe in an unassuming tone. Instead of worrying about that, you might as well finish your assignments, Ron, Harry. Hermione shot Sewer a disapproving look and addressed Harry and Ron. If you haven't submitted your assignments by the end of the holiday, just imagine the expressions on Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape's faces, especially yours, Harry. You're right, Hermione. Harry envisioned the chilling words that would escape Snape's lips, each one colder than the depths of winter, if he failed to complete his assignment. A shiver coursed through him as he grasped the quill with determination. However, it was not long before he and his companions were once again murmuring conspiratorially, heads bent together. Sir and Hermione exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Resigned to the notion that there was no hope left, they might as well await their doom. Neville finally emerged from the dormitory, compelled to do so, as the professor's assignments were uniformly rigorous for all students. So, was it Malfoy who cast the freezing spell on you? Sir twirled the quill in his hand. I knew it had to be Malfoy, Ron exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with indignation. Madame Pants rapped sharply on the bookshelf, casting a frosty glare in their direction. Ron recoiled, muttering, I knew it was him. The Malfoys are notorious for such misdeeds. All of them are rotten to the core. If you cannot maintain silence in the library, I shall have to ask you to leave, Madame Pants warned, her eyes glinting with ire as she approached. Sorry, Madame Pants, Ron replied, his bravado wilting under her scrutiny. Awakening to a few low grades left him somewhat bewildered and disheartened. This book is my first, and I had assumed it would go unnoticed. Yet, to my surprise, many friends have expressed their appreciation for my writing, providing me with considerable motivation. The narrative is predetermined. To achieve originality, one must create anew. How does one articulate the essence of originality? In less refined terms, it resembles a moment of urgency when one finds themselves unable to express what is clearly on the tip of their tongue. Recently, I have faced considerable challenges, and it has been increasingly difficult. I share this not to elicit sympathy. There is much more I wish to convey, but I shall refrain. After all, I still have you all. Today, I offer 2 updates as the new year approaches, heralding another season of heightened activity. Please take care and stay safe. Happy New Year. Chapter 70. The hatching of the dragon during dinner. The group continued to rally in defense of Neville. Why don't you stand up for yourself, Neville? Hermione pressed. At that moment, if you had only shouted, someone would have come to your aid. Neville hung his head. I was too afraid. Then you will forever be bullied by Malfoy. Hermione's expression hardened. If you cannot mount a tangible resistance, then schoolyard bullying will persist indefinitely. Do you see Malfoy daring to pick on Sir? Sir, engrossed in his meal, interjected Meow. How could a snake possibly intimidate a badger? If riled, a badger can prepare a snake in countless culinary ways. For further reference, one might consider Marcus Flint, who has now taken on a rather unfortunate appearance. Under Hermione's watchful gaze, Sir swallowed a piece of meat and nodded. That is indeed the case, Neville. But I can't fight him, Neville admitted. His spirits dampened as he looked down. Even now, I struggle with the simplest spells. I am not as capable as you and Hermione. I have always felt I do not belong in Gryffindor. Do not say such things, Neville, Ron chimed in, his mouth full, a chicken leg in hand. Before the holiday, you performed admirably in that match, charging into battle against Malfoy and his cronies without a wand. This indicates that you possess a certain audacity. Seward nodded. He was nearby and well aware of the events from that day. You merely lack confidence in yourself. Malfoy is not truly formidable. You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys, Harry proclaimed with conviction. During the subsequent meal, Harry and Ron continuously offered Neville suggestions, such as trapping Malfoy in a sack and tossing him into the chamber guarded by a 3-headed dog. However, Neville neither shook his head nor nodded in agreement. As Seward departed from the Gryffindor table to return to his dormitory, he reflected and encouraged Neville. Be confident, Neville. If you wish to stand up for yourself, feel free to seek me out. I shall assist you. Nevertheless, for Neville, the most pressing matter at hand was to complete his arduous homework. Even though he did harbor a desire to cast a severe curse upon Malfoy under the influence of fervor. Alas, it was futile. Malfoy was whisked away by his father, the school governor, on the very second day of the holiday. Time quietly slipped away amidst the haze of homework. It was not until the first morning after the holiday that an owl delivered a letter to Seward, hastily inscribed with the words, "It's about to hatch." After his first history of magic class, Seward tossed his book to his roommate and, under Justin's puzzled gaze, boldly exited the classroom. "Professor, I believe I may have upset my stomach," he declared, employing a universally effective excuse. Hagrid greeted Seward with a beaming smile. The little hut was at last less stifling. Following Seward's suggestion, Hagrid had commissioned a large crate, indeed quite substantial. "Norbert told me he is very fond of his little abode and is quite lively," Hagrid shared. Norbert was the name Hagrid had given to the unborn dragon, and he had already embraced the role of a nurturing figure. With ample galleons at his disposal, Hagrid had purchased a plethora of items, including barrels of brandy and milk from unknown magical creatures. Although Seward was uncertain how Hagrid could ascertain the dragon's happiness from merely an egg, Hagrid's joy was infectious, so he let it be. The black egg, which should have been engulfed in flames, was instead placed on a cushion filled with feathers from various avian magical creatures. Seward recognized several of them, the feathers of a bird snake and a Hebridean black. The dragon egg trembled gently on the cushion, emitting faint cracking sounds as the existing fissures widened slightly. "Oh, come on, my darling," Hagrid urged, clasping his hands into a tight fist, anxiously fixated on the egg. Continually encouraging it, "Mama's right here." As time passed, the cracks on the egg's surface grew progressively larger. Just as it was about to hatch, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived. "Seward, when did you come here?" Ron inquired, bewildered. "Shoo." Seward intently watched the dragon egg, which had begun to shake vigorously just as Hagrid went to answer the door. It was on the verge of emerging. Harry and Ron hurried to join him, and the 5 of them crowded around the table, with Hagrid taking up a considerable amount of space. There was a series of delightful clicking sounds followed by a harsh scraping noise. The egg had cracked open. So this is what a dragon looks like. Sir had no words to adequately describe the peculiar little creature that had just emerged from its shell, floundering on the table. Its body was slick with mucus, a deep, inky black, with several protrusions that could not be definitively identified as horns or something else, standing erect towards the heavens. If one were to draw a precise comparison, it would be akin to a battered black umbrella, ravaged by a tempest, still dripping with water and crumpled. The four young wizards exchanged glances, each wearing an unmistakable expression of disdain. Yet, regardless of Sir and Hermione's opinions, Hagrid clearly held a different aesthetic, exclaiming, "By Merlin's trousers, it's truly magnificent." His eyes brimmed with gentle affection as he murmured, "Go on, eat the eggshell, my little darling. Fill your belly and grow quickly. You might not live to see it grow up, Hagrid," Hermione remarked solemnly. "In just a week, it could grow significantly, and in a month, it might outgrow your house." However, Hagrid seemed oblivious to her concerns, gently stroking the dragon's head with his robust fingers. "Oh, look," he exclaimed with delight as the creature bit his finger. "It recognizes me. It knows I'm its mother. Oh, you precious little thing." Suddenly, Harry turned pale, leaping towards the window. Without needing to ask, Sir understood the cause. Malfoy had stealthily followed Harry to the hut and was now privy to everything inside. Indeed, it was Malfoy. Harry returned with a grave expression. This outcome was hardly unexpected, given Ron and the others' loud scheming. Sir even doubted whether anyone besides Malfoy possessed adequate hearing. Hagrid went to prepare food for his little dragon, while the three young wizards engaged in an intense discussion, unanimously agreeing that, after being discovered by Malfoy, sending away the dragon had become an imperative necessity. Sir chose not to participate in their debate. Instead, he picked up a fallen stick and brought it close to the dragon. With a crack, the stick broke under pressure. Astonishingly, the newborn dragon exhibited such impressive biting strength. Curious to test the dragon's jaws further, Sir's eyes alighted upon an item on Hagrid's bedside table. Of course, rock cakes. Which is harder, a newborn dragon or a rock cake? The outcome of the young wizard's discussion emerged, narrated by Hermione, while the other two nodded in agreement, supporting her. They began to persuade Hagrid. Yet, how could a motherly figure so enraptured with the baby listen to their arguments? Chapter 71. Farewell, Norbert. In the following week, Sir rarely spotted Hermione and the others in the library. It was evident they had devoted their spare time to Hagrid's hut. Since the dragon's birth, Sir had visited infrequently, primarily due to his recent busyness. The reason was straightforward. Professor McGonagall had discovered his borrowing of assignments. He had to assure her that he would handle his own work henceforth, in addition to resubmitting an assignment to avert further repercussions. Thus, the task of making up the assignment was completed in Professor McGonagall's office. However, Professor McGonagall was not so ruthless as to deprive Sewer of his meals. Thus, mealtime became an opportunity for Sewer to receive updates on the latest developments concerning Norbert, perhaps due to the change in hatching methods and the nutritious diet. Norbert was growing at an astonishing rate, occasionally roaring towards the heavens. Had it not been for Hagrid's residence being quite distant from the castle, he would have been discovered long ago. Hermione remarked that there was no need for concern, as Norbert would soon be relocating. They decided to have Ron write a letter to Charlie. Harry interjected, referring to his brother who was raising dragons in Romania. He might assist in finding Norbert a new home. A week passed, and Sewer found himself even busier. As the affable Professor Flitwick had noticed peculiarities in the paper he had submitted, Sewer strongly suspected that Professor McGonagall had informed Flitwick. On Thursday, as Sewer walked past the Gryffindor table, he noticed Ron's hand was wrapped in cloth. "What happened to your hand?" "Bitten by Norbert," Ron replied. His gaze lowered and tone casual, while his other hand continuously spread raspberry jam on a slice of bread. "It's nothing. Neville planted a few white flowers in the dormitory, and I mashed them up to apply on it. It's worked quite well. The bleeding isn't severe anymore. I must advise you, Ron, you should go to Madame Pomfrey immediately," Sewer insisted with a serious demeanor, "if you wish to avoid losing your hand or, heaven forbid, your life." "Is it really that serious?" "I feel fine right now," Ron said, stuffing a jam-covered piece of bread into his mouth, mumbling as he peeled back the cloth covering his wound. "Look," he said, revealing a greenish wound topped with darkened, decaying leaves, a neat row of teeth marks prominently swollen. "You ought to take a look for yourself," Sewer reminded him. "Huh. Ron glanced down and immediately realized something was amiss. What is going on? Moments later, Harry and Hermione arrived. They spotted Sewer at the Gryffindor table, but did not see Ron. Good morning, Sewer. Have you seen Ron? Harry inquired. He was missing when I got up just now. He has gone to Madame Pomfrey. The Norwegian Ridgeback's teeth are venomous, so you two should exercise caution, Sewer cautioned. Harry, abandoning his meal, hurriedly turned and exited the hall. Why haven't you visited Hagrid recently? Hermione asked, taking a seat beside Sewer and grabbing a slice of bread with curiosity. I've been kept back by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Sewer sighed. I might be stuck here until the final exams. Isn't that a good thing? One-on-one lessons with the professors are privileges that few can enjoy, Hermione remarked enviously, spreading jam on her bread. Sewer sighed melancholically. He couldn't very well admit he was merely catching up on assignments. Have you received a reply from Charlie? We got one yesterday, Hermione nodded, her tone brightening. We can say goodbye to Norbert this Saturday at midnight. Do you need my assistance? I expect to remain in Professor McGonagall's office until curfew. Saul blinked. That would be splendid. Time vanished like the parchment Saul had inscribed, each sheet disappearing one after another. Saturday arrived swiftly. You may return to rest now, Mr. Burns, Professor McGonagall said softly from behind her desk. Very well, Professor. Saul gathered the parchment in his hands and set them neatly aside. Completing assignments was indeed a laborious task, yet it was not without its rewards. After finishing her daily corrections and administrative duties, Professor McGonagall would impart a wealth of knowledge regarding the theory of transfiguration to Saul, of course, ensuring that he had a firm grasp of the material at his current level of study. Upon Saul's departure from the castle and his arrival at Hagrid's hut, he found Harry and Hermione perplexedly confronting a large crate, while Hagrid muttered something on the side. You're just in time, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Help us think of a way to transport this crate containing Norbert to the astronomy tower. Saul cast a quizzical glance at Hermione and, with a hint of irritation, tapped her on the head. Are you not a witch? Use the levitation charm. Do you think I hadn't thought of that? Hermione retorted, swatting Saul's arm away. We need to be under Harry's invisibility cloak, and Harry's cloak isn't long enough. If the crate floats too high, we'll be exposed. Then use the weight reduction charm. What is the weight reduction charm? A question mark seemed to materialize above Hermione's head. Have we learned that spell? Oh, I forgot. It was mentioned in my discussion with the professor about how wizards constructed the pyramids, Saul said, tapping his head. It's quite simple. It operates on principles similar to the levitation charm, but instead of making objects float, it temporarily alleviates the weight of a heavy object. I think we better hurry. Harry interrupted Saul anxiously. Norbert seems to be waking up. Moments later, the three of them, carrying the now lightweight crate under the influence of the charm, stealthily navigated down the marble steps of the entrance hall, traversed a pitch-black corridor, and ascended the astronomy tower, floor by floor. An incident occurred that left them breathless and silent. It was Malfoy, being escorted down a torchlit corridor by Professor McGonagall, who had a firm grip on his ear. Fortunately, aside from this occurrence, no other unexpected events transpired. They encountered no elusive Peeves, and they successfully delivered Norbert to the empty platform atop the tower. Harry was elated, not only because Norbert was about to be sent away, but also due to Malfoy finally facing consequences for his actions. After waiting in the frigid air for 10 minutes, four broomsticks descended from the heavens, arriving to collect Norbert. At last, Norbert departed, drawn away by several ropes, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 72. The Forbidden Forest Adventure Fortune capped off this nocturnal escapade for Saul and his companions. In a moment of triumph, Harry did not realize until they had descended the staircase that he had left the invisibility cloak atop the astronomy tower. As fate would have it, Filch appeared most opportunely before the trio. 2 hours after departing from Professor McGonagall's office, Sir returned, bearing the brunt of her volcanic wrath alongside a pale-faced Hermione. I can hardly believe it. She trembled, her lips quivering. It is already 1 o'clock, and you are still loitering in the castle. I believe I fully comprehend the situation. You concocted a feeble lie about a dragon to lure Draco Malfoy from his bed, leading to his unfortunate capture by me. Ironically, Sir Bones, I had thought you a well-behaved child, much like Miss Granger. Surely, you did not fall for such a ludicrous tale spun by Mr. Potter and his companions? A knock interrupted her tirade, and with pursed lips, Professor McGonagall approached the door and opened it. Pardon the intrusion, Professor McGonagall, but I have apprehended another young wizard, Filch announced, shoving a person into the office. Neville? Harry exclaimed. Harry, I heard Malfoy say he was coming to get you. Neville urgently replied, only to be interrupted by McGonagall. Excellent, excellent, Mr. Longbottom, she said with a sardonic smile, another student ensnared by your pitiful lies. I trust you find this amusing. Do you not? I have never heard of such a phenomenon. 5 students awake throughout the night. You are all to be confined. Yes, including you, Mr. Sir Bones. Regardless of the circumstances, you have no right to roam the castle at such an hour. It is perilous. Hufflepuff will lose 50 points for this. Furthermore, McGonagall closed her eyes, appearing deeply pained. Gryffindor will also lose 50 points. Each and every one of you. The following day, many students instinctively rubbed their eyes as they passed the points hourglass. Gryffindor, which had briefly surged to first place due to 2 Quidditch victories, plummeted to 4th overnight. The little lions could not help but emit squeals of disbelief. What happened? Where are my points? The new standings were as follows: Ravenclaw 1st, Hufflepuff 2nd, Slytherin 3rd, and Gryffindor 4th. Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup this year, which had seemed promising, were now obliterated due to the actions of Harry and the others, resulting in a decidedly unfavorable shift in the attitudes of many little lions towards Harry. The Badgers, however, were indifferent. After all, Slytherin could never hope to claim the House Cup this year. For the Eagles, it was an unexpected delight. It will be all right, Hermione. Everyone will soon forget about this. Sir reassured the despondent girl. Look at me. I just cost Hufflepuff 50 points, and nothing dire happened. Ron, back from his recovery, added that his brother had been deducting points from Gryffindor since his enrollment, yet everyone still liked them. However, they had never before lost 150 points all at once. Harry was deeply sorrowful, vowing to never meddle again. To hell with Professor Quirrell. Yes, and let Professor Snape go to hell as well. At long last, the impending year-end examinations provided a welcome distraction, alleviating their discomfort. Hermione meticulously devised a series of study plans, and they diligently immersed themselves in their studies at the library each day, with undivided focus. All but the academically gifted Hermione made remarkable progress. The once daunting tasks of memorizing intricate potion recipes, significant magical inventions, and the dates of goblin rebellions were swiftly conquered. But what of our protagonist, Sewer? He was still in the professor's office completing assignments. Professor McGonagall paused her quill, addressing Sewer, who had just finished his final task and was preparing to leave. Mr. Bones, please inform Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Miss Longbottom that their detention will commence at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. You will find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Very well, Professor, Sewer nodded. Time, like Merlin's undergarments, seemed to change incessantly. Oh dear, are we truly to spend the night in the Forbidden Forest? Harry's gaze drifted towards the darkened woods, his expression turning grim. We can't go in there at midnight. My grandmother warned me that anything could be lurking within. Neville's voice trembled slightly. Werewolves? Draco's footsteps faltered, his complexion paling. Indeed, Draco is one of the unfortunate little wizards facing detention as well. You have only yourselves to blame, haven't you? Filch, holding a lantern, spoke ominously. When you stir up trouble, you ought to consider the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, shouldn't you? I sincerely hope that by the time I return to collect you, you have not already become fodder. Sewer, trailing behind, heard Neville stifle a sob and turned to glance at Hermione, whose visage had turned a ghostly white. In his mind, Sewer cursed Filch's ancestors 1,000 times, reaching out to grasp Hermione's icy hand, hoping to assuage her fears. He did not harbor such dread for the Forbidden Forest. Rather, during his visits to Hagrid's hut, Hagrid had often regaled him with tales of its inhabitants. It was home to many delightful creatures. As long as one avoided dangerous areas or deliberately exposed themselves, it was not so terrifying. Of course, refraining from entering was the safest option. The prospect of entering the Forbidden Forest was indeed disheartening, yet the silver lining was that they would not have to venture in alone. Hagrid arrived, accompanied by his enormous dog. Time's up. I've been waiting for half an hour. How are you, Harry? Sewer? You shouldn't be so accommodating towards them, Filch grumbled. They are here to receive punishment. A quarrel ensued between Filch and Hagrid, evidently prompted by Filch's earlier threats. I shall return at dawn to collect their remains. With that final remark, Filch swaggered off into the darkness, lantern in hand. Such was the lot of a servant. As the time approached for their entry into the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy exhibited a palpable sense of fear, his voice laced with trepidation. This was an affair unbecoming of students. I had thought our only obligation was to thank the inspectors. If my father were to discover my involvement in this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Clearly, if you do not venture in, you may pack your belongings and return to your estate by tomorrow, Hagrid retorted brusquely. If your father truly wishes for you to be expelled from Hogwarts. Malfoy stood frozen, his complexion ashen. It was evident he preferred to remain at Hogwarts. The mere thought of expulsion due to this incident was enough to invoke dread of his father's wrath. Look at Malfoy, he is terrified. Do not worry, Neville. With Hagrid here, we are quite safe, Sully softly reassured Neville from behind. At that moment, Hagrid raised the lantern he held, directing their attention to a narrow path that gradually faded into the dark thicket of the forest. They were finally about to enter the Forbidden Forest. I was rather busy this morning and only just became available. My apologies for the tardiness, he added. In this chapter, a unicorn appeared to have been attacked, with silvery blood splattered upon the trees and shrubs flanking the path. Hagrid informed them that their task for the night was to locate it as best as they could. Harry, Hermione, and Sully followed Hagrid, while Neville and Malfoy were guided by Yaya down a different path, splitting into two groups due to the abundance and extensive spread of the bloodstains. The pitch-black Forbidden Forest was eerily silent, devoid even of the chirping of insects. They encountered a centaur in a clearing, and it was Sully's first encounter with such a creature. Indeed, it was just as described in the books. Hagrid inquired about the injured unicorn, yet the centaur merely gazed at the sky and then lowered its head to utter, "Mars shines brightly tonight." Regardless of Hagrid's probing questions, the centaur seemed only capable of repeating that singular phrase. Centaurs are indeed enigmatic beings. Eventually, Hagrid appeared somewhat vexed. The centaur's riddles were a torment to him, and they resolved to continue their search independently. An incident occurred that greatly irritated Hagrid. Malfoy, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, stealthily hid behind Neville and then unexpectedly embraced him, startling Neville into releasing a burst of red sparks from his wand. In a fit of exasperation, Hagrid rearranged their group. Sully, Hermione, and Malfoy formed one team, still under Yaya's lead, while Neville and Harry remained with Hagrid as they ventured deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. As they approached the forest's depths, the trees grew denser, and the bloodstains became increasingly abundant. Suddenly, Hermione grasped Sully's arm. Not far away, a luminous white form lay in a clearing, shimmering under the moonlight. It was the unicorn, though it appeared lifeless. Just as they prepared to approach for a closer inspection, a rustling sound from another direction halted their steps. 3 young wizards, accompanied by a dog, stood frozen in place, observing a rustling figure advancing towards the motionless unicorn like a wild beast. Suddenly, the sound of gurgling swallows reached their ears. Some sort of plant, Sewer cursed inwardly, gesturing urgently to Hermione and Malfoy with one hand while quietly retreating. However, fate had other plans. Ah! Malfoy screamed like a startled groundhog and turned to flee. Damn it! Run! Sewer decisively spun around, seizing Hermione's hand and sprinting away. As for why he didn't turn back and retaliate with his wand, it was a foolish thought. After all, it was Voldemort. While others may have been oblivious, Sewer was all too aware. He had believed he would never encounter such a horror. Yet the goddess of fate seemed to play a cruel joke, allowing him to face what Harry had evaded. Sewer had no idea how long he had been running with Hermione. The dense branches whipped against him painfully. Suddenly, a force from behind compelled Sewer to halt. Hermione stumbled and fell. She bit her lip, struggling to rise and continue, but the shadow had already closed in. It was too late. Gritting his teeth, Sewer positioned himself in front of Hermione, drawing his wand. If I survive this and return to the castle, I will make that damned Malfoy experience the horrors of a neglected restroom. Merlin, grant me your protection. Fragments of magic erupted. Thunderous explosions. With fervor, regardless of their efficacy, Sewer unleashed every spell he had learned. Vivid beams of magical energy shot towards the cloaked figure, but all was in vain. It, or rather, he, gracefully swayed side to side, evading every curse, silently raising a pale, bony hand under the moonlight. It was hopeless. Sewer watched its movements in despair, struggling to harness the tumultuous magic within him. Was he truly to perish here? Forgive me, dear angel, I cannot return to you. Forgive me, Hermione, I cannot marry you. As the specter of death loomed, memories flickered through Sewer's mind like a carousel. Indeed, Hogwarts was the most perilous place of all. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed deep within the forest, accompanied by a voice cutting through the air. An ominous green light flashed through the thicket. It was too swift. Sewer barely managed to raise his wand in front of his chest. Awake, are you? A haunting voice roused him from his stupor. Seward blinked in confusion, turning towards the source of the sound. It quickly dawned on him where he was. Indeed, it had been a long time, Ariana. Seward managed a bittersweet smile. Have you died? Ariana asked, tilting her head as she sat on a stone bench beside the path. Seward pushed himself up with one hand, brushing off non-existent dust, and sat beside Ariana. This time, it seemed he was truly destined to meet Merlin. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Ariana remained silent, turning her head slightly to caress the drooping white branches, softly humming a tune as though to soothe Seward's troubled spirit. Well, it is not surprising. Death is an inevitable part of life. I am merely a first-year wizard, and it is quite normal that I could not escape Voldemort's grasp. I hope my family and friends do not mourn my loss for too long. After all, he has already met death once before. Who is Voldemort? Ariana inquired. Is he the one who killed you? Yes, Seward replied with a faint smile. He is a truly malevolent villain. All right, Ariana nodded. I have not heard of him. I must have been gone for quite some time. What is it like to study at Hogwarts? My two brothers seldom share tales of the place. Could you enlighten me? Of course, Seward said, bowing his head in contemplation. Hogwarts is a magnificent institution. Initially, we travel by train to Hogwarts. Then we cross a vast lake in small boats. Professor McGonagall oversees our sorting ceremony. Oh, Professor McGonagall is a wonderful witch, immensely powerful, and serves as the deputy headmistress. Our acceptance letters were delivered by her via owl. Though she often appears stern and intimidating, she possesses a warm heart. The sorting hat placed me in Hufflepuff. The dormitory beds are large, soft, and warm. And the meals in the Great Hall are delectable. Everyone there is exceptionally kind, and their voices are delightful. How lovely, Ariana remarked, listening intently to Seward's tales of his first-year experiences. But what about you? I have not yet asked why you are here. Seward gazed at Ariana curiously. Of course, if it pains you, you need not share. There is nothing to hide, Ariana replied, shaking her head. I have been gone for quite some time. My two brothers, during a holiday visit home, had a quarrel with a handsome neighbor who seems to be a friend of Albus. Wait, Seward sat up straight. If I heard correctly, you just mentioned Albus? Yes, Ariana tilted her head. I have two brothers. One is named Albus and the other Aberforth. They both love me dearly. Seward was taken aback. Stammering, the current headmaster of Hogwarts is named Albus. Albus Dumbledore. Oh right, Ariana laughed lightly. I seem to recall that I also possess a surname, Dumbledore. Seward gulped. Could the headmaster of Hogwarts possibly be your brother? Perhaps, though I have not seen him in ages. Ariana tilted her head, smiling gently. But that is not significant now, is it? Indeed, it is not, Seward sighed. For after all, I have already passed away. Chapter 74, Awakening. Knock, knock. Come in. Miss Granger? In the principal's office on the 8th floor of the castle, Albus Dumbledore, with a weariness etched upon his brow, sat before his grand desk. His gaze still gentle as he regarded Hermione, who stood before him. Headmaster, Hermione stammered, her lips trembling. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip, seemingly summoning her courage. I heard from Harry that the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed by you. Is that true? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly, pausing before responding. Before we discuss whether the stone has indeed met its end, Miss Granger, may I inquire what you intended to do with it? Any form of communication is invariably daunting, especially when it comes to taking that initial step. If it has not been destroyed, Hermione continued, I wish to use it to save Saul. She elaborated. I have heard that the Philosopher's Stone possesses the power of immortality. Could it not also be utilized to awaken Saul? She lamented, that day in the Forbidden Forest. Had I not stumbled, we might have evaded capture, and Saul would not be in this predicament. Hermione's face betrayed her sorrow and exhaustion. If the stone is still intact, might we attempt to use it? I implore you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Do not blame yourself, my dear. Dumbledore's voice was exceptionally gentle. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. However, I regret to inform you that the Philosopher's Stone has indeed been destroyed. It was a pact I made with Nicholas Flamel. Mr. Bones is not beyond hope. He merely lies in a coma. Trust us, dear child. We will devise a means to rouse him, though it may require some time. Very well. Your friends must be awaiting your return. Gryffindor has not won the House Cup in many years. It is a significant achievement. Yet Hermione, feeling despondent, nodded and turned to leave the office. Watching her retreating figure, Dumbledore sighed softly, rubbing his temples before retrieving a small cloth pouch from a drawer in his desk. With a mere thought, the pouch unfurled layer by layer, revealing a somewhat dim red, irregular gem at its center, the Philosopher's Stone, which he had not truly destroyed. Is it truly effective? He murmured, contemplating the implications. If it were, so many would not have perished under the unforgivable curse. Yet he pondered, why did this child seek it? Dumbledore found himself perplexed. He had subsequently collaborated with several other professors to examine the curse that had left Sol in his current state. Undeniably, it was the killing curse. Although it had been weakened for certain reasons, it was not something a first-year student could withstand. The scene shifted to the infirmary on the second floor of the castle, where Hermione had pleaded with Madame Pomfrey for permission to enter the hospital ward. The room was stark and quiet, save for a single bed aglow with a warm yellow light, surrounded by cabinets brimming with various sweets and flowers, most left by visitors. Hermione dragged her feet to the bedside, sitting down, her eyes fixated on Sol's slumbering face. She continued to watch, her vision blurred by tears. When will you awaken? She whispered, tears cascading down her cheeks. Do you know? It appears that we have long misunderstood Professor Snape. He has been striving to protect the Philosopher's Stone, while it was actually Professor Quirrell who sought to steal it. Hermione, in her characteristic manner, recounted recent events to Sewer, her voice tinged with urgency. Tears fell, one by one, onto Sewer's hand, creating a poignant scene. If Angel sees you crying like this, she will blame me for bullying her sister Hermione. A voice, laced with amusement, chimed in. Not at all, Hermione instinctively retorted, only to realize something was amiss. The voice sounded so familiar. Wipe your tears. You've turned into a little kitten. You can cry once I'm truly gone, the voice continued. Hermione stared, wide-eyed, as a hand brushed her face. Sewer? What is happening? Sewer smiled gently, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the tear-streaked girl before him. Am I dreaming? Hermione murmured, lost in disbelief. Oh dear, she gasped, feeling a sharp sting in her cheek that confirmed her reality. Sewer withdrew his hand. If it hurts, then it's not a dream. Hermione shook her head in astonishment. And in the next moment, she cried out and leapt onto the bed. Hey, don't wipe your nose on my blanket. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a frustrated Professor Pomfrey appeared at the door. What is going on? Patients need peace and quiet. You're awake. Goodness. When Hermione departed, a small bubble of mucus still clung to her nose, having been shooed away by Madame Pomfrey, who needed to conduct a thorough examination of Sewer. The patient, having been unconscious for over 10 days, had awakened without any indication, a miracle in the realm of magical medicine. How peculiar, truly extraordinary. By Merlin's grace, you appear completely unharmed. Despite such a prolonged period without food or drink, your vitality remains intact. Mr. Bournes, do you feel any unusual sensations? No, madam. I feel perfectly well, Sewer replied, shaking his head and glancing at Dumbledore, who had just arrived at the bedside. Very well, Poppy, Dumbledore said, stepping forward. May I have a word with Mr. Bournes? Madame Pomfrey shot Dumbledore an exasperated look before gently posing one last question to Sewer and then muttering her way out of the room. The patient needs rest. You have only 15 minutes, Dumbledore. The room fell silent once more as Sewer observed Dumbledore. Thoughts of the stories Ariana had shared in that strange space swirling in his mind. He could not ascertain if the Albus Dumbledore before him was indeed the brother Ariana had spoken of. Forgive Sewer. He struggled to remember details beyond the general plot, as his past life was a distant memory from over a decade ago. Perhaps only when he encountered the events in reality would the relevant memories resurface. How do you feel, Mr. Bournes? Dumbledore inquired, taking a seat on the chair beside the bed with a warm smile. Not bad, Professor, Sewer replied, nodding. You know, Dumbledore continued, unwrapping a piece of candy, savoring its sweetness. Very few survive beneath that dark magic. You are indeed a fortunate child. I am curious to know what transpired on that fateful day. I am uncertain, Professor. Sir shook his head, stating that he barely had time to raise his wand. Dumbledore blinked his cerulean eyes and remarked, to be candid, I am quite astonished that I learned of that day's events from the Centaur. Few dare to raise their wands in his presence. He is not terrifying, is he? Sir also blinked. You seem to possess considerable knowledge, Mr. Bones. Dumbledore chuckled, expressing his delight that in the face of the malevolent deeds committed by that individual, you did not cower. Indeed, he is not fearsome. Sir blinked again, remaining silent. Here, take this, Mr. Bones. Dumbledore retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket. But do not disclose this to anyone. What is it? Sir accepted the pouch, hesitating to open it. It is something that many desire. I promised a friend that I would destroy it at some point, yet I may have to break that promise. Haha. Well, I hear Boppy's footsteps approaching. Dumbledore rose, noting that time was of the essence. Remember to consult your professors after your discharge to make up for your final exams. Otherwise, you may find yourself repeating your first year. Some rules cannot be bent, even by the headmaster. Wishing you a pleasant summer, Mr. Bones. Today was somewhat eventful, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 75. The beginning of summer vacation. Despite her reluctance to part with Sir, the ever-burdened Madame Pomfrey had to release him from the infirmary. Ever since news of Sir's awakening spread, a myriad of young wizards visited him daily. Heaven knows where this first-year badger found so many friends. One girl who lingered from dawn until bedtime could be excused. After all, companionship is beneficial to a patient's well-being. Although Madame Pomfrey was somewhat astonished by the precociousness of first-year students, as long as it did not interfere with her examinations, she held no objections. However, what truly vexed Madame Pomfrey was the visit from one of the youngest Weasleys, who brought along a chicken leg to cheer up the patient. In any case, Sir was discharged. The first order of business was to visit each professor's office to complete his final examinations. The potion exam required the preparation of a forgetfulness potion. Despite feeling severe as Snape's breath on the back of his neck throughout the assessment, Sir submitted a flawless paper. The practical examination in Transfiguration was even more straightforward, requiring the transformation of a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. This posed no challenge for Sir, who had already mastered the transformation spells taught to upperclassmen. Upon inscribing the answer to the final question regarding the inventor of the self-stirring cauldron with his quill, Sir's solitary final examination came to an end. Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the holiday in 2 days. However, there was one last matter. You. Who are you? Who are you really? My father is a school governor. After a considerable time, in the great hall on the first floor, Ron burst into laughter, pounding the table. Have you all heard? I am nearly dying from laughter. It remains a mystery who ensnared Malfoy, binding him and stowing him away in the lavatory's toilet. Now, the entire Slytherin house is in an uproar, with many searching for the perpetrator. Although I too am unaware of the culprit's identity, I must say, splendidly executed. Harry cast a peculiar glance at Sewer, for earlier that afternoon, Sewer had borrowed his invisibility cloak, and thus this incident transpired. The identity of the miscreant is now glaringly evident. Unfazed, Sewer casually picked up an apple from the table and took a bite, disregarding Harry's penetrating gaze. It was you, wasn't it? Hermione observed Harry's expression and quietly inquired. Sewer remained silent, yet Hermione seemed to have gleaned the answer. Well done, she remarked. As summer vacation commenced, Sewer sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a book, while Hermione stared incredulously at the parchment in her hand. A moment ago, an owl had delivered a letter containing Sewer's final grades. Hermione perused it repeatedly, ultimately succumbing to disbelief. How can your scores be higher than mine? Isn't that rather customary? Sewer arched an eyebrow. It is not. Hermione exclaimed sharply. In History of Magic, I received the same score, and in Charms as well. Oh, I see, potions. How on earth did Snape grant you a passing mark? This is utterly unjust. Snape always has it in for us Gryffindors. Isn't that rather typical? Sewer blinked innocently. This is so unfair. Hermione, enraged, flung the letter onto the sofa and lunged at Sewer. Hey, don't strike me. Sewer yelped. Just then, the door swung open, and Mrs. Ellison stood agape at the scene before her. Following closely behind her was Angel, covering her eyes. Though the gap between her fingers was ample enough for her pale blue eyes to peek through, rolling curiously. The night at number 4, Privet Drive was anything but tranquil, primarily due to the spine-chilling shrieks emanating from Harry's room at ungodly hours. Thump, thump, thump. In his pajamas, Mr. Dursley pounded on the bedroom door, his crimson face betraying his displeasure. Indeed, who would be in good spirits after being roused from a sound slumber by such eerie sounds? Creaking, the bedroom door opened slightly, revealing a figure behind glasses. This is the 3rd time this week. Mr. Dursley kicked the door with force, the chain securing it straining under pressure as he bellowed at the shadow behind the door. If you cannot control that blasted owl, I assure you, I will take a shotgun to it. It's just restless, Harry explained. It's used to flying outside. If I could let it out at night. Do you take me for a fool? Mr. Dursley kicked the door again, the poor wood protesting with a dreadful sound as dust cascaded down. I know the consequences of releasing an owl. I guarantee Hedwig will not cause any trouble. Harry attempted to argue. Dream on. Mr. Dursley growled in a low voice. I warn you once more, Potter, take care of your owl. Crash. Bang. Mr. Dursley intended to continue his threats, but a loud noise erupted from the adjacent bedroom, where something had struck the wall and then tumbled to the floor. It was the room of his precious son, Dudley. Instantly, Mr. Dursley quelled his booming voice, leaning toward the gap, his eyes fixed intently on Harry. Either find a way to silence it, or let it be gone, he whispered sharply, before wobbling away. The door clicked shut, and Harry sighed. Inching toward the cage that contained his owl, he removed the latch. He could not release Hedwig outside, so he would have to allow her the scant freedom of fluttering around the confined space. The last time he had let Hedwig out, Mr. Dursley had nearly shot her with a hunting rifle, had it not been for Harry's spell to threaten the bird. Hedwig, clearly dissatisfied with her limited freedom, flapped her wings and soared to Harry's side, giving him a few gentle thumps, before perching beside the only piece of furniture in the room, a table with a missing leg, her round eyes fixed on him. I'm sorry, Hedwig. I will find a way for you to fly around outside, Harry reassured her. Just as he had felt when parting from his friends, he was indeed enduring a dismal existence at the Dursleys. He longed for Hogwarts Castle, for the classes within its walls, and for his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others. Days of summer had slipped by, yet Harry felt as though he had been forgotten by them. Why haven't you written to me yet? Chapter 76. The Dursleys of Privet Drive. Time passed quietly, and Merlin's beard seemed to change with each day. On this particular morning, Harry awoke and wished himself a happy birthday, then descended the stairs dressed in mismatched pajamas. At the breakfast table, he received unexpected news. He was to leave with the Dursleys, marking his first venture outside this wretched place since the beginning of the holiday. Do we really have to take this freak along? Dudley grumbled, his face contorted in displeasure. Oh dear, Mrs. Dursley replied as she piled Dudley's plate high with fried bacon. Didn't we agree? Your father and I are genuinely concerned. We do not wish to return to find our house gone. Harry's heart leaped at these words. Within mere seconds, he envisioned himself alone at home, perhaps indulging in his Firebolt 2000, or flipping through his favorite spellbooks. Oh, how he had never realized how delightful they could be at school. I won't, Harry interjected immediately. I will stay quietly at home and want to use magic on the house. Be quiet. Mr. Dursley barked angrily. Such words are not permitted in our home. What do you mean, just? Mr. Dursley slammed his hand on the table, spittle flying onto Harry's plate. If it weren't for Mrs. Figg being in the hospital, I would never allow you to go. You shan't set foot outside this house. Furthermore, I must caution you that I cannot abide your mention of your peculiar abilities within my abode. Very well, Harry replied. Mr. Dursley, fuming like a short-winded rhinoceros, eventually composed himself and turned to his wife and child, inquiring, My dear, have you brought your formal attire? Mrs. Dursley shook her head. You see, the destination we are soon to visit is the residence of a distinguished family, renowned for their impeccable manners. Securing this opportunity to visit their home has been a considerable feat. Should I succeed in closing this deal, we may then contemplate our future travels. Of course, father. I have already devised a plan, Dudley interjected, placing his fork down and clearing his throat. I shall courteously approach the door, and with the etiquette I have learned at Mistletoe Academy, I will respectfully greet them, like this. Dudley leapt from the table, took Mrs. Dursley's hand, and proclaimed, Good afternoon, Mrs. Ellison. It is quite presumptuous of me to intrude, yet you are remarkably youthful and lovely. Harry could not stifle a chuckle, causing him to spray bits of bread across the table, and he coughed several times, doubting whether they would be shown the door due to Dudley's antics. Mr. Dursley shot Harry a furious glare before lavishing praise upon his darling son. Splendid, Dudley. He clapped gently, then furrowed his brow. I recall that they have a son and a daughter. I have prepared gifts for them. Mrs. Dursley sniffed and remarked, I believe no girl would refuse a complete set of princess dolls, and as for Master Ellison's gift, I purchased a fountain pen. At this, Mrs. Dursley frowned, a flicker of concern crossing her face. It cost £600. You are exceedingly thoughtful, Mr. Dursley nodded in satisfaction. Let me tell you, £600 is a pittance. If I secure this contract, I stand to earn many times that amount. This may very well be the most significant deal of my career. Now, Potter, Mr. Dursley turned, glaring at Harry, I expect you to remain utterly silent throughout this visit. Not a single word shall escape your lips. You will be as mute as a statue, understood? Harry pursed his lips and nodded. If you jeopardize this visit, Mr. Dursley's voice dripped with menace, He waited for Harry's nod before appearing satisfied and shoving a piece of bread into his mouth. Now, let us prepare some compliments for the dinner table. Petunia, do you have any suggestions? Mrs. Dursley pondered for a moment. Mr. Ellison, Vernon and I were discussing how superbly you play golf. Mrs. Ellison, might you share where you purchased that exquisite dress? It suits you so wonderfully, or rather, it hardly does justice to your elegant demeanor. Splendid. Mr. Dursley nodded in delight. Dudley, what about you? Might I suggest saying that our teacher at Mistletoe instructed us to write about our most admired individual, and I chose you? Dudley beamed. Harry hid his head beneath the table, striving to suppress the upward curl of his lips, fearful that his amusement would be noticed. After a prolonged rehearsal, Mr. Dursley finally clapped his hands with satisfaction. Now let us set off. First, we shall drive to fetch your costumes, and then we will proceed to that family's residence. Their home is situated in a suburb of London, rather far away. Mr. Dursley cast a fierce glare at Harry. You had better remain silent throughout the entirety of this visit, Potter. Understand. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were busy preparing for their impending visit. Early that morning, Saul learned from Mr. Ellison that a family was soon to arrive. Thus, Saul persuaded Angel to assist him in tidying up everything related to Hogwarts, while also cleaning up the mess that Angel had created in their home. This was merely a matter of basic courtesy, and besides, it wouldn't do to have items from the magical realm exposed to outsiders. However, there was not much to tidy up, just a few spellbooks and Angel's favorite animated animal-shaped biscuits, along with chocolate frogs that would leap out upon opening the box. Despite Mrs. Ellison's repeated admonitions against Angel consuming more sweets, Saul still bought her a large assortment of candies on the way back. For it was Easter, and the little girl had expressed her discontent in several letters. On the day Hermione and Saul were at home, Angel had accompanied Hermione to the Granger family's dental clinic. It is worth mentioning the aftermath of that day. After letting out a high-pitched scream akin to a prairie dog, Hermione fled the Ellison household, her cheeks flushed. Even now, recalling the high decibel level of that girl's voice sends a tingling sensation through Saul's eardrums. Can Angel keep these candies in her room? Angel asked, clutching several boxes with sparkling eyes. No. Saul shook his head, observing the look of disappointment on her face. He poked her gently on the head. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You may keep them in your room, but only to take one piece when you wish. Your mother has stated that you cannot have more sweets. All right, Angel sighed, shaking her head in a manner that belied her tender age. Chapter 77. Harry. At 6:30 in the afternoon, a car emitting exhaust fumes pulled into Lily Street. The occupants of the vehicle were none other than the visiting Dursleys. In the driver's seat, Mr. Dursley held a note, his foot pressing down gradually on the accelerator as he peered through the window. In the back seat, Harry overheard his cousin muttering, "Is this where the wealthy live?" "You are mistaken, Dudley," Mr. Dursley replied while scanning for their destination. "This is understated. Many affluent individuals prefer tranquility, and it is indeed quiet here. For them, living here is a mark of elegance. Found it. This is the place." Mr. Dursley extricated himself from the car with an awkward maneuver designed to prevent his expensive suit from wrinkling, though he resembled a human-shaped pig in the process. "Remember what I said. Courtesy is essential. We must display the decorum of the Dursley family. Dudley, check with your mother to ensure your bow tie is not askew. And if your hair is disheveled, give it a quick smooth down. And you, young Potter, I understand. Uncle, I want to speak." Harry hurriedly interjected before Mr. Dursley could issue a warning. Although he could not relish freedom alone, the prospect of enjoying a sumptuous meal was a delightful alternative. He could only comfort himself in this manner. At the door, Mr. Dursley took a deep breath, rubbed his face to enhance his smile's warmth, and nodded at his precious son, Dudley. Just as Harry worried whether Dudley's buttons would pop open, the door swung wide, revealing a little girl adorned with two adorable pigtails. Mrs. Ellison had instructed Dudley to follow the rehearsed protocol, and before the door had fully opened, he spoke up, only to be met with the sight of a young girl, causing the rest of his words to lodge in his throat. Then, the most amusing incident unfolded. The charming little girl gasped and exclaimed, "Mom, there's a pig that turned into a man knocking at the door." With that, she dashed away. "Well done," Harry silently praised, stifling his laughter as he observed the Dursleys standing at the open door with frozen smiles. Just as the Dursleys hesitated to step inside, a female voice came to their rescue. "Oh, we mustn't be so impolite, Angel." So her name was Angel? Truly, she lived up to it, Harry mused. Mrs. Ellison hurried to the door, apologizing to Mr. Dudley. "I'm sorry, you must be the guests my husband arranged to visit. Please come in. Angel has been spoiled by her brother and is quite rude. I sincerely apologize." "Oh, it's quite all right, madam," Mr. Dudley replied with a beaming smile. "She is quite charming. I took the liberty of bringing my family to visit. I had an appointment with Mr. Ellison. I am Vernon Dudley, and this is my wife." "Oh, you are quite young, madam." Mrs. Dudley stepped forward, somewhat displeased by the little girl's comment about her son. But she still approached courteously as her husband introduced her. "You flatter me, Mr. Dudley," Mrs. Ellison responded with a smile that was both reserved and slightly distant. "Please come in. Having traveled such a distance, do take a moment in the living room. My husband and son have stepped out and will return shortly." Harry followed closely behind. Mr. Dudley did not introduce himself to the lady before them, but it mattered little. He was accustomed to it. "Do you like candy?" Harry paused, turning his head to see the little girl who had opened the door for the Dudsleys. Her head tilted as she looked at him, her delicate, pale hand outstretched, presenting a round candy resting in her palm. Instinctively checking to see if the Dudsleys on the sofa were paying attention, he reached out to accept the candy, murmuring a quiet thank you. "No need to thank me," Angel replied with a beaming smile, skipping away. The candy was sweet, imbued with a hint of lemon fragrance. For some reason, Harry found the flavor of this candy remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the lemon sherbet he had tasted at Hogwarts. Shaking his head, Harry dispelled the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind. The place he found himself in was evidently a Muggle household. How could there possibly be sweets from the wizarding world here? Outside, Mr. Ellison was parking his car in the private driveway, and laughter could be faintly heard from within the house. It appeared that guests had arrived. "Mr. Ellison, why are they here so early?" "Who is it, Dad?" Saul asked with curiosity. "A potential business associate with whom we have yet to reach an agreement." "Oh," Saul nodded. As he opened the car door, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable gaze directed at him. Indeed, there was a stare emanating from the bushes outside. Yet, just as Saul made eye contact with it, the presence abruptly vanished. Perhaps it was just a stray cat, he thought. "Come on, the guests have arrived." "It would be rather impolite to keep them waiting," Mr. Ellison called as he exited the vehicle. "All right, Dad." Seated on a high stool, Angel was idly playing with a complete set of princess dolls that Mrs. Dudley had just gifted her. However, the allure of such dolls had long faded for her, as she already possessed the entire collection. Instead, she was more interested in the commotion outside. As Mr. Ellison parked, Angel perked up her ears, her little face lighting up with a sweet smile. "Dad and brother are back." With a sudden burst of energy, Angel leapt off her stool and scampered away. Everyone inside the house turned their attention to her animated movement. The Dudley family stood up, closely watching the direction in which Angel had disappeared. "Good day, Mr. Ellison. I apologize for the intrusion." Mr. Dudley's voice soon rang out. Harry, seated in the corner, was lost in thought, gazing at the steam rising from his teacup. "This is my wife and my son. That is my nephew." Good heavens, Mr. Dudley even remembered to mention himself. Nevertheless, being a guest in someone else's home, Harry felt it would be impolite not to acknowledge them, so he lifted his head. "So," Harry exclaimed in astonishment, for beside Mr. Dudley's esteemed client stood his friend from Hogwarts. "Hey, Harry," Saul replied, raising an eyebrow as he entered the room and spotted Harry sitting on the sofa. He had not anticipated that the guests visiting would be the Dudsleys. Both Mr. and Mrs. Dudley were equally taken aback, their gazes flitting between Saul and Harry. A sudden, absurd notion flashed through Mr. Dudley's mind. Harry was filled with excitement. He never anticipated that his outing with the Dudsleys would lead him to encounter a friend from Hogwarts. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. "Is it so strange?" Sir smiled, blinking. "I've always lived here. This is my home." As Sir and Harry exchanged hushed words, a box was thrust into Sir's hands. "Hello, I'm Dudley Dudley," the plump boy grinned, standing before Sir. "This is a welcome gift for you." "Thank you." Sir hesitated but accepted the box offered by Dudley. "Mind if I open it?" "Of course, my mom and I picked it out after much deliberation." "I hope you like it," Dudley replied. Inside was a pen, an ordinary gift. "Thank you. I really like it," Sir said, nodding gracefully and setting the gift aside on the coffee table. Dudley, emboldened by Sir's affable demeanor, finally asked the question that had been burning in his mind. "Do you know this freak?" "Freak?" Sir subtly furrowed his brow. "Oh, you don't know? This freak is..." Dudley paused, lowering his voice to a whisper. "A wizard. Someone who uses a stick to perform tricks. You should stay away from him." Harry shot a bewildered glance at Dudley, followed by a strange smile. If by freak you mean a wizard, then I must say, I am one as well. And by the way, the tricks you mention have a name, magic. Sir's words momentarily stunned Dudley, and a look of terror spread across his already small eyes. You're a wizard too, Dudley exclaimed. It seemed he recalled something he'd rather forget. And with fear etched on his face, he took a step back, then fled to his mother's side in a hurry. What is wrong with him? I have no idea. Harry stifled a laugh, shrugging his shoulders. Mr. Dursley, having overheard Dudley's outburst, wore a frozen smile. Mr. Ellison, your son, he's a wizard? You mean, sir? Oh, yes, he indeed is a wizard, Mr. Ellison responded, puzzled by Mr. Dursley's reaction. Isn't your nephew a wizard as well? Quite astonishing. My wife and I were utterly shocked when we learned of this. Mr. Dursley seemed at a loss for words, awkwardly chuckling. Fortunately, Mrs. Ellison came to his rescue, having prepared dinner. Come on, Vernon, taste my prized wine. I remember you have quite the palate. Ah, yes. Throughout the dinner, Mr. Dursley felt dazed, grappling with the revelation that this wealthy boy before him was, like his own chaotic nephew, a wizard. Mrs. Dursley, equally bewildered by the astonishing news from Dudley, occasionally cast fearful glances at Sir, unable to respond promptly to Mrs. Ellison's greetings. In short, it was utterly bewildering. Try this, Harry. When his friend visited, Seward naturally felt compelled to extend his hospitality. He placed a generous chicken leg on Harry's plate. Oh, thank you, Harry replied with a smile. Suddenly, Seward recalled something Hermione had mentioned to him earlier. Haven't you received any letters from Hermione at home? She sent you quite a few. What? I haven't received anything, Harry said, clearly taken aback. I thought you all had forgotten about me. It's possible the letters were misdelivered. No matter, after dinner. You can accompany me to Hermione's house. It's just next door, Seward remarked thoughtfully. Just then, a memory of the house elf Dobby flickered in his mind. With Harry present, it was highly likely that Dobby was also nearby. Hermione's house is here as well? Harry asked excitedly. Yes, I thought I had mentioned it, Seward replied. No. Harry shook his head, but it's never too late to know. This is fantastic. You have no idea how I felt at the Dursleys. Before Harry could finish, Mr. Dursley, who had been focusing intently on Seward, suddenly coughed a few times and began to loudly praise the deliciousness of Mrs. Ellison's cooking. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. The movements of everyone in the dining room froze, and Seward was momentarily stunned, recalling the house elf Dobby. Goodness, could it be? I must check, Seward exclaimed as he dashed towards the kitchen, with Harry following closely behind. The kitchen was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a tornado. Pristine white plates that had once been on the shelves lay shattered on the floor, while the cutting board and knife were haphazardly strewn across the counter. Seward's brow furrowed deeply. What happened? Harry asked, having caught sight of the chaotic scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Seward did not respond to Harry's inquiry. He sidestepped the broken plates and rushed towards the cupboard. It was utterly empty, devoid of any contents. Then, startled cries from Mrs. Ellison and Mrs. Dursley echoed from the dining room. Seward immediately turned and sprinted towards the source of the commotion. The dining room, much like the kitchen, appeared to have been ravaged. A complete mess. Dudley sat dazed in his chair, covered in gravy, while the table was a jumble of chaos, with an unfinished roast chicken rolling on the floor. Mr. Ellison frowned deeply, and little Angel was cradled in Mrs. Ellison's arms, her face etched with fear. Dobby. Seward seethed through clenched teeth. Dobby? Who is Dobby? And what is going on? Harry exclaimed, utterly bewildered, as he met the furious gaze of Mr. Dursley. In the next moment, the sound of flapping wings drifted in through the open window. With a flap, an owl swooped in, dropping 2 letters before circling the room and flying out again. Coincidentally, one of the letters landed right in front of Mr. Dursley. He opened the letter, and his expression rapidly darkened, his small eyes glaring at Harry as if they might ignite with flames at any moment. The planned discussion with Mr. Ellison about the machinery order after dinner was abruptly cancelled, and the Dursleys hurriedly departed, dragging their disheveled son and a bewildered Harry along with them. Chapter 79. Who else should I help? From Mr. Ellison, Seward learned of the recent events that unfolded in the dining room. A plate filled with gravy suddenly levitated and poured its contents over the unfortunate Dudley Dursley. Following this, the dishes on the table floated up and crashed to the ground. What on earth was happening? Mr. Ellison, holding a somewhat startled Angel, inquired of Seward. And what of this letter? It is a warning letter, Seward said grimly. I have a rough idea of what transpired. I apologize, Father. Can't you disclose it? Mr. Ellison asked with concern, having seen the contents of the letter. It seems you may have violated the underage wizarding regulations? Sewers silently shook his head. Very well. Mr. Ellison quickly accepted the established facts. Since witnessing the wonders of magic, his worldview had been forcibly reshaped. I do not comprehend your magical society, he remarked, glancing at the dining room and sighing. Go help your mother clean up. This is an utter mess. What a pity about the wonderful meal your mother prepared. I'm sorry, Father. Sewer apologized once more and then rose from the couch to assist Mrs. Ellison, while Sewer silently helped tidy up the chaos caused by Dobby. Mr. Dursley, with a dark scowl, pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car roaring back home at the fastest possible pace. The moment they arrived, he threw the crumpled letter he had been clutching in front of Harry. Read this. Read it, he bellowed hoarsely. Harry picked up the letter, unfolded it, and as he read, his face grew increasingly pale. You didn't inform us that you couldn't use magic outside of school. Mr. Dursley's eyes gleamed with a mad light. You've ruined my big deal with your accursed magic. It wasn't me. Harry stammered, feeling unsteady. Wasn't he it? Mr. Dursley pressed closer, his teeth bared. You forgot to mention it, didn't you? Cast it aside, I suppose. It doesn't matter. He laughed in fury. I have some delightful news for you. Boy, I'm going to confine you, and you can forget about ever returning to that wretched school. Go ahead. Try to use your damned magic to escape. Then they will expel you. Now, get back to your room. Immediately, Harry darted back to his room like a frightened rabbit. He nearly cried out, for upon entering, he found a creature with bat-like ears staring at him with a pair of bulging green eyes from his small bed. Good evening, sir. Dobby has long wished to meet you. If Sewer had been present, he would have undoubtedly drawn his wand and unleashed a powerful spell upon the creature, disregarding any underage wizarding regulations. Similarly, Harry, after conversing with the house elf named Dobby, became aware of everything that had transpired concerning him and clearly identified the culprit behind the events occurring at the Sullivans' home. In a fit of anger, he lunged at Dobby. But the little elf, shouting that Dobby could not allow Harry Potter to return to that place, vanished with a pop. Harry collapsed weakly onto the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Everything was over. The following day, Hermione, having received news from Angel, arrived. So, Harry visited your home the day before yesterday? She inquired. Yes. I intended to bring him to see you after dinner, Sol replied with a bitter smile. But who could have anticipated such a calamity occurring at home? I can only wonder how Harry is faring now. Is his uncle truly such a vile person? Hermione pondered, unable to imagine the existence of someone so detestable. I have written him numerous letters, but have never received a reply. I thought perhaps the address he provided was incorrect. In any case, I wish him well, Sol sighed. And what will you do? Hermione asked, holding the warning letter with concern. This is evidently not magic you unleashed. Moreover, is this not the second warning letter you have received? Surely you are not on the verge of being apprehended? Goodness, what an ominous thought, Sol exclaimed, casting a disparaging glance at Hermione. I am uncertain. However, I did write a letter to my aunt this morning, as she works at the Ministry of Magic. Your aunt? You have a relative in the magical world? Hermione inquired curiously. Amelia. Amelia is her name, Sol replied. What has transpired? Amelia, still dusted with soot from the fireplace, approached Sol directly. I was not in the department yesterday. Did you unleash magic? Sol recounted the entire series of events meticulously. Amelia frowned. Are you certain you did not cast a hover charm? I am certain, Aunt. Sol nodded. Very well, Amelia said after a moment of contemplation. Hand me your wand. In principle, the warning letter has been dispatched, and the matter has been recorded in the archives. However, if you truly did not perform magic outside of school, then this is merely a misunderstanding. There should be room for rectification. Is it very troublesome? Sol inquired quietly. The handling is not excessively complicated. But if word of this spreads, many will come knocking, Amelia remarked with a furrowed brow. You do not know Fudge, you cannot comprehend his nature. In any case, give me your wand, and I shall assist you. Sol complied and ascended the stairs to retrieve his wand. Amelia hurried off and returned later that evening with good news. All is resolved. The records have been expunged. Who else knows about this incident aside from you? The little witch from earlier today? She knows, Sol nodded. But she will not disclose this matter. Very well. Amelia nodded, urging discretion regarding the matter at hand. It would be wise for you to inform her. You never know how the reporters from the Daily Prophet might react if they were to uncover this incident and report on it, which could significantly impact the Ministry of Magic. I understand. I will speak with Hermione, said Sol. Amelia shook her head in response. Dumbledore has been keeping a close watch on Harry. He will manage things well. Very well. I must attend a meeting in my department. There have been numerous developments in the magical community lately, so I must take my leave. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to write to me. Saul nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt. Amelia smiled and gently ruffled Saul's hair. No need for thanks. After all, I am your aunt. Who else would I assist if not you?